Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Pirate Salted Life disrupted by Roger 1SL Chapter 1 My salty life in the pirate world. Early morning. The sea breeze blows softly on my face, with a bit of saltiness, but it is not annoying. Lin Yu took a deep breath, picked up the fishing tools, and walked towards the coast. Along the way, it was particularly gratifying to watch the town revive in the morning sun. It seems that I am the first to arrive today. When we arrived at the coast, there was not a single angler there. Fishing is a leisurely thing, and few people get up early in the morning to go fishing, which is why he takes this kind of thing so seriously. As he spoke, he started to talk about things. This was the happiest moment of his day. After setting up the fishing rod, Lin Yu lay down on his creaky armchair, put his hands behind his head and crossed his legs, and the day's work began. Nah, oh, Lin Yu hummed a little song happily. The white clouds in the blue sky gather and disperse, and the waves beat rhythmically against the rocks on the shore. Everything is calm and warm. Lin Yu spoke leisurely, but he suddenly stopped mid-sentence, and then turned his sharp eyes to the sea not far away. Something strange was brewing on the sea not far away. Soon, a huge figure emerged. Poseidon type, real or fake? Doesn't this kind of guy live in the windless zone? How come it appears here? Lin Yu jumped up from the chair. Seeing the huge body of the Poseidon approaching at extremely high speed, its target was pointed directly at Lin Yu. I've spent the entire morning being disrupted by this guy like you. Lin Yu clenched his hands into fists and murmured quite concernedly. However, fortunately there are no other people around, so it doesn't hurt to use some power. As he spoke, Lin Yu suddenly raised his head, and Conqueror's domineering and powerful pressure was radiated wantonly in an instant. This Conqueror's domineering amount is simply unheard of. Advertisement The Poseidon, who felt the domineering power, was instantly frightened. The huge figure trembled and looked at Lin Yu with cold sweat all over his body. Get out of here. What I want to catch is a small fish. I'm not a big guy like you who sees nothing but no use. After finishing his words, the Poseidon quickly retreated without looking back, and its huge figure quickly disappeared on the sea. The sea soon returned to calm. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, looked left and right, and then sat back on the chair after confirming that no one was there. By the way, this is the first time I've encountered a Poseidon in this kind of sea area. What's going on outside? It's so chaotic. Lin Yu muttered to himself troubledly. It seemed that the good mood just now was completely gone. It wasn't until the sun set in the west and the last of the afterglow faded that Lin Yu packed up his fishing tools and went home. Before going home, he would always go to the island's tavern for a drink, so that the day would come to an end. It's not completely dark yet, the lights in the pub have been turned on, and a faint light shines through the cracks in the door and windows, teasing the men after a tiring day. Lin Yu pushed the gate of opening and was immediately filled with the noise in the tavern. Hey, Lin Yu, you're here. You agreed to treat me to a drink last time, so don't forget it. A drunken middle-aged man sitting on a high chair greeted Lin Yu when he saw him coming in. Lin Yu waved his hand frankly and responded, Cass, I'm afraid it won't work today. I didn't catch a single fish. What? Ha 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 ha. I saw you went to the beach early in the morning with your things and came back after sunset. How come you didn't catch any fish? It's unreasonable. The short-bearded man leaning on the chair beside him said with a gloating tone. Who knows, maybe the fish don't want to be caught by me today. Lin Yu scratched his head and responded indifferently, and then came to the front desk of the wine table. A full glass of bubbling beer was placed in front of him. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then grinned and said, Shall I don't have any fish to buy you a drink today. I owe you this drink for now, and I'll give you a double portion tomorrow. No need, Mr. Lin. You often visit the store and are a regular customer. Today I treat you as my treat. Please drink with open arms. Xiao Ai first glanced at Lin Yu and found that he was looking at her with a slight smile on his lips. He immediately lowered his head with a blush on his face. Thank you, Miss Ai is very cute today. Advertisement. Lin Yu picked up the wine glass and said to Xiao Ai with unstinting praise. Hey, Xiao Ai-chan, you are too partial. Yes, I didn't bring enough Baileys today. Can I drink for free? The drunkards in the tavern started to make noises. Lin Yu took a big sip of beer, turned around and said with a bad smile, Didn't bring enough Bailey? He handed it over to your mother-in-law again. Be careful. I will tell your mother-in-law when I go back that you hid some. There must be some. You feel so good, ha 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 ha. Lin Yu, you guy. The man became anxious upon hearing this. This scene immediately made everyone in the tavern happy and burst into laughter. Even Xiao Ai was still blushing. They couldn't help but cover their mouths and smile. Cheers. Lin Yu raised his glass alone to this carefree day. Although life is vulgar, it still needs a sense of ritual. This is Lin Yu's only remaining habit as a time traveler. After a few glasses of wine, I drifted away from the hustle and bustle of the pub. Memories come flooding back to me. I don't know when, a tall and straight-looking man with an unshaven face came in. He sat down next to Lin Yu without saying a word, ordered a glass of rum, and drank it without saying a word. Hiccup ha ha ha, good wine, really good wine. The visitor wiped his mouth and shouted boldly. This voice instantly brought Lin Yu back to reality from his drifting away. Lin Yu turned his head and looked at the person who came. At first glance, it seemed a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Seeing Lin Yu staring at him, the man also grinned cheerfully. Cheers, brother. As he said that, the man drank another bottle without thinking about himself. Seeing this, Lin Yu's competitive spirit was stimulated. He picked up the already full cup in his hand, took a quick sip, then poured another cup and drank it in one gulp. Putting down the second empty wine glass, Lin Yu looked sideways at the visitor, as if he were a winner. The man raised his eyebrows, picked up 2 bottles of wine, put them into his mouth at the same time, and drank them all in several gulps. Chapter 2: A Fateful Encounter. It's late at night. All the drunk people in the tavern have gone home. If they don't go home, their wives may not be able to sit still and will come with hammers. Ha 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 ha. What a pleasure. Lin Yu and the newcomer sat on the ground with their arms around each other's shoulders, leaning against the wine table. You're really nice. If I could have met you earlier, I would definitely get you on board. The visitor put his arm around Lin Yu's shoulders and said with a blushing face. Get on the ship. Are you a pirate? Lin Yu also put his arm around the man's shoulders and asked. Ha 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 ha. Yes, I am a pirate, the most heinous one. This man was so frank that he was full of pride when he said the word, pirate, without any scruples. I see. Lin Yu smiled slightly, looking calm. Everyone is an adult, and there is no need to avoid being kind or evil. Do you hate pirates? The man asked. It's not annoying, Lin Yu replied. That's it. The man replied. What about you? Do you hate being the most heinous pirate? Lin Yu asked knowingly. In order to pursue the dream of this sea, it doesn't matter if I am called a bandit. If I can gallop on the sea, even if I will eventually die, my life will not be in vain. After saying that, the two looked at each other and smiled. Screw the pirates, screw the demise, it's just wine today. As they spoke, the two raised their glasses and drank until they were all gone without leaving a drop. When the night gets a little deeper, Lin Yu and the others were the only ones left in the tavern, and even Xiao Ai, the waiter in the tavern, couldn't help but lie on the table and fall asleep. Bang! The wooden door of the tavern was kicked open. His grandma is so unlucky that lousy capsized in this ghost sea. Hey, 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 hurry up and serve some wine. Several tall people with disheveled hair and fierce faces filed into the tavern. Advertisement: the simple and small tavern was instantly covered by the figures of these people. Hey, who's the boss? Where the FK is the boss dead? If you don't come out, believe it or not, lousy will smash up your store, it's really bad. Seeing no one responded, a rough guy in the lead roared menacingly. Oh, it's coming, it's coming. Xiao Ai woke up with a start, and then Kaido became timid. After a while, Xiao Ai walked over quickly with a wine tray. The big man sitting on the chair didn't even look at it. He waved his hand and knocked over the wine plate in Xiao Ai's hand. The wine instantly spilled all over her body, and the cup fell to the ground and shattered. I'm sorry, Xiao Ai hurriedly bowed and apologized. Are you looking down on us? Bring the wine barrel to lousy? The big man stared at Xiao Ai and shouted with his eyes almost popping out. I'm very sorry. All the wine in the tavern has been drunk today. The ones that were just knocked over were the only ones left in the store. Xiao Ai was trembling with fear, knowing that these unreasonable people would never give up. At first glance, these people are water thieves running around nearby. They're different from pirates. They usually come out at night and rob houses. No wine? Ha 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 ha. If there is no wine in a tavern, then what kind of tavern does he open? The leader of the big man said sarcastically, and other companions immediately laughed and echoed. That's right, you dare to open a tavern without alcohol. You are so audacious. Seeing as you are a good-looking waiter, why not switch to a brothel? The income will definitely be better than opening a tavern without alcohol. Ha 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 ha. Those water thieves are full of foul language and are really the scum of the scum. Xiao Ai cowered in fear, biting her lips and unable to say a word. Tears had begun to roll crazily in her eyes, ready to burst out uncontrollably at any time. At this time, no one noticed that Lin Yu and the two people sitting on the ground had black lines on their heads, and their anger was growing wantonly from the inside out. Suddenly, the man next to Lin Yu stood up suddenly, and then walked up to the water thieves without saying a word. Good evening. The man's face was red and he looked like he was very drunk. Huh? What kind of drunkard are you here? Get out of here, you're blocking Lousy's sight. The water thief yelled at the man impatiently. Don't you want a drink? I have some, how about you? The man approached the water thief and said mysteriously. If you have some wine, why don't you bring it out? As he said that, the leader of the water thieves approached the man and said viciously. If you dare to play tricks, we will throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Here. The man straightened his back, patted his belly quickly with his hand, and said seriously. Seeing this, the water thieves immediately stopped, and the scene was very quiet for a while. Advertisement: hateful. The leader of the water thieves punched the man in the face. The man staggered back a few steps and flopped on the ground. Ha 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 ha. Got beaten. The man sitting on the ground smiled as if nothing happened. I have experience in dealing with this kind of scum, it's up to me. Lin Yu stepped forward and patted the man on the shoulder. Do you also want to be the first? The water thief leader raised the muscles on his face and asked fiercely. The other water thief associates also stared at him with seriousness. Ordinary people would have been frightened and stopped just by seeing this battle, but Lin Yu walked over with a cynical smile as usual. Listen to me. After saying this, Lin Yu picked up an empty wine bottle and unexpectedly smashed it on the head of the water thief leader. With a snap, the crisp sound of the wine bottle colliding with his forehead was heard. When the water thieves saw this, they jumped up instantly and rushed towards Lin Yu. The scene was in chaos for a while. Of course, Lin Yu didn't use his domineering force, otherwise he could have dealt with these scum in a few strokes. The man who was drinking with Lin Yu sat on the ground and just raised his head and laughed, as if he was in a dream. Lin Yu, who was unarmed, was defeated by the gang of water thieves and could only use tables and chairs to deal with those shady people. Seeing this, Xiao Ai on the side picked up a glass of water and threw it on the face of the man who was sitting there laughing with relish. Wake up quickly, Lin Yu needs help. Xiao Ai shook the man's shoulders anxiously. The man shook his head and suddenly woke up. By the way, I have to go to Rog Town to surrender. If the date is wrong, those Marines will write a 2,000-word essay to blackmail me. At this moment, I saw him grabbing a wine plate on the ground and opening his eyes slightly. Domineering attachment. God avoids, with a bang, the entire wall connecting the tavern to the street collapsed instantly. Smoke and dust were everywhere, and it was a mess, except for Lin Yu who was still standing. The bodies of the water thieves were all lying on the ground, unconscious. Lin Yu and the man sitting cross-legged on the ground looked at each other with bared teeth and smiled as if they had reached some kind of agreement. Go to hell. Suddenly, a dark figure jumped up from the ruins. It was the leader of the water thieves. He was seen wielding the chopper in his hand and slashing at Xiao Ai. Seeing that the blade was about to touch Xiao Ai's neck, it was too late and too fast. Stop! Lin Yu and the man sitting on the ground shouted at the same time, and then the two used Conqueror's domineering force. Chapter 3 The difference of fate. Conqueror's domineering collided fiercely, and the dark pressure surged out like a tide in an instant. The water thief leader and Xiao Ai fainted on the spot. Oops. The fuss seems to have gone too far. Lin Yu scratched his head and asked the man sitting on the ground apologetically, Are you okay? I was really surprised to meet the owner of Conquerors on such an unknown island. The man grinned, and this scene instantly reminded Lin Yu of something. You are, One Piece Roger. Yes, this is Roger. The man stood up from the ground and said while dusting himself off. You have a really good drinking capacity, and you're well deserved for your reputation. But your domineering power is nothing more than that. Lin Yu smiled evilly, his eyes full of provocation. Really, I still have some time. Do you want to have a battle? I'm really looking forward to a battle with an unknown master like you. Roger smiled back at him. Forget it. Let's think about how to repair this wall. If the two of us duel, we will definitely attract some troublesome guys. Lin Yu waved his hand. That's right, ha 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 ha. Roger scratched his head and laughed. When people with the qualifications of a king compete against each other, even nature will be affected, and both Marines and pirates will set their sights here. As a result, Lin Yu's leisure life will be completely broken, which is something he absolutely does not want to see. Early the next morning, Lin Yu and Roger were seen transforming into masons, working in front of the collapsed wall of the tavern. I watched the news, and I heard that you have completed the grand route, found the world's wealth, and been given the prestigious title of One Piece. Lin Yu said to Roger while picking up the wooden board next to him. Really? This guy is really awesome, Roger blatantly said to himself. I won't let you brag like this. Lin Yu stopped what he was doing and said seriously. Hiccup haha. That has been a long time ago for me. He took out a photo from his arms and said, Look, it's cute. Advertisement in the photo, a young woman in her prime is standing in the sun with a smile as bright as a flower. What deserves attention is the baby in the woman's arms, which is very cute. Very cute, is this your son? Lin Yu nodded and asked knowingly. Yes, he smiles exactly like me. Just like this, hiccup ha ha ha. Roger pointed at himself, and then grinned. Have you chosen a name yet? Lin Yu asked. Not yet. I have been thinking these days that the name is very important and will accompany him throughout his life. In the future, when he becomes as famous as Lousy, people will laugh at him if his name is too lame. Roger touched his chin and said with a typical father complex. Ace, what does this name mean? Lin Yu pretended to say it casually. Huh, Ace. Ace. Roger seemed to be full of interest when he heard these two words, and kept mumbling them over and over again. That's a good name. Ha 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 ha, my friend, thank you so much. After a while, Roger said in approval as if he suddenly woke up. I think he will definitely become famous in the future. Lin Yu didn't want to say too much, but he couldn't help but blurt out. You must surpass this useless Lousy like me. Ha 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 ha. Roger opened his mouth wide and smiled greedily. That day, the sun was warmer than usual. If you go fishing at the beach, it must be the best choice. But due to an unexpected encounter, the two of them could only squat in front of a messy tavern to repair the wall. However, for Lin Yu, this feeling didn't seem bad. I have to go now. The two of them stood in front of the tavern with their waists crossed, looking at the tavern, which was repaired and riddled with holes, but fortunately it still looked good. You are in such a hurry, how about you stay and fish with me for a few days? Fishing in the sun is very pleasant. Lin Yu knew that the person who wanted to leave would have to leave sooner or later, let alone the person who would usher in the age of discovery, but he still tried to retain him. No, there are very important things to do. Roger refused as he expected. Then I support you. Lin Yu respected his choice. Friend, it's nice to meet you. Roger put his hands on his hips and grinned. Advertisement. Let's drink together another day. Lin Yu knew that this day might never come again. That's settled. Roger hugged his shoulders and agreed. The two came to the seaside, where a small broken sailboat was parked. This was the tool for starting the dream, and it should also be used to end the dream. You just drove this thing here? Lin Yu pointed at the boat in front of him in disbelief. Yes, it is my old friend, Roger said proudly. I originally wanted to wish you all the best, but now that I've seen what's going on with this little guy, I don't dare to say any blessings. Lin Yu scratched his head and smiled. I want to give you something before I say goodbye. As Roger said, he took out a small compass-like object from his pocket. What is this? Lin Yu weighed it in his hand and asked immediately. It's nothing. It's an exquisite little toy. If you are interested one day, you can follow the direction pointed by this thing and have a look. You might get something unexpected. Roger said meaningfully. Do you still have this little hobby? Lin Yu said with a smile. But keep it well, this is my life's work. Ha 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 ha. Roger responded with a smile. Okay. Lin Yu realized something and put it away as he spoke. Goodbye, friend. I'm glad to meet you on my last journey. God is still very kind to me. Ha 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 ha. Roger drove the boat gradually away, and the sound slowly dissipated on the sea. Lin Yu didn't wave or say anything else, he just stood on the beach for a long time. 3 days later, the scene of Roger's execution in Roger Town spread all over the world, and the era of great pirates came. That day, Lin Yu lay in the room with the newspaper and did not come out all day. Goodbye, Roger. Lin Yu looked at Roger's frank and familiar smile on the newspaper and said the goodbye he had prepared for a long time. The days went on as usual. Whether it was the death of One Piece Roger or the arrival of the great pirate era, it seemed that it had nothing to do with this small island. This nameless island has no treasures, no gold or silver, just a group of simple people. Neither pirates nor marines care about this place. Until early that morning, with a shelling, the tranquility of this small island was completely broken until it was shattered. Chapter 4 Operation Marine Headquarters Intelligence Department. General Zepha, the last place where Gold D. Roger stayed has been found. It is in the East Daxia Sea, not far from Roger Town. A Marine intelligence officer reported to Marine Headquarters General Zepha, who was wearing sunglasses and smoking a cigar. Gold D. Roger, this is undoubtedly the word that gives Marine the most headache right now. The place you go to at the end of your life must be your hometown. This is human nature. Zepha analyzed calmly, then turned his eyes, looked at his student beside him, and asked him. What do you think? Sakaski. That must be his lair, a place where justice is hindered and evil begins. Crazy people will always follow the so-called heroes in their mouths to understand, imitate, and even innovate on top of them. As teachers of justice, we can only do one thing, and that is. Zepha stopped abruptly when he said this, and his sharp eyes stared at Sakaski through the cigar smoke. Erase. The muscle lines on Sakaski's face were as sharp as a steel knife, and when he said these two words, there was an extremely frightening light. It's time to pour cold water on people's fanatical minds and give those crazy scum a dose of sedative. Zepha waved his hand and said in a fierce voice, after Roger was executed in One Piece, faced with the crazy emergence of pirates, Marine also took action, announced various reward orders, and dispatched Marines around the world. But all this has had little effect. In just 1 week, news of destruction by pirate groups has emerged one after another around the world. Originally, people thought that the execution of One Piece Roger would be a devastating disaster for pirates, and the fear of being dominated by pirates could finally end. However, no one would have thought that Gold D. Roger would say such a seductive sentence at the end of his life, which would instantly change the world. He did it by turning the world upside down. The turmoil of the Great Pirate Era is about to get out of hand, and at this time, the Marine Headquarters is feeling even more pressure. There must be a bigger move to scare these crazy pirates and not let them get too arrogant. Just a week after Roger was executed, Zepha, the General of Marine Headquarters, led his 3 best students to an unknown island in the East Daxia Sea. Such a battle has naturally attracted the attention of all forces around the world. Advertisement. Everyone unanimously guessed that Marine's destination was One Piece Roger's hometown, and there must be something important there. Basically everyone knows that Roger was born in Rog Town in the East Daxia Sea, but no one knows the specific location of his hometown. Of course, for such a famous figure who is feared and targeted by many parties, he will definitely not reveal his hometown. Otherwise, those who hate him but are not his opponents will stab him in the back. What will Marine do? The eyes of the world are focused on this. You know, although One Piece Roger was executed, the powerful crew behind him are still there. If these crew members reunite to defend Roger's hometown, it will be another unprecedented battle. The pirates who were ready to move quietly started their movements and rushed towards the East Daxia Sea. Some of them want to watch a show, and some want to take advantage of it. In short, this will be a great opportunity to become famous in one fell swoop. At the same time, the small island, which was watched by the whole world, was still as slow and quiet as ever. The disputes in the outside world have not shaken here at all. Here women are busy with housework, men are busy with making a living, and children are busy playing and getting into trouble. The ordinary life makes people forget their worries. Early that morning, Lin Yu got up on time, picked up his fishing gear, and walked slowly to the beach. When he walks on the street, he always has a smile on his face and greets early risers, and everyone responds with a smile. Although he was not born and raised here, he lived like a fish in water here, and no one treated him as an outsider. The children will call him Big Brother when they see him, and even the puppies on the street will wag their tails excitedly when they see him. Everything is so natural and nothing goes against the grain. Maybe this kind of life should be the life he lives. To him now, the life in the original world is like a distant dream at the end of the world. Neither humble nor arrogant, leisurely and contented, that's fine. When I came to the shore, I took care of my things as usual, then sat down on the chair, and the day's work officially began. The weather was a bit strange that day. Sometimes it was covered with dark clouds, and then it became clear and cloudless. The wind was also blowing dizzyingly, blowing from the north for a while and then from the south for a while, which made people confused. Lin Yu, who was sitting on the chair, was also full of irritability. He was not in his usual happy mood at all. The blood in his body seemed to be flowing uncontrollably. He tossed and turned while lying on the chair, and finally sat up from the chair suddenly, looking at the distant horizon. His eyelids could not help but twitch. Advertisement. It seems like something big is coming. Lin Yu, who noticed something strange, muttered to himself in an ominous tone. Chirp. Suddenly, the sharp sound of an object cutting through the space sounded in his ears. Lin Yu's keen eyes flashed with light, and then he picked up the fishing rod next to him. Armed color domineering, attached. A ball of dark air, like a burning flame, instantly enveloped the fishing rod. With a gentle wave of his hand, the fishing rod shot out as fast as a bow and arrow. The next second, there was a violent explosion in the air, and strong flames were released in the air, and the scene was shocking. Standing at the port, Lin Yu had eyes as bright as a torch and clenched his fists. Several marine warships could already be seen on the sea level in the distance. Without saying a word, he was greeted by cannonballs when he came up. This was different from the previous marines. Just as Lin Yu was thinking quickly, the second, third, and fourth shells came one after another. When Lin Yu saw this, he opened his eyes slightly and used Conqueror's domineering force. The dark cannonballs flying in the air at high speed stopped in an instant, and then detonated on the spot in midair. The shock wave caused by the explosion spread rapidly, and a chaotic momentum rushed towards his face. Lin Yu did not take a step back, but stood still with an unchanging expression. A series of explosions attracted the attention of the island residents. What's going on? Who's having S***X? It's not a pirate coming, is it? ... Some residents began to run towards the coast, wanting to find out. They saw Lin Yu's tall figure, standing amidst the barrage of artillery fire, his face unchanged and fearless. On the sea not far away were thousands of marine warships approaching. There are only two words to describe that scene. Shocking. Chapter 5 Kizaru's light speed kick is coming. When the explosion sounded again, the horrific scene of flames engulfing the sky frightened the island residents who came to find out what was going on. Run. It's an air strike. Everyone screamed and fled. No one knows what happened. Why did marine warships attack civilians? This seems to be something that goes against common sense. Shouldn't marine be here to protect us? Mom. Childish cries echoed on a beach. Lin Yu looked back and saw a little girl sitting on a pile of sand in the distance, crying helplessly in the chaotic scene. This is Xiao Tianju, a cute and sensible little girl. She even shared her favorite candy with Lin Yu. Little sweet wine. Get out of there quickly. Lin Yu clenched his fists and shouted with all his strength. Brother. When Xiao Tianju saw Lin Yu shouting to her, she opened her arms and ran towards him. Danger. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of artillery shells struck from the air. Even if Lin Yu could use Conqueror's domineering power to detonate these shells in the air, the cold shock wave would still swallow the little girl. In desperation, Lin Yu fell to the little girl's side in a flash, quickly held her in his arms, and used his body to resist the incoming shells. Bang. The shells landed on the coast, and flames struck. Several houses on the edge of the island were not spared, and raging fires burned instantly. Ah, my house is the work of half my life. Looking at the house engulfed by flames, the owner let out a miserable cry. And in the center of the explosion, if you look carefully, you can find a tall and sharp figure. He is Lin Yu. Back off. Lin Yu shouted majestically, waved his big hand filled with dark domineering power, and raised a strong and powerful wind, taking away the flames all over him in an instant. Brother. Xiao Tianju in her arms said these two words pitifully and cutely with tears in her eyes. Seeing Lin Yu and Xiao Tianju safe and sound, people felt happy for a while. Advertisement. That's great, they are all fine. Lin Yu is really a secretive guy. Confirmed. Lin Yu is a real man. Xiao Yu, you don't have to pay back the wine you owe me. Not only that, I also want to treat you to a drink. People praised Lin Yu. Marine won't stop, this is just the appetizer. Lin Yu looked back and saw that the sea was already full of warships. This is not Buster Call, so what could it be? Looking back on the cause and effect, I can only relate it to Roger coming here a week ago. It was me who caused everyone's problems. Lin Yu blamed himself. Everyone retreat to the center of the island. Please believe that I will protect this island. Lin Yu turned his back to everyone, stared at the countless warships on the sea, and shouted heartbreakingly to the residents. At this moment, Lin Yu's figure was like a ray of sunshine shining through the thick dark clouds, so tall and powerful that it was convincing. If all this happened because of him, then let him face it. Injuring others is what he hates the most. I only want to live a peaceful life, but it seems that this wish cannot be realized. In that case, let's go for it. Faced with such a passive situation, Lin Yu's usual mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The reason is simple. Since he can't live a peaceful life, then let's turn the world upside down. Bet all his dignity is a time traveler. A fierce aura ignited around Lin Yu like the chaos of a demon. The strongest domineering spirit is not just a dry word, but the kind of contempt in the face of all power. Buster Call, General of Marine Headquarters, Humph. In front of Lin Yu, everyone is his younger brother. Come on Marine, let Lousy see the lame power you hide behind bright words of justice. At this point, Lin Yu's eyes turned into naked contempt. To put it bluntly, Lin Yu didn't pay attention to the countless warships in front of him. At this time, on the leading warship stood the initiator of this battle, General Zepha, and behind him stood his three most proud students. They are Sakazuki, Porcellino and Kuzan. Advertisement. Our attack was unexpectedly hindered. Zepha stood on the bow of the boat with his arms crossed, his sharp eyes fixed on Lin Yu's figure on the coast. That proves that we are right. There are indeed Roger's followers on this island. Porcellino put his hands in his trouser pockets and said with a frustrated face about his analysis, because once it is determined, the next work will become tedious and complicated. He came here with his teacher, not because he wanted to carry out true justice like Sakazuki, nor because he wanted to be a good student like Kuzan. He just wanted to go through the motions and then leave in style. Teacher, cannonballs can't deal with them, let me go to fight. Sakazuki also stared closely at Lin Yu on the island. They were not far apart, and the other person's eyes made him feel very uncomfortable. He was obviously just an accomplice of a pirate, a despicable and filthy helper of the gang, but why did he show such a firm look full of justice? It was so high-sounding. Wait a minute, Sakazuki, don't be anxious. The enemy only showed one card. If you act rashly, you may fall into their trap. You must know that the opponent is a heinous pirate. This is not a one-on-one fair duel. Quote. Zepha said suspiciously with a delicate mind. Okay, teacher. Sakazuki was unwilling, but he could only obey Zepha's order. Porcellino, I will send you to explore the road first. If you find anything, don't attack rashly. Come back and report first. Zepha looked at Porcellino, with a meaningful look in his eyes, as if he had seen through his little thoughts of desertion. Copy that. Porcellino scratched his head reluctantly, and then turned into a ray of light and flashed to the island. Lin Yu glanced and noticed Porcellino who arrived in an instant, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth again. Is this the future General Kizaru? He already looks wretched at a young age, and there is really not much change from his appearance 20 years later. Hey, good morning. Kizaru didn't expect that the person who resisted the bombardment just now was so young. Did Marine send you to lead the charge? Lin Yu asked unceremoniously. Wait a minute. Sensing the smell of gunpowder in Lin Yu's words, Kizaru waved his hand and continued. Fighting and stuff like that are what I hate the most. It would be best if we could solve the problem like playing a game. Kizaru said helplessly. What suggestions do you have? Lin Yu asked. How about you just surrender? This will save you a lot of unnecessary steps and everyone can call it a day and go home early. How about that? Kizaru spoke his mind calmly. Chapter 6 Zepha and his three most proud students. Lin Yu's firm eyes said everything. Surrender. Daydream. It seems it's hard to be kind. Kizaru scratched his head with a look of helplessness. As Marine's lobbyist, you are really incompetent. Lin Yu said sarcastically. Actually, I'm not here as a lobbyist. The order I received is to bring all of Roger's henchmen to justice. Kizaru changed his expression of helplessness and cynicism just now, and said seriously with an expressionless face. After all, he is also a dignified Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General. Being ridiculed like this cannot be justified in terms of face. As he said that, Kizaru quickly turned around and at the same time flew up and kicked Lin Yu in front of the door. Lin Yu subconsciously stretched out his arms to resist, and the powerful force dragged his body along the ground for several meters in an instant. You are the first person to be able to block my light speed kick at such a close range. Kizaru praised him indifferently, but felt distressed in his heart, thinking that this was another strong man, and there would be no benefit in entangled with him. Lin Yu put down his arm and said with a normal expression, not bad power. Kizaru looked at his calm face, his eyes showing extremely confident frankness, and cursed in his heart, fart, you don't take this power seriously at all. As a lieutenant general, Kizaru's power is comparable to that of a general, all thanks to his heaven-defying shining fruit ability. Relying on this ability, although he is lazy and not good at taking initiative, he was quickly promoted to lieutenant general, and now he has become a popular candidate for general. However, his most proud ability only received a lukewarm comment from Lin Yu. If this was put on someone else's head, he would have to fight to the death with Lin Yu. But this happened to be a calming agent for Kizaru. He was here to spy on the situation, not to fight, so he would not fight if he could. This was also his purpose. You can see clearly, we have hundreds of warships, and you are only alone. Why do you want to be our enemy? Unless you have a group of accomplices behind you. Kizaru was halfway through his words, deliberately hesitating to speak. At the same time, he observed Lin Yu's expression, and then continued as if pursuing victory. It seems that I guessed it right. Where are your accomplices? Let them come out and surrender together. If everyone surrenders together, you will not be a traitor. After Kizaru finished speaking, he showed a successful smile. He thought he had expected everything and persuaded Lin Yu. However, after hearing this, Lin Yu had a weird smile on his face. I'm sorry, you guessed wrong. There are no pirate associates on this island, but just a group of ordinary people who live in peace with the world. Marine, who claimed to be full of justice, actually came to bully the residents of a small island. He was really unscrupulous and embarrassed. This was what Lin Yu meant. Advertisement. Oh, it seems like you are determined. It's really a headache. Kizaru pouted, his expression clearly showing his vulgarity. The conversation has come to this point, and there will be no result if we continue talking. Kizaru put his hands in his pockets, turned around and walked away gracefully. Lin Yu was left alone. This Kizaru was really perfunctory. He ran up to it, kicked it, said some useless nonsense and then gave up. It was really novel. Lin Yu was also speechless. When Kizaru's figure landed on the warship, everyone turned their attention to him. That's a strange guy, Kizaru said to everyone. Porosalino, is this the only information you got? Sakazuki said sarcastically. Still a top master. Kizaru added seriously. So you just ran away. Zepha said the most disdainful words in a difficult manner. Teacher, this is just a reasonable retreat. Kizaru argued. So where are that guy's accomplices? They are all lurking in every corner of this island. Tell me their locations. Zepha asked. Relying on Kizaru's ability, this kind of investigation couldn't be easier. However, Kizaru hesitated and paused before speaking. The strong man on the island is just that guy, the rest are all civilians. When Kizaru said such words, he undoubtedly poured a pot of stinky shit on Marine's head. It was simply a great shame and humiliation. Porosalino, what do you mean, are you questioning our Marine? Sakazuki looked at Kizaru with sharp eyes. No, I'm just telling the truth. Kizaru responded to him with the same sharp eyes, showing no panic at all. That's enough. Please clarify the situation for me. Now is not the time to make a fuss. Zepha put out the cigarette butt in his hand and stopped them impatiently. Teacher, let me go. Capture that Roger's accomplice. Advertisement. Sakazuki clenched his fists and focused his anger on Lin Yu, who was not far away. Please wait a moment, let me meet the guy below. When Zepha was about to nod in agreement to Sakazuki's request, Lieutenant General Kuzan, who had been silent, demanded. And after saying that, he jumped off the warship without waiting for anyone to respond. Why is this guy Kuzan so active all of a sudden? Sakazuki said unhappily. The moment Kuzan landed on the sea, ice formed under his feet. He just stepped on the ice and walked slowly towards Lin Yu. At first glance, I thought winter was coming. Aokiji's ability to create mysteries has really been developed since he was young. Lin Yu stood there and muttered indifferently. If you have an island's residents behind you, your best decision is to give up resistance and surrender, so that you can protect the people you want to protect. Aokiji walked up to Lin Yu and said righteously. He has a youthful look on his face. He has not experienced so much vicissitudes of life and is calm now, and he looks like a little fresh meat that is so tender that it can squeeze out water. That's what I think. If I defeat you all, I can still save the civilians on this island. Lin Yu said shameless words with a calm face. Aokiji couldn't help but laugh after hearing this, and at the same time, the coldness on his body suddenly became a bit stronger. A man must be responsible for what he says. When Aokiji spoke, a strong cold air came out of his mouth, which was extremely oppressive. Do what you say. Lin Yu said every word without fear. As soon as he finished speaking, Aokiji suddenly raised his hand that turned into an ice blade and attacked him. Lin Yu raised his arm, his domineering energy instantly attached, and he took his attack. The moment the ice blade hit his domineering force, it immediately shattered and broke. However, the broken ice blade did not lose its effect, but shot into Lin Yu's chest in the next second. Lin Yu took a few steps back. With his domineering body protection, he was not injured. I won't do it casually like Porosalino did. Immediately afterwards, Aokiji did not stop. With a move of his fingers, two ice spears suddenly appeared in midair, and the next moment they stabbed Lin Yu's body. Lin Yu was shocked. Oh no. Chapter 7 Aokiji's Ice Age. The ice gun attached with domineering energy shot towards Lin Yu. At the critical moment, he clenched his domineering fist and spun his body to block the ice spear. Aokiji opened his eyes with a surprised expression. Lin Yu's series of reactions were unexpectedly fast and smooth. At such a young age, this guy has already used his domineering power so passionately and has a very high level of combat surprise. I really underestimate him. Aokiji stared at Lin Yu seriously and thought, at this time there was no contempt in his eyes. Boy, your reaction is quite fast, but don't be complacent. Aokiji first praised Lin Yu, and the next second the ice under his feet spread to the surroundings. Ice Age, Aokiji shouted. Seeing the sharp ice coming like a tide, Lin Yu raised one foot and stepped on the ground hard. The vibration caused suddenly stopped the freezing attack. At the same time, Aokiji held an ice skate in his hand, slid sharply across the ground, and quickly went around behind Lin Yu. Lin Yu counterattacked decisively before the opponent attacked, turned around and attacked with a domineering fist. Aokiji, who originally wanted to attack with his sword, had to switch to defense. It's just that his defense was too fragile. The moment he came into contact with Lin Yu's fist, Aokiji's skate and himself were instantly shattered. Ah, Lieutenant General Kuzan was attacked from the front by Haki. This is truly unprecedented. Yes, I have never seen Lieutenant General Kuzan in such a mess. The Marines who were watching the battle on the sea not far away couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw the scene of their battle. What is that Kuzan guy doing, mother-in-law? Sakazuki couldn't help but said bitterly because he was overtaken by Aokiji. I've told you before that guy is very strong, but none of you listened. Now it seems Kuzan is going to suffer. Kizaru on the side leaned on the mast and analyzed with a leisurely look. Don't be deceived by the picture in front of you. Kuzan is a slow starter in the duel. Look, the situation will reverse soon. Zepha, who was standing on the bow of the ship, had lit another cigar at some point. He calmly watched the changes in the battle situation on the coast. Advertisement. After Lin Yu crushed Aokiji, fine ice crystals flew all over the sky, like dancing butterflies, shining with crystal clear light in midair. Lin Yu frowned, realizing that these dazzling lights were like death stares, staring at him bloodthirsty. Just as he was about to retreat, he realized that his feet had been blocked by ice. In this moment of slackness, the ice crystals flying in the sky seized the flaw, quickly gathered, and soon enveloped him. A shiny ice sculpture appeared in front of everyone. Aokiji's figure formed from the frost, and then he said proudly, "The arrest is complete." Looking at this scene, there was a cheer on the marine warship. As expected of Lieutenant General Kuzan, he can deal with Roger's accomplices with ease. Of course, he is the candidate favored by the warring states general. At the same time, on another part of the sea far away from the island, several pirate ships were parked quietly. Oops, I didn't expect this kid to be so capable, but I didn't expect that he couldn't even defeat a marine lieutenant general, and One Piece Roger's associates are nothing more than that. On the bow of the pirate ship, a bearded pirate put down his telescope and said disappointedly. That's pretty good. You must know that he is fighting against Aokiji. He is no ordinary lieutenant general. He is one of Zepha's favorite students. At this time, a young, fair-skinned, aristocratic pirate looked at the distant coast with sharp eyes and commented reasonably. Hey, you have all jumped to conclusions too early. The battle is not over yet. Roger's crew has not appeared yet, and the fun is yet to come. Ha 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 ha. A man with a big belly and a face like a heel spread his hands and said in a harsh voice. Lin Yu's battle was about to end under the watchful eyes of many forces. At this time, a figure landed on the coast impatiently. Kuzan, the order from above is to punish this heinous guy on the spot. Your approach is too conservative. Let me help you. The person who came was none other than Sakazuki. Before Aokiji could say a word, he swung his fist and launched an attack, as if he was retaliating for the tyranny of Aokiji who had just robbed him of the opportunity to fight. The hot fists of magma fell on the ice cubes that Lin Yu had melted like meteors. The moment the magma came into contact with the ice, a thick white smoke erupted. Advertisement. Okay, that's solved. Sakazuki stared at Aokiji with a special look in his eyes, as if he was showing off to him. You seem to have intervened in my battle for no reason. This is unjustifiable, Sakazuki. Aokiji's face was full of displeasure. He usually didn't like to celebrate success, but he seemed to be very concerned about Sakazuki's appearance and stealing his limelight. The sanction of justice, does it make any difference whether you take action or I take action? Sakazuki argued naturally. Aokiji is full of black lines and is very repulsive to Sakazuki's views. The relationship between the two has always been very delicate. In addition to the incompatibility in their fruit abilities, there is also the opposition in spiritual concepts. Okay, let's leave quickly. This place will soon turn into a sea of fire and a hell on earth. Sakazuki said easily and calmly, as if he liked the word hell on earth. What about the villagers on the island? Aokiji asked a childish question that he knew he was asking. Those are just Roger's accomplices, they will not be regretted if they die. Sakazuki turned around, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Sakazuki, you and I both know that those are just a group of unarmed people. Aokiji shouted emotionally, pure justice blooming in his chest. At this time, he was not calm and sophisticated enough, and he did not know that the justice shouted in his mouth could never move others. His power is still too weak to prevent the disaster in front of him, so he works so hard to win the position of general and change Marine's decision-making. He has always kept his concept of justice in his heart, until he saw a group of scholars on O'Hara Island being massacred not long ago, and the senior management of Marine headquarters defined an 8-year-old girl as a heinous devil, and then to today's actions. He couldn't calm down. What kind of justice does the righteous Marine uphold? Is it bloodthirsty justice or massacre justice? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Hey, Kuzan, please see your position clearly. You are the Lieutenant General of the Marine headquarters. It is your bounden duty to obey orders. If the superiors define them as demons, then they are demons, regardless of what you and I say. Sakazuki clenched his fists, his whole body boiling fiercely, as if he was ready to attack Aokiji at any time. Aha, this hot bath is really nice. It's so comfortable. Sakazuki and Aokiji were startled and looked back. When the smoke and dust cleared, Lin Yu's tall and straight figure stood proudly on the spot, without any damage on his body. This is impossible. Aokiji and Sakazuki shouted in unison with their eyes widened. Chapter 8 Battle against the three Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Generals. Lin Yu looked at the shocked Akainu and Aokiji in front of him with jealousy. The show is about to begin. Bang! Lin Yu was surrounded by scattered chi, and rushed forward like a tiger descending a mountain. The speed is so fast and unpredictable. The fist attached to Haki emits burning red light, hitting Aokiji and Akainu. The two people who were caught off guard were knocked away at the same time and landed on the coast 10 meters away. This reversal was seen by Marine not far away, and also by the pirates further away. They had only one feeling, that is, shock. Extremely shocked. If the two Lieutenant Generals Aokiji and Kizaru are not yet absolutely recognized for their current strength, Akainu's strength has already emerged in the world. His methods of dealing with pirates are obvious to all. His methods are so powerful that they almost make all pirates hate him. However, today, Sakazuki, who upheld absolute justice, was punched away by an unknown young pirate. I'm afraid that the reputation and majesty that Akainu has accumulated over the past few years will be wiped out with this punch. Ha 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 ha. I really love this guy to death. He actually made Akainu crumpled. Ha 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 ha. It's so damn happy. This guy is really good. Hey, has anyone heard of his name? I've never heard of him. Could he be a new member of the Roger Pirates? Definitely not. There are only a few of Roger's crew members. This one doesn't look familiar at all, and I've never heard of it. Try to recruit him. He is definitely a capable player. Ha 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 ha. If you walk around on the ship and beat the sailor who passed Sakazuki, it will be very impressive if word spreads. With just that punch at that moment, Lin Yu suddenly became a figure that the pirates talked about. Some people are happy and some are sad. At the same time, the sailors on the marine warship really can't believe the scene just now. Isn't that guy dead? Why can he still stand up for no reason, and even beat up Lieutenant General Sakazuki and Lieutenant General Kuzan at the same time? It's fake. This guy is too strong. Advertisement. Who is this guy? It's impossible that you haven't heard of a pirate with such a powerful force. Look for the pirates on the reward list, and look for the characters with hundreds of millions of belliries. No, this person is not included in the reward order at all. Uneasiness has arisen among the Marines. If a pirate on the island has such strength, then coupled with the Roger crew members who are hiding in the dark and have not appeared on the scene, wouldn't the situation be reversed? You know, they have mobilized half of the combat personnel in the Marine headquarters. It can be said that this operation can only succeed and cannot fail. But what was shown to them now was that they were defeated just by the resistance of one pirate, and the possibility of successful combat was greatly reduced in an instant. This is really interesting. Even Kizaru, who was leaning on the mast and looking nonchalant about the battle, was stimulated by the scene just now. Porosalino, watch your words, this is war, not playing house. Zepha looked at Lin Yu on the coast seriously, and at the same time corrected his posture to Kizaru. Teacher, are we prepared to fight against such a strong person? Kizaru put his hands in his trouser pockets, with a messy expression on his face as if he was swaying in the wind. What do you mean? Zepha turned his attention to Kizaru. Our large-scale operation has already spread all over the world. Roger's restless crew members must also know what is about to happen here. Do you think they will remain indifferent? Kizaru analyzed seriously and sharply. Zepha smiled slightly. Huh. You don't have to worry about this. It's something that everyone can think of, how could we ignore it? Kizaru was stunned. Could there be any action from above? Why didn't he know about it? Zepha glanced at Kizaru, sneered at his confused expression, and then spoke generously. Things have reached this point, let me tell you. While we were taking action, Sengoku and Garp were not idle, and they also started taking action with us. Mr. Sengoku and the hero Garp are here too. Kizaru heard this in confusion. Of course they didn't come here, but we're watching Roger's remnants elsewhere. Zepha grinned his unshaven mouth and squeezed out a rough smile. In other words, Roger's crew will not come here. Kizaru suddenly thought. That's right, we have made a complete plan for this battle, and we are bound to win it. This is a battle as important as the execution of Roger. We must let those pirates see the fate of being one piece. The final result can only be it's been cut down to the roots. Kizaru didn't know whether to call this brilliant or unreasonable. In order to set an example and warn the world, it is probably impossible to calculate how many manpower and material resources were mobilized and how many innocent lives were harmed, and he was too lazy to calculate. Advertisement. The world is so cruel and cold-blooded, that's why he has no energy for anything and always looks lazy, because he knows that no matter how serious you are, you still can't change things that shouldn't be changed. Porosalino, you are shaken. Zepha stared at Kizaru sharply. He knew his student very well. He could see what he was thinking and what thoughts he should not have. No, I was just distracted. Kizaru prevaricated. Instead of getting distracted, it's better to go down and help Sakazuki and the others. This farce should be over. Zepha said knowingly. Without saying a word, Kizaru turned into a dim yellow light and galloped towards the coast. The three most popular lieutenant generals in the Marine headquarters are facing off against a pirate who was unknown before. This battle is really beyond people's expectations. This should be a duel with a great disparity in power, and it should end with the three lieutenant generals quickly ending the battle. But the result now is that Lin Yu faced the combined siege of the three lieutenant generals with ease, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the garden. The 3 powerful Logia fruit abilities all appeared, but they were not able to break Lin Yu's domineering body protection. It was too shocking and unexpected. This kind of power is already at the level of Roger Rayleigh, but there was no relevant information about this person before. Can such a strong man really be unknown, huddle on such an unknown island, and live an ordinary life? Really, it's incredible, beyond ordinary people's understanding. Zepha, who was standing on the bow of the boat, became more and more anxious, smoking cigars one after another. Even he would be overwhelmed if his 3 students joined forces at the same time, but the young boy in front of him, a guy he had never heard of before, seemed to be able to do it with ease. Damn it, if we delay it any longer, no one knows what kind of reversal will happen. Finally, Zepha broke the railing next to him with an angry punch. Then he turned around and ordered to the sailor who was delivering the order. Order all warships to aim at the island and bombard me hard. He couldn't wait any longer and needed to end this cleanup operation immediately. Fire now, but the lieutenant general and the others are still on the island. The messenger said in surprise, unable to believe his ears. They are all capable people, nothing will happen to them. Zepha said cold-bloodedly. But, the messenger was still hesitant. Are you going to disobey my order? Zepha looked over with a stern look, which frightened the ordering soldier so much that he trembled and turned around to start passing on the order. Chapter 9 The Whitebeard Pirates Attack. Ice Age. Dark Hound. Lightspeed Kick. The 3 lieutenant generals all unleashed their skills and swept towards Lin Yu like a destructive force. Drink. Lin Yu exclaimed in shock, and his whole body looked like a knight from the Dark Knight, elegant and calm under the domineering attachment. Bang. The elemental attacks collided together, causing a huge smoke. Everything was blurred, and only Lin Yu's figure was clearly visible. TCH. Can you guys not attack at the same time? Your power will be eaten up by your abilities. Akainu shouted at them through gritted teeth. It's up to you not to interfere. Aokiji responded unhappily. My attack is clearly ahead of you, so don't take me with you. Kizaru said seriously. At this time, they were still interested in arguing. Lin Yu on the side seized this opportunity and took the initiative. The 4 of them went back and forth, falling into a state of anxiety. Others seemed to think that these 4 people were not engaged in a life and death duel, but rather as if they were practicing. In fact, it's just because neither side can break the other's defense. The 3 lieutenant generals are upright and young, and their abilities have been developed not only to perfection, but also to a very proficient level. Coupled with the blessing of domineering, they are even more powerful. On the other hand, although Lin Yu was not a person with fruit abilities, facing his super domineering power, the 3 of them still couldn't break the defense for a while. This directly caused the battle between the 4 people to become a meaningless war of attrition. It is a joke in itself that 3 high-profile lieutenants worked together to attack an unknown pirate. If we continue to fall into an anxious battle between you and me, then if word spreads, it will be a joke within a joke. The 3 of them still have to hang out in this area. They still have to establish authority among the Marines. What a fart this time. The more the 3 of them thought about it, the more frustrated they became, and then they mobilized all their strength to rush towards Lin Yu. The 3 lieutenant generals turned into 3 groups of elements and surrounded Lin Yu, trapping him firmly in the middle. What is this called? A fight between trapped beasts? Advertisement. It's ridiculous. Lin Yu looked at all this with a sneer. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sharp sound of bombs tearing through the space came anxiously. Lin Yu looked keenly, and saw countless bombs coming like rain, overwhelming the sky, and could only be described as, FK. You actually took advantage of others' duel to shoot cold arrows. You Marines are so above board. Lin Yu originally wanted to paralyze the 3 opponents in front of him when he said these words, so that they would not intervene to stop the bombs from the air. But just as he was about to pull away, Akainu's attacks followed by Aokiji and Kizaru's attacks. The successive attacks broke his wishful thinking. Hey, the bomb is coming, why don't you get out of the way? Lin Yu shouted anxiously, forgetting that they were Logia ability users. Stupid guy, artillery shells are ineffective against us. Akainu answered him nonchalantly. Hateful. Seeing the bomb coming, Lin Yu couldn't get away. If it were a little later, the consequences would be disastrous. There are still so many residents on the island. Lin Yu's heart was already in his throat. Clang. Bang bang bang. As a sharp wave of air passed over the head, the bombs flying in the air suddenly exploded one after another in an instant. One after another bombs exploded high in the sky, and flames scattered in all directions. Putting aside the war, the sudden appearance of flames filling the sky was really damn romantic, and even a little ambiguous. Lin Yu and the others couldn't help it for a moment and wanted to put their hands together and make a wish. Who is it? Lin Yu and the 3 lieutenant generals came to their senses and looked at the town on the island at the same time. The weird air wave just now was definitely man-made, like a slash. Ahahaha. A burst of rude laughter came first with quite a charm. Immediately afterwards, a domineering figure suddenly fell from the sky. When it landed on the ground beneath its feet instantly sank and shattered, causing rocks to rise. That's not all. At the same time, several figures of various colors fell down, some holding knives and some holding guns, with different postures, and their arrogant and domineering expressions showed that they were extremely unkind. Ah, this is the Whitebeard Pirates. Advertisement. The people on the marine warship, including the pirate group who secretly watched the movements here from a distance, showed equal amounts of surprise and surprise at the same moment. How could it be the Whitebeard pirates? Shouldn't they be Roger's crew to defend Roger's hometown? You know, Whitebeard and Roger are famous rivals. The two groups of people have forced each other into desperate situations several times. So how could Whitebeard come to defend Roger's hometown? It doesn't make sense, it really doesn't make sense. But the people in front of him were obviously Whitebeard and his men. At this moment, the most crazy person is Zepha. He thought he had anticipated everything, but he ignored Whitebeard, a troubled and unstable element. Zepha knows that although Roger and Whitebeard are enemies, they are also friends at a certain point. Although they fight each other, they respect each other more in their hearts. This relationship is the most fatal. He once saw that after a pirate was arrested and asked to confess his enemy, he did not reveal any information about the other party until his death. These damn pirates are tougher than guns when it comes to emotions. Damn it, everyone with stars on their shoulders, come with me. Zepha knew this, so he could no longer sit still and wait for death. He dropped his cigarette butts, and after giving orders behind him, he jumped off the warship without hesitation. The coast is very lively now. Lin Yu, 3 lieutenant generals and the Whitebeard pirates. These people are not convinced by me and I are not convinced by you, but they all just stare at each other. Ah ha 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 ha. Boy, you have good skills. Whitebeard didn't even look at the 3 lieutenant generals. He just stared at Lin Yu closely and chatted with great admiration. Looking at the middle-aged Whitebeard, his gentle and simple face shows both frank justice and an indescribable murderous aura that is not annoying. This murderous look matched with the gentleness in his eyes did not seem inconsistent, but rather complemented each other, making people feel appropriate and even want to get close to him involuntarily. There is indeed a unique charm between the eyebrows. Compared with Roger, he is a little less innocent, but more calm. Is this Whitebeard, the man who acts as a father everywhere? The domineering slash you just performed was pretty good. Lin Yu not only thanked him for his help just now, but also repaid the compliment he had given him now. His answer was a pun, which was very appropriate. It did not make people think it was deliberate flattery, but he also expressed all the meaning that he should have. Ah ha 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 ha, since they are all good, we should compete and see who is better. Whitebeard's belligerence in the face of strong men emerged. Not today, let's try another day. Lin Yu looked at the rows of warships not far away and calmly refused. That's right, I forgot that there are still a bunch of annoying bugs here. Whitebeard looked at the 3 lieutenant generals nearby and said without concealing his contemptuous attitude. Chapter 10 The reason why General Zepha broke his arm. Whitebeard, don't be too arrogant. Since you showed up today, let us arrest you together. This will save us having to search for you all over the world. Akainu clenched his fists and stood majestically, his eyes wild. Where did this come from? Marine, you are so shameless. Where are Garp and Sengoku? Go get them. Whitebeard glanced at Akainu contemptuously. I am the Lieutenant General of Marine Headquarters. How dare a mere pirate leader be so arrogant? Akainu said, and he fiercely spread out his posture to attack Whitebeard. Wait a minute Sakazuki. You are no match for him. Zepha's voice sounded majestic. Looking back, a group of aggressive marine leaders followed Zepha to the shore. Zepha stepped forward with a serious look on his face. Whitebeard, are you sure you want to intervene in this war that has nothing to do with you? Doesn't it matter? Ha 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 ha. Sorry, General Zepha, this has been my territory since I set foot on this island. Whitebeard said calmly and calmly. Whitebeard, think about it. You are now an enemy of Marine Headquarters. Can you bear the consequences? Zepha threatened coldly. Ah, I'm a pirate, haven't I always been your enemy? Whitebeard picked his ears with his fingers and said impatiently. You see clearly, there are only a few of you, and we have hundreds of warships coming this time. Zepha pointed at the warships behind him, but he had no idea in his heart, because he knew very well what Whitebeard was capable of. In a real fight, these warships were not enough for him to handle at will. Ah ha 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 ha. Zepha, your threats really make me lose my temper. Go and call Garp. We haven't finished the fight last time. While Whitebeard was talking, he fiddled with the big sword in his hand, and then slammed it on the ground. With his tall figure, he was as majestic as a Buddha. Zepha also had a bad temper. When he heard that he was completely ignored, he instantly became extremely angry. I will be your opponent. Zepha pulled off his cloak with one hand, revealing a body full of scars and muscles. Boring. Whitebeard stood there indifferently and spat out these 2 words coldly. Cut. Zepha gritted his teeth, rushed forward with a whoosh of his strong body, and punched Whitebeard's head. However, his body was robbed by Lin Yu midway. Advertisement. The fists of Zepha and Lin Yu collided together, and the dark domineering energy spread instantly with a shrill scream. This kid is really good. How dare a person like this come up to catch General Marine's attack? The people around Whitebeard praised Lin Yu. Hey, boy, get out of here. As for the general, let us handle it. Beerus, the foil swordsman of the Whitebeard pirates, said kindly to Lin Yu. Whether it's a general or a marine, it's just a piece of cake. I only ask you one thing, help me rescue the residents of the island. Lin Yu said to Whitebeard and the others leisurely while resisting Zepha's attack. Hey, this guy has a pretty cool tone. With this kind of temperament, he won't live long in this world. Comments on Beerus's accident. Ha, whether you live a long life or a short one, you have to live a valuable life. If you can die well, I don't care if you die early. Ever since Lin Yu traveled to this world, he had taken a dim view of life and death. You're right, not only are I going to take away the villagers on the island today, but you and I are also going to be taken away. It would be such a waste to let you die here. Whitebeard admired Lin Yu very much and said happily. What? Lin Yu and Zepha were startled at the same time and shouted in unison. Whitebeard, stop uttering such arrogant words. None of you will be able to leave today. Akainu couldn't wait any longer, waving his hot arms to attack Whitebeard. Whitebeard glanced coldly and slashed with his knife. The moment Akainu's magma fist came into contact with Whitebeard's sword, it instantly exploded in all directions as if it received an irresistible force. Damn it! Akainu held his arm and backed away. Blood flowed from the arm where he had just punched. He was injured. Your name is Sakazuki, right? I remember you. Practice for a few more years and come fight with me. Whitebeard said with compassion when he saw that Akainu was still staring at him, unwilling to admit defeat even though he was injured. Kizaru and Aokiji on the side were surprisingly calm and did not rush forward. They knew that with their current strength, they were no match for this mythical man on the sea. A small impatience will mess up a big plan. A man must be able to bend and stretch to win the final victory. Advertisement. Are you kidding me? Marine's dignity will never be ruined in my hands. I will stake my name as a general on the line and hunt down all of you pirates. Zepha used all his strength to knock Lin Yu away and rushed towards Whitebeard. Edward Newgate, take your life. Zepha roared like a giant beast. Whitebeard stood there, witnessing the blow that cost his life, and said impatiently. It's so noisy. This nonsensical attitude has flaws all over it. While speaking, he also assumed his classic sword-wielding posture. Teacher, it's dangerous. At this time, seeing Whitebeard's posture, it was like a tiger descending from the mountain. Aokiji and the others sensed something was wrong and shouted to Zepha at the same time. However, it was already too late. Zepha's rampaging figure had already approached Whitebeard. In an instant, the two figures passed each other, and the sword light exploded along with the scattered domineering energy. In the end, Zepha fell in a pool of blood, and he broke an arm. Zepha, you should really read the sentence impulse as the devil. This arm should be a lesson. Whitebeard said compassionately. Seeing this scene, Aokiji and the others rushed to Zepha and helped him up. At this moment, Zepha's face did not show the pain of losing his arm, but only shock. Is this the gap? Is there always an insurmountable gap between Whitebeard, Roger, Garp, Sengoku, and these people? How can I cross this gap? I really want to become stronger and destroy them all. These hateful pirates are obviously evil people. Why does God give them such powerful power? Why doesn't it give me such power? Unfair, unfair. Zepha's thoughts were like falling into an abyss, falling down and down. Teacher, teacher. It wasn't until he heard his students' call that he gradually came back to his senses. Retreat. The battle has failed. Zepha came back to his senses and looked at Whitebeard with desperate eyes. It's wise of you to admit defeat. Whitebeard finally said these words, then turned and walked away. Pain swelled on Zepha's face. He failed twice today, once when an arm was cut off just now, and again when Whitebeard gave him these words before leaving. Chapter 11 Oolong Incident. At night, the sparkling sea is swaying in the moonlight, very lively and playful. The tall and straight hull of the Moby DK was like a prehistoric beast, moving forward slowly. Everything seemed very quiet. On the bow of the ship, Lin Yu stood facing the wind. He couldn't sleep. The originally planned life was shattered in an instant. He is now Marine's #1 enemy, Roger's accomplice, and Whitebeard's accomplice. Overnight, his domineering appearance against the 3 lieutenant generals Zepha spread throughout the world. People looked at him like a beast. A new star made his debut with a bang. Will he be the next Roger and turn the world upside down? It's really exciting. This is a resounding sentiment from all over the world. Now that things have happened, where should he go? Looking up at the bright moon, Lin Yu took a long breath and said a long-lost tone of voice. Grass. Can't you sleep either? There was even a response. Lin Yu turned around when he heard the sound, and teenage Shanks stood behind him with a mature look. It turns out to be Shanks. Thank you very much this time. Lin Yu showed a bright smile. No need to show this deliberate smile of thanks, I am not doing it for you, but for my Captain Roger. With that said, Shanks walked up to him, sat down on the deck holding the straw hat Roger gave him, looking both willful and cute. Lin Yu also sat on the deck. Looking at the thin body next to him, it was hard to imagine that in the future he would be one of the 4 emperors dominating the ocean. As for why Lin Yu wanted to thank little Shanks just now, it starts with Marine's execution of the island annihilation operation. When a large number of Marines, led by General Zepha, marched toward a small island in the East Daxia Sea, all forces in the world speculated that Marine's destination was Roger's hometown. This huge news, of course, also reached Shanks' ears. Advertisement. Shanks stayed in Rogertown for a week after witnessing Roger's execution. He walked in despair through the streets and alleys of Roger Town, and Captain Roger's voice and smile kept reappearing in his mind. It wasn't until he heard the news that he cheered up and immediately thought of an idea. Gather the gang to save Captain Roger's hometown. This is a reason that no one can refuse. Mr. Rayleigh, Mr. Jabba, I can finally see you again. Shanks smiled excitedly and showed a long-lost smile. But then he thought that since Marine dispatched troops to the captain's hometown openly, he must have expected that restless crew members like them would appear. Maybe they are secretly planning and waiting for us to show up. Although he is young, Shanks, who has a delicate mind, immediately thought of the conspiracy contained in it. He suddenly became dejected again. He couldn't think of anyone other than the big guy who would be willing to defend the captain's hometown. Seeing the captain's hometown be destroyed, this is the wish of most people. Captain, what should I do? Shanks raised his head, tears blurring his eyes. When you are sad, just look up at the blue sky, Shanks, and you will forget your sadness. This is what Roger told him, and he still remembers it, but why is it useless? Captain, Shanks looked up at the sky, feeling sad like a tide and couldn't stop it. Maybe it was because what he saw when he looked up was not a blue sky at all, but endless white clouds. White clouds covered the blue sky, making it impossible for him not to feel sad. These damn white clouds. White cloud. Shanks seemed to have thought of something and continued to mutter silently, Whitebeard pirates. At this time, besides the big guy, who else is willing to do something for the captain? It has to be Whitebeard. He and the captain are both the greatest enemy and the best friend. Whitebeard will not allow anyone to destroy the hometown of his best friend and best enemy. Shanks told himself this. At that time, the Whitebeard pirates were also in the East Daxia Sea. When Shanks came to Whitebeard alone and made that suggestion to him, Whitebeard said it well prepared. I can help, but you have to agree to a condition. Advertisement. What conditions? Shanks asked without thinking. He had already realized that even if he was missing an arm or a leg, it wouldn't matter if his life was taken away, as long as he could agree to his proposal. Join my pirate group. Whitebeard blurted out. No problem. Shanks didn't hesitate for even a moment. Then, little ones, set sail. Whitebeard shouted cheerfully. Afterwards, a tall and thin man with a pineapple head named Marco poked Shanks and said to him. Actually, the captain originally planned to stop Marine. In this way, the Whitebeard pirates unexpectedly appeared on the island, stopped the Marine led by Zepha, and indirectly saved Lin Yu and the residents of the entire island. Afterwards, Lin Yu also explained to them that it was not Roger's hometown, and he only had a relationship with Roger before his death. Everything is the result of Marine's imagination, who is eager to find opportunities. This was a self-inflicted fight. Everyone smiled at each other and didn't pursue anything. For the pirates, as long as they fight to their heart's content, no one cares whether it was an infringement or not. Perhaps all this is fate, ha 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 ha. Whitebeard occasionally said romantically. He thought he had got 2 good crew members for free, but little did he know that neither of them had their hearts in the ship. When knowing all this, the most sad and disappointed person was Shanks. He originally thought he could do something else for the captain, but in the end it was just a misunderstanding. Captain Roger, Shanks, who was sitting next to Lin Yu, finally couldn't restrain his fragile and immature heart and cried heartbrokenly. Roger has been chasing dreams all his life, never stopping for a moment. Now he has reached the other side. If he looks back and sees you crying, he will definitely not be happy. Lin Yu said softly, his words were meticulous and contagious. When Captain Roger gave me this straw hat, he said he would watch me grow until I became a man, but now Captain Roger is no longer here. You are already a man. Lin Yu stared at him with admiration and praised. As a dignified man, he has cried 3 times over one thing. What kind of man is this? Shanks let out his heart's cry. What are you doing here? A vigilant voice came. The two of them looked up, and saw a dark-haired young man with a serious look on his face, standing in the dark with his arms crossed, standing in front of them. Chapter 12 Young Blackbeard Teach and Shanks. Oh, it turns out to be the little fat black man. Seeing the person coming, Shanks wiped away his tears, stopped his sadness for a moment, and responded with a more or less provocative voice. My name is Teach, not a fat little black guy. Teach corrected Shanks seriously. Upon hearing this name, Lin Yu's body trembled and his eyes opened subtly. Is this guy the future Blackbeard Teach? I really can't tell. Facing the young Teach, the slightly immature and tough face is difficult to associate with the sinister and sinister Blackbeard in the future. What are you looking at? Teach noticed that Lin Yu was acting strangely towards him. No, we just couldn't sleep. In order not to disturb others, we ran to the deck to enjoy the breeze. Lin Yu said immediately. It turns out you can't sleep either. I haven't been able to sleep for many years. With that said, Teach slowly walked over and sat down cross-legged beside Lin Yu without any notice. Just like that, under the moonlight, the 3 of them sat there, feeling the endless blowing of the night wind. It was eerily quiet. The captain likes you very much, but I don't think you will stay on the ship. After a while, Teach's sharp voice came. Why do you say that? Shanks asked, unconvinced by what he said. It can be seen from your eyes that you have no expectations for this place. Teach said easily, as if it was a very simple thing to do all this. Lin Yu looked at Teach. He was very confident, and this confidence was like a flame in his heart, and I am afraid it will become more intense in the future. I'm afraid his arrogance in the future will have a lot to do with this. Are you leaving too? Don't you plan to stay on the ship? Shanks asked Lin Yu. That's right, I will get off the boat as soon as the residents on the island are delivered to the place. Lin Yu nodded. It's not that he hates pirates, let alone the sea, he just has no interest. Besides, he has been targeted by Marine and is regarded as the most wanted criminal. Wherever he stays, he will cause more trouble for that place. He plans to flee alone until one day the world forgets him and he can return to his previous life. A carefree life is what he pursues. Advertisement. Then where will you go next? Shanks seemed to be paying special attention to Lin Yu. I don't know, just go wherever you go. How can a Marine's most wanted criminal be in charge? He can go wherever he wants. Lin Yu shook his head and said with a clear view of everything. How about this? I plan to form a pirate group. I invite you to join and give you the position of deputy captain. How about it? Shanks looked at Lin Yu expectantly. Lin Yu smiled slightly, and then shook his head slowly but decisively. Shanks knew that a silent rejection was the most decisive, and he immediately showed a disappointed expression. Don't worry, you will definitely find your own partner and carve out your own world on this sea. Lin Yu encouraged Shanks. You are a formidable opponent, red-haired one. I am also optimistic about you. Next time we meet, we will have a fight. The outcome between us has not yet been decided. Teach sat aside and said to Shanks with an element of arrogance, encouraged. Thank you, little black fat man. Shanks' polite Kaido then fell into his own fantasy, imagining his future self, majestically leading his friends to gallop on the endless sea, just like Captain Roger. I told you my name is Teach, Teach. Don't call me little black fat guy. Teach slammed his fist on the deck and emphasized with temper. Don't you also call me redhead. I have a name, Shanks, Shanks. Shanks said, imitating Teach's tone. Okay, I know you Shanks, next time we see you on the battlefield, I will beat you up. Teach clenched his fists, looking aloof and jealous. HMPH, whoever is afraid of you, I recognize you, Teach. I won't be merciful when we meet next time. I'll beat you all over the place. Shanks replied unequivocally. Lin Yu put his hands behind his head and looked helplessly at the two arguing. In the coming days, the two would indeed meet on various battlefields as they said. And they really don't show mercy and risk each other's lives. This made Lin Yu feel sad. Everything would be wonderful if it stayed in the initial stage. Once things get worse, all bad factors will come out to cause trouble. The human heart is full of strange circles, and hatred will arise if you are not careful. It is better to stay away from the crowd and away from disputes, Lin Yu thought. The night got deeper, so deep that even the moon was gone. Advertisement. Shanks lay beside Lin Yu and fell asleep without knowing when. Lin Yu put his coat on him, and the night wind continued to blow to prevent him from catching a cold. In this way, Lin Yu and Teach sat there awake until dawn. The two of them didn't say a word, and Lin Yu was curious about what Teach was thinking. At this time, I can already feel that Teach is very scary. Seagulls flew across the sky, and it was dawn. Their destination is an island on the Grand Route. Looking up, you can already see most of the island's outline. This island is the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. It is very hidden and has high security. The island is full of birds and flowers and gentle animals, making it a very pleasant paradise to live in. Soon, the boat had sailed to the shore, and after it was parked, everyone got off the boat one after another. The air here is so good, full of sweetness. Look, those flowers are blooming so beautifully, I've never seen them before. It's heaven. The villagers' eyes shone brightly, and they praised him without hesitation. Hiccup. This is my territory. Neither marine nor pirates will interfere with this place. You can live here to your heart's content. Whitebeard said cheerfully, as if giving someone an island was a very happy thing. The captain originally wanted to keep this island for his retirement in his later years, but now it is given to you. The young Marco on the side said stingily on behalf of his captain. Marco, you are talking too much again, the captain is not such a stingy person. One of the crew members laughed and accused Marco. I never said the captain was stingy, stop talking nonsense. Marco's face turned red with anger. Hiccup ha ha ha, today is the first day on the island. Don't be busy with settlement issues first. We have to have a party first. Getting drunk is the top priority. Whitebeard said seriously with a bit of childlike willfulness. Everyone present raised their hands in agreement. Chapter 13 Destination. Cheers, brother. Ha 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 ha. One more drink, friend. ... On the island and in the forest, people cheered one after another, and everyone drank happily. That's what pirates are: wine, companions and parties. In the world of pirates, there is no absolute hatred, no absolute interests, and no absolute friendship. But that doesn't stop them from partying. Uncle Whitebeard, I want to toast you. Shanks, already slightly tipsy, came to Whitebeard. Whitebeard was sitting on the ground majestically, holding a big mug that had just been filled with beer. Kid, you're not qualified enough to toast our captain, ha 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 ha. The crewman beside Whitebeard said mockingly to Shanks. Just because I am the future One Piece. Shanks suddenly roared, and everyone stopped and looked at him quietly. Ha 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 ha, this kid actually wants to be One Piece. Do you think that having been on Roger's ship means you can be One Piece? You're so naive. Then everyone burst into laughter. Being One Piece requires the courage to conquer this ocean. Do you have it, kid? Whitebeard stared at Shanks closely, as if trying to find out if that kind of courage existed in him. Not yet, but there will be in the future. I plan to disembark from your ship today and go find my crew. In the near future, I will fight with you in this area. Shanks used all his strength to say this. At this time, everyone stopped laughing. He said he was going to get off the captain. Someone said in confusion and shock. You must know that getting off the ship with the Whitebeard pirates is an extremely serious matter. Whitebeard suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared at Shanks with dignity. Advertisement. What did you say, kid? I didn't hear it clearly. Say it again. When Whitebeard said this, his tone was low, his face was full of black lines, and he was filled with murderous intent. Hey, boy, you are not allowed to anger the captain. Stop talking, you are drunk. Someone reminded Shanks this way. However, Shanks gasped, responded to Whitebeard's anger with fearless eyes, and spoke in a fierce tone. I said I would get off the ship, form my own pirate group, and fight against you. As soon as he finished speaking, the angry Whitebeard punched the tree next to him. There was a roar and the towering tree fell to the ground. Everyone was frightened. No, the captain is angry, and the consequences will be serious. There was only one person in the audience, drinking beer casually while watching this realistic farce. This person was Lin Yu. An insightful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew that with Whitebeard's character, how could he be serious with a kid? Doing this is probably to test Shanks' determination. After all, this sea is full of infinite beauty, but it also has infinite dangers. If you don't have full determination and the courage to go all out, you won't be able to go far at all. Boy, the comrades who got off the boat are traitors to me. Do you know how I treat betrayers? One word, death. Whitebeard suddenly stood up, and his powerful aura spread out, like a tiger descending from a mountain, making everyone present take a breath. If you can't go to sea alone, there's no point in living. Just do it. Shanks clenched his fists and stood calmly on the spot, full of strength, not afraid at all when facing the majestic Whitebeard. Everyone saw that the situation was about to develop in a bad direction, but no one dared to say a word, and the beautiful banquet suddenly became depressing. Hiccup ha 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 ha. What a stubborn boy, a bit like Roger. I already knew you wouldn't stay on the ship for long, and my place is not your home at all. Whitebeard suddenly laughed and said frankly. The whole audience breathed a sigh of relief. It's true, Captain, it was really scary just now. The crew couldn't help but complain. If you want to leave, you can do it at any time. You can take whatever you want. I will satisfy you with whatever I can give you. Whitebeard sat down on the ground again and said generously to Shanks. Advertisement. All I need is a small boat, Shanks said succinctly. Okay, I'll give you a boat. What else do you want? No more. Ha 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 ha. Okay, aren't you toasting to me? I did it. As he spoke, Whitebeard grabbed the wine glass next to him and drank heavily. This proves that Whitebeard has recognized Shanks. Shanks also raised his glass, drank the wine in the glass, raised his hand, threw the glass away, and turned around to leave. After boarding the boat sent by the Whitebeard pirates, Shanks looked back at the crowd on the island. He wanted to find Lin Yu's figure in the crowd. However, after looking for a long time, I couldn't find any trace of Lin Yu. I only saw Teach crossing his arms, looking at him in a daze, looking aloof. Shanks didn't wave goodbye to the only friend who saw him off. He will be an enemy from now on, and saying goodbye will make him lose face. He drove the boat gradually away, his figure became more and more blurred, and finally he was submerged in a wave of waves and disappeared completely. Shanks had never found Lin Yu in the crowd, but he had been staring at him the whole time. Lin Yu is a person who is not good at saying goodbye. He has always hated parting, but life is full of parting. You can't stop it. The only way is to take a break when parting and hide where the other person can't see you. You can avoid saying goodbye. Under normal circumstances, after saying goodbye, the chance of actually saying goodbye may not exceed 80%. What Shanks said today may seem like fantasy to others, but everyone laughed and forgot about it after hearing it. But it was extremely shocking to Lin Yu, because he knew that in the future, Shanks would do what he said today. Lin Yu bid farewell to Shanks sincerely. He raised his wine glass and silently paid tribute to Shanks who disappeared on the sea. After drinking up the wine in the glass, Lin Yu sighed slowly and heavily. He raised his head and saw a little bit of blue in the sky through the dense treetops. Then, Lin Yu murmured like this. His name was Shanks, and one day his most beloved captain died. He was heartbroken and walked around every corner of the town that day, his heart broken bit by bit. As a man, he cried 3 times for the captain's death. He never cried again since then, because nothing could be more painful than losing the captain. Goodbye, Shanks. Lin Yu said the word he hated most, goodbye. But what was even more annoying was that it was many years later when I saw him again. Chapter 14 The Peak Showdown with Whitebeard. At the end of the carnival, I looked around and saw that a lot of people were drunk. The remaining ones who drank well also had rosy cheeks. Whitebeard saw that his crew members were all talking nonsense, but Lin Yu, who was sitting cross-legged not far away, was still drinking beer leisurely, like a normal person. Hey, brother, I see you haven't stopped. Why don't you look drunk? Whitebeard walked to Lin Yu, put his arm around his shoulders and asked. Maybe I have something on my mind, and if I can't resolve it, it's hard to get drunk. Lin Yu said as he kept drinking. What's on your mind? What else are you worried about? Whitebeard looked at the villagers who had been resettled and wondered what Lin Yu had on his mind. I can't explain it, it's just a feeling of loss. Lin Yu sighed, his peaceful life was broken, and he became Marine's most wanted criminal. The future life will definitely be difficult. The things he hates most come to him in pairs, so how can he not be troubled? Brother, when you come to a banquet, the most taboo thing is to feel depressed. Listen to my advice, put your worries aside, have a good drink, and wait until you wake up. Whitebeard is also quite good at enlightening people. Ha 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 ha, I have this kind of personality. Troubles easily ferment in my heart. You don't have to worry about me. Lin Yu said generously and lonely. Okay, since you insist on worrying, let's have a fight. Whitebeard wanted to enlighten him in another way. Stop making trouble, it will destroy this island. Lin Yu knew very well Whitebeard's ability to destroy the world. Don't worry, I will control my strength. If you don't even have this little self-control, wouldn't you be looking down on me? Whitebeard dismissed his concerns and continued to extend his warm invitation. Come on, let's have a showdown between men. Unless you are scared, you will definitely agree. You have said so, what other reason do I have to refuse? With that said, Lin Yu stood up from the ground. At this time, everyone's eyes were attracted. This scene was like a dose of sobering medicine, which immediately made everyone sober up, turning from drunkenness to excitement. It's a pleasure to see my dad fighting with others. Advertisement. This kid looks very cool. He dares to compete with dad. Let's wait and see how he loses the duel in embarrassment. Don't underestimate this guy. He can even receive Marine General Zepha's fist without any pressure. This guy shouldn't be underestimated. HMPH. Let's talk about it if we can take daddy's punch. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates basically had no hope in Lin Yu. Only the villagers who were rescued by Lin Yu cheered for Lin Yu. Come on, Lin Yu. Shall I? The former tavern waiter, hid in the crowd, looked at Lin Yu from a distance, clenched his palms, and cheered for him in his heart. Whitebeard and Lin Yu then came to an open space behind the island. The two of them didn't talk nonsense and immediately started their posture. What an interesting battle this will be. I'm really looking forward to it. Whitebeard's fighting will is already ready to try. Dad, do you want to get your weapon? Someone in the crowd reminded Whitebeard. No need. Whitebeard looked at the defenseless Lin Yu and immediately and decisively refused. This is a fair matchup. Boy, you take the first move. Whitebeard said cheerfully, staring at Lin Yu. Then you're welcome as a junior like me. Lin Yu's body immediately attacked, and his figure was as fast as a ghost. Whitebeard grinned and let out a low-pitched smile, as if he was very satisfied with Lin Yu's attack. The next second, the fists of the two collided fiercely, and the powerful domineering force spread. Whitebeard stared at Lin Yu closely, opened his eyes, and at the same time used Conqueror's domineering force. Originally, he wanted to greet Lin Yu, but Lin Yu also released Conqueror's domineering energy, and the strength was like a king's aura that crushed the opponent. Ha 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 ha, sure enough, you have won too. Whitebeard said happily. After saying that, he took a step back, retracted his fist, and at the same time began to accumulate strength, and the ability to shake the fruit was finally activated. Boy, the real attack is coming. If you don't use all your strength to deal with this blow, you will be beaten far away. Whitebeard reminded kindly. Thanks for the reminder. Lin Yu smiled relaxedly and clenched his fists at the same time. The dark domineering energy adhered strongly and slowly. This time, the armed domineering energy was a little different from before, exuding a faint yellow hot light. Advertisement. Look, Dad is about to use that trick. The onlookers said excitedly, while their bodies unconsciously took a few steps back. Drink. With a roar, the two fists collided again. Fierce domineering energy surged out like a tide, and the explosive power caused cracks in the space around them at the moment of contact. Even the space was torn apart by the strength of the two, but their bodies were not damaged at all. They can also see the smiles on each other's faces. Not only that, the domineering power quickly expanded outwards, shaking the entire island. Look, the clouds. I heard one person in the messy crowd pointing to the sky and shouting in fright. People looked up in response and saw the clouds in the sky rolling outwards rapidly with them as the center. Even the clouds in the sky are afraid of the battle between two people. It's so shocking. Is this a king-level battle? I remember the last time such a battle happened was 2 years ago, when Dad had a conflict with the Roger pirates. There was an incredible sound from the crowd. This man's name is Lin Yu, right? I've never heard of it before, but as soon as he came out, he was fighting against the general and his father. This guy's hiding is quite deep. There was more talk about Lin Yu in the crowd, changing from the ridicule just now. Dad and him seemed to be laughing. Suddenly someone pointed at the two people who were dueling and said, they must have been looking forward to this moment for a long time. The strong desire the strong. People's emotions have also been aroused, and the exciting battles are extremely enjoyable to watch. Looking at Whitebeard and Lin Yu, both of them showed their heart-to-heart feelings for the first time in a long time. Hiccup ha 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 ha. Apart from Roger Garp and the others, this is the first time I've had so much fun playing it. You're really good, kid. Whitebeard said, unable to conceal his inner joy. Really, I feel the same way. The pain that was boiling in my chest just now seems to be gone. Lin Yu responded with a sincere smile. The fists of the two collided together countless times. The fierce and brilliant power was like a meteor passing through, full of ultimate beauty. This highly entertaining duel was not over until both of them exhausted their energy and fell to the ground. Chapter 15 Shichibukai Plan, Zepha resigns from marine position. The blue sky is already cloudless. Whitebeard and Lin Yu both collapsed to the ground, looking at the blue sky above their heads heartily and beautifully. It seems like I'm back to my carefree days all of a sudden. Lin Yu showed a frank smile on his lips and murmured happily. Boy, you should go sailing, find a group of friends who belong to you, and then fight against me on this sea. Whitebeard said enthusiastically, as if he couldn't wait any longer. Ha, what's your hobby? Lin Yu said with a smile. The strong ones should be used as opponents. This is interesting, Whitebeard said frankly. Ha 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 ha, Lin Yu excused himself with laughter. I'm telling you, brother, if you say it, you will definitely make a name for yourself in this ocean. Whitebeard had great hopes for Lin Yu. I just want to go out and hide from the limelight for a few days. When the world forgets me, I will return to this island and live a peaceful life. Lin Yu closed his eyes, recalling the meaning of a peaceful life. Brother, listen to my advice. You have already stepped into this dispute between pirates and marines. It will be difficult to escape. Whitebeard said earnestly. How will you know if you don't try it? Lin Yu said with a smile. Others are trying to make a living and fight hard, but he is trying to escape from it all. I really don't know whether I should call him a coward or a person who sees through the essence of the matter. You make me unpredictable, brother. Depending on your ability, you can turn the world upside down, but you insist on hiding your name and living the life of an unknown bird. Whitebeard really couldn't figure it out. Everyone has his or her own personality. I don't like bustle and hustle and bustle, I only like peace and quiet. Lin Yu said soothingly and deeply, as if he had seen through everything, but did not disturb him. This kind of aloof mentality was admirable and unpredictable. Okay, this is all I have to say to advise you. If I say more, I might sound like a mother-in-law. Whitebeard said calmly. Thank you, Lin Yu responded politely. I think you won't stay on the ship anymore. You don't bother to follow the path of a pirate, and now you are wanted by Marine. Have you thought about the next path? Advertisement. Whitebeard asked. Let's walk around. Mainly avoid Marine, but also take the opportunity to wander around the world. One day, the world will forget me. Lin Yu said confidently. Forgetting is a long process. Are you really ready? The two listened to the sound of the waves, looked at the deep blue sky, and chatted slowly, as if the world had been left behind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Marine headquarters, Marie Joya. In a luxurious room, 5 people in suits were sitting or standing. Their postures were different, and their appearances were very different. Their unsmiling faces looked as serious as if their father had just died. These 5 guys are the current 5 elders, the closest henchmen of Draco IM, the direct leaders of the Marine headquarters Fleet Admiral and the General. The Buster Call just launched against O'Hara a while ago, and the public execution of One Piece Roger to the world, were both execution orders directly issued and signed by them. They swear allegiance to the Celestial Dragons, and all decisions they make are for the Celestial Dragons. For this reason, they dominate Marine and can commit crimes all over the world at will, and every time they cover up all the negative things they do. They give the world the impression that they are representatives of justice, but little do they know that they can define their justice at will, and even give their evil deeds a guise of justice to confuse everyone. This is undoubtedly the most disgusting scum. Of course, in the world of pirates, everything is a matter of standpoint. It can only be said that the standpoints are different, and it is difficult to simply define who is good and who is bad. Zepha's plan went bankrupt, and Marine's last fig leaf was torn apart. The 5 elders started talking, with a serious atmosphere and a serious tone. The atmosphere in the air really dropped to freezing point. Things are becoming increasingly difficult to control. Those D-clan are really annoying. I heard that the person who stopped Zepha this time was a young man who had never been known before. It's really not a good sign for such strong men to turn against the pirates one after another. We can't let them continue to be arrogant. We also need some fresh blood. I have to say that there are too many old guys in Marine. It's time to clean up the internals. Zepha's 3 students, Sakazuki, Aokiji and Kizaru, they are 3 good ones. What should Zepha do? He should be allowed to retire early. Then it's decided that General Zepha's position will be eliminated and he will be demoted to Lieutenant General. Advertisement. I'm afraid he won't do it if he's at the same level as his students. HMPH. He has no choice. He should die to apologize for bringing things to this point. If Marine is not short of people now, he should be allowed to pack up and go home. Okay, then this matter is settled. The Shichibukai plan can also be put on the agenda. It is absolutely ironic to use pirates to deal with pirates. Do you have any candidates for the first Shichibukai position? As for this kid, both in terms of strength and current influence, he is on the cusp of the storm. 5 elders picked up a newspaper, and it showed Lin Yu's domineering figure. Marine headquarters, government hospital. On the hospital bed, former Marine General Zepha was lying with an angry look on his face. Why? Zepha shouted angrily. Calm down, Zepha. This is a direct order from the 5 elders. Next to Zepha is the current Marine Fleet Admiral Cyborg. I saw Cyborg leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, facing Zepha, with a cold and worried look on his face. I have nothing to say about demoting me, but the Shichibukai plan to recruit those heinous pirates as companions is nonsense. Zepha covered his face with his remaining hand. Even so, he could see the huge hatred on his face. Pirates are evil, and they will remain evil throughout their lives. In the face of evil, what Marine should do is never compromise, and fight against this evil to the end until they are completely destroyed. This is the justice in Zepha's heart. The only way to deal with pirates is to kill them all. Zepha, you are too arbitrary. The way to solve things cannot just rely on brute force. Sometimes it also requires some conspiracy and strategies. Cyborg analyzed calmly. But to deal with pirates, you must use the most primitive method, which is to kill them all, otherwise they will come back sooner or later. Pirates cannot be trusted. Are those guys in Five Elders so stupid? They actually put their hope in pirates. On the head. The more Zepha spoke, the more excited he became, and the more he spoke, the more eloquent he became. Shut up, Zepha, watch your words. Although you have been demoted, you are still a Marine at Marine headquarters. Don't forget your identity. The expression on Cyborg's face suddenly became extremely cold, as if he was about to hit someone at any time. This rebuke instantly brought Zepha back from the edge of angry collapse. Neither of them spoke for a while. I resign. Finally, Zepha said these 3 words. Chapter 16. The boat sets off and encounters a storm on the way. I really want you to stay on the ship, Whitebeard said to Lin Yu affectionately. Lin Yu greeted and pushed the boat into the sea, while turning back and smiling at Whitebeard. We will meet again. This sea is very big, and sometimes it is also very small. Hiccup ha 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 ha. See you soon, brother. Whitebeard waved to Lin Yu. Lin Yu sat on the boat and waved to Bybird, waved to the villagers behind Bybird, and waved to his once ordinary life. Say goodbye to everything, but I will come back, for sure. Lin Yu firmly believed this. Mr. Lin, when can I see you again? Suddenly a figure struggled through the crowd, rushed out and shouted heartbreakingly at Lin Yu. Lin Yu saw the person coming. It was Xiao Ai, the tavern waiter. He smiled knowingly and responded with a fresh voice. I'll go outside to hide from the limelight. When the world forgets me, I will come back. You have to run a tavern on this island again, because I want to drink the wine you brew as soon as I come back. Lin Yu's words were like a series of long-lasting confessions to Xiao Ai. She covered her mouth and was too excited to speak, she just nodded desperately. This charming little girl may have fallen in love with someone she shouldn't have fallen in love with. Next time, I should really fall in love with her, Lin Yu thought, while sliding the paddle in his hand, he slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. Dad, do you really want to let this guy go? He may become our strong enemy in the future. Teach, who was smaller but more imposing, said to Whitebeard. Becoming a strong rival, that's what I want, ha ha ha. Whitebeard said cheerfully, followed by a hearty laugh that resounded through the sky. A few days later, the sun is dazzling and the sea is calm. Seagulls flew innocently through the sky without even dropping a drop of bird poop. Lin Yu hadn't eaten for 3 days, and he had given up aimless sailing since yesterday. Just lie in the boat and let the boat do whatever it wants. Maybe I could just drift all the way to hell. Soon a sudden rain broke Lin Yu's leisurely thoughts. Advertisement. The blue sky changed from scorching sun and clear sky to dark clouds at a speed beyond imagination, then to light rain, and then to heavy rain. Lin Yu sat cross-legged in the boat with an innocent look on his face. It feels like being teased by someone, but you don't know who is teasing you. It makes people feel itchy and unbearable. I don't know when the rain will stop, just like I don't know when a woman will change her mind. The boat seemed overwhelmed by the wind and rain, and seemed to be falling apart. It's true that misfortunes never come singly. With a click, a thunderbolt flashed across the sky, vaguely illuminating the world ahead that was obscured by the rain curtain. That was a ship just now. Lin Yu saw in the flash of light just now that there was a ship approaching not far ahead. As expected, the road is boundless, so Lin Yu used his last strength to row in that direction. Soon a huge hull appeared in front of Lin Yu. Hey, is anyone there? Lin Yu made a miserable scream, but the sound quickly disappeared among the rain and thunder, and no one responded to him. Damn it. Lin Yu rolled up his sleeves, climbed directly, and reached the deck in 3 strokes. All his physical strength had been exhausted, and he could only lean on the deck with a distracted gaze, waiting for someone to come. The rain was still falling, hitting Lin Yu's face, blurring his vision. After an unknown amount of time, he vaguely felt a figure approaching. Kung Pao chicken, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and another portion of rice, no, 2 portions of rice. Lin Yu was so hungry that he started talking nonsense, forgetting that he had traveled to the pirate world. However, what awaited him was a head-on blow. When a thunderbolt flashed across the sky again, you could clearly see a flag with a skull flying on the top of the ship. This is a pirate ship. Captain, what should we do with this guy? A young man asked 2 men with fierce looks. Throw it into the sea and feed it to the fish. One of them said, a young and domineering man with dead fish eyes and a dead-eyed expression. Hey, don't answer the question, the captain is calling me, you can't answer randomly. The other person said indifferently, looking condescending. This is my ship, of course I am the captain. The young man emphasized fiercely. Do you want to fight? The other man said without mercy. The sharp dispute woke up Lin Yu. Advertisement. Where is this? Lin Yu couldn't help asking, and at the same time found that he had been tied up. Captain, this kid is awake. The little guy pointed at Lin Yu, who opened his eyes and shouted. Everyone in the cabin looked at Lin Yu, all with fierce expressions. Lin Yu knew that he had arrived at a den of thieves. Is there anything to eat? I haven't eaten in several days. Lin Yu was unmoved by their looks. As soon as these words came out, everyone was caught off guard. That's not right, Captain. When people see us, shouldn't they beg for mercy and pretend to be pitiful? A young man looked at the two captains in confusion. Don't you know what we do? A cold-faced man raised his face and stared at Lin Yu intimidatingly. You should be able to guess some. Lin Yu said calmly. Tell me about it. You are all dressed sloppily, with fierce expressions on your faces, and your whole body smells like scum. You must be pirates. Lin Yu joked with a smile, forgetting even 3 points of hunger. Captain, this guy insulted us. The little guy turned around and said seriously. No, he is right. Aren't we scum? The young captain said calmly. We are complete scum, scum who do all kinds of evil. When others call us scum, that is the greatest recognition of us. Another captain added, Captain, what should we do with this boy? The boy asked. Untie him and give him something to eat. Captain, can I ask a question? Wouldn't it be an insult to our dignity as pirates to loosen our bonds and feed a thief who sneaked aboard? The minion asked hesitantly. The eyes he looks at us are clear and transparent, and his words are sincere. Even if he is not a fellow pirate, he must be a scum who is about to join the ranks of pirates. Don't worry, Captain, I am the best judge of people. Hey, I'm the captain. When the other person saw what he said, he immediately said unhappily. The little guy obediently untied Lin Yu and handed him a piece of meat. Lin Yu couldn't help but salivate as he smelled the aroma of the meat, and finished it off in 3 strokes, 5 by 5, and 2 by 2. Hey, this guy looks so rough when he eats, he looks like an old pirate. When the people around him saw Lin Yu's eating appearance, they couldn't help but say. At this time, Lin Yu raised his head and saw the people around him clearly. First of all, the slightly childish faces of Crocodile and Moonlight Moria caught Lin Yu's eyes. Chapter 17 Young Pirates. You actually know us, hehehehe. It seems that we are quite famous. You must have gone to sea to follow in our footsteps, right? The young and proud Moonlight Moria opened her hands and said with a smile. Chasing you. What a joke. Before Lin Yu could speak, Crocodile on the side sneered. Hey, you emotionless sandman, this is my ship. You'd better speak with caution when facing the captain. Moria glanced at Crocodile with a serious look. Whoever is the strongest is the captain, so the captain is me. Lao Sha replied coldly and confidently. The two are at odds with each other, and neither one is convinced by the other. When they were young, Lao Sha and Moria were really full of energy. Although they looked a little greener, they were also less worldly and more sincere. Then there's nothing to say. Now that the rain outside has stopped, let's take the opportunity to have a big fight. Whoever wins will be the captain. Okay, today I will show you how powerful I am. The two hit it off immediately, and soon came to the deck and started their posture skillfully. Hey, newcomer, do you want to place a bet and have some fun? I saw the gangsters on the boat gathered around in an interesting manner, betting on who would win. One of them kindly asked Lin Yu to join them. The captain is fighting, and you are still interested in betting on who will lose and who will win. Lin Yu said as he leaned over. Hey, we have long been used to it. Every few days, these two will have a fight. No matter how hard we try to persuade them, they will naturally stop when they are tired. The minions are also helpless. Since they can't stop it, they can only watch it as a business program. Lin Yu also thought about the skills of these two young people, so he sat cross-legged on the deck and prepared to watch the show. Lao Sha still has his hands at this time, and Moonlight Moria is not so bloated now, and they are both in their best years. Hey hee hee hee, take the move, I won't show mercy, Moria shouted confidently. Feel free to come over here. Lao Sha was not afraid at all. The two then fought together. The figures coming and going overlap and intersect with each other, no one has the upper hand, and no one is at a disadvantage. After many competitions, both sides already know each other's moves and skills very well, so fighting back and forth is as boring as trying to trick each other. Advertisement. Damn it, how did you know I was going to hit that place? TCH, you still know the direction of my attack. The two of them seemed very troubled. Let's see how you deal with my move. Lao Sha said, using a sand knife, slashing towards Moria. If this move hits, Moria will fly into 2 pieces. TCH, I expected it a long time ago. Moria waved the sword and easily changed the trajectory of the sand knife. Seeing that this attack was a draw again, both of them were shocked at the same time. Not good. I saw the trajectory of the sand knife changed and shot straight towards the sail of the pirate ship. Soon enough, a domineering figure suddenly appeared at lightning speed, and with a flying kick, the sand knife was dashed away handsomely. The figure fell to the deck with the sand rain all over the sky. Yes, this domineering and outrageous figure was Lin Yu. Ah, what a fast speed. I broke Captain Shaw's sand with one kick. Is it true? That posture just now felt so familiar. A group of minions gathered together and looked at Lin Yu with reverence. One of them took out a newspaper and shouted in shock. He is the boy who dealt with Marine General Zepha in the East Daxia Sea. As soon as these words came out, all the minions were shaken, and now the hottest figure in the ocean was standing in front of them. Even Moria and Lao Sha were surprised. After a while, everyone on the ship gathered around Lin Yu and listened to him talk about the situation at that time. It's a pity that you are not a pirate with such skills. Why don't you join me and be my partner? I will go to Wano country to deal with Kaido soon. When Kaido is defeated, I will become the daimyo of Wano country and let you do it. How about General? After Lin Yu finished speaking, Moria excitedly invited Lin Yu. Advertisement. You should also see that this guy just wants to use you. Kaido is nothing. After Roger's death, Whitebeard is the king of this sea. Only by defeating him can he be recognized by this sea, so are you interested in forming an alliance with me, and let's go deal with Whitebeard together. Lao Sha also invited Lin Yu equally affectionately, not forgetting to step on Mariah by the way. Hey, I was the one who made the invitation first. You, the guy who came from behind, step aside for me. Besides, I want to use him. I take a fancy to his ability, but I also want to be friends and partners with him. That kind of thing. Moria couldn't stand people saying that he was sorry for his partners. Lin Yu saw that these two people always argued about everything they did. They seemed to be inseparable from each other, but they seemed to like this kind of argument. They were really a pair of treasures. Ha, I just came out from Whitebeard. Speaking of which, I still owe him a favor. If I turn against him immediately and deny him, it would be a bit unreasonable. Lin Yu refused reasonably. Hey, I heard that there is no Sandman, you are out of luck. When Moria heard Lin Yu's words, he immediately laughed happily. However, before his laughter died down, Lin Yu spoke again. As for Kaido, things in Wano are very complicated. I have no interest in getting involved, and I also recommend that you don't go. Lin Yu stared at Mariah and said to him earnestly. Ah ha. Stinky bat, your wishful thinking has also come to nothing. Now it was Lao Sha's turn to laugh at Mariah. Shut up, smelly sand man. Moria said fiercely. Then where are you going next? You must know that Marines are arresting you all over the world now. It is too dangerous to be alone. The only way to win is to stay together as a team. Lao Sha stared at Lin Yu and said these thoughtful words. It is true that as you said, it is safer to stay together for warmth. But just because I am safer, I cannot put others in danger. To put it bluntly, I am now a broom star and a scourge. Anyone who has anything to do with me will become the target of Marines' attention, so acting alone is the best way. Quote. Lin Yu threw out all his thoughts, not only reasonably expressing the reasons why he could not accept their invitation, but also showing his upright heart, which seemed both respectable and admirable. What a pity. If possible, you must be a good partner. Moria said disappointedly. Lao Sha looked at Lin Yu, without any additional words to persuade him to stay, or words of pity. For him, as a man, it was too shameless to say these emotional words, but his eyes had already said everything that should be said. Lin Yu also felt this hot look and nodded at Lao Sha, which was a silent response between men. Oops, Captain, we found a marine warship ahead, but it's strange. An observing minion shouted to everyone, but his voice suddenly became confused at the end. Chapter 18 Encountering a marine warship on the road. Hey, we finally encountered a warship, boys, this is your chance to make a name for yourself, get ready to fight. Moria opened his hands, stood on the bow of the boat facing the wind, and said unscrupulously. Lao Sha was also gearing up and seemed eager to try. These guys are really arrogant, I won't just mess with them. Lin Yu muttered and retreated to the corner. Captain, there is something unusual about the warship ahead. The little guy who was observing with a telescope said with uneasiness in his voice. What's wrong? Moria asked. There seems to be a person hanging on this incoming marine warship. The little guy said slightly surprised. Ah, this is still so fresh. Moria took the telescope and looked at it. That's the pirate Daz Bones. After seeing it clearly, Moria said. Daz Bones. Is he the bald slayer who has become famous recently? I heard that the bounty is 30 million belly. Old Salvador said knowingly. He must have been defeated by Marine and hung on a warship to show off to the public. Fortunately he met us and taught Marine a lesson and at the same time rescued him. Moria said generously. Marine is still as uncomfortable as ever. Lao Sha clearly sneered at Marine's approach. Chirp. There was a sharp sound, the harsh sound of the cannonball rubbing the air. Oops, Captain, Marine found us. As soon as the little gangster's voice fell, a cannonball landed next to the pirate ship, instantly creating a splash of water several meters high. Marine is really unethical. He didn't even say hello when he came up, he just waited on me with cannonballs. It's really rude. Captain, what should we do? What should I do? Of course I'll reciprocate and beat him so hard that his son of ABCH will lose his soul. Ha. Advertisement. The pirates were not afraid at all. They laughed and loaded cannonballs and fired at the marine warship. Lin Yu crossed his arms and leaned on the mast, lowered his head, listening to everything around him, with a look of shame on his face. How could this be an upright war that would cost lives? It was simply a dance competition between the square dancers at the east end of the village and the west end of the village. It's really a bit of a joke. But it's also quite interesting. It's also a good experience to watch the battle between pirates and marines up close. Lin Yu thought this, and at the same time, an interesting smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Bang. 3 cannonballs were fired from the pirate ship at extremely high speed and rushed towards the marine warship. However, before the cannonball could reach the warship, it fell into the sea halfway. Captain, our range is not enough. The pirates were extremely anxious. Then drive closer and shoot the little ones. The mighty captain stood on the bow of the ship, waving his big hands and commanding calmly. The pirate ship accelerated and got closer and closer to the warship. At this moment, the commander on the marine ship is Deus, who comes from the marine headquarters and has the rank of Major General. He is an animal-type ability user with the form of a canine fruit pug. Report to Major General Deus, the enemy pirate ship is approaching our warship. When Deus heard the report from his men, his face trembled slightly, and then he sneered. HMPH. I'm afraid they didn't have enough range, so they came up on purpose to compete with us. Returning to Major General, it is indeed like this. We just exchanged fire and the enemy's shells fell into the sea without even touching us. Ha 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 ha. Self-righteous pirates are seeking their own death. As Day spoke, his eyes looked with supreme contempt as he looked at Daz Bones, who was hanging on the side, as if he was admiring the beast he had preyed on. Major General, our artillery shells have been loaded. We are just waiting for the pirate ships to approach and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Okay, let's fight like this and let them have a taste of what it's like to never come back. Des laughed triumphantly, then stared at Daz Bones with contempt, and continued. Today is such a good day. Someone can come and accompany you. On the pirate ship's side, Moria still stood majestically on the bow, waiting for the opportunity to come. His eyes widened and he began to give orders. Stop advancing. Prepare cannonballs. Moria gave an order, and the minions responded quickly. However, as soon as the pirate ship stopped, several cannonballs were fired from the marine warship. Advertisement. Marine seized the opportunity and didn't give Moria and the others a chance to react. When they stopped, they fired a wave of cannonballs as soon as possible. It's all up to me. Facing the rain of shells, Lao Sha's eyes flashed sharply. Then I saw him spreading his palms, and a stream of quicksand blew up in the center of his palms. Sandstorm. A domineering roar came from Lao Sha's mouth. A powerful air current carrying sand roared away. The artillery shells in the air suddenly lost their direction, flew away in all directions, and then exploded independently one after another. As expected of Captain Shaw, great. The minions cheered. Idiots, now is not the time to party, give me a fierce counterattack. Moria became angry because she was upstaged by Lao Sha. Bang bang bang. The pirates began to fight back, shells were fired, and explosions occurred one after another. Only one shell was seen hitting the right wing of the marine warship. Marine on the warship suddenly became busy. Reporting to Major General Dice, the pirates hit our right wing. A marine ran over and said to Deus in a loud voice. Idiot, I saw it and didn't go back to put out the fire. What a complete idiot. Seeing the warship being frustrated, Deus suddenly became angry. The scolded sailor stepped aside dejectedly. Ha 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 ha, good fight. Daz Bonus, who was being hoisted on the boat, saw the scene in front of him and shouted sarcastically. Is it your turn to speak here? As Deus said, he pulled off the rope that tied Daz, and he fell heavily on the deck. Deus walked over and stepped on his face mercilessly. I'll kill you pirates later. Oh no, pirates have attacked our ship. A sailor pointed at the deck and shouted in horror. Dicey heard the sound and looked over, only to see Mariah holding a big knife and grinning unscrupulously, and Lao Sha, who had a frighteningly cold face, standing there majestically, like gods descending from the earth. Chapter 19 Daz Bonus. They are Moonlight Moria and Crocodile. They are both pirates with a bounty of over 100 million. Deus said through gritted teeth. If he could arrest these two people at the same time, he would be sure of success in selecting the general at Marine headquarters this time. Hey, 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 are you here to save your fellow pirates? It's so touching. The pirates are really like a family. Deus said sarcastically, while stepping on Daz's face with a little more force. Hey hee hee hee, we are here to cause destruction, do you have any objection? Mariah responded to Deus's sarcastic remarks with a nonchalant expression. Oh, so it's not to save my colleagues. It seems that I think highly of you pirates who do all kinds of evil. You are so ruthless that you even betrayed your own people, so how could you come to save any of your colleagues? After Dicey finished speaking, he raised his head and laughed. This guy's face really disgusts me. Pirates can be killed, but they cannot be insulted or trampled on. So, get your stinky feet away. Lao Sha couldn't stand this kind of behavior, so he almost ordered Dicey. Well, I'll take it away. I'm just tired of stepping on this one. Let's step on the heads of you two guys for a change. Dicey took off his shirt and his muscles were rioting wantonly. After a while, a huge human-shaped pug appeared in front of everyone. Major General Deus has activated his ability, quickly retreat. The somewhat knowledgeable sailor said to everyone. Marines retreated in unison. Moria and Lao Sha were excited for a moment when they saw the animal fruit ability user, but when they saw Dicey transforming, they were suddenly disappointed. What is this? Moria pointed at Deus and said in shock. A dog, Lao Sha said coldly to Kaido. What kind? Moria asked. I don't know, it should be AB*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** have no experience in dealing with dogs, do you? Moria asked. Neither do I, but I heard people say that you need to hit a dog 7 inches. Lao Sha replied. Oh, isn't it 7 inches if you don't kill a snake? Moria was confused. Anyway, beating animals is the same. Lao Sha replied casually. So where are the 7 inches of the dog? Mariah asked again. Advertisement. Who knows, maybe it's on the butt. Lao Sha said randomly, and then the two of them laughed together. You two guys, stop talking so shamelessly. Des finally couldn't bear their arrogant conversation and rushed forward with an angry roar. It seems like the dog is in a hurry now. A dog will jump over the wall when it gets anxious. While the two were resisting Deus's crazy attack, they still couldn't help teasing each other. The battle didn't seem too thrilling. The three of them were well organized and it was quite reasonable for them to come and go. Deus's attacks were fierce and cumbersome, but Moria and Lao Sha were indeed very graceful, sometimes dodging and sometimes resisting, appearing a little careless. They did not take the initiative to attack and seemed quite polite. At first glance, I thought I was teasing a dog. These two are so strong. They were able to deal with Major General Deus without getting hurt. Major General Deus is in danger now. How about we go up and help? It's not good to just watch like this, right? I advise you to give up such an idea. Major General Deus is extremely devoted during the battle and does not distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. If you go up to help, you may only be torn to pieces by the Major General. The Marines who were watching were talking a lot, but no one dared to step forward to help. Have you two had enough fun? You keep chirping and you can only dodge and resist. Why don't you take advantage of me? Daisis' eyes glowed red and he gritted his teeth and said. We haven't had enough fun yet. Why are you in a hurry? Moria said with excitement. This is the first time I see such an interesting mad dog, so of course I have to tease him a little more. Lao Sha said for the first time in line with Moria. Then the two looked at each other and smiled, reaching a consensus. Damn it. Deus's muscles all over his body were twitching. He was extremely angry and without saying a word, he jumped towards the two of them again. At this time, no one noticed that a figure also came to the warship, and he walked quietly to Daz Bonus. Hey, are you okay? I'll get you out now. It was Lin Yu who spoke. Advertisement. He knew that Daz would be one of Lao Sha's indispensable partners in the future, and his appearance here today was inevitable. In this case, let me add fuel to the fire. Lin Yu thought this way. No, please help me open this sea tower stone chain. I still have essential things to do. When Daz spoke to Lin Yu, he stared at Major General Deus with hatred in his eyes. Lin Yu naturally saw the murderous intent in his eyes. He could also predict the reason, but he still couldn't help but stop him. Leave it to them both. Your body can't bear it. He killed a boatload of my comrades right in front of me. If this revenge is not avenged, I will feel sorry for them. Daz said through gritted teeth, his face flushed red from holding back, and it could be seen that he was trying his best to endure the pain and hatred in his heart. During the few days he was hung on the warship, he regretted immensely. He regretted bringing those people on board. He really hoped that he was the only one who died, and that all his partners could return home. Seeing that Daz's words had reached this level, Lin Yu was absolutely unable to do anything more to persuade him. I saw that his hand was armed with domineering force, and he easily took off the sea tower stone chain from his hand. Daz stood up from the ground. Although he was scarred and in rags, he stood nearly 2 meters tall, projecting a swaying figure like a ghost from hell. At the same time, he exuded an extremely oppressive force. The momentum cannot be underestimated. Men's grievances must be resolved. Don't look at them from the perspective of a secular virgin. Come on Daz, go and avenge your comrades. Let me pave the way for you. Lin Yu cheered for Daisy with porcelain words in his heart. At the same time, a domineering light flashed in his eyes, and then the figure disappeared from the place. The next second, Lin Yu's figure suddenly appeared domineeringly between Mariah and the others. The three of them were startled at the same time, wondering what Lin Yu's sudden appearance meant. Lao Sha, Moria, please stop for a moment and make room for a friend. With that said, Lin Yu didn't wait for them to react, took the hands of Lao Sha and Moria, and jumped out of the battlefield. Hey, what are you doing? The two people who were confused looked at Lin Yu blankly. You are just playing for yourselves, while others are busy with business. Lin Yu motioned for them to look at Daz. When Lao Sha and Moria saw Daz, who was wrapped in the flames of revenge, they understood everything instantly. Okay, let him give up this dog. Moria clapped his hands and sat down on the ground. Lao Sha didn't say a word, let alone sit on the ground, but looked at Daz with admiring eyes. Deus seemed to have noticed Daz behind him. He turned around and said in an unusually disdainful tone. What do you, a defeated general, want to do? Do you want to fall at my feet again? Daz didn't say a word, waved his knife, and the domineering figure rushed towards him like a ghost. Chapter 20 Partners. Everyone on the warship was stunned when they looked at Major General Deus who fell to the ground. Daz Bonus. Figure flashed past without leaving any trace, not even giving Deus a surprised expression. Instant kill. Hey, isn't this criminal a defeated general of Major General Deus? Why did a criminal who was tortured for 3 days suddenly become so strong? All the Marines on the warship felt very incredible. They didn't know that during the past few days while he was hanging, Daz was only thinking about one thing, and that was how to kill Deus with one blow. Daz shook off the blood on his hands and looked back at everyone coldly, like a Shinigami wandering out of hell. At this time, the Marines on the deck also reacted, raising their guns and pointing directly at Daz. At this time, Daz, who was facing a crowd of guns, smiled. Being able to die after taking revenge would be too timely for him. Friends, now I can go see you without any guilt, Daz said to himself. Shoot. The Marines pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. Dozens of gunshots rang out one after another, and Daz had given up resistance. At this moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared from different directions, blocking him from the speeding bullets. Your companions will not approve of your wasting your life. Lao Sha turned around and said to Daz in a domineering and warm tone. Since you are protected by your friends at the risk of your life, you should live well. You guy, please wake up. Moria woke up and shouted to Daz. What you have to do is not to give up your life, but to breathe in the air, live happily, and live for your partners. Lin Yu said to Daz with sincere feelings bursting out from his heart. Daz opened his eyes wide and recalled the burning eyes of the crew members when they fell in front of him. Each of those eyes seemed to tell him, live, live. Advertisement. Yes, live on for you. I want to live, Daz shouted, shaking his fist violently. The goal has been achieved, retreat. Kill a Major General Marine, and Marine reinforcements will arrive soon. Lao Sha calmly analyzed the situation. Hey, but I haven't had enough fun yet. Moria waved his sword, as if he was preparing to fight for 300 rounds. Molia, listen to Lao Sha this time. If you delay any longer, everyone will suffer. It is an eternal truth to give up when you see good things. If you are too greedy, you will lose everything. Lin Yu knows this very well. Okay. Moria was not completely reckless. After looking at the situation in front of him, he could only reluctantly agree. Immediately afterwards, the 4 people evacuated from the marine warship calmly. After returning to the pirate ship, they turned the bow and disappeared on the sea. After arriving on the ship, Moria began to tell the crew about what had just happened on the warship. The crew members also gathered around him very cooperatively, with expressions of admiration on their faces. Daz sat in the corner of the deck, leaning on the mast, looking up at the sky. He still couldn't forget his crew members. What are your plans for the future? Lin Yu walked up to Daz and handed him a bottle of wine. Thank you. Daz thanked him and took the bottle. After taking a few sips, he stopped and answered Lin Yu's words. I want to continue to stay on this sea and fulfill the unfinished dreams of my partners. Well, this is a good choice. But you need a partner. Lin Yu reminded. Partner. Daz is a little afraid of this word now, and even this word is already a luxury to him. People like me no longer deserve to have partners. Daz finally said in a self-deprecating tone. If you want to be a pirate, get rid of these distracting thoughts as soon as possible, or don't show your face on this sea. At this time, Lao Sha, who did not want to get involved with Moria's nonsense, also came over and said to Daz. Advertisement. Daz raised his head and looked at Lao Sha, with confusion on his face. Lin Yu stepped aside with the wine bottle in his hand. The work of the matchmaker had been completed, and he quietly watched the two of them build trust, and finally came together and became each other's indispensable companions. If you want to be a pirate, you must always have the thought of losing your companions. No one can be sure that they will always be with you in this life, but this does not weaken the role of your companions. Even if your companions die, they will always be here. Lao Sha sat cross-legged in front of Daz, covering his chest with his hands, and said as unsmilingly as ever, but the expression on his face looked more serious than before. You won't understand this feeling. Daz lowered his head and said in despair. You are the wrong friend. I can clearly feel your pain. I have experienced the discomfort from every hair on my head. Although Lao Sha's face was expressionless, his words were full of emotion to the extreme. Can you understand? Daz asked. My dream is to conquer the sea, just like Roger One Piece, so I made an appointment with like-minded partners early to go out to sea together. Lao Sha closed his eyes and began to talk about his beginnings. It's a pity that we were full of enthusiasm, but none of us had sailing experience. We encountered a storm on the first night when we went to sea. The ship was torn apart by the storm. A few of us were holding a piece of the hull, floating on the sea like that. Our passion could not save us. At that moment, the naked reality defeated us. We didn't know how long we would be floating on the sea, with no food and no fresh water. The despair will be unforgettable for the rest of our lives. Who knows how many days we floated on the sea. Finally, Moria passed by and rescued me. However, my companions either sank into the sea due to lack of physical strength, or they died of starvation. I was immersed in my own self-blame for a long time. I felt that I had harmed them. If I hadn't brought them out, maybe they wouldn't have died. I thought about it but to no avail, and therefore fell into a dilemma. I don't know where to go. But then I suddenly woke up. Maybe I lived to fulfill the dream of my dead partner. I suddenly felt that I was carrying an extremely huge responsibility. I must live on firmly, carry the blood of my partner, and fulfill the oath we made. Quote. The words were finished here. It was the first time that Lao Sha said so many words since that time. He didn't deliberately express anything, as if he was talking about some trivial matters. But the feelings contained in it are sincere and profound. Let me be your partner. Daz finally responded to him with a firm tone. Then let's leave our footprints on this sea together to prove that we have been here. It was rare for Lao Sha to say such passionate words to others. At this time, Lao Sha had great ideals and ambitions, a clear heart, and clear grievances. However, he experienced the harshness of the world and became a different person. However, more than 10 years later, he will meet a kid, and that funny guy will make him start anew. Finding back his former ideals is not something Lin Yu should worry about. Chapter 21 Food Island. 3 days later, Lin Yu and the others passed by a small island. As pirates, Moria and the others couldn't help but think wrongly. Little ones, what should you do if you encounter a small island? Take out the valuable ones and delete the worthless ones. The pirate crew shouted in joy. To wreak havoc without restraint is what a serious pirate should do. Hey hee hee hee, come on, kids, whoever finds the treasure on the island belongs to him. Moria said happily. The pirates jumped off the boat one after another and ran towards the island. Lin Yu also landed on the island. After staying on the boat for a long time, he couldn't help but want to take a walk on land. Lao Sha, don't you want to take a walk on the island? Before disembarking, Lin Yu did not forget to call Lao Sha. Bored, too lazy to wander around like a pig, Lao Sha leaned against the hatch and said with a bored expression. Lin Yu smiled, turned around and jumped off the boat. The air on the island is very good. When the sun shines above your head, it upgrades the smell of the surroundings, which is quite pleasant. Lin Yu stood on the coast and stretched, and couldn't help but think that fishing here would be a great life. The waves hit the coast rhythmically, like playing the most gentle concerto in the world. It's so beautiful. It must be great to live here and finally die here. Lin Yu took a deep breath and blurted out with laughter. Come here quickly, I see a team of people pulling a batch of goods. They look very valuable. Suddenly, a pirate mysteriously shouted to everyone. Everyone turned back curiously, and then followed him. They were a group of people who were very incompatible with the surrounding scenery. They dragged their tired pace, wore rags, and struggled to push or pull the goods in their hands. Even looking from a distance, one can see the bleak light of fate shining above their heads. This is simply like a group of walking zombies, giving people the impression of an unusual lack of life. Strange, why do these people look so lost? A pirate who was observing couldn't help but said this. What do you care about this? Everyone rush out and seize their goods to have a look. I guess they are treasures. The pirates couldn't bear it for a long time, and after speaking, they rushed out waving their swords. Advertisement. Ha 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 ha. Keep the valuables and spare your lives. The pirates swarmed up and shouted wildly and wantonly. However, facing the sudden appearance of the pirates, those people just stopped their mechanical advancement, with indifferent expressions on their faces. There was no feeling of fright at all, and the death-like faces made people even wonder if these guys were coming out of the grave. What are their expressions? Did we appear too hastily? Do we need to go back and appear again? A pirate saw the expressions of this group of people and said to his accomplices in disbelief. Get out of here, they're just scared out of their wits. They don't have any knowledge at all. It's up to me. The pirate said, raised his pistol and pointed it into the sky and pulled the trigger. There was a bang. It frightened the birds in the trees and the wild beasts on the ground, but it did not frighten the group of people in front of them. They still stood there blankly without blinking, their eyes still indifferent, their skinny figures seemed to fall apart if they were blown away, but they stood there like steel. Shouldn't they be frightened by the sound of gunshots and run away with their heads covered, or kneel down and beg for mercy? This is so counterintuitive. Ghost. A pirate couldn't help shouting, turned around and ran away, and then ran into Moria's arms. Boss, what a ghost. The pirate reported quickly when he saw it was Moria. Ghost, it's interesting. Moria was not afraid at all, but found it interesting. He stepped forward and looked at the group of people, and then sneered. These are not ghosts, they are real people. They are just people who are in despair and about to starve to death. As Moria said this, he walked forward with a strange smile and opened the goods without saying a word. What I saw inside was neither gold nor silver, but actually hot and fragrant food. This food looks very delicious, and it is very ornamental when you look at it up close. It is obvious that the person who made it is very careful. Ha, it smells so good, Moria said, reaching out and picking up a piece, and said to one of the skinny delivery people. Hey, do you want to try it? The man stood there motionless, but the hungry desire in his eyes had betrayed him. Seeing that the man didn't speak, Moria ate the piece of food by himself. Delicious, delicious as never before. Hey, it's so delicious, Moria said from the bottom of his heart. This sound attracted the attention of the group of people. They all knew that this food was delicious, but they also knew that they could not eat this food, otherwise they would die. Advertisement. Are you really not going to eat? It looks like you are very hungry. Moria had already seen through the minds of those people and said confidently. Those skinny people looked at me and I looked at you. The timidity in their eyes was gradually defeated by the desire of hunger. Even if you die, you have to be a full man and eat. A voice came out, just like an order, and the group of people immediately swarmed forward. The pirates on the side saw this and joined in the fun. Give me a piece. Hey, Don't F asterisk 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 G squeeze me, I just want to have a taste. Wow, this is so delicious. Several people who had eaten the delicacies said intoxicatedly, as if they were in a fairyland. A group of ferocious pirates were conquered by food. Aha, so comfortable. A group of pirates were lying on the ground, stroking their bulging bellies, very satisfied. However, in stark contrast to the pirates, the group of people transporting goods all looked ashen, as if being full of food and wine was a great sin. Hey, you've been acting strange since the beginning. What's going on? Moria asked, looking sharply at the group of people. The group of people looked at me and I looked at you, the last older man said. Is this your first time here? That's right, Moria nodded. No wonder, the old man said as if he had confirmed a question in his heart. What's wrong? Your tone sounds like we shouldn't come. Moria said unhappily, and he heard the unwelcome tone in the old man's tone. You really shouldn't have come, the old man said with a sigh, but was interrupted by the pirate minions mid-sentence. What? Is there any place where our captain can't come? Mariah slapped the little guy on the hat and scolded him angrily. Can you just listen to what he has to say? I'm sorry, Captain, your dignity cannot be violated. The little guy said shamelessly. Shut up. Moria was too lazy to listen to this unoriginal flattery. Moria motioned to the old man to continue. This island is called Food Island. As the name suggests, it was originally an island rich in food. It used to be a paradise for gourmets all over the world, until the arrival of a person changed everything. Chapter 22 Dealing with the dictator on the island. That man claimed to be a noble from the New World, but he didn't have any noble education. He occupied the island arrogantly and unreasonably, and asked us to call him king and surrender to him. From then on, our nightmare began. He was squandering so much that one person could spare the entire population of our island. We all had no food to eat, but we still had to tighten our belts to serve him. In the past year, several residents on the island have starved to death, and young people have been overwhelmed and most of them have fled the island. Now we, the old, the weak, the sick and the disabled, are left with no choice but to sit back and wait for death. After speaking, the old man lowered his head and sighed heavily. The group of people lowered their heads silently, as if they had lowered their heads to their destined fate. Hey, Captain, this man is even more shameless than us pirates. The most we can do is rob our homes, but he came over directly and blatantly. He's so damn cruel. One of the pirates said in an unconvinced tone while picking his teeth. Just because he is a noble from this world, do you dare to be angry and dare not speak out? If he was alone, wouldn't he try to resist? I don't know when Lin Yu came here. It must have been a long time. He was leaning against a tree and asking the old man questions. At the beginning, the young guys on the island came in groups to argue with him, but they didn't even get into his house, and they were beaten back with a bruised nose and a swollen face. The old man also replied incredulously. We saw many of them rushing toward us, and we thought we were dazzled. We didn't react until countless of them rushed up and beat us up, but we had no choice but to run away outnumbered. A slightly younger person who had experienced that resistance and struggle was Kaido. Countless him. You have probably met someone with devil fruit ability. Lin Yu nodded, then looked at Mariah, and continued provocatively. This devil fruit ability user is quite new. It would be a pity not to try it out, isn't it, Captain Moria? Hearing what Lin Yu said, Moria's interest was completely aroused. Hey he, I haven't beaten Lousy, a new type of ability user. I don't know how it feels. I have to give it a try today anyway. Quote. Captain is mighty. The pirates immediately cheered and cheered. Friend, show us a way. Lin Yu pointed at the slightly younger man and said. What, you really want to go find the king, you just can't deal with him. The old man looked at them and poured a basin of cold water on their heads. Advertisement. Captain, you have been underestimated. A pirate crew member approached Moria and said. Hey he, it doesn't matter if he was underestimated, as long as we prove him wrong right away. Moria rolled up his sleeves, looking unstoppable. Old man, please don't underestimate our Captain Moria before it's too late. He is not a good person. How ruthless the king is, this lord will definitely be even more ruthless than him. Lin Yu looked at the old man and said, making him feel particularly reassured. Okay, I'll lead the way for you. If you die anyway, I'll be with you. The slightly younger man stood up bravely, looking like he was ready to die. Relax, friend. We are here to teach a scum a lesson, not to die. You should be more casual and just go on an outing. Lin Yu patted the man on the shoulder and said easily. The man swallowed his saliva and led the way. The king's house is in the center of the island, where there is a freshwater lake, and next to the lake is the so-called king's palace. The houses are luxuriously built and very large, so large that it is completely unnecessary. There are water and flowers around, butterflies flying on the flowers, and birds passing by on the water. The beauty of nature is vividly reflected here. Everything would be perfect if that scumbag king wasn't here. Lin Yu and the others were led to this place, and everything they saw gave them a wonderful feeling as if they had suddenly entered a princess's back garden. This is so beautiful. The pirate crew, who were usually rude and ignorant, were also moved by this scenery. Lin Yu stepped forward, crossed his arms and looked at everything with great appreciation. If he could live here for a lifetime, he would definitely be extremely happy. Just when everyone was intoxicated by the unpretentious beauty in front of them, a window of the palace opened, and a man who was really indescribably ugly, like a puddle of mud thrown to the ground and then picked up from the ground, appeared. There now. At the same moment, everyone present saw the extremely ugly man who was incompatible with the picture in front of them. He was like an unexpected mole embedded in the face of a beautiful woman, so dazzling. Vomit. Advertisement. Everyone bent down and made heartbreaking vomiting gestures. Although this was just a tiny bit, the sharp contrast caught everyone off guard, and they could only express it with shocking vomiting. Standing in front of the window, the tall and indescribable man was the king. It was supposed to be meal time, but he saw a group of strangers making vomiting gestures at him. This extremely insulting behavior was something he would never allow. Who are you? Why are you here? Even though he was extremely angry, he still wanted to ask why he was here first. However, everyone only focused on vomiting, and no one paid any attention to him. Damn it, get these fuckers and arrest them. Upon hearing the king's order, countless people who looked exactly like him poured out of the gate, shouting and rushing towards Lin Yu and the others. Ghost. Just seeing one king made me sick to death, and seeing so many ugly kings rushing towards them at the same time was too suffocating. Moria and his crew couldn't bear to look at the scene in front of them, so they turned around and ran away. They didn't stop until they lost sight of the king's ugly face. At this time, the slightly younger people on the island stared at them with a look of embarrassment and a bit of contempt. Didn't you sound powerful just now? Why are you so cowarded now? The picture is too lethal and the sensory experience is too poor. Let us slow down. The pirates defended themselves. Where is Lin Yu? At this time, Moria discovered that Lin Yu was missing. He's not still vomiting there. The pirate guessed in shock. Let's go back and have a look. After regaining their composure, everyone returned the same way. However, when everyone went back, they happened to bump into the king kowtowed to Lin Yu with tears in his eyes and begged for mercy. Chapter 23 Food inherited for 800 years. What's going on? Seeing the scene in front of him, these four characters were the only words that surrounded the pirate's mind. Sorry, the fight was settled with one punch. This guy really doesn't know how to fight. Lin Yu scratched his head and said as casually as the wind. I'm going to inform everyone that the king has been defeated. The slightly younger island resident shouted extremely excitedly, then turned around and ran away. After a while, a group of scrawny villagers swarmed over. They looked at the king kneeling on the ground, then looked at Lin Yu, and fell to the ground with a thud. They spoke respectfully to Lin Yu like a god, as if Lin Yu was their savior. Lin Yu asked them to get up, and then instructed the king who was kneeling on the ground, go and tell everyone the promise you just made to me. I saw the king walking up to the residents and speaking respectfully and aggrievedly. I have always been sorry. I will sincerely serve you in the coming days. Please give me your orders. After speaking, the king turned back to look at Lin Yu, his aggrieved eyes seeming to confirm with him whether what he said was right. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. I did everything you told me, so can you untie this thing for me? The king raised the sea tower stone chain in his hand and prayed to Lin Yu. Don't even think about it. Lin Yu refused with a smile. The king sighed with a disappointed look on his face. Lin Yu looked at his appearance. There was a bit of wretchedness in his ugliness, and he felt a little familiar. What's your name? Lin Yu asked him. The young man's name is Galdino, a user with wax fruit ability. He usually pretends to be world noble and does some deception everywhere. Dino returned diligently and told Lin Yu without asking. Come out. It turns out that this guy is Mr. 3. I didn't expect that he was so ugly and scary when he was young. Advertisement. Thinking that he will become a right-hand man to help Luffy in the future also makes him have a better impression of him. The people who looked exactly like you just now must have been created by you using the wax fruit ability, right? Lin Yu asked him. That's right, Dino said with a smile. It's quite creative. No, some small tricks are fine to fool others, but they are useless against masters like you. Dino tried his best to flatter Lin Yu. Okay, take out all the delicious food you occupied and return it to the residents of the island. They have been harmed by you. Lin Yu said in a serious tone. Okay. Dino shouldn't be negligent. The residents of the island were very happy that night. They invited Lin Yu, Moria and his pirates to hold a large banquet on the island. Brother, you have to drink this drink. Moria raised a toast and invited Lin Yu. Lin Yu drank the wine in his hand without saying a word. Hey he, you are so lovable. Moria was already drunk and said indulgently. You should really come with me to defeat Kaido and then dominate one side. That kind of life is how people like you should live. Moria was very upset about Lin Yu not choosing to join him. Kaido will naturally have someone to teach him a lesson, but not now. There is still one missing link in the gear of fate. Lin Yu took a sip of wine and said meaningfully. What are you talking about, brother? Are you listening to the gods? Moria asked impatiently. I'm saying, the time has come, my Captain Moria. Lin Yu Kaido. I never care about whether the time is ripe or not. I just do it when I think of it. If I wait for the time to come, I will miss so many happy things in life. Moria drank all the wine in the glass and said happily. By the way, you seem to know the residents of these islands quite well from the beginning. Can you tell me why? Lin Yu took the initiative to change the topic and asked. What's so difficult about this? Who hasn't been hungry yet? Moria's implication was that he had experienced such a life before. I didn't expect you to have such an experience. Let's talk about it, Lin Yu said interestingly. That happened in the past. When I was a child, I was living on the streets, living with hunger and food every day. At that time, I thought that maybe one day I would starve to death on the streets. Moria's eyes were deep, and that miserable time was clearly imprinted in his heart, and he could never forget it. Advertisement. I see. Those days must have been very hard. Lin Yu asked in a very soft voice, as if he was afraid of touching his fragile nerves. Nonsense. It was so miserable at that time. Anyone could bully you and insult you, but you didn't dare to reply, just because you were a beggar, just because you were weak. Facing people like me, what people gave was not caring, you know. But ridicule and cold treatment. Moria's emotions were aroused, and he spoke from the heart. How should I put it? Sometimes the world is so unfair that you have no right to discuss this unfairness. Lin Yu said empathetically. So at that time, I made up my mind that I must become stronger and never be a bug that is stepped on by others. So I survived in that environment, survived strong, and found a group of partners. We have to do it's very simple, just trample the rules of this world under your feet and rub them indiscriminately. Mariah became more and more excited as he spoke, and when he finally finished speaking, he dropped the cup in his hand to the ground. What Lin Yu saw was Moria's courage to break the boat. It's no wonder that after his failure in the battle against Kaido, he gave up on himself and became Marine's lackey. It turns out that everything was because I was too serious and didn't know how to start over after losing. Lin Yu sighed softly. He didn't believe in fate, but every time he encountered something worthy of sighing, he would curse, what a damn fate. Here comes today's finale food. The old man on the island said loudly, suddenly bringing Lin Yu, who was immersed in unfair fate, back to reality. Wow, it feels so good. Everyone gathered around the big table of delicious food, their eyes gleaming. The aroma exuded by the food is really unprecedented. When you smell this aroma, the aroma goes directly to your heart along the nasal cavity, making you fall into a mess in an instant. What's so special about this delicacy? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask the old man. This is a delicacy that has been passed down for 800 years. It was once specially made for the emperors in the palace. The old man said quite proudly. 800 years ago, the palace. Lin Yu murmured to himself, naturally thinking of the D family. Young man, if you don't eat any more, there won't be anything left. Seeing that Lin Yu was still in a daze, the old man reminded him kindly. Lin Yu came back to his senses and saw a group of people devouring food around the table, but there was not much food left on the table. Hey, leave some for me. With that said, Lin Yu also joined the wolfing army in embarrassment. The old man stood aside with a happy smile. As a chef, of course he was very happy to see that his food was so popular. Chapter 24 Garp attacks. Marine is here. There is nothing more refreshing than these words early in the morning. Lin Yu and the others woke up from their sleep in a daze. Where's Marine? Where is she? Mariah, who didn't even have time to put on his pants, looked around at the sea. Captain, it's still far away, you don't have to be afraid. The observation pirate put down his telescope and said to Moria. Lousy is not afraid that he will come, but that he will run away, so there is no need to fight, do you understand? Moria said arrogantly. Yes, you are the captain, but you don't have to wear pants. The pirate joked with a smile. Wait until Marine gets closer and then report it. Really, this little thing will disturb Lousy's sleep. After Moria finished speaking, he fell to the ground lazily, snoring the moment he fell, which was seamless. Lin Yu, who was woken up, had no intention of sleeping. He stood up and walked to the beach. On the distant sea level, the shadow of a warship can indeed be seen. Marine's movements are really fast. Lin Yu frowned and muttered quietly. I just don't know who will come this time. I hope it's not a powerful person, otherwise it will be another headache. However, as soon as Lin Yu finished muttering something ominous, the pirate who was observing with a telescope panicked. It's the marine hero, Card. Garp. Oh, I'm really afraid of what will happen. Lin Yu said with speechless contempt. What? Garp. Moria sat up from the ground like a spring. That's right, the captain is Garp. You can see it very clearly through the telescope. He is standing on the bow of the ship menacingly. Observe the pirate running over. Captain, this is a big deal. Garp is the one who pushed Roger One Piece into desperate situations many times. I'm afraid we are no match. The pirate crew quickly gathered around and said to Moria, as if they were afraid that he would get hot-headed, hard steel Garp. Now is not the time to fight Garp. Moria said with great self-knowledge. After hearing Moria's rational words, all the crew members breathed a sigh of relief. Advertisement. What? Are you scared after seeing Garp? It's really useless. Lao Sha next to him was gearing up, looking eager to try. All the crew members suddenly became nervous again. When one captain is at peace, there is another captain to deal with. The pirates on this ship are the most difficult to deal with. Captain Shaw. All the crew members looked at Lao Sha together, with their hands clasped on their chests, and their big eyes shining with prayer. If it weren't for the fact that I had to conserve my strength to deal with Whitebeard, I would have had to fight the so-called marine hero today. Lao Sha said with disdain. The heavy breathing made the crew members break out in cold sweat. Little ones, everyone who is still awake should be awake and awake. We won't cause any trouble today. We will just apply oil on the soles of our feet and set off. Moria waved his hand and said to everyone. Captain, which direction are we heading? The crew member asked. South, north. A question, the two captains answered at the same time. Pirates, you look at me and I look at you, feeling a bit of a bad atmosphere. Hey, Sandman, are you deliberately going against me? Moria exerted all his authority and looked at Lao Sha oppressively. Whitebeard is in the north, of course he has to go north. Not to be outdone, Lao Sha immediately replied. Who said we were going to find Whitebeard? We are going to Wano country to beat Kaido. Moria corrected. TCH, I don't like characters like Kaido. Whitebeard is the most worthy man to conquer right now. Lao Sha looked at him coldly, his tone firm and not allowing for refutation. Listen, we are going south. Moria gritted his teeth and pointed at Lao Sha's nose. I hate it when people point their fingers at my nose. I advise you to put it down quickly to avoid disaster. Also, north. Lao Sha first made threatening remarks about Mariah pointing at his nose, and then reinterpreted his point of view. Sandman, since we are still arguing, why don't we have a fight, and whoever wins will listen to whoever wins. Moria said fiercely. Advertisement. Whoever is afraid of whom. If you want to fight, just take action. I will accompany you at any time. Lao Sha responded to his invitation to fight slowly without any panic. The two people, who were at war with each other, gradually started to get into stance as they spoke, and were about to fight again. No, what are you two captains doing? The marine led by Garp will be here soon to start this useless internal strife. The pirate crew begged bitterly. They knew deeply that once the two captains started fighting, Marine would gain and they would all suffer. At this time, Lin Yu stood aside without saying a word of advice, just waiting for something silently in his heart. I have a way. A sharp but slightly old voice, with a hint of obscenity in it, floated to everyone's ears like the curve of the waves. When he heard this voice for the first time, a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. Everything is a fateful encounter. Then he said quietly. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Dino. He was dragging the sea tower stone chain and walking hard, like a fed fly. The moment they saw Dino, everyone couldn't help but cover their mouths, fearing that the food they ate yesterday would come out of their mouths after a night of digestion. I have a way. After Dino approached, he emphasized his purpose again. Dino said that he has a boat, which is not a luxury boat, but it is no problem to ride the wind and waves. Now that there are two boats, the question of south or north is solved. Lao Sha, Daz, and a small number of pirate crew members boarded Tino's ship, while Moria led most of the crew members to pilot the pirate ship that originally belonged to him. Dino walked up to Lin Yu at this time and said with a playful smile, I have promised you that I will do what you said. Now you can give me the sea tower stone chain, right? It turned out that Lin Yu had the idea of asking Dino to donate his ship, which could not only promote the established fate, but also solve the immediate crisis. The time of separation has come. Although Moria and Lao Sha always had disputes and even got into fights along the way, Cha-Cha also established more or less a bond. When Moria and Lao Sha got on the boat respectively, they stopped in unison and looked at each other. Hey, Sandman, are you leaving without saying goodbye? Moria said still arrogantly. Next time we meet, I will beat you all over the place. Lao Sha said seriously. HMPH, to be honest, you are simply overestimating your abilities when you hit Whitebeard. If you lose, don't cry. You can come to Wano country to find me, and I can give you the title of an important minister. Hey. Quote. On this occasion of separation, Mariah still did not forget to tease Lao Sha to his heart's content. Let's see. Lao Sha was too lazy to argue with him anymore and turned around and got on the boat. There is no blessing in the friendship of pirates, and there is no goodbye in the farewell of pirates. Chapter 25 Breaking into the marine warship alone. Moria and Lao Sha boarded the ship one after another. In the end, only Lin Yu stood there, motionless. Hey, what are you doing standing around? Get on the boat quickly, we don't have time to waste time. Moria stood on the bow of the ship and shouted to Lin Yu. At the same time, Lao Sha also stood on the bow of the boat and stared closely at Lin Yu, as if he already knew his thoughts and decisions without saying a word. You guys should leave quickly. I won't board the ship. Garp is already in front of you. If you don't stop those marines, you won't be able to leave smoothly. Just say goodbye here. Lin Yu said with extraordinary rationality. After speaking, he grinned, as if to say, live the life you want and don't care about me. Hey, what are you talking about? We are partners. In these few days, we get along very harmoniously and happily, right? Mariah slapped his hands on the fence hard and shouted at Lin Yu. That's right. Lin Yu, who was standing there, said quietly and calmly. Then let's go together. Moria said willfully and decisively, like a rebellious child, which made people feel cute. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. He really couldn't say no words to reject him. That would be too heartbreaking. You guy, don't put on such a cool expression to do things for us, I will be moved to tears, but as a pirate, you can't cry, do you know? Moria said heartbreakingly. Lin Yu knew that Moonlight Moria in the anime valued the relationship between partners very much, but he did not expect that he would be so attentive, and it would be so emotional to experience it in person. Who says pirates are used to define bad guys? But the more Moria acted like this, the more determined Lin Yu became. Getting on the ship was not the way he should take, his way was in another direction. That's enough, Moria. Respect his choice. This is what a man should do. Don't yell like a dog. Pirates are not like you. Lao Sha couldn't stand it anymore and said to Mariah. His cold words hit Mariah's willful emotions like ice and snow. Moria controlled his emotions and said to Lin Yu calmly, if you are unhappy outside, come to Wano and find me. Let's drink together until we are unconscious. After saying this, Moglia turned around and walked into the cabin without hearing Lin Yu's response. Advertisement. Don't die. Lao Sha said goodbye to Lin Yu in one sentence. There was a little tenderness in the words, but that was all. Lin Yu was very satisfied. Waving goodbye, things have changed. Watching Lao Sha and Mariah's boats moving away from each other in the south and north, Lin Yu also felt a little bit reluctant to let go. But life is full of partings, and there will be many unbearable partings in the future. If everyone is sad, there will be no end. Next, let's have a big fight. Lin Yu's eyes shot out with determination as he looked at the approaching marine warship. At this time, Marine on the warship was paying close attention to the pirates' movements. The pirates escaped in two groups. The forward observation post informed. Mr. Garp, what should we do? The sailor asked Garp, who was standing on the deck. The pirates are so cunning now. Knowing that we only have one warship, they split into two groups and escape. What a good plan. After saying that, Garp stood on the bow and laughed alone. Mr. Garp, it's time now, it's better to decide which pirate ship is better to chase. The sailor on the side said helplessly. The pirates were dealt with in one fell swoop. Garp was just mid-sentence when he suddenly looked at the sea with stern eyes. Huh. Something big is coming. As soon as Garp finished speaking, Lin Yu's figure arrived. Lin Yu, who suddenly arrived like a ghost, wearing a mask and a tall posture, stood there arrogantly, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Who? The Marines who reacted raised their rifles and pointed them at Lin Yu. Children, put down your guns. You can't deal with a guy like this with a pistol. Garp looked at Lin Yu and moved his wrists in excitement. The Marines put down their guns obediently, but still stared at the masked man who suddenly came over with vigilant eyes. Boy, why don't you introduce yourself first? What's your name? What are you here for? Why are you wearing a mask, etc.? Seeing that Lin Yu didn't say a word, Garp politely took the initiative to ask for advice. It doesn't matter what my name is. I came here just to make a bet with Marine's hero, Mr. Garp. Advertisement. Lin Yu remained calm in the face of danger, and spoke in a crisp and homely voice. Ah ha 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 ha. This is not like the style of pirates. Garp looked up to the sky and laughed. Of course, I'm not a pirate to begin with. Lin Yu said frankly. It's novel to be mixed with pirates but not pirates. Garp stared into Lin Yu's eyes with interest. I will treat you as accepting this bet. Lin Yu said in a nonchalant manner. Despicable pirate, Mr. Garp won't bet anything with you. If you know the truth, it would be wise to surrender quickly. The naval officer on the side said with a strong accent. I agreed, what's the bet for? As soon as Hai Bing finished speaking, Garp agreed to Lin Yu's bet. Mr. Garp, we are not here just for fun. Sailor looked at Garp helplessly. Let's just play this game. After the game is over, we can go after the pirates without delay. Garp acted coquettishly for no reason. The sailors sighed together. At this time, no one could do anything to Mr. Garp. Garp looked at Lin Yu and indicated with his eyes that he could start. The rules are very simple. They say your iron fist is very powerful and you can chase One Piece Roger and Whitebeard all over the world. So today I will challenge your iron fist. If I can catch 3 of your punches, I will ask you to road back. Lin Yu spoke calmly, like a confident businessman selling his products. Ha 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 ha. However, before Garp could respond, the sailors burst into laughter. Boy, don't say I haven't warned you before. Not everyone can take Mr. Garp's fist. You overestimate your abilities. There are only a handful of people in this ocean who can withstand Mr. Garp's iron fist. It's obvious that you are seeking your own death. Boy, instead of resisting Mr. Garp's 3 punches, it would be more relaxed and pleasant for you to surrender directly. They originally thought that Lin Yu was setting up a trap, but they didn't expect to hit the muzzle of the gun. Ha 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 ha. Boy, they all look down on you. But I don't think so. Although I have never seen you, you are actually very strong. Garp felt the beast-like aura emanating from Lin Yu's body and said in an appreciative tone. Chapter 26. 3 punches from you is not too much, right? Mr. Garp, I think we can start. Let's clear the field before we start. After Lin Yu finished speaking, his pupils dilated, and Conqueror's domineering energy surged out of his body like a tide. In the blink of an eye, all the Marines on the deck fainted and fell to the ground. The few remaining ones were scratching their heads and confused about the situation. There were only a few people who were not affected, and they looked at Lin Yu with uniform surprise. This man actually has Conqueror's haki. Even Garp, who was standing in front of Lin Yu, was quite surprised, but then he laughed. Ah ha 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 ha. It's true. We agreed, only 3 punches. I can't bear any more. Lin Yu modestly stretched out a finger and emphasized in a serious manner. Boy, I'm really looking forward to you. Garp began to move his wrist, and heard the crisp sound of bones rubbing together. Lin Yu dismounted his horse and spread out his fists, followed by a dark domineering energy in the next second. Garp looked at Lin Yu like a pegasus about to spread its wings and fly high, and grinned. Good posture. As he spoke, Garp's thick and porcelain iron fist followed. Bang! The power of the fist exploded, sweeping Lin Yu's body with an overwhelming feeling. The resisting arm in front of him felt numb for a moment, as if the arm no longer belonged to him. Boy, can you withstand this punch that has lasted 40 years? Garp grinned and said with a grin. His fists continued to increase force with no intention of stopping. It's crispy and tingling, it feels okay. Lin Yu responded to Garp with a big smile, and then suddenly bounced his arm hard. Garp didn't expect that Lin Yu still had some strength left in this state, so he easily deflected his fist that continued to strengthen, and he also took a few steps back. What? Mr. Garp was repelled by this guy. It's fake. The few remaining Marines couldn't sit still when they saw this scene. Don't worry, this is just a tentative punch from Mr. Garp. The next punch will definitely knock this fool away. A certain sailor said confidently. Advertisement. Lin Yu stood motionless, which was the biggest mockery to Garp. I saw him move his wrist and speak easily. 2 more punches. Ha, you're quite capable. Garp was still smiling happily. Soon, Garp didn't give Lin Yu a chance to breathe, and the second punch came earlier than expected. This punch was completely different from the one just now. From the beginning, Lin Yu felt a heavy and strenuous feeling. His whole body seemed to be sluggish, and his reaction speed also dropped. At first, Lin Yu tried his best to resist the second punch from the unkind person, but his body still slid backwards and dragged several steps before he reluctantly stopped. The arm also changed from numbness to paralysis. The strong force was directly transmitted from the arm to the skin, bones and blood vessels, and finally spread to the whole body. How's it going? Garp said happily, smiling from the bottom of his heart as always. It's okay, Lin Yu said with some difficulty. That's good, Garp said, suddenly closed his fist and took a few steps back, giving up a good opportunity to pursue the victory with the second punch. What do you mean, it's over? Lin Yu looked at Garp puzzled. Boy, you're still young. It's not worth dying here. Just listen to me and run for your life. I can be careless once and let you go. Garp looked at Lin Yu with appreciation. That's not necessary. Lin Yu looked at Garp with firm eyes. We agreed on 3 punches, even one less punch will not work. Ah ha 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 ha. I like this determination. Hey, boy, are you interested in joining the Marine? I can teach you step by step and I guarantee to train you into a first-class powerful Marine. Garp said politely. It's better not to use it. Lin Yu said firmly as always. Do you have to take my third punch? Garp confirmed for the last time. Take it. Lin Yu spit out one word. Okay. Garp only replied with an okay. At this time, Marine on the deck held their breath and stared at the 2 men nervously. You must know that this kid has already received 2 punches from Garp. Just these 2 punches can make him show off on the ocean. Advertisement. In this case, where does the reputation of the Marine hero exist, and how should Marine's reputation be saved? Therefore, no matter what the outcome of these 3 punches today, Lin Yu must die here. The remaining Navy soldiers clenched their guns and were ready to shoot Lin Yu at any time. Garp clenched his fists, rarely accumulating strength, and the roaring power of a beast emerged from his body. Just standing in front of him and watching, his posture was completely terrifying. Stand back, Mr. Garp needs to be serious. The sailors said as they had a premonition that something was not going well. Drink. Garp's body suddenly attacked, his figure was domineering, and as soon as he came into contact with Lin Yu, he flew back without resistance. With a bang, his body fell hard into the cabin, and broken pieces of wood were scattered everywhere. HMPH. This young boy who overestimates his own abilities dares to provoke a Marine hero. He deserves it. The sailors put down their guns. At this time, they firmly believed that Lin Yu had been beaten into a puddle of meat pie. It's so hard. Garp put down his fist and said as if with lingering fear. Mr. Garp, it must be quite an honor to receive a complaint from you, right? As Lin Yu walked out of the cabin, he moved his wrists with a crackle, and his leisurely pace was really difficult to compare with the embarrassed look just now. What? Are you kidding? He was unscathed. The sailor's jaws almost touched the ground in surprise. Lin Yu walked to where he was just now and stood still, his eyes radiating perseverance as always. He obviously came from the ruins, but he acted like a god descending to earth. Lin Yu was the only one who could do this. Lin Yu's mask disappeared at some point. His originally piercing eyes, coupled with his angular face, naturally made him handsome and unrestrained. In addition, he also revealed a different kind of personality at this moment. Come with contagious bravery. Teach people simply can't help but show admiration and respect for him. He didn't speak, just looked ahead firmly with his eyes. At some point, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as dazzling as the first ray of sunshine in the morning. He actually laughed. Garp murmured in surprise. What surprised him was that Lin Yu's smile was not a smile to celebrate victory, but a fiery smile from the heart. It seemed easy and unsurprising, but it was very tense. I really have you, ha 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 ha. Garp thought, suddenly threw his head back and laughed happily, and then he announced to the sailor. Turn the ship around and return. The domineering voice echoed shockingly throughout the warship. Chapter 27 Misfortunes never come singly, Mr. Garp, he is just a pirate, do you need to keep your promise to him? Yes. Mr. Garp, if you leave this guy alone, it will definitely be a huge trouble in the future. The Marines talked to each other, and they all agreed that there was no need to abide by the pirates' agreement, and arrested Lin Yu. That's enough. As a man, if you don't keep your promise, you are worse than the lowest man. Garp scoffed at their argument. Lin Yu raised his feet and slowly walked towards the bow of the ship. The sailors had been paying attention to Lin Yu, and when he just raised his feet, they raised the guns in their hands at the same time. Mr. Garp, please give the order. The sailors had their fingers on the triggers, ready to fire at any time. If you shoot me today, you will discredit me, so don't ever stay by my side. Garp sat cross-legged on the deck, a determined expression on his face. The sailors reluctantly put down their guns. They knew very well that Mr. Garp was serious at this moment. If they still disobeyed the order, the consequences would be serious. However, the moment Lin Yu jumped off the bow of the boat, a gunshot rang out. Everyone looked shocked. Hey, why did you shoot? Now let's see how you explain it to Mr. Garp. The sailors rushed to a companion who was holding a gun-raising posture and said that the situation was serious. What's your name? Garp raised his head and stared at the sailor who fired the gun with a murderous look in his eyes. Virgo. The sailor put down his gun and answered Garp expressionlessly. From now on, you are no longer under my command. Garp opened his mouth and shouted angrily. Yes, Mr. Garp. Virgo's Kaido remained expressionless, with no extra emotion on his rigid face, just like a Shinigami. On the sea, there was no wind at this time and it was calm. Lin Yu was lying on his boat. 7 hours had passed since he broke into the marine warship alone and received Garp's 3 iron fist moves. Advertisement. The wound on the back turned from numbness to tingling, and then from tingling to numbness. His arm was also injured from blocking Garp's iron fist, and he was unable to move for a while. As the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. Lin Yu looked at the sky, with a self-deprecating smile involuntarily appearing on the corner of his mouth. This is the consequence of his insistence on being strong and cool on his own. He thought that the sailors on the warship would definitely obey Garp's orders and not shoot, so he was completely unprepared, but in the end he was overthinking it. It hurts. Lin Yu turned over, feeling a biting pain. He has taken out the warhead from his body, but the wound has not been treated. If it is exposed like this, the risk of infection is very high, and death may be very painful. Damn it, am I going to die here? Lin Yu whispered in a cynical voice. I've already died once, so what's there to be afraid of? Maybe I can go back in time after death this time. Now that it's time like this, he still doesn't forget to tease himself with a smile. It's almost 5 o'clock now, and the sun is still quite strong. Given the current season, it should be a while before night falls. If he could encounter an island or ship before night fell, he might be able to be saved. However, not long after, what he was waiting for was not salvation, but a waterspout that was rare in this sea area for a century. I saw that the weather changed in a blink of an eye, and the sunset, which could have lasted for a while, disappeared into the clouds. Black clouds, like the rude breath of a big man, rolled out crazily and were so strong that it was suffocating. At this time, the sea surface also trembled, and countless fish jumped out of the water. The scene was very spectacular. Lin Yu didn't know what was going to happen yet, but he could predict that it would definitely not be a good thing. Suddenly, the sea surface on one side suddenly tilted violently, and an invisible huge force seemed to be stirring the sea water. Lin Yu's boat was easily involved in the eddy, and he was like fish on the chopping board, only to be slaughtered. Not long after, a sea spout that shot straight into the sky appeared grandly. Advertisement. In the end, Lin Yu completely disappeared without even having time to say a friendly word like, FK. On the other side, on the island closest to the sea spout. The wind and sunshine are still beautiful here, and the sunset is infinitely beautiful. The world is so hierarchical. You have your own storms, and others have their own sunny days. Disasters and happiness will always coexist, and no one will hinder anyone. This island, like all islands, is calm and peaceful. There is a small town on the island with a group of simple residents. The men go fishing and the women are housewives. Harmony is the word that best describes this cookie-cutter island life. The only difference is that there is a boy of about 10 years old on the island. In the future, he will be called a god. His name is Enel. On this day, he went to the beach to pick up shells as usual, picking up shells all the way, and would not stop until he filled his pocket every time. When he was still a long way away from filling his pockets, he found a man lying on the shore. Enel took a closer look and saw a shocking wound on the man's back. Hey, it's so scary. He had never seen anyone injured like this before, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Then, he squatted down, looked at it first, and then carefully stretched out his finger to tentatively poke the man's shoulder. Nothing happens. Are you asleep? Enel, a teenager, had no concept of death in his mind. But you can't sleep here. Enel murmured softly, as if making requests to others made him very shy. The man lying on the ground had long lost consciousness, so how could he still hear his sound like a fly biting? Seeing that the man on the ground had not responded, Enel simply took action and tried several times to lift the man on his shoulders with great effort. His thin body dragged the man forward, stopping step by step. The dim yellow light burned at the far end of the sky, and the remaining sunset stretched the silhouettes of the two people very, very long. Today, his pockets were not filled with shells. Chapter 28 True Friendship. Marine Headquarters. Conference Room. Garp, I heard that you are deflated. Seng Guo looked sideways at Garp. Ah ha 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 ha. I met a nice young man and made a bet, but I lost and was convinced. Garp said frankly that winning or losing is not worth mentioning here. Then you let that pirate go? Sengoku asked sarcastically. That's right. After losing the bet, it would be too rude to lose the promise again. Garp crossed his arms on his chest, quite satisfied, and even said with a bit of pride. Garp, I think you've committed your old habits again. It would be the most disrespectful thing to allow pirates to do evil in this ocean. Sengoku looked at Garp sternly. In his eyes, Garp was like a child who would never grow up, willful and unconstrained. Indeed, but that kid is so good. You didn't see the look in his eyes at that time, otherwise you would have let him go without hesitation. Garp still said with a nonchalant expression. I won't do such a stupid thing. Garp. Sengoku was so angry that he stood up from his chair. That's enough. Are you all free? If you have the energy to argue, why not put it into dealing with pirates? The current Fleet Admiral Cyborg at Marine Headquarters put out the cigarette in his hand with an annoyed look on his face, and said majestically at the same time. Hearing the sound, Sengoku sat down again, but still stared at Garp with a serious expression. There are two important matters in this meeting. One is the disposal arrangements for General Zepha, and the other is the official start of the Shichibukai plan. Cyborg was halfway through speaking. As soon as he opened the file, he saw Garp getting up and preparing to leave. Hey, Garp, where are you going? Cyborg asked him seriously. How can I, Lieutenant General Yishi, sit here and observe a meeting of this level? Garp turned his head and said with a nonchalant expression. Even if you sit here, no one will object. Cyborg said with pure politeness in his tone. Advertisement. Forget it, there are always some people who will be jealous. It's better to go to the East Daxia Sea for a stroll. Garp said casually. Garp, why have you been to the East Daxia Sea so frequently recently, and what are your intentions? There are obviously so many pirate-infested sea areas to choose from. Warring States looked at Garp's back coldly, and spoke directly to his heart. HMPH. Don't mind my business. With that said, Garp walked out of the conference room without hesitation. Look, is this the tone he should use when talking to a general? It's simply too rude, Warring States said with a grudge. How long ago? 10 years or 20 years? Sengoku and Garp have always been bitter enemies. They just don't like each other, they compare everything they do, and they can argue for a long time about the smallest things. Even stealing each other's snacks can make them roll up their sleeves and start a fight. It seems ridiculous and annoying to others, but they enjoy it. As time goes by, the relationship between the two has not changed substantially, and they still dislike each other. Until a promotion not long ago broke this delicate relationship. During the Warring States period, he was promoted from Lieutenant General to General, and Garp was originally going to become a general, but he unexpectedly and coldly refused the promotion. This incident made Seng Guo very upset. During these years of fighting between the two, no one had the upper hand, and now suddenly he was ahead in level. However, this does not make him happy, because the reason why he can take the lead at this point is not because of his strength, but because Garp actively withdraws. This kind of lead is tantamount to an insult to him. Why did you refuse the promotion? Is your purpose of becoming a marine just to become a lieutenant general? That day, Sengoku found Garp and screamed heartbreakingly at him, obviously feeling his true feelings. You are very noisy. Garp answered him casually, picking his ears. Only by gaining more power can we implement the true justice in our hearts, otherwise we can only be pawns at the mercy of others. You told me this, and now you have violated it in front of me. Sengoku grabbed Garp's collar and asked impulsively. Warring States, I'm really sorry. Those were passionate words I followed when I was young. Now they seem so childish. You can even interpret them as ignorance. I thought you had forgotten it a long time ago, but I didn't expect you still remember it. It seems like you haven't grown up. The smile on Garp's face disappeared completely at some point, and his serious look was also extremely manly. Garp, do you know what it means to not forget your original intention? Are you the kind of person who forgets your roots? I absolutely don't believe it. Warring States gritted his teeth and said, not believing that Garp could abandon his passion so ruthlessly. Advertisement. Times have changed, and we alone cannot change the status quo. I have set my sights on the younger generations, so I have no intention of being a general. It is too boring to become the lackey of the Tianlong people and act as a pawn for them. Garp was sober in the world and said clearly. I see, do you want to take a back seat? Can you get what you want? Sengoku let go of Garp's collar, a look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. I hope so. Garp straightened his messy collar and said without any confidence. With your fighting power, the Tianlong people will not give up their control over you. Before leaving, Warring States said these words to him cruelly. Since this chat, the relationship between the two has entered a period of ice. In the past, when the two of them argued, it was probably more because they were used to it, and it could only be a superficial dispute. Since then, the dispute between the two has turned into a spiritual confrontation and a real dispute. In the past, they may have been sworn enemies who never fought or loved each other, but now they are like old enemies who have never interacted with each other. This seemingly unfavorable situation will actually not last long, and a turning point will come soon. On an uninhabited island thousands of miles away from Marine headquarters, Lin Yu opened his eyes. The pain seemed to lessen for him. The sky was so gray that I couldn't tell what time it was. There are vague signs of people living here, but these signs are vague and fragmented, as if you need to use your eyes to piece them together for a while to find them. The four sides are made of a row of wooden boards pieced together to form a wall, but the arrangement of the wooden boards is too playful and casual, as the endless gaps of various sizes clearly illustrate this point. The roof is even more ridiculous, if it can even be called a roof. There was just a rag scrawled on top, occupying almost half of the empty space. Looking up, you could have a panoramic view of the night sky. Just as Lin Yu was observing his surroundings, he heard a strange and twisted sound. This is the sound of Gate of Opening. Chapter 29 Enel from Sky Island. The moonlight shines through the clouds, looking cautious. A frail figure dragged his tired steps into the house that he barely called home. The gate of opening closes with a harsh sound. He quietly walked to the corner and squatted down, gently patting the dust off his body. His clothes were very torn and dirty, but they were the only clothes he had. Child, did you save me? Lin Yu suddenly asked. He was startled and turned his head to stare at Lin Yu, his eyes showing his natural fear of people. Don't show this expression. I won't hurt you. It's boring. Lin Yu looked at him with a heartbreaking look. In the end, what made him not afraid was not Lin Yu's lack of harm, but the particularly thick and gentle voice after being injured. He grinned with an innocent smile, so pure that it was suffocating. He took out a pile of food from the cloth bag on his chest and placed it in front of Lin Yu, looking inexplicably excited. What's your name? Lin Yu looked at his thin face, which showed too much suffering. Enel. He bit his finger and thought for a moment before replying. What? Enel? Ah, it hurts. When Lin Yu heard these three words, he was shaken up. At the same time, the wound on his back was involved, and he couldn't help shouting. Enel comes from the Sky Island. He patted his chest, pointed to the sky, and then said. That's right, you come from Sky Island, and you will become the god of Sky Island in the future, and then you will be dragged off the altar by a fool. Lin Yu thought sadly. Your wound looks terrible. You need to eat a lot to recover. Enel said simply. You can eat it. I can just look at the night sky above my head now. Lin Yu said calmly. Due to excessive blood loss, he now only feels weak and intoxicated. Enel supported his face with his fists and sat next to him, with a confused expression on his face, unable to understand what he said. Advertisement. The quiet and deep night sky has healing power. This is what Enel can't figure out even if he tries hard. Then watch carefully. But be careful not to die. I heard that the injured are the closest to death. Enel's innocent words hit Lin Yu's face like morning rain and dew, making him sober and making him feel happy. Don't worry, I won't die. Lin Yu said confidently. That's good. Enel seemed to really believe Kaido. The night around them also became very gentle, the starry sky was twinkling, the wind was blowing slightly, the night was really sultry. Lin Yu never expected that he would meet young Enel under such circumstances. This man called God appeared early and left hastily. It seems that the drama of life did not give him many opportunities to appear. Such a proud and arrogant person turned out to be so cute when he was a child. Growing up is really a sharp knife. Early the next morning, Lin Yu recovered very well, his arms could move freely, and the wounds on his back began to scab, with no signs of infection. Fortunately, he was unfortunate. It would be nice if I could have some wine, Lin Yu thought greedily. Are you awake again? In addition to the time last night, this is the second time you have woken up. Enel appeared in front of Lin Yu with his head tilted. Yes, I'm awake again. Lin Yu said melancholy. The word, awake, is not a good thing in the eyes of adults. If possible, please let me continue to live in a daze. This is what a qualified adult would think about. By the way, I am Enel from Sky Island. He repeated this sentence again, this time with a bit of mischief. It is not only a repetition of one's name and origin, full of personality, but also a substitute for greetings in the morning, full of playfulness and cuteness. How did you get the injury on your face? Lin Yu then discovered that his face was bruised, and it was obvious that he had been beaten up. I originally stole the food, but then I felt guilty, so I went to the store to explain everything, and the store beat me like this. Enel pointed to his beaten face, not feeling sad at all, and his tone was full of joy, as if he had won a certificate. Lin Yu smiled, and Enel couldn't help but laugh too. Advertisement. The laughter of the two became louder and louder, reverberating in this unseemly house. Little beggar, get out of here quickly. I heard that you stole things from the town. Come out and let me beat you up. A young voice shouted outside the drafty house. When Enel heard this voice, he couldn't help but trembled all over, as if he had heard a fatal judgment. You stay here and don't make a sound. The man outside is scary. Enel put his hand to his mouth and made a hissing gesture. Where are you going? Lin Yu asked knowingly as Enel turned to leave. I'm going to negotiate with that guy. If it's something like this, I'll just get a beating from him. Enel said matter-of-factly, and after finishing speaking, he sniffed the snot from his nose confidently. Really? Lin Yu stared at him, as if to confirm whether he was trying to show off. Don't worry, he will just give me a beating and he can't do anything to me. Don't forget that I am Enel, from Sky Island. His tone was so stubborn that it was impossible to refute. Lin Yu said no more, and Enel walked out of the house. What are you doing so procrastinatingly? Are you thinking of making excuses? When Enel came out, a fat kid standing at the door pointed at him and said fiercely. There are several other children of the same age standing next to the fat child. They are all dressed in bright clothes and are white and fat. At first glance, they look like they are idle all day long and only eat hard food. Enel from Sky Island. He said this. In fact, when he said this now, he was just expressing his apology. What? Who wants to hear your name and where you come from? Please tell me everything about your stealing. The fat kid shouted impatiently. But, Enel comes from an empty island. When he was anxious, he only remembered this sentence and said this sentence. You idiot, idiot. The fat kid couldn't stand Enel's cowardly voice and pushed him to the ground. Enel fell heavily to the ground and felt dizzy. My dad said that for someone like you, who was abandoned by his parents, has no one to care for him, no one loves him, and cannot feel the warmth, he will definitely end up being a pirate in the future. The fat kid talks freely and says whatever hurts the most. After hearing this, Enel, who was lying on the ground, shook his head alone and muttered in the negative. Enel from the Sky Island. Chapter 30 Learning the Hard Network. Do you know what I'm going to do in the future? I'm going to join Marine. I'll practice my skills first to deal with guys like you who will become pirates sooner or later. The fat kid said proudly. As he said this, several children surrounded Enel and started punching and kicking him. The door of the dilapidated house opened at some point. Lin Yu slowly walked out, then found a stone at the door and sat down slowly. Hey, stop. Lin Yu's voice was very shallow, but it was extremely penetrating and intimidating. It was like a snake spitting out its core, silent and scary. Several children stopped moving their hands and feet and looked up at Lin Yu. What? It turns out to be an injured beggar. What advice do you have? When the fat kid saw Lin Yu interrupting, he looked very unhappy, and his displeasure was full of disdain. Lin Yu showed a pale smile. Go home. You are a stinky beggar, but you still want to command us. Lin Yu's tone was very much like a father asking his son. This is the most annoying thing for a rebellious child. I'm kindly advising you. I don't want to be acquainted with you. Go home, right away. Lin Yu said firmly, and this time he sounded like a big brother. Several children also ignored Enel on the ground and came straight to Lin Yu. I've never seen a beggar like you before. Are you from this town? The child pointed at Lin Yu angrily and asked. Coincidentally, people seem to be talking to him in this tone a lot recently, and now even children are doing this to him. Lin Yu smiled and said politely, I just came yesterday. Please give me your advice. What? He's actually an outsider, just like the little beggar on the ground. Could he be the little beggar's father? Looking at how embarrassed the two of them are, they are probably father and son. The children started talking at once, their voices sarcastic. Then are you the father of the little beggar? The fat kid asked Lin Yu seriously. Enel. Lin Yu lowered his head and said firmly. What? The children didn't understand. His name is Enel, not little beggar. Didn't your mother tell you that giving people random nicknames will make them cross-eyed? Advertisement. As he spoke, Lin Yu suddenly raised his head and made a cross-eyed look, and continued talking. Just like this. The children took a step back in fright, and then burst into laughter at Lin Yu's appearance. Ha 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 ha. This person looks like a fool. Laugh. If you laugh again, you will end up like this. Lin Yu said to them expressionlessly. When several children heard this, they quickly covered their mouths and did not dare to laugh anymore. I've only heard that telling lies will make your nose grow, but I've never heard that giving people nicknames will make them cross-eyed. You really believe it? This fool is just alarmist. Yes, he must have lied to us. He is the father of the little beggar. It would not be surprising if he tells any lies. The children discussed each other at every turn, and did not take Lin Yu seriously at all. Lin Yu disliked these chirping children more and more. He originally liked quietness, especially now that he was injured, his need for quietness was even greater. Okay, you little brats, if you don't leave, I will hang you up and dry you into small fishes one by one and serve them with wine. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he cast a very vicious look at them. He will really do this, run. The children believed it and turned around and ran away. After all the children ran away, Lin Yu sat on the stone, quietly looked at Enel who was struggling skillfully from the ground, and said hello. The weather is pretty good today. Enel came to him, dusted himself meticulously, and asked him curiously. Does giving someone a nickname really make you cross-eyed? I lied to them, ha 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 ha. Lin Yu laughed. I guess so. They give people nicknames everywhere, but they don't have cross eyes. Enel said seriously. Are you often bullied by them? Lin Yu asked, looking for the root of his words. I said I came from Kongdao, but they didn't believe me. I fought with them once, but I didn't beat them. From then on, they always beat me, and the beatings were really painful. Enel said, rubbing the wounds on his face, but did not show any sadness. Sooner or later I will return to Sky Island. Finally, Enel continued with conviction. I can teach you a move to ensure that they can never hit you again. Lin Yu stretched out a finger and said confidently. How can you avoid all their punches and kicks with just one move? Enel didn't believe it. This move is called Heart Internet Cafe. He can predict the opponent's attack in advance and then evade it in time. Lin Yu was talking about the domineering power of seeing and hearing. Advertisement. It's not very powerful to predict in advance. Enel bit his finger and thought for a long time before realizing it. It's most suitable for self-defense. Lin Yu recommended. Teach me quickly. I am Enel from Sky Island. Whenever he is excited, he will introduce himself with this sentence. That day, Enel studied the Heart Network with Lin Yu. Although he was young, he was very smart and had strong comprehension ability. He even had some fighting consciousness. I don't know if it was because he was often beaten. By the afternoon, when the afterglow of the setting sun had not yet dissipated, Enel had basically mastered the Heart Network. Watch my hands, Lin Yu said, throwing the stones in his hand and hitting Enel. Just when the stone was about to hit his forehead, he tilted his head and dodged it handsomely. Lin Yu didn't throw this stone casually. He used it with some force, which was almost comparable to a bullet. Not bad. You have basically understood the Heart Network. If you apply it more in the future, you will become more and more proficient. Lin Yu said with satisfaction. Enel from Sky Island. He happily ran to Lin Yu, his face filled with unprecedented excitement. Come on, come with me to the beach for a walk before the sunset disappears. Lin Yu took Enel's little hand and walked towards the seaside. The tide swept over and over again, rushing towards the coast, and then rushed back quickly. At the end of the sea, there is a dim and sad sunset, which can never be dispersed. The wind that day was indescribably comfortable, and it disturbed Hai's sorrow and melancholy. My name is Enel, from Kongdao. Enel beside Lin Yu repeated the empty introduction, as if sighing at the scenery in front of him. Lin Yu's heart seemed particularly at ease in this unobtrusive silence. It's like suddenly returning to the original life on the island. However, before he could enjoy this quietness for too long, a burst of worldly noises came from all directions. Is this the guy? Yes. That's right, Dad, it's him, he's a pirate. It looks like he was injured. He must have been chased by Marine and got injured and escaped here. He is only one person, there is no need for us to be afraid of him. Yes, let's rush forward together and kill him. ... I saw the residents of the small town walking towards the seaside carrying fire sticks, shovels and other miscellaneous things. Chapter 31 The Trouble That Follows You Everywhere. You are the notorious pirate, right? A group of villagers came behind Lin Yu and opened the gate of opening to the mountain road unceremoniously. Most of these questions have no technical content. You got the wrong person. Lin Yu turned around and told them calmly. Stop making excuses, you despicable pirate. People clamored that they would not trust Lin Yu at all. No, he is not a pirate. Enel stood in front of Lin Yu with his hands open and explained hard. You kid, you are the one who rescued this pirate. We kindly took you in and let you survive on the island. Is this how you repay us? People stared at Enel with bloodthirsty eyes, as if they had done so much favor to him before. Enel shook his head, trying to explain but unable to formulate any words. Lin Yu saw that Enel was trembling with fear. Perhaps he had never seen such a battle before, but he still stood in front of him without hesitation. Fear is a reaction that everyone will have, and taking responsibility is a man's patent. That's enough, come stand behind me. Lin Yu pulled Enel behind him and protected him with his arms. Whether it's a pirate or an ordinary person. No matter who I am, I don't want to hurt you, and I'm too lazy to hurt you. Please let me live a quiet life here for a few days, and then I will leave. Quote. Lin Yu raised his eyes and looked at everyone, with firm eyes and an indifferent expression that did not allow for refutation. People were obviously shocked by Lin Yu's expression and tone, and they all wondered whether what he said was true. As a human being in 2 lifetimes, Lin Yu knew that people's hearts are the most fickle. The stronger you are, the weaker the opponent will be. The weaker you are, the stronger the other will be. So the simplest way to solve the problem is to be decisive and ruthless. Dad, don't let this pirate go, capture him and hand him over to Marine. At this time, an ignorant child said something arrogant, causing people who were originally thinking cautiously to wake up instantly. Don't be fooled by the pirate's clever words. When he recovers from his injuries, he will attract his companions, and we will all be defeated by then. People shouted and stood up, and saw 2 big men picking up the poles in their hands and rushing towards Lin Yu first. The grinning expression seemed to be filled with deep hatred. Lin Yu's injuries were almost healed, and it was easy to deal with these villagers. Advertisement. He opened his eyes piercingly, using only 1/10 of Conqueror's domineering energy, and the big men charging in front of him fell to the ground without any warning. What happened? What extraordinary thing did he do? Damn it, I didn't see anything. He was obviously just standing there motionless, why did he subdue 2 strong men? When people saw this, they didn't know what was going on, and they were extremely panicked for a time. Pirates have always been a symbol of evil. People who have never seen pirates describe them as demonic beings who are cruel and emotionless. I finally saw it today. Are pirates really such powerful and invincible beings? It is puzzling, causing fear and oppression. Even if you are facing a seriously injured pirate, can you only accept defeat? Should I beg for mercy or do something else? Suddenly, countless questions appeared in the minds of the villagers. There was a bang. The fire stick in a person's hand fell to the ground. The sound was extremely clear and sharp among the villagers who had quieted down. It's time to wake up. How could they possibly defeat such a person? Everyone, run. Then such a classic line came out from the crowd. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of villagers dispersed and disappeared without a trace. Before leaving, they did not forget to grab the feet of the two fallen men and drag them away together. People hid in their homes like the plague and closed their doors and windows. In the blink of an eye, the streets were deserted. I have to say, these people are quite humorous, Lin Yu said helplessly. They all left in a whoosh. Enel's voice was filled with confusion, and he made a gesture of leaving in a hurry. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu couldn't help laughing when he saw Enel's posture. The setting sun behind him has completely disappeared at the end of the sky, and the distance has begun to turn pitch black, and everything here will soon disappear into the night. The day ended like this. Let's go. Lin Yu took Enel's hand and walked towards home. Are the prejudices in people's hearts really a big mountain? Advertisement. Yep, who can figure this out? At night, lying in that shabby house, Lin Yu and Enel looked at the night sky full of stars. Will the people in this town drive us away? Enel asked. No. They usually bully the weak and respect the strong, even if the strong is a complete bad guy. Lin Yu said Kaido with a calm voice. Are we the bad guys? Enel simply continued to ask. It's a pity that we are not. Lin Yu smiled slightly after speaking. Hey, it's a pity that I can't be a bad guy. Enel seemed to have no idea what a bad guy was, so he said regretfully. Yes, it's a pity that I can't be a bad guy. Lin Yu sighed. In the past, he believed in justice, but then he despised justice. Finally, he saw the face of justice clearly and followed his will. Go to sleep. Let's do something big tomorrow. Lin Yu said to Enel. What's the big deal? Enel asked interestingly. Demolish the house. No. Enel sat up from the ground as if he was frightened. However, early the next morning, with a loud noise, this unseemly house finally collapsed. So sad, so regretful, so reluctant to leave. Enel could not describe his feelings. Hey, are you going to cry over a house like this? It's outrageous. Lin Yu clapped his hands, seeming very satisfied with his behavior of demolishing the house. When he woke up this morning, he already felt that all his injuries were healed, and he had endless energy all over his body. Although he is very bad, at least I built it with my own hands. It is so sad to be destroyed in front of my eyes. Enel pouted and looked at Lin Yu complainingly. Lin Yu put his hands on his hips, raised his head and laughed frankly. Don't worry, I will build you a real home, guaranteed to be 1,000 times better than yours. I don't need it. Enel ran to Lin Yu and beat his thigh crazily with his fist to show his resistance. Lin Yu picked up Enel and said, Boy, don't be ignorant. Next, come with me to find wood. You must listen to my command today. After saying that, his body jumped high into the air with a whoosh. Chapter 32 Interlude. The island is cigar-shaped, with the town only occupying half of it and the other half being forest. There are wild beasts, towering trees, edible wild fruits, and inedible poisonous mushrooms. The place is quite big and interesting. Lin Yu jumped easily among the branches, put his hand on his forehead, and looked into the distance. Yo ho ho, it's so spectacular. Lin Yu couldn't help shouting. Enel was being held by Lin Yu in his hand. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was a little shocked and couldn't help but said the sentence of self-introduction. Enel from Sky Island. Ha. These are all good trees. If you cut a few down, you can build a warm home for you. Lin Yu said excitedly, as if warmth was already in his heart. A warm home sounds really good. Enel said longingly, with an expression of envy on his face, wanting to get it right away. Then let's do it, Lin Yu said, jumping off the branch. Enel, who was carried by Lin Yu in his hand, felt his body falling rapidly, and cried out with tears running out of his nose. The entire forest was shrouded in dense branches and leaves, with only a little sunlight shining through the gaps. Walking in such a dark forest, you can hear the roar of wild beasts from time to time. The men in the town come here every day to cut firewood. They usually travel in groups, and it is too dangerous for them to go alone. However, even when traveling together, there are still unlucky people who are injured after being attacked by wild beasts. It's a lion ape. It can eat people. Carbine, run. At this moment, an urgent cry suddenly echoed from the dense forest. Lin Yu, who was also in the forest, heard it clearly. His eyes immediately looked in the direction where the sound came from. Without saying a word, Lin Yu held Enel in one hand and rushed towards the place where the sound came from. After a while, he saw a group of people and a ferocious beast. A child was lying on the ground, and a ferocious beast was approaching the child step by step, about to open its bloody mouth and swallow him. At the same time, several grown men stood aside, but did not dare to step forward to stop him. Advertisement. Cabin, run quickly, people shouted. However, the child named Cabin was so frightened that he lay motionless on the ground and couldn't even cry. He just stared at the slowly approaching beast with his eyes wide open, unable to hear any sounds from the outside world. At this time, a man standing by finally couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to save people even if he died. However, before the man could take a step forward, there was a whooshing sound, and a speeding figure shot out, arriving in front of the beast in an instant. Danger! This man is going to die. He dares to face the lion and ape at such a close distance. He is going to be torn apart. After people saw the figure of that person clearly, they couldn't help but said with regret. Facing the figure that appeared in front of him and blocked his meal, the beast looked very manic. He roared and waved his huge palm like a slap to the person in front of him. It's over, I will become a meat pie after this palm. People can already imagine the next ending. No, Big Brother can definitely deal with that ugly one. Enel's voice came. Yes, this smooth figure was Lin Yu who came after hearing the sound. The lion ape's big palm attacked arbitrarily, but Lin Yu raised his arm and blocked it easily. Ha, it's much worse than Garp's fist, Lin Yu said with a sarcastic smile. Perhaps discovering Lin Yu's ridicule, the lion ape became even more furious. I saw it punching its chest twice with both fists, raising its head and roaring, making the whole forest seem to shake. It's so noisy. Can you calm down for a while? Lin Yu asked the lion ape unhappily. The lion ape stopped shouting, clenched his fists, and struck out with both fists at the same time. This time, the force was overwhelming, and it was visible to the naked eye that it was much stronger than the casual slap just now. Lin Yu smiled slightly, and with just a slight tilt of his body, he had already escaped the lion ape's attack. At the same time, he swept out with his whip leg and hit it in the stomach. His leg was like a cannonball, hitting the lion ape's belly so hard that the whole belly was sunken. The lion ape screamed and fell backwards far away. Just protect this forest for me. If you dare to do anything hurtful again, I will roast you and eat you. Lin Yu said coldly to the lion ape on the ground. The lion ape seemed to really understand Lin Yu's words, and quickly struggled up and jumped deep into the forest. Hey, kid, are you okay? Lin Yu turned around, looked at the child still lying on the ground, and asked coldly with concern. Advertisement. As if waking up from a dream, the child opened his mouth and cried in a high-pitched voice. It's so noisy, Lin Yu said impatiently, picking his ears. After the men in the town saw Lin Yu's face clearly, they couldn't help but trembled in fright. It's actually that pirate. Isn't he a bad guy? But in the dangerous situation just now, he rushed forward without hesitation. It was also a manly act. Then should we say thank you to him? I think even so, I can't thank such a person. A pirate is a pirate. Just because he punishes evil and promotes good does not mean that he is really good. Maybe he is pretending. Yes, pirates have always been the most cunning, you can't believe it. These elderly men were talking endlessly like village women, forgetting the frightened child who was still crying. Lin Yu picked up the crying child on the ground and threw it to the men. Hey, how can you bring a child to a place like this? It's so outrageous. After Lin Yu threw the child away, he said with moderate anger on his face. One of the men caught the child thrown by Lin Yu and quickly protected it in his arms. This man is really barbaric. He treats a child like this. I really saw him right. Walk quickly, walk quickly. He looks more fierce than the lion ape just now. Several men walked out of the forest with their children. You little brat, I said you weren't allowed to come, but you insist on coming. If something happened just now, how are you going to explain it to your parents? As I walked, I could still hear the men chattering and complaining. Brother, are you okay? Enel stepped forward, looked at him and asked with concern. Hey, how could a little beast hurt me? Lin Yu said with a confident smile. Big Brother is so awesome. Enel clapped his hands and shouted happily. Okay, a small incident almost delayed the big thing we were going to do today. As he spoke, Lin Yu continued to walk with Enel in the forest, looking for suitable trees, without mentioning the ungrateful people just now. Chapter 33 Rebuilding the Cabin. When it was almost noon, Lin Yu took a fancy to a towering tree. The wood was indeed of the highest quality, and he liked it very much. But, how should I cut it down and take it back? Even if 100 people come, I can't move this big thing. Enel bit his finger, looked up at the towering trees that stretched as far as the eye could see, and said with despair in his voice. No, I am enough. Lin Yu said confidently while wagging his finger. Enel looked at him with suspicion. This is much bigger than the beast just now, and it will crush you. TCH, just watch. Lin Yu said, waving his hand to him. Stand away and watch my operation. Enel took a few steps back obediently. Lin Yu clenched his fists, stepped away from his horse, took a deep breath in a decent manner, and then punched out. The fist hit the tree steadily, but there was no reaction at first. How embarrassing. Enel couldn't help sticking out his tongue. However, the next second, there was only a click, and the entire tree slowly fell. Enel's mouth opened wide in shock. The towering trees fell neatly backwards, causing huge turmoil in the entire forest. Countless birds and beasts flew away and fled. Even the residents in the town outside the forest heard the grand noise and came out of their homes one after another, thinking it was an earthquake. Ha. It seems a bit too much. Lin Yu looked at the fallen towering tree. The trace of the fall directly opened a path in the forest. When the light shined in, a straight trace was clearly visible. Wow, how did you do that? Enel was still astonished and couldn't open his mouth from ear to ear. Whatever you think in your heart, you can do with your hands. Lin Yu said easily. In the end, Lin Yu carried the towering tree alone and walked towards the town, while Enel rode on the tree with great scenery, smiling broadly. When Lin Yu swaggered through the market carrying the behemoth, everyone in the town was stunned. This man is a monster. There are actually such powerful human beings. We wanted to offend such a guy in the first place. We really overestimated our capabilities. We're lucky that he didn't hurt us. Don't be too happy too early. Maybe one day he will have a whim, and all of us may suffer. I really hope this monster gets out of here soon. The villagers hid at home, watching Lin Yu from the windows, and talked a lot about him and his behavior. Okay, we're here, come down. Lin Yu reminded Enel when they came to the ruins of the small dilapidated house. Enel crawled down from the towering tree cautiously like a caterpillar. Lin Yu immediately relieved himself of the burden, and seemed to be just right without blushing and out of breath. Advertisement. We don't have the tools to cut wood. Enel and Lin squatted in front of the towering tree, staring at each other. I'll come as soon as I go. Lin Yu said, got up and walked away. After a while he came back with a wooden tool in his hand. What do you want to do? Enel asked, staring at the thing in Lin Yu's hand in disbelief. I'm cutting wood, Lin Yu said matter-of-factly. If you cut wood with wood, will the wood be willing? Enel said incredulously. It's not about the wood. As he spoke, Lin Yu integrated his armed domineering energy into the wood in his hand, and then assumed a decent slashing posture. Drink. After a powerful roar, the towering tree in front of him was cut into several pieces. It's extremely fast and stable, and it's as easy as cutting tofu. Wow. Enel looked at the smooth surface of the wood and couldn't help but feel excited. Ha ha ha. It's very simple, Lin Yu said proudly. To build a small wooden house, only half a tree is enough. Lin Yu plans to sell the remaining wood in the town to get some money, which he can use to buy some nails. Lin Yu held the extra wood and knocked on the door from door to door, but there was no gate of opening. Even if there was, as soon as he saw Lin Yu, he immediately closed the door as if he had seen a devil. These people are really out of touch. This is fine wood, why don't you sell it cheaply? Lin Yu scratched his head. The whole street had already been sold, and not a single piece of wood on his body was sold. Hey, I bought your wood. Just when Lin Yu was about to return disappointed, a kind-hearted voice came to the door. Lin Yu turned around and saw a big man with a kind face. I heard that you saved my son today. The big man asked as he handed the money to Lin Yu and took the wood in his hand. It turns out that kid is your child, and he can really cry. Lin Yu only wanted to sell the wood and didn't want to be thanked for saving people. I think I should say thank you, the big man said with a slight hesitation. Forget it, I don't mean well, I just like to compete with wild beasts. Lin Yu looked down upon this kind of reluctant gratitude. He would rather be misunderstood than need this kind of gratitude that was similar to charity. This wood is considered top grade, and it's perfect for making tables and chairs. After walking a few steps, Lin Yu turned back and reminded him politely. Advertisement. After Lin Yu left, the big man was a little ashamed. Since he wanted to thank others, why was he so timid? If he is really a pirate and has such great power, why is he still so kind? He can definitely be more arrogant. I always feel like something is wrong. The big man stood there holding the wood in confusion, as if he couldn't figure it out. Are there really good pirates in the world? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The big man seemed to have thought of some paradox and tried his best to deny himself in his heart. Lin Yu took the money in exchange for the wood, turned around and walked into the hardware store in the town. Boss, bring me a pack of nails, Lin Yu said as soon as he entered the door. Okay, the shop owner replied, but as soon as he turned his head and saw that the person coming was Lin Yu, his expression immediately changed. Ah, it's you. What are you doing here? The store owner asked Lin Yu in a panic. Didn't I say, buy nails? Lin Yu looked at him intently. Nails? I don't have nails here. The boss opened his eyes and told lies. What's in your hand? Lin Yu stared at the bag of nails in the boss's hand and said seriously. This is not for sale. The boss said, putting the bag of nails in his hand into the cabinet. Why not sell it? My things will not be sold if they say they are not for sale. I'm afraid I don't have money, right? I do. Lin Yu took out the bailee he had just exchanged for wood and put it in front of the boss. We don't sell pirate items in this store. Go somewhere else. The store was as smelly and hard as a stone in a latrine and insisted not to sell Lin Yu. If you don't sell me, then I will have to call my pirate brothers. First, they will destroy your shop, and then I will tie you up and throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. This feeling is very fun. Lin Yu smiled slightly, like an evil spirit, like a ghost. Most people would be scared to death after seeing his malicious smile and those vicious words. The pirate who suffered 1,000 cuts, I provoked you. The shop owner was really frightened. I want you to sell me a bag of nails. I won't ask my accomplices to smash up your shop and kidnap you to feed the fish. Tell me how good the conditions are. Lin Yu continued to say evilly. Take it, it doesn't cost you a penny, just don't come back again. The shop owner was already so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. He quickly took out the bag of nails from the cabinet and placed it in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled slightly, put down Bailey in his hand, picked up the bag of nails, and said politely before leaving, "Thank you. Thank you, this pirate is too incompetent." When Lin Yu walked away, the shop owner couldn't help but said sarcastically. Chapter 34 The Tavern Owner, a middle-aged uncle with a story. After a busy day, the cabin on the beach is finally completed. From a distance, it looks very exquisite. Wow, like a delicious piece of cake. Enel clapped his hands and said happily, although he had never seen a cake, let alone eaten it. Lin Yu put his hands on his hips and looked at his masterpiece proudly. "I'm such a genius. Ha 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 ha." Enel laughed too. The laughter of the two people rose slowly in the cool night air, colliding, meeting and separating. Late at night, only the pubs in the town were still brightly lit. Looking at the unique dim light is really alluring. Before you even get close, you can hear the lively atmosphere inside overflowing, like a bowl of boiling fish soup. Yo, good evening everyone. When Lin Yu stepped into the tavern, it suddenly became quiet. He had to take responsibility for the sudden end to the hustle and bustle, so he greeted everyone relaxedly. The entire pub seemed to have stopped time, and everyone looked at Lin Yu quietly. When Lin Yu slowly walked in and sat down at the bar, everyone came back to their senses. The next second, half of the guests in the tavern got up and left, and the remaining ones sat far away from Lin Yu. "Boss, if you can, please serve me something with alcohol," Lin Yu said strangely, like someone who hadn't been home for a long time. Standing at the bar is a middle-aged uncle with short hair, a beard, and a shocking scar on his eye, full of vicissitudes of life. The middle-aged uncle carefully wiped the wine glass in his hand while observing Lin Yu. He has seen too many people and too many things in his half-life. No insidious and cunning person can escape his eyes, and he will not miss every ray of kindness. Finally, the middle-aged uncle placed a glass of rum in front of Lin Yu. "Thank you." Lin Yu accepted it with a smile. However, other guests present seemed to be concerned about this scene. "Boss, you shouldn't give alcohol to outsiders," someone said seriously. Advertisement. Those who come here are guests, and if they are guests, they will have wine to drink. This is the rule of our restaurant. The middle-aged uncle stood dignifiedly at the counter and said elegantly. "But he is a pirate." People finally said the most taboo word. When the person next to him shouted the word pirate, Lin Yu had already finished the glass of wine in one gulp. "Ha, what a good wine." Lin Yu put down his wine glass and said happily. Then, without saying a word, he put all the money he had left from selling wood on the table, got up and walked out of the hotel. The owner of this store is a nice person and he doesn't want to cause trouble to others. "Wait a minute." The middle-aged man's hoarse voice stopped him. When Lin Yu turned around, he saw a bottle of rum thrown towards him. He easily reached out to catch it, and then stared closely at the middle-aged uncle, seeming to ask with his eyes what it meant. "The money you put on the table can buy another bottle," the middle-aged uncle said clearly. "Boss, you don't have to be like this." Lin Yu gratefully weighed the wine in his hand. Those who open a tavern must keep their accounts clear, otherwise they are not worthy of opening a tavern. The middle-aged uncle said it forcefully, and he was also a very principled person. "Thank you." Lin Yu smiled slightly and shook the wine in his hand as a farewell. "I hate pirates, but I don't hate you. Next time I have a chance, please come late at night and I'll treat you." The middle-aged uncle looked at Lin Yu's every move, which was decent and gentle, and said with great admiration. Lin Yu nodded and walked out of the tavern. "Boss, I advise you not to get too close to this guy, there will be no good results." "That's right, pirates are pirates, and no amount of superficial efforts can cover up their crimes. We should find a way to drive him away. Don't be stupid, he has strange powers and can make people faint suddenly. It's better not to mess with him. Hey, how come in this world the bad guys are always strong and the good guys are powerless?" The patrons in the tavern, after drinking a few glasses of wine, talk about the ugliness of the world and the sinister nature of the human heart in order to appear sensible. However, they do not know that they are also deeply involved in the same intrigues among all living beings. Only the owner of the tavern, the middle-aged uncle, was sober and didn't say anything. He just wiped the cup in his hand elegantly. There are many stories about him, and they never need to be evaporated with alcohol, let alone modified with the rhetoric that comes out of his mouth. Advertisement. He hated pirates from the beginning, but he could also tell which type of pirate he should hate. Yes, pirates are also classified. He only learned this from a pirate more than 10 years ago. That person was the future One Piece Roger. It was really an interesting coincidence. When he was young, his family was killed by pirates. He was seriously injured and narrowly escaped, and then determined to become a marine. When he became an adult, he got his wish and began his experience of catching pirates on this ocean. Among his contemporaries, there were two marine companions who impressed him the most. These two people were Garp and Sengoku. The two of them were so capable that they were almost the role models and shadows of all marines at that time. That was a gap that was simply unsurmountable. In an unexpected operation, their warship ran aground on a small island. It was a completely deserted island, a lifeless island of souls with no food or fresh water, and no distress signal could be sent out. They were trapped on the island for more than a month, and all their companions died one after another. Only he was still lingering. Just when he had given up hope, a pirate ship appeared on the coast. He didn't expect that he would die in the hands of pirates in the end. What a fate, he thought desperately. However, the pirates did not harm him and even saved him. He remembered that when he opened his eyes, Roger's smiling face was facing him. It was really a very warm face. Just like the first ray of sunshine in the morning. At that moment, he really felt that Roger was the savior who had arrived. Next to Roger stood a man with his hands in his trouser pockets and a calm face. This man did not forget to remind Roger cautiously. Hey, Roger, you have to think clearly, you are saving Marine. Only later did he learn that this calm man with the necessary ruthlessness in his words was none other than Rayleigh, the vice captain of the Roger Pirates. However, Roger answered him very frankly, what about Marine, he is almost dead. If the opponent is dead, then what's the fun? That was more than 10 years ago, before the Valley of the Gods incident happened, and Roger had just made his mark in the pirate world. To this day, this incident is what he hates the most. He really wishes he had died instead of being saved by Roger. Because after Roger rescued him, he turned around and reported Roger's location to the Marine headquarters, and the Marine headquarters dispatched Garp and Sengoku, who were in the spotlight at the time. I heard that the siege almost drove Roger to death. Although Roger escaped by chance in the end, it became a permanent psychological trauma for him. He could not forgive himself, and finally had to leave Marine, shrink to this small island, and open a tavern in obscurity. Chapter 35 Things That Cannot Be Changed. Walking out of the door of the tavern, the quiet street was palely illuminated by the moonlight, giving it a unique flavor. Lin Yu walked alone to the beach house, and drank all the rum in his hand into his stomach in just a few sips. There is nothing in the world that can compare to a night of drinking and singing. The streets that night were so similar to the streets on the island where I first lived. Memories came to Lin Yu's mind again. I wonder how everyone is living on the new island. I wonder if Xiao Ai's tavern has been built. I really miss them a little. But the road ahead looks long, and I can't help but think about what I will do in the future. Lin Yu came to the beach while thinking wildly. He saw Enel squatting at the door of the newly built cabin, with his hands on his cheeks and humming a little song he picked up somewhere. I've been waiting for you for so long that I started calling you AB*********** D in my heart. As soon as Enel saw Lin Yu walking slowly and leisurely, he stood up and pointed at him seriously. Why don't you go to bed and are just waiting here? Lin Yu wanted to have a drink while he was sleeping. I got up to pee and found you missing. I thought you were going to disappear forever. D. Enel walked up to Lin Yu and punched Lin Yu in the body. This complaining blow made Lin Yu a little heartbroken. When he got closer, Lin Yu discovered that Enel's face was still stained with tears. After spending so many lonely nights, this little guy finally found someone who was willing to accompany him and be his friend, but he didn't want to lose him suddenly again, which would be very painful. Tonight, they couldn't see the stars in the sky when they lay down, but the stars were still there in their dreams. The next morning, it was another sunny day. Brother, I don't know why. After getting this cabin, I feel full of strength. I seem to have a sense of belonging all of a sudden. Enel put his hands on his hips and said with overwhelming confidence. Lin Yu looked up at him while sharpening the wooden stick in his hand, and then smiled. Then tell me what a sense of belonging is. A sense of belonging. It's like I picked up shells for a day and came back with a full load. It must be like this. Enel put his hands on his chest and asked Lin Yu eagerly. Lin Yu nodded and only focused on the work in his hands. If you don't answer, do you agree? Or do you disagree? It's really a headache. Enel pouted and stared at Lin Yu sideways, looking naughty and cute. Ha 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 ha, you little naughty boy. Lin Yu reached out and touched his head, and the sun hit the two of them just at this moment. Advertisement. The rolling waves, the wooden house and the sunshine, the coast and the beach, and the two people under the bright sunshine, constitute a picture of love that is so beautiful that people cannot bear to break it. There will always be scenes like this in your life that will give you goosebumps once you touch them, making them unforgettable and making you wish you could stay in this moment forever. Okay, with the interference of you little brat, the fishing rod is finally ready. Lin Yu put down his tools, blew through the sawdust, and looked at the long-lost thing in his hands with satisfaction. What? It looks really ugly. It's far worse than the ones sold in stores in town. Enel struck with a smile. Whether something works well or not depends on whether it can catch fish. Today I will open your eyes. Lin Yu would never tolerate others laughing at his fishing rod, even a kid who didn't understand the market. Let's go. Lin Yu and the others were driving a simple wooden boat, preparing to go around the back of the island to fish. Why do we have to go far away from the nearest and go around to the back of the island? Enel sat cross-legged on the boat and asked puzzledly. Because in the sea close to the town, the fish there have learned to be smart and no longer bite the hook casually. Even if they can catch fish, they are just fledgling fish. Lin Yu explained carefully while fiddling with the fishing line. I see. Enel pretended to understand, but whether he really understood or not is unknown. Fishing is something that requires concentration and patience. If you are too impatient and focus too much on gains and losses, you will miss the fun of fishing. When are we going back? Enel asked impatiently not long after arriving at the destination. It's still early. Lin Yu put down the fishing line and replied casually. What shall we have for dinner tonight? Enel asked. Just eat fish. Eat whatever fish you catch. Lin Yu replied comfortably. What if I don't catch anything? Enel put his hands on his face and looked at the quiet sea. Then think of a way to catch it. Lin Yu replied confidently. Brother, it's so boring. After a while, Enel couldn't help but say. Yeah, yes. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and feel the sunshine and the ocean. Maybe you won't be bored anymore. Enel did as he was told. Advertisement. Still boring. Then do it a few more times. Listen to what I say. You will face such boring moments many times in your life in the future. Remember not to be defeated by this boredom and become its slave. You must learn to control it. A boring state, take advantage of it. Listening to Lin Yu's words, Enel was almost asleep. Are you listening? Lin Yu asked him. Your words are obscure and difficult to understand. They feel as bitter as medicine. I don't want to hear them. Enel looked troubled. Enel, actually I want to tell you, you have to be kind. Halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped. Looking at Enel's childish face in front of him, how could he possibly say those words? If the mistake is made later, how can you ask the person concerned what to do before making the mistake? This seems to be a paradox, somewhat unnecessary, or something made out of nothing and contrary to common sense. Lin Yu wanted to help Enel, hoping that he would not become the ruthless god on the empty island in the future. He knew that his meager hope would definitely fail, but he still couldn't help but want to get involved. The law of the world is that even if you know the outcome of many things, you may not be able to change it. If you try desperately to change it, you are afraid that it will destroy the balance of things and both sides will suffer in the end. Even if he is a time traveler, he should not ignore the feelings of the person involved and interfere with other people's hearts. This is too overbearing. Hey, forget it. Lin Yu sighed. Whatever. Enel came over and asked. Just be yourself from now on. Lin Yu said calmly. I've always been myself. Enel said confidently. Hey, a fish bit the hook. Lin Yu stared at the water and said warily. Really? Come on, today's dinner is here. Enel stared at the sea with wide eyes. Don't worry, wait a little longer, wait for it to relax its vigilance. Lin Yu said, and after a few seconds, he slowly retracted the rod, then fiercely retracted the line, and a colorful Madara fish jumped out of the water. Enel immediately shouted happily from the side. Bang, bang, bang. A series of uneasy explosions suddenly sounded on the island. Lin Yu and Enel immediately turned around. What happened on the island? Seeing a few plumes of thick smoke rising from the direction of the island town, the two had a premonition that something bad was going on. Chapter 36 Transporting Thunder Fruit. Ha 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 ha. Come on, family members, take them all, rob them all, burn them all. No one will be left behind. A group of crazy guys rushed off the docked pirate ship. Explosions immediately sounded in every corner of the town. The pirate with a sinister face laughed wantonly, held a machete in his hand, and killed people on sight, just like Yama coming out of hell. The pirates are coming, run. The villagers exclaimed repeatedly, causing women and children to cry. The originally peaceful island fell into a sea of fire in an instant. Above the sea of fire, projected were the ferocious smiling faces of the pirates. Ha 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 ha, Brother Perospero, sailing on the sea these days is almost killing me. Brother Perospero, why does Mom want you to personally deliver the devil fruit this time? This job is too boring. The two pirates snuggled up to Charlotte Perospero and said flatteringly. HMPH. Because this devil fruit is not ordinary. It has the ability to destroy the world. Of course, Mom must pay attention to it. Perospero raised a finger and said arrogantly. Brother, what devil fruit has such power? The little pirate asked curiously. Logia, thunder fruit. Perospero said clearly. It's Logia, and it's thunder. The pirate gangster was shocked and defeated. HMPH. If the Big Mom pirates can obtain this devil fruit, their strength will undoubtedly increase, and new generals will definitely be born. Perospero opened his hands and smiled triumphantly. The pirates were burning, killing and looting in the town, and they were so crazy that the destructive emotions that had been suppressed for several days burst out in an instant and were out of control. Stop it. Suddenly, a thunderous sound broke through the sea of fire and pierced the eardrums of all the pirates. The pirates looked around and saw the middle-aged man in the tavern with a dark face walking out of the ruins. The domineering figure of justice was no less impressive than the crazy evil pirate in front of him. Where did this monkey come from? The sound is really harsh. Advertisement. Perospero's sharp eyes were directed at the middle-aged uncle, and his voice was full of contempt. As soon as he finished speaking, several pirate minions rushed towards the middle-aged uncle with their swords raised and shouting. The uncle is different from other villagers. He has seen many such battles when he was a marine and is no longer afraid of them. He raised his fist, which was as hard and heavy as a stone, and smashed it into the face of the rushing pirate. The pirates screamed and flew backwards, and one of them fell hard in front of Perospero. What are you doing, idiot? Perospero yelled at the pirate who fell in front of him in embarrassment. Brother, that guy is a tough guy. The pirate replied aggrievedly, covering his swollen face. HMPH. An amateur show was screwed up by a country man. I want you to look good. Perospero stared at the middle-aged man fiercely and spoke word by word. Are you the leader of this group of pirates? And take your accomplices and get off the island. The middle-aged uncle gritted his teeth and said to Perospero, who was walking towards him. His voice was full of majesty and almost commanding. Who are you ordering? Stinky monkey. Perospero shouted unhappily, and then waved the candy stick in his hand. Watch your move, candy virgin. A surging sea of candy overflowed from Perospero's feet and instantly attacked the middle-aged uncle. What is this? The middle-aged uncle looked confused and did not hide from the surging sea of candy. The sticky candy trapped his legs in an instant, and he realized the seriousness of the matter. Damn it, I can't move. Ha 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 ha. Don't even think about running away if you get entangled with my candy virgin. Perospero stretched out his fingers and put them on his mouth, laughing sinisterly without any hesitation. Get out of here. Is this the power of the devil fruit? The middle-aged uncle realized that what was under his feet was no ordinary candy. Ha 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 ha. You know a lot, don't you? You are also very skilled. If you want to join us, all you need to do is kill a citizen of this town and satisfy this condition. Perospero said in an extremely perverted manner. Dream. Despicable pirates. As a once just marine, I have sworn hatred with you. The middle-aged uncle clenched his fists and shouted heartbreakingly. The image of his family being killed by pirates has been lingering in his mind, and he will never forget this hatred. You said you had been a marine. Perospero's voice became murderous. Yes, I was once a partner of justice. Get off this island if you have the sense. Even though the middle-aged uncle has reached this point, he still speaks threatening words without hesitation. Advertisement. Then you must have been stained with the blood of our pirates. Oh, I can't let you join now. And you must die here today. Perospero suddenly opened his eyes wide, revealing his beast-like bloodthirsty fangs. Stop talking nonsense. The middle-aged uncle clenched his fists and stood there, staring at the pirates around him with sharp eyes. He never showed any fear when he came out. Family members, let's move on to the last part of our amateur entertainment program, setting off fireworks. Perospero raised his hand and pointed directly at the middle-aged man trapped in the current of candy. The next second, the pirates understood each other tacitly, took out their pistols and hand cannons, and aimed them at the target. Then, what are you waiting for? Fire. Perospero said lightly, playfully and bloodthirsty. Bang bang bang. A series of gunshots fired one after another, hitting the middle-aged uncle one after another. The next moment, a giant great fireball ignited where the middle-aged uncle was. Ha ha ha. This is the fate of stupid and ridiculous people. When you go to hell, you'd better remember that the mom pirates are not easy to mess with. Perospero spread his hands arrogantly and said with a sideways smile. It's you who deserve to go to hell. Suddenly, in the smoke and dust that had not yet dispersed, an extremely sharp and clear sound sounded. Who? All the pirates were confused. It's me who wants you to look good next. Lin Yu's smiling face was the first to catch everyone's attention. What? A young boy. The pirates exclaimed. I didn't expect you to have this kind of habit. Do you like to appear at such critical moments? The middle-aged uncle broke free from Candy's control with Lin Yu's help. It's just a coincidence. You don't think I'm that ridiculous guy who hides behind and counts the time to appear at the important moment, do you? Lin Yu laughed and retorted, seemingly as if he and the middle-aged uncle were old friends for many years. Two arrogant monkeys want you to look good. Perospero clenched the candy bar in his hand and shouted violently. Chapter 37. As long as what I say is harsh enough, I won't be embarrassed. Shoot these monkeys. The pirates raised their guns and quickly fired back at Lin Yu and the middle-aged uncle. Lin Yu dodged to avoid, his body as light as a willow leaf, and he dodged the first round of attacks with ease. Before the enemy's second wave of attacks arrived, he picked up the stones on the ground and threw them casually. Then the pirates were heard falling to the ground amidst screams. Everyone get out of the way, this guy let me do it. Perospero realized that Lin Yu had extraordinary skills and did not dare to neglect. As he spoke, he waved the candy stick in his hand and summoned a sea of candy. Go, candy virgin, tangle with that lively monkey for me. Lin Yu looked at the surging sea of candy and smiled slightly. He was familiar with this trick. I saw him teleporting, coming to Perospero, reaching out and grabbing the other man's neck. To deal with you, an auxiliary mage, the best way is to use close combat. Brother Perospero. Seeing their boss being restrained by Lin Yu, the remaining pirates shouted in despair. Damn it, you made me cringe in front of the kids, go to hell. Perospero's eyes widened, and he continued to shout, candy bomb. There was a sticky explosion and the sound of soft and waxy bullets. Countless pieces of candy slime exploded and scattered like bullets, leaving the surrounding area in a mess. After the sweet pink gunpowder smoke passed, Lin Yu was seen escaping unscathed, but there was a lot of candy stuck to his body, which was sticky and uncomfortable. What an unforgettable day. Lin Yu shook the candy in his hand, never expecting that one day he would be attacked by candy cannonballs. You, who are you? When he saw Lin Yu, who was unharmed, Perospero gasped and said with wide eyes in shock. If you want to ask me where I came from, let him answer you. With that said, Lin Yu took out Enel from behind. I saw Enel being carried in his hands, holding an inexplicable fruit in his hands and eating it deliciously. Advertisement. Yo, my name is Enel from Sky Island. Enel, who appeared in front of everyone, raised his hand and greeted everyone. However, Perospero looked at the fruit in Enel's hand and felt inexplicably familiar. Hey, I seem to have seen this somewhere. It seems to be the thunder fruit. When the words, Thunder fruit. Were spoken. Perospero shuddered, and then hurriedly groped for his pocket. It should have been bulging, but now it was shriveled. Ah, this brat ate my thunder fruit. Perospero held his head and shouted in shock. It must have been blown out when I just launched the candy bomb. Damn it, give me back the thunder fruit. Perospero rushed up crying, but he was kicked away by Lin Yu, and at the same time he coldly joked, it seems that you have lost your wife and your troops. How dare you steal the devil fruit from the New World Big Mom pirates? Perospero lay on the ground and gritted his teeth and said in hatred. Since the Battle of the Valley of Gods 10 years ago, the Rocks pirates have been disbanded, and many crew members on the ship, after 10 years of hard work, have become famous and have their own pirate groups. Among them are the Whitebeard pirates, Kaido pirates, and Big Mom pirates who are currently active on the ocean. Since the disbandment of the Roger pirates and the arrest of Golden Beard, these three pirate groups have become the undisputed overlords of the New World. The most conspicuous among them is the Big Mom pirates, because he is the only female among these overlords, and all the crew members of her pirate group are her children, and they are absolutely loyal to her. As a woman, it is not easy but also admirable to be able to carve out a world of her own in the ocean dominated by men and firmly consolidate it. The dignified anti-pirates actually went to this unknown island and bullied a group of unarmed residents. If word spread, it would make people laugh. As he spoke, Lin Yu covered his mouth and smiled, and continued, ha 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 ha. No, my teeth are going to fall out from laughing now. What's even more ridiculous is that he was beaten to the ground by a young man whom he had never heard of before, looking as embarrassed as a dog. Advertisement. Big brother. This kid is the pirate boy who singled out the 3 lieutenant generals and Zepha of the Marine headquarters before. At this time, a pirate ganger handed the newspaper to Perospero. What? It turns out it's him, so no wonder he's not afraid of the Big Mom pirates. After all, he's the man who dares to challenge the most powerful force in the Marine headquarters alone. Damn it, he's really on the wrong side of the gun. Perospero muttered to himself. Brother, what should we do now? The pirate leader asked in confusion. Retreat, Perospero said coldly and unwillingly. Retreat. The pirate gangster confirmed. You must know that as a pirate group like Big Mom wants to hang out in the New World, the issue of face and dignity is the most important. To retreat without saying a word today would undoubtedly be a shameful incident to Shikui. TCH. Face is not worth mentioning in the face of life and death. Mom is so obsessed with face, otherwise she should have become a being that surpasses Whitebeard. Perospero's cunning heart is at work. He firmly believes that a man should be able to bend and stretch, and it is completely unnecessary to blindly adhere to certain moral principles. Listen, we are not calling this a retreat, but a smart evasion to avoid unnecessary casualties. This is a great and wise choice. Do you understand? Perospero said solemnly to the pirate minions beside him. The pirates nodded in understanding. Before leaving, Perospero looked at Lin Yu and said to him pretending to be friendly. You're welcome to come to New World when you have time. That's where people like you should stay. Also, don't say that you have any issues with the Big Mom pirates, otherwise you won't be able to make friends. They are clearly fleeing, but they still say such provocative words. Is this the strength of the New World pirates? This stuff is really annoying. Lin Yu didn't reply, because he didn't have time to listen to Perospero's last words. He only focused on dealing with the sticky candies on his body. Brother, that kid seems to be ignoring you. The pirate gangster came to Perospero's side and reminded him. Huh, that's why he's afraid of me. Perospero couldn't find any embarrassment for himself, but the embarrassment still covered his entire face, causing him to have to step on the wooden planks under his feet when he got on the boat. Clicking sound. And as soon as he got on the boat, he said to his men in a warning tone, listen clearly to me. No one is allowed to spread what happened today, or I will turn him into a candy statue. Do you hear me? Yes. The group of pirates agreed fearfully. Chapter 38. The moment of separation always comes later. The flames of destruction have been extinguished by the intervention of justice, but just when everything is calm, what kind of disaster is brewing? The desolate sunset, together with the pirate ships on the horizon, disappeared without a trace. Later, dark night will appear domineeringly as an aloof person. This is a natural step that no one can stop, just like everyone's life cannot be interfered by outsiders. Lin Yu looked at Enel, who had finished eating the devil fruit in his hand. The gears of fate had begun to turn abruptly. Everything was in place, just waiting for an order for everyone to rush to the battlefield. Seeing the dust settle, seeing the thieves leaving, seeing their homes in ruins, the villagers in the town slowly walked out to the streets, with despair written on their faces. Destruction is like a willful child. You find him annoying, but there is no way to punish him, because he is the destruction itself, and destruction is his duty. This is the man who attracted the pirates. He is the beacon that guides the devil. He is the culprit of this disaster. People pointed at Lin Yu and used unwarranted abuse to release the anger that had no place in their hearts. It was he who saved us and helped us drive away the pirates. This ironclad fact happened right under our noses. But there were also people who said this in a deep voice that sounded like they were broken by liver and gallbladder. Well, tell us, those easy to deceive people, what your intentions are. Everyone looked at Lin Yu, with sadness, anger, gratitude, and sympathy in their eyes. Lin Yu raised his head and took a deep breath. Night had fallen quietly without realizing it. In the end, People did not thank Lin Yu, nor did they blame Lin Yu. People chose to ignore the remaining feelings. Let's go have a drink. The middle-aged uncle walked up to Lin Yu, his expression as calm as ever. He was truly a man who had experienced strong winds and waves, and was not affected by the situation in front of him. The two sat on the grass on the street, and the middle-aged man immediately took out 2 bottles of rum from his arms. Drinking with the smell of gunpowder smoke, this is what the damn life should really taste like. I hate pirates, the middle-aged man said after a sip of wine. Yeah, Lin Yu responded to him while drinking. Except for Roger, I hate all those so-called maritime overlords, including Whitebeards and Golden Beards. The middle-aged uncle spoke firmly and arrogantly. Have you ever dealt with Roger? Lin Yu asked. He once saved my life. The middle-aged uncle replied. Really? But he made me miserable. Lin Yu smiled lightly, with no intention of complaining in or out of his voice. And I'm very sorry for him. The middle-aged uncle still harbors feelings for him. He will never be able to let go of Roger who betrayed him for redemption. Ha 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 ha. It's really interesting. Both Roger and you are very interesting. Advertisement. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he drank the rum in the bottle in a cheerful mood. Roger cannot be called a pirate or One Piece. He is more like an adventurer and a wayward child. Even at the moment of his execution, he was still teasing this man with his naughtiness. World. The middle-aged uncle saw it thoroughly and spoke clearly. He really turned the world upside down. Lin Yu said with an interesting expression. What about you? Are you going to turn this world upside down? The middle-aged uncle asked casually. Why do you ask? I see the same qualities as Roger in you. The middle-aged uncle looked at him sideways and said sincerely. Ha 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 ha. Roger is Roger, and I am me. I have my own way to go. At the moment, I have no idea of turning the world upside down. However, an unstable element has been born. In the near future, he is destined to influence the pattern of the world. Lin Yu smiled confidently, with an evil charm that predicted everything, making it unpredictable. But there are always times when you can't help it. I have seen too many people drifting away from their original ideals. The middle-aged uncle said to Lin Yu tentatively, as if he wanted to see how far he had decided. I won't make any passionate promises, that means nothing. Lin Yu used his own personalized answer to deal with the middle-aged uncle's temptation. I said it too arrogantly, and now I feel deflated, ha 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 ha. The middle-aged uncle laughed at himself. It's nothing. Lin Yu politely smoothed the loopholes in the other party's words. The night is getting darker and darker, and pedestrians are coming and going on the street. They are busy saving their homes that are riddled with holes. Where will you go next? The middle-aged uncle finally asked. Who knows, this ocean is so vast, there will always be a place for me to stay. Lin Yu looked frankly at the sea shrouded in dense darkness. Let's go, that trivial life is still waiting for me to live. The middle-aged uncle picked up the empty wine bottle and walked back. He is also a master who doesn't like to say goodbye, Lin Yu thought as he watched the majestic figure gradually disappear into the darkness. The small wooden house on the beach stood alone, like a quiet and sensible child. Lin Yu carried the sleeping Enel on his back and slowly walked towards the cabin. The moonlight illuminated the road under their feet. This journey was a bit difficult. After putting Enel on the bed, Lin Yu exited the cabin alone. He came to a stone at the door, sat down cross-legged without saying a word, supported his cheek with his hands, and looked at the sea in the distance that shimmered under the moonlight. Advertisement. Listening to the sound of the waves, rising and falling together, has a rhythm that cannot be broken by anything, and it is also a comfortable enjoyment. How should I say goodbye to Enel? He thought about this question over and over in his mind. Although they had only been together for a few days, he had to say that he got along very well with this little guy, and this kid was still his savior. I really want to watch him grow up and then prevent him from becoming that arrogant god. This might be a good idea. Lin Yu thought of this, but then smiled and shook his head. This growth should not be guarded by me. He knows very well that he should not interfere with the growth of any character. This is just to satisfy his own desires, which he does not bother to do. Just be yourself. When you become a B***************, someone will naturally take care of you for me, ha 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 ha. Lin Yu muttered alone and naturally. Who are you talking to? Enel's voice suddenly came from behind him. Lin Yu turned around and saw him rubbing his eyes and standing at the door of the cabin. Why are you awake? Get up and pee, right? Lin Yu turned to look at Enel with a mocking face. That's not true, Enel said and walked over, then sat next to him with an angry look, and sat cross-legged in the same way as him. You're leaving, aren't you? Enel said to him unceremoniously in an adult tone. He smiled and looked into the distance without speaking. I know that as a man, you have to go to this sea to see what's going on. Going to sea is your only choice. I'm right. Enel was aggressive, like a little tiger showing off his power. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu hugged his feet and leaned forward and back with laughter. Be serious. Don't think that I don't understand anything just because I'm a child. It makes me sad that you underestimate me like this. Enel crossed his arms on his chest, his eyes looking firmer than ever before. Sorry. Lin Yu swallowed his laughter and looked at Enel seriously. You can leave if you want. Don't worry about me. I'm not worth your worry. I've been alone from the beginning. I'm very happy these days, and that's enough. Tears welled up endlessly from Enel's eyes. He seemed to know from the beginning that this encounter would end sooner or later, so he always maintained a willful and indifferent attitude until the moment of separation, when all willfulness and indifference collapsed in an instant. Kid, you'd better tell the truth. You can see through your pretense of being unfeeling at a glance. I really can't cooperate with you. Lin Yu put his hand on his head and spoke emotionally, having already seen through his little thoughts. UB*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************to be with you. Enel rushed into Lin Yu's arms, grabbed his clothes tightly, and tears burst out, staining the entire night. Chapter 39. Yes, this guy is Lin Yu. Destroyed another town, how awesome. Captain. On the calm sea, a rude voice came from a ship with a floating skull. Ha 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 ha, this uncle has added another highlight to his glorious record. On the boat, I saw a bearded man wearing a red cloak and a fur hat, shouting with great splendor. The captain is mighty, the captain is mighty. A group of crew members were fawning crazily. The captain's nickname is the pointy beard that greases the soles of his feet. He is not very strong, but he is despicable to the extreme. His ability to survive today is all due to this shamelessness. Captain, I have something to say. A pirate crew member came over and said flatteringly. Tell me about it. Pointy Beard waved his hand, looking happy and extremely generous. Captain, we were taught a lesson by that pirate hunter a few days ago. The captain promised not to do such things that would damage the town in the future. If he breaks his promise so soon, will he come to us again? The pirate crew said worriedly. Just because they met a pirate hunter with a knife when they were robbing houses a few days ago. This man's knife was extremely fast. Before they could see the move clearly, they felt a cold wind blowing past and the waistband of their trousers was cut off. In the end, they could only kneel down and beg for mercy. Although the pirate hunter had superb sword skills, he was surprisingly kind-hearted and did not see their ambitions. He only listened to their superficial words that they would change their ways in the future, so he let them go. Ha 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 ha, what are you afraid of? He even dares to believe the pirates begging for mercy. You can see that this man is just a fool, ha 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 ha. The pointed beard put his hands on his hips, raised his head and laughed triumphantly. Indeed, that man was so kind to us. I have been a bad guy for so many years, and when I came to him, I felt embarrassed for the first time. The pirate crew scratched their heads and said a little shyly. Ha 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 ha, you guys, please remember, our pointy beard pirates have always been to bully the weak. When facing the strong, we can hide and evade. If we can't avoid, we will learn to obey the weak. Begging for mercy, kowtow a few times, call me grandpa, and exchange for a life, there is nothing else worth it in the world. Pointy Beard began to instill evil ways into his subordinates again. Ha 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 ha, and these pirates listened very seriously, as if they really learned something useful from these nonsense. Don't just laugh, I'm telling you all this just to make you smarter. Sooner or later, our pointed beard pirates will grow stronger and develop into a powerful force like Whitebeard. When they join our pirates, the number of people in the bandit group is increasing, and when there are tens of thousands of people, maybe one of you will be the one standing here saying these things about lousy. Advertisement. The pointed beard waved his hand and drew a pie for the minions below with great enthusiasm. To onlookers, these words were too ridiculous, but the pirates who were listening to these words at this moment believed them without any doubt, and regarded these words as wise words, wishing they could bear them in their hearts. So, Pointy Beard was about to deliver his extreme speech again, but was interrupted by a sudden burst of uncoordinated laughter. Ah ha 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 ha. Laughter came from among the pirate crew. Huh, who is this idiot who laughs like this when I'm talking? The pointed beard stared at the pirate crew with seriousness. Ha 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 ha. The laughter seemed to be unable to stop the car. At this time everyone saw clearly who was laughing. It turns out it's you, stupid young man. You're smiling so happily. Do you have anything to say? The pointed beard's voice became deeper, carrying a surging murderous intent, and his original smiling face turned into a ruthless and serious face. The pirate crew members on the side were shocked when they saw Pointy Beard speaking with such a tone and expression. He would only speak like this when he wanted to kill someone. Hey, stop laughing, you guy. Aren't you even happy to see the captain? The pirates around said to the man who couldn't stop laughing. However, the man not only did not stop laughing because of this, but actually laughed even harder. Very good. If there are too many people, it will naturally be difficult to manage them. Occasionally, we have to catch a typical example and have them executed to calm down your reactionary hearts. That's fine. As a captain, I really understand. At this point. While speaking with murderous intent, the pointed beard took out the pistol from his waist and pointed it at the man who was still laughing. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, all the pirates were frightened and lay on the deck holding their heads. Ah ha 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 ha. However, what everyone expected was that the laughter was still there, and the person who was laughing was still safe and sound. The pirates raised their heads, looked at the laughing man, then looked behind them, and found a small hole left by a bullet on the deck not far behind him. Advertisement. Did it miss? It makes no sense. If you can't hit it at such a close range, unless it's a blind man, and it's their Captain GN Beard who fired the gun himself. Otherwise, I'm not sure, GN Beard's marksmanship is still good. There is only one possibility, and that is that their captain, Pointy Beard, made a realistic joke to all of them. But no one has a birthday today. Is it necessary to go to such a high-cost joke? Everyone looked at their captain with a pointed beard in doubt. I saw that Pointy Beard was also confused. He looked at his pistol, then at the smiling crew member sitting on the deck, and then at the others. Damn it. Bang. Bang. Pointy Beard fired 2 more shots, but the situation remained the same. Only the sound of gunshots was heard, no one fell, and the laughter became more intense as if adding fuel to the fire. Shut up. Who the hell brought you on board? Why hasn't Lousy seen you before? The Pointed Beard was completely anxious, threw down his pistol, and roared viciously at the man. The man just sat there laughing and didn't say anything. Hey, what's his name? Tell me who brought him to the boat, or I'll kill you. Pointy Beard asked the pirate next to him like crazy. Captain, I don't know either. This unfortunate guy looks strange. I've never seen him before. The pirate crew member who was asked responded with an aggrieved look. The Pointed Beard didn't believe in evil, so he asked another crew member, but he also didn't know who the person who couldn't stop laughing was. In the end, a huge question mark appeared on all the pirates' heads. Who is this guy? He is not a member of their Pointy Beard pirates at all. All the pirates looked at that man. Under the gaze of everyone, the man finally stopped smiling. When he put away his endless smile, his exquisite facial features appeared in front of everyone. That's right. This guy is Lin Yu. Chapter 40. Fighting if you don't agree with each other. It has been 5 days since I left Enel. For the past 5 days, Lin Yu had been driving a larger boat as usual, drifting carefree on the sea. It would be great if I could get a fishing rod, and a bottle of Lafite from 1982. Lin Yu lay in the boat and couldn't help but fantasize. It wasn't until a huge shadow cast over that he woke up from his half-dream. Ship. No. Big ship. Lin Yu sat up and saw a huge ship passing by. What a big guy. Why don't you go up and take a look? Lin Yu bared his teeth and smiled interestingly. After saying that, his body left his boat with a whoosh and jumped lightly to the huge ship. When I looked up, I saw a skull and skull flag flying above my head. Another dead pirate ship. There are so many pirates these days. Lin Yu thought miserably. Standing on the deck, he suddenly felt at a loss. He was tired of dealing with pirates. None of these guys were law-abiding. And he is the person who least wants to cause trouble. If this continues, his plan will be ruined. Thinking of this, Lin Yu had the idea of getting off the boat and escaping from here. Hey, don't stand there stupidly. It's time for the captain to speak. If you're late later, the captain will have to shoot you. At this moment, a pirate crew member ran past Lin Yu and shouted to him anxiously. The pirate captain is speaking. Where did this come from? But since I was misunderstood as one of their crew members, why not go and listen to what they said in the internal meeting? In the future, I will always have to deal with pirates in this sea and get to know them better. Maybe it can protect you from lightning. Lin Yu thought thoughtfully, so he raised his feet and followed. Wow, this captain's style is quite unique. He looks like dried chili peppers. Lin Yu couldn't help but complain in his heart when he saw the leader standing with a pointed beard and his dazzling red cloak. Well, everyone, please sit down quickly and stop talking to each other after you are seated. Our 5th meeting of the Pointed Beard Pirates is about to begin. The Pointed Beard waved his hands to the people below, and then conveyed the meeting rules in a vulgar voice. Good guy, why is this field control like a loudspeaker in a village? Lin Yu wanted goosebumps all over the floor when he heard it. Except for Lin Yu, the other pirate crew members were very cooperative after hearing the captain's words. They immediately sat down and quickly shut up, and the scene became quiet instantly. These crew members knew their captain well. Even though he had a mediocre voice, a kind face, and even gave people a sense of kindness without reason, in fact, this guy was the most despicable, shameless and vile person in the world. Advertisement. He kills people without blinking an eye, and he only kills people who are weaker than him. This person is completely unethical, and he is not ashamed but proud of it. The thing that Pointy Beard is most proud of is that he is despicable and has no bottom line. It is precisely because of this that he has made a name for himself in today's world with so many pirates. To put it bluntly, this guy is just a treacherous person who has no offline experience. He will not be able to make a big impact and will be swallowed up by the torrent of the secular world sooner or later. Lin Yu sat cross-legged among them, supporting his chin with one hand, staring at the Pointed Beard with bright eyes, ready to listen. Hiccup ha 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 ha. However, after listening to a few words from Sharp Beard, Lin Yu couldn't help it anymore. He sat there and couldn't stop laughing. It was as if everything around him had become a complete laughingstock in his eyes. In the end, he didn't give up until he was tired of laughing. Okay, it's time to end this. Lin Yu stood up from the deck, wiped the dust from his butt, and said in a top serious voice. What do you mean? What nonsense are you talking about? Pointy Beard stared at Lin Yu impatiently. I've just seen what kind of bastards everyone here is, and I just want to say one thing. Lin Yu stretched out a finger, but did not say any more. Everyone was waiting for him to say those words, but they didn't. What are you talking about? Pointy Beard turned sideways, leaned toward one ear and asked. That's it, everyone. After Lin Yu said that, he jumped upwards. With this jump, he became Lao Gao. Everyone on the deck looked at Lin Yu's souls, confused. Armed and domineering, attached. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a huge fist shadow falling down unceremoniously. Dwang! A fragmented sound spread throughout the sea, and even the fish in the sea were stunned. They stopped swaying their little tails and watched a huge ship on the sea fall apart in an instant like fireworks. What a disgusting feeling. Damn it, I will definitely come back. Advertisement. Lousy hasn't conquered this ocean yet. How can we let Lousy fall like this? Azan, I love you. Iris, you have to be nice in this life, and I will love you again in the next life. I love Treasure, Treasure loves me. At the last moment, these heinous guys shouted the last confession of their lives, which was both funny and infuriating. No matter what, in the end, all the rhetoric bubbled up a few times and fell into nothingness. Lin Yu floated up from the air like a sigh, and landed impartially in his unsightly boat. Everything finally settled. It's not that I want to eliminate harm for the people, but I just want to see you unhappy, that's all. Lin Yu moved his wrist and said coolly with a stingy expression, like an impatient and overbearing president. However, the next second, a flying wooden board fell down and hit him on the head. The sudden blow caught him off guard, and he immediately stuck out his tongue and screamed in pain. After a few days of inactivity, this sudden attack made me feel very strong, but it also made my whole body sore. I need wine to clear my veins. Lin Yu sat on the boat, looking forward while moving his shoulders. But in the vast sea, where can wine come from? Oh, if I had known earlier, I would have grabbed a few bottles of wine on that pirate ship just now. I would have really lost a lot of money. Lin Yu covered his face with his hands, feeling regretful. When he put down his hand, he suddenly found an island appearing at 3 o'clock. It was a bit far away, but it was indeed an island. If there is an island, there are people, and if there are people, there is wine. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu reasoned naturally, and then laughed like a villain. The excitement made him forget the pain in his body for a moment, picked up the paddle in his hand, and rowed towards the island with all his strength. The boat was subjected to a strong thrust that it should not bear, and rushed forward at a high speed, almost falling apart. From a distance, it looks like a speedboat speeding at full speed, which makes people feel frightened. It seems like there are more important things to do than rushing to be reincarnated. 2SL Chapter 41 This blind man has good sword skills. Small island. No wind or rain. The air is charming. Really, why is it such a mess and no one is there? What kind of small town is this? It's so unreasonable. Lin Yu stood on the island, looking at the dilapidated town and desolate streets around him, tilting his head and falling into confusion. However, when Lin Yu walked towards the street, if he looked carefully, he could smell an unpleasant smell in the air, which was the faint smell of gunpowder smoke and blood. Is this the place that was destroyed by the pirates with pointy beard? Lin Yu couldn't help but frown, thinking that it would be better if he could come earlier. It seems that everyone living here should have fled here. Alas, it's such a troubled world. Lin Yu sighed sentimentally. For some reason, he became obsessed with sighing recently. He looked at the signs in the town to see if he could find a tavern. Maybe there was wine there that had not been taken away in time. If he took the opportunity to have a drink, he didn't have to pay. However, when they walked to the end of the town, they didn't find a tavern, but they found a person. The man was sitting by a well. He was about 30 years old. His eyes were closed tightly, and a trace of blood flowed down. It seemed that his eyes had just been destroyed not long ago. His still young face seemed to be covered with vicissitudes of life, and the painful emotions wandered freely on that face, lingering no matter what. I have never seen anyone so frustrated with life. Lin Yu walked forward slowly. The man shook his body sharply, obviously aware that someone was coming, but he didn't say a word from beginning to end. Are you a resident of this island? Lin Yu sat on the ground and stared at the man and asked. The man raised his head, and the flesh on his face trembled mechanically, as if he was irritated and anxious. Upon seeing this, Lin Yu did not continue to ask, but changed the topic, lowered his head and spoke in an approachable and gentle voice. This island is really nice. It's quiet and charming. It looks like a sparkling gem from a distance on the sea. It's a pity that there are no people and no wine, so it seems very boring. Lin Yu held his cheeks with his hands and smiled slightly, as if chatting with the uncles and aunts at the head of the village. They are all dead, they are all dead, screams, cries, moans. Suddenly, the man held his head as if going crazy and spoke random words intermittently, as if he was in purgatory. Advertisement. What's wrong with you? Lin Yu wanted to step forward to help him. But as soon as Lin Yu stepped forward, the man took out a knife from nowhere. Clang. A dark and domineering sword energy slashed at Lin Yu. What the hell? The slash was so fast and urgent that Lin Yu, who was so close in front of him, could not avoid it. In desperation, he crossed his hands in front of him and resisted the sudden blow with his armed domineering aura. Although he resisted the blow, his entire body passively slid back several meters. Hey, this guy is no ordinary person. Lin Yu looked at the shocking slash marks on the ground, and he was still a little scared. If it were a little later, he might be dead. You're such an unkind uncle. You suddenly took action without even saying hello. Lin Yu stared at the person not far away with a serious look, ready for another silent attack at any time. He's not dead. I clearly had a murderous intention just now. Why can't I kill someone? Damn it. Don't be merciful anymore. Don't be so damn weak anymore. Take your life, pirate. The man struggled to stand up from the ground. The way he held the knife in his backhand looked very skillful. He was undoubtedly a first-class master. Why are you talking nonsense? I'm not a pirate. Lin Yu's voice contained rare anger. How many times have I thought of him as a pirate? But now, even a blind man who can't see anything actually thinks of him as a pirate. Is there anything wrong with this? Boy, you shouldn't go and come back. I won't follow your tricks again. My next attacks will be full of killing moves. The man's voice was hoarse and heart-wrenching, as if he had cried for 3 days and 3 nights after losing his lover. It seems that the misunderstanding has been concluded like this. Since we can't explain clearly, let's start fighting. Let the fists be the reason. Lin Yu moved his wrists, looking eager to try, with an expression that showed he was not afraid of anything. The tone is a little firmer than before, but that's it for now. Pay for the blood debt you committed with your life. The man looked like a burly figure, but in fact he was extremely fast. 1 second he was still in the same place, and the next second he flew forward and slashed forward with a sword. I owe others a few belly and a glass of wine, but I never owe a blood debt. Lin Yu was prepared and answered calmly while punching the speeding blade. The two attacks collided arrogantly, sharp sparks scattered in all directions, and the dark domineering energy spread wantonly around the two of them. Advertisement: the scene exploded like never before. Uncle, your sword skills are good. Lin Yu couldn't help but admire when he saw that this man was obviously blind, but his posture and sword skills were all accurate. Are you being underestimated? Humph, try this trick? The man mistakenly thought that Lin Yu was mocking him by saying this. The knife in his hand suddenly became colder, and he swung it out with all his strength and recklessness. Lin Yu didn't want to bear this brute force, so he took a few steps back, but as soon as he stood firm, an inexplicable gravity suddenly hit him. What the hell? A feeling of powerlessness swept through Lin Yu's body, as if he was in deep sea water. Gravity knife, tiger. The man roared out his skill. As soon as Lin Yu heard this, he immediately guessed the identity of this person. This guy is Fujitora in his youth. Damn it, was he so strong when he was young? He has hidden it deep enough for so many years. I must discuss with him how he did it later. At this critical moment, Lin Yu did not forget to think jokingly. At this distracted moment, Lin Yu's body was like a piece of cloth, being pulled wantonly by gravity. Bang! Gravity was detonated, and the sound of explosions spread throughout the island. This was Fujitora's full blow, not a child's play. When the airwave of the explosion reflected on him, he knew that everything was over. He slowly put away the knife. His expression did not bring much joy because of the victory, but instead looked more and more sad. For him now, there is no joy in anything, because he really can't forgive himself for the mistake he made. Too many people have died, now it's my turn. Fujitora smiled and sat down on the ground, ready to wait for the fate of his fate. I think you must have taken the wrong medicine today, or else you lost a bet. Lin Yu's sharp figure came out of the dust. There's a big problem with your judgment. After saying that, Lin Yu opened his eyes wide, and the conqueror's domineering energy radiated out wantonly, and the entire island seemed to tremble. Chapter 42: Inexplicable Sense of Responsibility, Conqueror's Dominance. Fujitora, who was sitting on the ground, smiled and said with his mouth open in surprise. Yeah, what's wrong? Are you surprised? Lin Yu admitted confidently with one hand on his hips. You are not those despicable pirates, Fujitora said suddenly, his voice beginning to sound apologetic. TCH. No matter which group of pirates you were talking about, I can responsibly tell you that I am not one, because I am not a pirate at all. This series of misunderstandings every day almost broke Lin Yu. I see, since I'm so ridiculous, then please kill me. Fujitora said, grabbed the knife and threw it at Lin Yu. The blade stabbed steadily into the ground only a few centimeters away from him. What are you doing? What are you doing? Is this how you apologize? Die to apologize. You have made so many mistakes in your long life, and how many lives do you have to use to make amends? Lin Yu yelled at him seriously. Fujitora was shocked. He didn't expect that a person he met suddenly could speak so profoundly, which made him feel even more ashamed. I made a mistake. I don't know what kind of expert you are. Tell me and let me pay my respects. Fujitora lowered his head and said in a sincere tone. Exalted person. Ha 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 ha, I'm just a member of the secular world. How can I be an expert? Lin Yu said moderately while sitting cross-legged opposite him. Okay, it really doesn't matter who I am. I want to know why you are sitting here and what happened to this island. Just from your nonsense, I seem to have noticed something bad. I mean, tell me if you want. Lin Yu stared at the blind Fujitora closely, as if he couldn't wait to capture some information from that face. Why? Fujitora sighed heavily and then began to tell his story. He is a swordsman. He has been a swordsman from the beginning. He doesn't know when he became like this. In this ruthless sea, the knife became his only friend. He believed that the knife in his arms had feelings. Every time he slashed or waved, the knife was talking to him. Goodwill is the essence of swordsmanship. Killing the target is the most pungent mockery of the swordsman. This has always been his code of conduct. Advertisement: impress the world with gentle sword skills, stare at the last darkness of the world with dark eyes, pluck out the seeds of light, and sow them on the earth. The knife does not necessarily bring only killing, it can also bring bright hope. This is his ideal, to cut off things that do nothing and cut off thoughts of desire. In this way, he walked through this lonely sea with a belief that no one could understand. Not long ago, he encountered a group of pirates who were burning, killing and looting. He took action. It only happened in a moment and it was not troublesome. Those pirates were afraid of his power, and they knelt down and begged for mercy. God was kind enough to teach him how to hurt these people. So he let these people go. But a few days later, when he arrived at the island, he saw the scene he least wanted to see. A town destroyed by pirates suddenly appeared before his eyes, with dead people lying on the ground, as if it was the greatest mockery of the despicable human heart. And what caused all this was the group of pirates he had let go before. When he knew this, he felt an inexplicable fear, and his spiritual world collapsed instantly, becoming unable to support his fragile soul in an instant. He buried those people one by one, and in the process, his heart was broken bit by bit. Finally, he came to the end of the street, sat on the ground, and destroyed his eyes, hoping to cut off the images of those dead people. However, even if the light connected with this world is cut off, those painful pictures still appear clearly in my mind, and they are frighteningly clear. He just sat there motionless, without eating or drinking, waiting for death to come slowly. It was the only confession of death he could make. Until Lin Yu's appearance broke everything for him. That's it. After Fujitora finished speaking, Lin Yu said in a low voice, as if he felt very much about this matter. It seems that there is something wrong with the ideals I have implemented. I have always been on the wrong path, so there is no need to continue on. Fujitora said desperately, his voice seemed to turn into dust as soon as he said it, and he was extremely humble. It's not over yet. You're only halfway through the journey, and there's still a long way to go before the end. Don't think that you can't see the end, so you doubt whether your choice is good or not. Lin Yu punched the ground and said loudly, advertisement. You must know that Fujitora's smile will also play a vital role in the future direction of the world. Where Marine's justice and evil should go will be implemented by this person. In summary, he is an indispensable spice in this fight for justice. I have seen so much evil in the world, so much that it makes people numb. I can't cut it all with just my knife. Fujitora said with difficulty, and frowned, showing an extremely painful and weak look. The answer lies in the future. The seeds of light have already sprouted and are just waiting to bloom and bear fruit. It would be really ridiculous if you gave up now. Lin Yu stood up from the ground and said with uncontrollable excitement. He felt an invisible force filling him, making him try his best to persuade this man who was frustrated with life. It's like a sense of mission. Maybe this is the reason why he traveled here. Really? Fujitora raised his head, and the expression on his face changed to surprise and confusion, and finally to expectation and yearning. If you don't believe it, how about we take a gamble? Lin Yu said confidently. Fujitora, a lonely swordsman, whose only hobby is gambling, when Lin Yu said these words, all his senses were aroused. How to bet? Just bet on the next direction of this era. Since you succumb to what you see now, you are completely disappointed with this era, right? Lin Yu stared at him frankly, without covering up. Fujitora didn't reply, so he took it as his default. Then I tell you that all the answers are hidden in the future. The key to liberating the shackles and constraints of this era is in the hands of the future generation. My position is that I have full confidence in this era. As a person who knows everything, Lin Yu naturally speaks very confidently, and every word is sonorous and powerful, making it impossible to doubt. Listening to Lin Yu's words, through his dark eyes, he seemed to feel a ray of light. Although it flashed by, it was worthy of belief. I'll bet with you, he agreed readily. Ha 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 ha, it would be great if there was wine at this time, Lin Yu said with an ointment. I know a place where there is wine. Fujitora suddenly raised his head and said. You said so, wouldn't it be a sin not to take me there? Lin Yu's eyes shone, and he had never looked forward to wine so much. At the end of the town, in a lonely open space, there is a cellar which is filled with dusty wines. Cheers! Lin Yu and Fujitora unceremoniously took out the wine from the cellar, and you drank one glass at a time. Chapter 43. Become a disciple of Fujitora and learn 2 sword skills for fun. Your sword skills are really sharp. Lin Yu drank the little wine left in the bottle in one gulp, and his whole mouth was bulging. It's a pity that I can't match your arm dominance. After Fujitora finished speaking, he smiled interestingly and continued drinking. I didn't let you praise me. Lin Yu changed his face wantonly. You were the one who praised me first, I was just accompanying you, Fujitora said in a polite way. Ha 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 ha. By the way, who learned your cool sword skills from? Lin Yu approached Fujitora and asked interestingly. There are 2 types of swordsmen in this world. One is those who study hard and the other is innate understanding. Fujitora analyzed confidently. Oh, which one do you belong to? Lin Yu asked impatiently before he could swallow the sip of wine in his mouth. It's a pity that I have both, Fujitora said strangely. What you said is strange. You have both. Why do you add the word, pity, in front of it? Isn't this unnecessary? You are still pretentious? Lin Yu's face was flushed, and he pointed at him with a drunken smile. With both talent and hard work, it is indeed gratifying to be able to easily join the ranks of the strong. But if you take a closer look, you will find that no matter how strong you are, there is still no way to compete with this fighting against the laws of the world. You are still nothing compared to the rules of this era. This feeling is especially ironic for the strong. Fujitora took advantage of the wine to express his dissatisfaction with secular ethics. Ouch. You still want to fight with the laws of the world, you are so big-hearted, Lin Yu teased drunkenly. Isn't it possible? The celestial dragons are called godlike beings, aren't they also afraid of rocks? Fujitora looked drunk and honest, but his words were still harsh. But do you know the final outcome of rocks? Lin Yu retorted. Advertisement, you know, after the Valley of Gods was completely defeated, all the legends were wiped out, as if that person never existed in the world. Fujitora had to say softly. That's it. Lin Yu spread his hands and said matter-of-factly. Can we just surrender to the laws of this world? Fujitora clenched his fists, and the wine bottle in his hand instantly shattered into slag. Of course not, but to wait and see what happens, and wait for the turn of fate. The bell of the times does not ring casually. It is a great cause that can only be accomplished by gathering the shouts of countless people. If the world can't even wait for this, then he shouldn't be called a strong person, but just a casual passerby, and life will become boring. Lin Yu raised the wine bottle to the sky, as if he wanted to drink against the bright moon. Waiting. This is a delicate word. It is difficult to explain clearly. It is both mysterious and popular. It seems profound but meaningless. After Fujitora said that, he picked up another bottle of wine, as if he would not return until he was drunk. I can tell you something. You may not believe in this era, but you must believe in me. Lin Yu gave him a thumbs up and smiled as warmly as the sun. Ha 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 ha. Fujitora was greatly affected by his tone and couldn't help but laugh to the sky. After laughing, he changed to a serious tone and said. From your tone, you seem to hold the secret of this era, so who are you? Fujitora began to be full of curiosity about Lin Yu. Although he was blind, he could still feel the light radiating from Lin Yu's body, which was so hot. I said, I'm just an ordinary little person in the world, just a passerby, really not worth mentioning. Lin Yu leaned against the wall, looking at the dim sky, wondering when it had started to get dark. Dark night is approaching. But judging from the feeling your skills and conversation give me, you can't be considered ordinary at all. After Fujitora finished speaking, he twitched the corner of his mouth, and his serious face seemed to say that I am not stupid. Even if I can't see things, I can clearly feel whether you are ordinary or not. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu wanted to use a smile to explain away, but felt that it was too perfunctory, so he said, I just know a little about the laws of fate, and I happen to have a few tricks in my hands. Do you think I am so extraordinary? That would make you look too superficial? Advertisement. This answer seems to be more perfunctory than just smiling, but although it is still perfunctory, the perfunctory quality has at least improved, giving people a high-end feeling, which should be considered good. Since you don't want to say it, I won't force it, Fujitora said in a moderate tone, while taking a sip of strong wine without any scruples. Seeing that he stopped asking questions, Lin Yu felt a little guilty, so he took the initiative to change the subject. I really appreciate your swordsmanship. There is a beast-like strength in your domineering attitude. Your movements are crisp and neat, without any tricks. You are so handsome. Lin Yu spoke freely and poured out accurate words of praise without hesitation. When I hold the knife in my hand, it feels like it has grown in my heart. Every time I swing it, my mind and heart are united. As long as the knife is in my hand, I am full of confidence and seem to have endless power. Fujitora said, holding the knife placed aside, stroking it gently and affectionately, like a mother stroking her son's hair, full of love. Is this the aura of a powerful swordsman? It is so gentle that it is impossible to associate it with an ordinary swordsman. Hey, how about you teach me a couple of moves? I've also dreamed of being a swordsman before. Lin Yu recalled the way Fujitora slashed with a knife just now, and couldn't help but feel envious. Ha 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 ha, if you want to learn, I can accept you as my apprentice, Fujitora said unceremoniously. He was very satisfied with having such an apprentice. After saying that, Fujitora stood up from the spot with the blade in hand. As soon as he stood up, the extremely oppressive feeling in his body came out like a flood. Feeling such a formal momentum, Lin Yu couldn't help but take a few steps back to make room for this strong pressure. I'll teach you a beginner's sword technique first. How about it? Fujitora's voice began to have a cold flavor. Are you handsome? If you're not handsome, you won't learn. Lin Yu raised his head and said arrogantly and nobly. Quite picky, keep an eye on it, Fujitora said. The hand holding the knife suddenly exerted force, and a slash was quickly swung out. The wall next to them was split into two in the next second, and the other half of the wall reacted after a moment of delay, then collapsed suddenly. It was a beautiful blow, delivered so quickly and so neatly that one couldn't help but praise it or two. Chapter 44. Early morning, sunshine, pirate ship. It's indeed a handsome blow, Lin Yu said with an exaggerated thumbs up. Did you see clearly? Fujitora asked in a low voice, as if the momentum of the sword swing had not disappeared. I didn't see it clearly at all, Lin Yu said frankly while shaking his head. Draw the sword, and then swing it. It's very simple, just like this. After saying that, Fujitora suddenly made a move to draw the sword at him. The slash approached Lin Yu instantly. His body's detection nerves were running wildly, and finally he raised his hand to block the slash. You should be able to see clearly now, right? Fujitora asked with satisfaction. Of course I can see clearly. If I can't see clearly, my life will be dead. Lin Yu moved his wrist. Because he had the experience of being suddenly attacked, Lin Yu was not overly surprised this time. Okay, now that you can see it clearly, let's try it, Fujitora said immediately without precaution. Just use this as a knife first. Lin Yu picked up a wooden stick from the ground and said. Then, he imitated Fujitora's posture and made a gesture of drawing a sword, but it looked much clumsier. Watch out. Lin Yu's version draws his sword and slashes, making a brilliant debut. He screamed out in surprise, then pulled out the wooden stick and struck it out. However, the wooden stick broke into 2 pieces as soon as he swung it out. Ouch! It seems that using a wooden stick won't work. It will break as soon as you exert force. Lin Yu dropped the half of the wooden stick in his hand and complained angrily. The problem is not with the stick, but with you. Fujitora on the side held his knife in his arms, calmly feeling the strength of Lin Yu when he swung the stick just now, and finally analyzed. What can be broken is the stick. Lin Yu was puzzled. To wield a sword, you can't just use brute force, but also use the power of the spirit of the sword. Only in this way can you control the weapon in your hand, and your cuts will have a soul. Fujitora's words struck a deep chord in Lin Yu's heart, and he was deeply impressed, but he immediately showed an unconvinced expression. Why didn't you say anything just now? If I tell you from the beginning, you will only be more confused, and you won't care, so you won't listen. Only after experiencing failure can you truly accept the church with an open mind. Fujitora's words certainly have their reasons. When it comes to sword skills, few people can be more profound than him. Advertisement, huh? You underestimate me too much. Lin Yu showed a domineering expression and continued. Let me show you my true strength. As soon as he finished speaking with great arrogance, he turned around and picked up a branch again in a humiliating manner. This time, I saw Lin Yu's eyes as bright as a torch, his expression solemn, and his posture, whether viewed from up close or from a distance, much more domineering than before. He was indeed serious. The man who faced the 3 top lieutenants alone was back again. Watch the moves, draw your sword and strike, Lin Yu shouted, determined to win. Snap. An extremely embarrassing sound. The branch in his hand broke again, this time directly into 3 sections. It's really embarrassing, but at least the number of breaks this time is more than before, which can be considered an improvement. Lin Yu walked aside silently, squatted down, and drew circles on the ground with the half-broken wooden stick in his hand. The situation was extremely desolate and pitiful, as if a child's stubborn heart had been attacked like never before. Ha 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 ha. Fujitora's ridicule came without hesitation, and then filled the surroundings of Lin Yu wantonly. It seems that my dream of becoming a swordsman has come to nothing. Lin Yu shook his head in disappointment. Being a swordsman is very tiring. You can't do without the annoying fighting and killing. It's a blessing to be able to do it. Fujitora stopped laughing and said amiably. Thank you for your neat comfort. I feel a lot better. Lin Yu stood up from the ground and said sincerely. The night was getting darker, and only the moonlight shone brightly on them, making the relationship between the two more and more intimate. Just rest on this island today. The two of them talked and found an empty room that was no longer occupied. Light the oil lamp, and the cool light dances around to illuminate the general outline of the interior of the room. The decoration inside the house is very simple and plain, full of the atmosphere of peaceful life, and you can even detect a smell of fireworks. The person must have left not long ago. This was the only answer they could get, and the family must have been in a hurry to leave, even forgetting to take away the family photos on the table. In the photo, a father, a mother and a laughing son, a very warm and harmonious scene was captured. Advertisement, so happy. Lin Yu looked at the photos on the table and couldn't help but vent his emotions. It's a pity that this happiness lacks people to take care of it, and it has begun to gather dust. Fujitora's words were so sharp it was shocking. In this age of B*************, even a peaceful life will be frustrated. Lin Yu sneered, thinking of his peaceful life that was broken for no reason, which was an excellent mockery of this era. The two of them sat on the ground, leaning against the table and chairs. The alcohol followed the blood vessels and reached the brain. Their will gradually weakened and kept falling. A few random bird calls announced the arrival of morning. The sun peeked out of my head, looking cautious. Lin Yu and the two woke up top-heavy. The hangover didn't feel good at all. Their bodies seemed to be hollowed out and they just wanted to pass out. The two looked at each other dryly, and it took a while before they remembered each other's identity. Good morning. Fujitora's voice was hoarse and he greeted him in a perfunctory manner. FK this morning. Lousy just wants to sleep. Lin Yu squinted his eyes and said helplessly. It's already dawn. Fujitora said regretfully, and then stood up. Okay. This damn stupid morning, I will remember it for the rest of my life. Lin Yu said carefully and stood up from the ground. Being hungover and sleeping on the floor all night, the moment I stood up, all the bones in my body seemed to fall apart. My mother, her bones are about to be broken. Lin Yu couldn't help but complain. You should go out and do some activities. You had so much fun drinking last night. I haven't been like this for a long time. Fujitora slowly walked out of the house. Although he said that his body could not bear it, his pace was as steady as ever. He did not look like a person who was blind and hungover at all. Lin Yu followed closely. The early morning on the island is also quite good. Although there is no flowers gradually enchanting the eyes, it can still be regarded as white sand embankment in the shade of green poplars. Coupled with the unique sea breeze on the island and the fresh air in the morning, they complement each other perfectly. The whole town is gradually bathed in more and more intense sunshine, and suddenly seems to be alive. Although there are no other residents, it still seems lively. It's really good. Lin Yu was moved by the sunshine and the small town in front of him, and his hangover and body aches seemed to be reduced a bit. What's that sound? It seems like a crappy pirate ship is coming. Fujitora looked sideways and listened to the movement on the coast not far from the town, and suddenly said something novel. Chapter 45. This buggy is pretty good and can be dealt with. You are really right, there is indeed an unsightly pirate ship. Lin Yu looked at the sea and then at Fujitora, his eyes full of confusion. Compared with the pirate ship that suddenly appeared on the coast, he was more concerned about Fujitora's keen senses, which could even detect the movement in the distance so clearly. Why are you looking at me? Fujitora noticed Lin Yu's gaze. It's strange that you can achieve such clarity without seeing things, just by feeling. It's really amazing, Lin Yu couldn't help but said with curiosity and admiration. It's not a feeling, it's a breath. The surrounding breath can reflect everything, Fujitora corrected strictly. Is this what a real swordsman says? What an insight. At this time, a man jumped out from the pirate ship docked on the coast. Crunch. I don't know what kind of shoes the man is wearing. When he steps on the ground, he will make a crisp feedback sound, which is quite pleasant to the ear. Lin Yu squinted his eyes and looked at the man. The man walked towards the sun, which was a little too dazzling, and he couldn't see his face clearly for a while. I will only say this once. However, before the man could finish speaking, his sharp voice was abruptly interrupted. Ah, Buggy. Lin Yu pointed at the person who was gradually approaching, and finally saw the other person's appearance clearly, and couldn't help shouting at the same time. Huh? You actually know me? Buggy was shocked at first, then suddenly calmed down and said in a deep voice with an expressionless face. That's right, my name has long been spread in this sea. Being low-key is a luxury for me. Come on, my little fans, whether you want an autograph or a hug, I'll satisfy you today. Looking at Buggy's grinning face, Lin Yu and Fujitora shook their heads in unison, and at the same time stretched out their palms to stop him. No need. Damn it. This rejection makes me so sad. Buggy touched his chin, looking sentimental. At this time, Buggy is a little less sinister and a little more cute. You don't need to sign, so just keep the treasures you have. As long as you have the treasures and not your lives, I am quite interesting. Buggy's face changes faster than the sky. 1 second he was still cute and honest, and the next second he looked ferocious. However, his ferocity still lacked some warmth. It was not so scary, but quite funny. Advertisement. It feels like there is no master, and this face changes faster than your sword skills. Lin Yu poked Fujitora next to him and teased unscrupulously. Indeed. Fujitora cooperated with his nonsense and nodded seriously. Hey, I am serious, please cheer up and cooperate, otherwise my knife will not be very sharp. Seeing how careless they were, Buggy couldn't help but take out a few daggers from his body and said in a vicious tone. Your ship is nice, especially the pirate flag flying wantonly. Did you make it yourself? It looks a bit interesting, it looks like that. Lin Yu did not declare to the person involved, but suddenly changed the topic, which caught people off guard, and almost made Buggy, who was waiting for him, almost dodge. The pirate flag on Buggy's ship was indeed painted by himself. Due to his lack of painting talent and aesthetic standards, from a distance, the pattern on the flag looked like a puddle of dog shit. It was simply too horrible to look at. In short, this painting technique is almost the same as Luffy's. No, maybe it needs to be improved to a higher level. Ha 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 ha. Are you talking about that pirate flag? It was painted by me. If you are scared, just say so. I won't laugh at you. In the face of praise, Buggy had no resistance. He immediately put away the knife and put his hands on his hips, looking like a successful villain. Such a handsome boat, how about taking us for a ride? Lin Yu said unceremoniously. No problem, it's okay. Buggy waved his hands casually, and then suddenly came back to his senses and said seriously. Wait a minute, do you want to take the opportunity to join my pirate group and go to sea with me to find the big secret treasure? And then become the richest man in the world, right? Ha 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 ha. You discovered all our little tricks, I'm so embarrassed, Lin Yu said, imitating Buggy. Hey, B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Buggy seemed to realize that Lin Yu's pretense was imitating himself, and he clenched his fists at Lin Yu and said in a serious manner. It was me who made the mistake, ha 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 ha. Lin Yu scratched his head and said with an apologetic smile that he didn't know where he picked it up. Listen, if you want to join the Buggy Pirates, you must have your own will. I don't want you to become my shadow and lose yourself in the end. Buggy said righteously and solemnly, trying to pretend to be cool, but unfortunately the breeze failed to ruffle his dark blue hair, so it could not make him vicissitudes of life, and he lost some of his flavor. What's more, his face, because of his eye-catching red nose, contained a heavy amount of ridiculousness no matter what expression he made. Lin Yu tried hard to hold back his laughter and prevent himself from bursting out. It's interesting, but it's too early to tell, Fujitora said calmly from the side. Advertisement, however, his words made Lin Yu unable to hold it in any longer, so he could only laugh up at the sky and burst out. What's wrong with this guy? Buggy still looked like he was missing. Maybe he was carried away by the joy, Fujitora said quietly, still expressionless. Buggy looked at the two of them. They were still unmoved, but they complimented each other, and he was also amused. Ha 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 ha. You two are really interesting. It's so suitable to be on my boat. That day, Lin Yu, Buggy and Fujitora went fishing together. Relying on their own abilities, they almost turned the entire coast over, so they caught a lot of fish, as well as lobsters and crabs. They had a great time, but the fish in the sea were confused and thought the end of the world was coming. Then they set up a fire on the beach, drank wine, ate grilled fish, and even danced in a weird way. Although it is full of ugliness, the taste of freedom is really too charming. Cheers!
Another F asterisk 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 G great day. Woohoo! I'm so happy to be with you. Buggy put down the bottle, wiped the drink from the corner of his mouth, and said happily. It's just one day, which is too short. There will be more days in the future. It is safer to evaluate after getting along with each other, so as not to be embarrassing. Fujitora spoke calmly as always, drinking gracefully while talking, becoming like a poet and a passerby. Brother, your words sound obscure, but I feel very comfortable. What's going on? Buggy approached Fujitora and said with a wicked smile, like a primary school student who had just finished a prank. Let me answer you. The reason why you have this bizarre feeling is inseparable from one reason. Lin Yu held up the wine bottle and suddenly stopped midway through his words. Just tell me what the reason is. Buggy looked anxious and expectant. Cheap. Lin Yu said this word clearly and loudly. As he wished, the word flew in the air for a long time and refused to fall, lingering around them. Don't move, let me come over and kill you. Buggy swooped over to him holding a wine bottle. Chapter 46. Today we only talk about ideals. I seem to feel something more wonderful than a big treasure, but I don't seem to feel it. Buggy looked at the wine in the bottle and pondered. The night is like a plump woman, coming quietly and refusing to leave. A bright moon is big and round in the sky. I'm really afraid that it will fall down accidentally. What a heartbreaking galaxy. Lin Yu put his hands behind his head, looked at the vast night sky leisurely, and said in a low voice. Yeah, another damn night. Buggy hugged the bottle to his chest as if he was holding his empty future, and said sarcastically without knowing the taste. Frustrated people always have trouble getting through the night. Fujitora held his sword blade and leaned against the root of a tree. Darkness enveloped his whole body, making it impossible to see his expression clearly at this moment. Hole, believe it or not, I will tear you into pieces. I only think about getting rich and have no other distractions. How could I be frustrated? Buggy's speech gradually became unclear, and it seemed that alcohol had conquered him. Good night, everyone. After Lin Yu said this, he closed his eyes with satisfaction. Good night. What is this? Buggy looked confused. But no one answered him. The next day. The same sunshine, the same air, the same hangover, but 3 different people. Set sail, little ones. Buggy stood on the bow of his boat and shouted cheerfully to Lin Yu and Fujitora, as if he was not setting sail, but going to marry a bride. Lin Yu and the others were leaning against the side of the boat, looking at the sky-blue ocean, enjoying the sea breeze, and had no time to listen to Buggy's heroic words. The boat, which was neither big nor small, sailed like this without concerted efforts. The sea is surprisingly calm, the sun is warm, and the wind is salty and blows endlessly. Going out to sea on a day like this is so beautiful that you simply don't want it. Advertisement. We are going to the New World, because only when we get there can we find Captain Roger's treasure, ha 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 ha. Buggy waved his arms. Although no one asked him, he still spoke enthusiastically, as if he had obtained some great treasure. My dream is to implement the humblest justice in the world, so that the flowers of freedom can bloom in every corner, and everyone is free from oppression and slavery. Fujitora held his knife and leaned against the stern of the boat. The wind carried the sun, making him gleaming. Coupled with the frank justice revealed in his frank words, it only made people feel like a god. Hey, are you serious, brother? Buggy stared at Fujitora seriously and said like a strong man questioning a strong man. I don't tell lies. Fujitora said easily. It's too troublesome to tell lies, it's not as easy as telling the truth. Well, good luck to you, mate. As ridiculous as it sounds, every dream deserves respect. Buggy's characteristics determine that he is a person who cannot be ignored. He is always joking when he should be joking, and he is deadly serious when he should be serious. There is no reason for such a guy to remain anonymous. My dream is to find a quiet island, go fishing on it, bask in the sun, have a drink, and spend the rest of my life. Lin Yu crossed his arms and leaned against the boat, with deep eyes and a look of longing on his face. Huh? Why don't you want treasures or treasures? You don't love money or wealth. You are really scum. Buggy sat down on the deck with his hands on his hips, his face full of dissatisfaction and incomprehension. You don't need to be discouraged. It doesn't matter whether you love money or justice, there is no distinction between high and low, no distinction between high and low. Lin Yu looked back at Buggy, smiled slightly, and said quite reasonably. Really, seeing how you speak so nobly makes my dreams look so shabby in front of you. Buggy looked serious and tried his best to save some face for his dream. Perhaps my wording is too bright, it is just a small desire for peace, and there is nothing righteous and awe-inspiring in it. Fujitora changed his words, which was enough to give Buggy some face. However, although he changed his words, his meaning was still very clear and great. There is no doubt about it. Hey, don't talk to yourselves there. I'm your captain. How can I accept your sympathy? Please wake up a little bit. Buggy clenched his fists and looked very angry. Then how should we treat you, my beloved Captain Buggy? Lin Yu turned around and said coolly as a gust of wind blowing up a girl's skirt. Advertisement, insult me, look down on me, and belittle me. You can say whatever you want, but you can't say words to comfort me or sympathize with me. Only in this way can I show my majesty. Buggy said proudly, obviously Roger's influence still remained in his heart. That's it, then you receive it, my beloved Captain Buggy, Lin Yu said in a daze. This will be the first rule of the Buggy Pirates from now on, don't take the captain seriously. After Buggy finished speaking, he couldn't help but make a, yeah, Gesture. You don't take me seriously in the first place, because I'm blind, Fujitora said straightforwardly. Ah ha 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 ha. I forgot that you were blind, but even so, your cold jokes are not funny at all, ha 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 ha. Buggy said it wasn't funny, but he still laughed to death. Although he kept calling Fujitora blind, he did not insult or look down upon her at all. On the contrary, he still admired Fujitora. A blind man used a knife and went to sea to become a pirate, but he threatened to carry out justice. To Buggy, this guy is as outrageous as Captain Roger. Looking at Lin Yu on the side, his eyes were blazing, and the frank spirit exuding from his body was exactly the same as Captain Roger. Although he always seems to be carefree, there is an unfathomable meaning from time to time, which is simply unpredictable. Buggy looked at the two of them and could only shake his head helplessly. It seems that I have recruited 2 amazing crew members. Not to mention, this medium-sized ship sailed very fast. After a while, the small island behind them was thrown away, and there was no trace of it. After sailing for an unknown amount of time, the wind on the sea disappeared. A dead silence. Lin Yu and Fujitora noticed something at the same time. There seems to be some bad meaning in this silence. Fujitora couldn't help but clench the knife in his hand, lowered his head slightly, and his whole face was buried in the bleak darkness, which looked very profound. It seems that we have disturbed the rest of a few big guys. It seems that we have to pay a heavy price now, Lin Yu said casually, which was quite serious, but he was not panicked at all. It's possible, Fujitora said, suddenly pulling out the blade in his hand without any warning, and his stern posture domineeringly broke into the eyes of everyone present. This figure full of murderous intent is awe-inspiring and admirable. At this time, layers of waves rippled on the calm sea surface, silently and shockingly. Chapter 47. Let me ask you, what are you doing? What the hell are you doing? If you don't play games with me, I will curse you. Buggy looked at the 2 people who suddenly stood up and asked inexplicably. Just as he finished speaking, a huge Poseidon slowly appeared behind him. Lin Yu pointed behind Buggy and reminded quietly, behind you. What's behind me? As he said that, Buggy couldn't help but look back. As soon as he turned around, his eyes were so scared that they almost popped out. See, Poseidon class, Buggy screamed and backed away. I'm afraid we have already arrived in hell. Fujitora raised his face that was covered by darkness, and only then could he clearly see the look of expectation on his face. The Windless Zone is a very challenging and dangerous sea area, and Lin Yu and the others are in it at this time. It's not bad to be able to walk through hell. Lin Yu put his hands on his hips and smiled all over his face. What are you 2 talking about? We are about to be swallowed by Poseidons, so we can't say anything nice. Buggy was so anxious that he almost collapsed. Don't worry, Captain Buggy, just leave it to us without worry. Lin Yu turned around and said with a frank smile. Ooh, are you like that boy Shanks, talking nonsense with a calm face at such a time? Buggy looked aggrieved and cried, adding a tragic element to his voice before continuing said. I didn't expect that the great Buggy would die at sea not long after he set sail alone. Captain Roger, I'm here to see you, woo woo woo. The Poseidon, which was overlooking everything happening on the ship, seemed to have lost its patience and rushed down with its mouth wide open. Oh, I'm going to die, this uncle's legend has come to an end. Buggy held his head and let out the sharpest scream in history, which echoed endlessly on the calm sea. When Buggy opened his eyes again, he found that he was unharmed, which was a bit surprising. Is your throat okay, Captain Buggy? Lin Yu turned around and asked humorously. Advertisement. Buggy saw the most unbelievable thing in his life for the second time. He saw that the Poseidon that had been arrogant just now had been torn into pieces and was falling into the sea. Oh, what happened? Is it Captain Roger's blessing? Buggy was startled at first, then suddenly calmed down and touched his chin and began to guess. Hey, are you 2 okay? After thinking for a while but to no avail, Buggy raised his head and asked Lin Yu and the others with concern. It's okay, it's just that it's a little noisy to my eardrums. Lin Yu opened his teeth and clawed his ears and said. It's normal. I've seen Poseidon even bigger than this. The roar it makes can knock down a house. You haven't seen it, and you might not believe it if I tell you. Buggy waved his hands as if he was doing it easily, not realizing that Lin Yu was referring to him when he said noisy, and with his frivolous expression, it seemed that he had completely forgotten how embarrassed he looked just now. Wow. Maybe we can see the kind of Poseidon you mentioned soon. Lin Yu covered his mouth and snickered. Ma. See you soon? Buggy seemed to have drank a bottle of water and was told that there was fatal poison in the water. His head turned to Lin Yu intermittently like clockwork. Fear written all over his face. Coming. Just listen to Fujitora's sharp voice reminding everyone. Whoosh whoosh. Several sounds of breaking through the sea were heard one after another, and within a few seconds, dozens of huge Poseidons surrounded their ship. At the same moment, Buggy's face turned green with fear when he saw this scene. CCCC Poseidon type. There are swarms of Poseidon type, even Captain Roger's appearance is useless now. When Buggy finally recovered from the shock, he stumbled and shouted like this. This battle is really grand. Don't you think too highly of us? Lin Yu put his hands in his pockets and stood motionless, speaking frivolously and casually, showing his unscrupulous look to the fullest. I feel the breath of anger. Their companions were killed by us who are so insignificant. They must be very unwilling to accept this sad and fragile fate.
Fujidora's voice is crisp and plaintive, like poetry, like trekking from a very far away place. You two bastards, you actually have the energy to chat at this moment. Damn it, you've actually tricked me. Advertisement Buggy was scared and angry. One moment he was frightened by the Poseidon in front of him, and the next moment he yelled unwillingly at Lin Yu and the others. He was simply too busy. Good apprentice, don't use Conqueror's hockey. If the battle is solved in an instant, it will be meaningless. The fighting spirit and bellicose emotions in Fujidora's body have been aroused. If Lin Yu quickly resolves the battle at this time, he will be very uncomfortable. Do you want to? Lin Yu hesitated, and then spit out an understanding smile from his mouth. Do you want to have a gorgeous dance? Lin Yu's last words were not a question, but an affirmation. This was a romantic tacit understanding between men. Occasionally I want to be passionate. Although I am no longer a teenager, the passion of a teenager always wells up in my heart, which really makes me thirsty and unbearable. With that said, Fujitora put the knife to his chest, and a strong domineering aura began to rise from his body until it gushes out. Hey, blind uncle, what are you doing? With your knife, you probably can't even scratch the skin of these monsters. Buggy looked at Fujidora's majestic posture and felt the pressure emanating from him, but he still said desperate words. Lin Yu stood aside gracefully and looked at Buggy with a smile on his face. Don't panic, Captain. My master is overly flattering these little guys by using a knife to deal with them. This is not a little guy, it's obviously a giant. Okay, I just pretended to be cool with you, and now you're using it on me. Buggy looked at Lin Yu with contempt. Even if you are handsome, you can't speak arrogantly like this regardless of the occasion. Captain, I'm afraid these little beasts have never heard of your reputation. If they knew it was you standing on the ship, they would have run away in a hurry. Lin Yu was quite good at deceiving people, and Buggy believed him. Am I really that powerful? No, not only did Buggy believe it, he also tried to confirm it with others. If you don't believe me, look at me, Lin Yu said, raised his head and continued to shout to the Poseidons surrounding their ship. Hey, you little beasts, listen. This man standing on the ship is the great Uncle Buggy, the richest people in this ocean in the future. All those who know how to behave, get out of here, otherwise you will be left with nothing to eat. Lin Yu's words did not scare those Poseidons, but they frightened Buggy so much that he broke out in cold sweat. He shouted desperately at Lin Yu, eager to stop him from talking anymore. At the same time, the Poseidons seemed to understand Lin Yu's threatening and provocative words, and they let out bloodthirsty roars, and then rushed towards them crazily. Soon after, Lin Yu suddenly turned back to look at Fujitora, only to see that the aura on Fujidora's body had been raised to the extreme, and there was only one opportunity left. Gravity Knife Wind King. Fujitora said these words coldly with a hoarse voice. Chapter 48 The Greatest Insult Since the Existence of the Windless Zone. A dazzling white light gradually spread and finally disappeared into the sky. The pale slash instantly penetrated all the surrounding Poseidons, as easily as the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Even the clouds in the sky were affected and spread out in a radial pattern, which looked shocking. Wow, what a beautiful move. Lin Yu on the boat couldn't help but applaud. Buggy on the side looked at the scene in front of him, and his jaw dropped to the ground in surprise. He wanted to say something, but couldn't say a word for a while. A little farewell gift. Fujitora said in a deep, magnetic voice, while slowly putting the knife back into its sheath. It's fake. This must be a dream. If it's a dream, wake up quickly. I don't want to live in a dream. Buggy finally woke up and immediately gasped and said in distress. Captain Buggy, this is far from a dream. He can't be more awake than ever. Lin Yu put one hand on the edge of the boat and the other on his hips, saying like a boy next door. You be asterisk 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 D blind man. You are so strong and you still want to be my crew member. Are you humiliating me as the captain? Buggy finally recognized the reality and stepped forward without hesitation, grabbing Fujitora's collar and yelling in a serious manner. I'm sorry. Fujitora's voice contained a hint of tender grievance, which made people moved. TCH, forget it, I'll let you off this time. Don't hide anything from me, the captain, in the future. Otherwise, we will sever our partnership and drive you off the ship. Buggy clenched his hands into fists and looked as angry as a chihuahua. Captain Buggy, instead of being furious, let's think about how we can get through the comm zone. Lin Yu said a little playfully, as if he was talking about a trivial matter without any danger. Huh? Windless zone? Buggy blinked twice and suddenly realized something. Ah! A tragic cry penetrated the sky again. Soon after, the three of them were sitting cross-legged on the boat, anxiously discussing strategies. Aha! I thought about it. When Captain Roger led us across the windless zone, he used the Poseidon class as power. Buggy raised a finger and said happily, advertisement. But those Poseidons were subdued just now, and the rest will probably show up in a while. Fujitora is as calm as ever, and this type of calmness is what Buggy doesn't like to see. It's all you be asterisk 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 D who wants to trap us in the windless zone. Buggy waved his fist at Fujitora in the air, his face full of grinning anger. I have a way. Lin Yu said infinitely leisurely, looking at the tranquil sea. Buggy and Fujitora looked at him at the same time. Lin Yu felt eyes focused on him, so he turned around and said with a smirk. Without external force, we create our own force to push the ship forward. Create your own power? Do you mean we go into the sea and push the boat away? This is too ridiculous.
Buggy retorted, breathing heavily from both nostrils. Of course not, it's like this. As he said this, Lin Yu stood up and walked to the stern of the boat. He clenched his fist and swung it forward with all his strength. In an instant, the energy generated by the fist's friction with the air exploded and formed a small repulsive force, giving the ship motionless on the sea some strength to sail forward. Ah! The ship is moving. Buggy stood up from the deck in surprise. This method is really willful, but let me get involved here. With that said, Fujitora also got up and came to the stern of the boat. Aha! Master, do you want to try it too? Lin Yu waved his fists, seemingly enjoying himself. Let's take turns. When you get tired, switch to me. Fujitora once again pulled out the knife in his arms and said in a prepared tone. On this day, the number of times I drew the knife seemed to have increased, but not every time I drew the knife with the intention of killing. This feeling was very comfortable. Master, if I get tired, it won't be your turn, hee. Lin Yu smiled excitedly. Every time he said these shameless words, he felt very happy. After all, bearing pressure is the most worthy thing for a hero to show off. Of course he doesn't think he is a hero, but who doesn't have a heroic dream? Although he has never been a person with lofty ideals and has his own small thoughts, he is willing to do justice occasionally. In short, this is an extremely ordinary person, a small role, although not worth mentioning. Advertisement after all, his ideal is to become an unknown person who only enjoys the freedom of loneliness. Then let's come together. You are having so much fun, I am so envious that I am drooling. Fujitora grinned, and then swung a flying slash forward. The huge chop in the wind and waves caused by Lin Yu's boxing filled the ship beneath him with power. The ship was galloping forward in the calm windless zone. Ahahaha. You two are so awesome. You are worthy of being the subordinates of the great Captain Buggy. Come on guys. Buggy shouted happily, raising his fists, and then he turned his back and showed a sly smile, which was his original face. Hee ha ha ha. It's great to be able to conquer these two powerful opponents. They seem to be unaware of their own powerful strength. If we can master these two combat powers well, it will not be long before I become the richest man on the sea. Hee. Buggy snickered triumphantly, and a calculation in his heart made him excited. Come on Buggy pirates. The more Buggy thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't help jumping on the deck and cheering for Lin Yu and the others. On the calm sea, there is an unstable pirate ship. It is moving like a slug, pitiful and ridiculous. There were 3 people on the boat. They took the danger into their hands and did not take the disaster situation seriously. A few fish that slipped through the net and escaped the laws of the world, relied on their willful abilities to break out of the sea of death, the windless zone, step by step. The arrogant storm hit the 3 of them for a long time without knowing when, hitting the faces of the 3 of them, like an unforgettable expectation of reunion. Ha 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 ha. Kids, we have escaped from the windless zone, which means that the Buggy pirates will have an extremely glorious start. Buggy raised his hands above his head, his body so happy that he couldn't help but fall apart. Fujitora and Lin Yu were exhausted and swaying profusely, lying straight on the board of the boat, looking helplessly at the rolling clouds in the sky. I feel tired. Fujitora honestly expressed his true thoughts. I'd like a cup of pearl milk tea, Lin Yu said slightly aggrievedly. Help me have a drink too. Fujitora learned to tease me at some point. Although he is very tired now, he is still in the same mood. Such a sky looks a bit pessimistic. Lin Yu squinted his eyes, and a feeling of déjà vu crept into his heart. The waterspout we experienced last time had clouds like this rolling in the sky. Not long after they finished speaking, they felt the hull of the ship begin to tilt violently, and the entire pirate ship made a creaking sound like it was about to fall apart. Disasters really come one after another, never ending. Chapter 49 Sea Restaurant. The pub is opening with a big bonus today. All the wine can be drank for free. Shall I? Is it true? Of course. Ha 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 ha. Then I will drink until dawn. On a small island shrouded in sunshine, Xiao Ai stood under her tavern, with her hands in front of her, head tilted, and a smile on her face. Lin Yu stood on a small boat, facing the island across the sea. Suddenly, shells struck from all directions, and the island was instantly plunged into a sea of fire. The beautiful picture was swept into the ruthless flames and devoured. The sky went from cloudless to overcast. The sunshine, the island and the tavern all disappeared in an instant, leaving only Xiao Ai's smiling face lingering in the distance. Please live freely and happily. In the end, only these faint words floated in Lin Yu's mind. Xiao Ai, Xiao Ai. Lin Yu screamed heartbreakingly, and then suddenly opened his eyes. What appeared in front of him was only a blue sea, and he was lying on a wooden board, drifting for who knows how long. Pass through the calm zone and experience vortex storms. He thought of everything, and finally said to himself disappointedly and happily, fortunately, it turned out to be a dream. Xiao Ai, she must be a very cute girl. Fujitora's voice suddenly broke into his ears quietly. Master. Are you okay? Lin Yu then noticed Fujitora beside him, and Buggy who was dragging Fujitora's body limply. We saved a life, took a trip to hell and came back the same way. Fujitora responded with profound words. You said Xiao Ai, haha, the wine she makes is delicious, that's all. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth twitched, revealing a happy smile. Trouble is, at this critical moment of life and death, stop discussing women, you two bastards. Advertisement buggy lay weakly on the wooden board, with his lower body floating in the seawater, which made him feel very uncomfortable. That's right, we haven't escaped from hell yet. If we float like this, we will die. Fujitora analyzed calmly and reasonably, but his current reasonable analysis is particularly hateful. Blind man, you don't need to state it again, I understand, Buggy said viciously as he was really tired of it. It seems like a ship is coming, Lin Yu said drowsily, looking ahead. What? Where? Buggy's head popped like a spring, looking ahead desperately. However, the sea was empty, not even a seagull. Oops, I was dazzled and saw the wrong thing. Lin Yu closed his eyes and changed his words. A hole, I doubt you did it on purpose. Buggy glared at him fiercely. If it weren't for the inconvenience now, he would definitely take action. It's here, it seems to be a pretty huge ship. Fujitora raised his head, pointed in one direction, and said in a low and sure voice. Hey, you just shamelessly picked up that B**************** D after he finished playing with you. Do you think I will still believe it? Buggy shouted with spittle flying everywhere. But just as he finished speaking, the familiar sound of ships cutting through the waves came over. I saw a luxurious sea restaurant approaching slowly like a behemoth. It's really a huge ship, wow, it looks very luxurious. Blind man, you are quite capable, ha 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 ha. Buggy kept patting Fujitora on the back in excitement, and immediately changed his face and praised him. The three of them used their last strength and swam towards the suddenly appeared restaurant on the sea. At this time, in the sea restaurant, although it was broad daylight, the lights were still bright. Although it was not a meal, there were still people coming and going. Noble gentlemen, elegant women, and strong sea warriors, it was really lively. Hey, is this the famous restaurant on the sea? You are using this kind of garbage to fool customers, how outrageous. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a plate slamming to the ground was heard, instantly alarming everyone in the restaurant. I saw a man with a small beard, sharp eyes as if he had been squeezed by the door, and a long and flat figure. He didn't look like a good guy whether he looked horizontally or vertically, he said viciously. This man is Pirate Brand. What, is that Brand, who has 1,000 pirate crews under his command? That's right, it's him. With that unique figure and unforgettable appearance, it must be him. Run, run, this guy can't be offended by anyone but Marine. Advertisement people in the restaurant talked a lot, and finally they all walked out quickly as if they were running away. The busy restaurant instantly cooled down. Among the few people who stayed here, there were several restaurant waiters, but they looked at me and pushed you, but they didn't dare to go forward to negotiate with Brand. If you don't work, what are you doing here? At this time, a middle-aged waiter came over and asked several waiters who were pushing around. Mr. Ross, Pirate Brand is making a big splash in the restaurant, go and have a look. When the waiter saw this middle-aged man, he said as if he was seeing a savior. Let me solve it. Ross agreed calmly. Ross has been working in offshore restaurants for half his life and has dealt with all kinds of people. He knows what methods to use with different people, especially when dealing with troublesome customers. He has always been good at it. Sir, I'm really sorry. Because our mistake has caused you a lot of trouble, we will give you a free meal. If you want to eat something else, don't worry. Our store will always give you free meals. Make up for our mistakes. Ross's words were rigorous, and his polite and comfortable words slipped out of his mouth smoothly. Most people would be very willing to cooperate after hearing such words. But the treacherous pirate leader Brand didn't accept this trick at all, and he stared at Rose closely with his small eyes. Do you just want to use this trick to get rid of me? As he spoke, Brand crossed his legs on the dining table and swayed leisurely, as if he would never give up. Even Rose, who was experienced in dealing with this kind of thing, was a little frightened by Brand's eyes at this moment, and he couldn't help but have large beads of sweat on his forehead. This was simply unprecedented. Then, gentlemen, you might as well tell us what you want to do. Ross still pretended to be calm, but when he said this, he felt very unsure. You ask me what I want to do, then I will tell you with great mercy that I will smash your offshore restaurant that deceives customers. Brand said coldly, only destruction can calm his anger. Sir, the restaurant on the sea belongs to neither Marine nor pirates. It is a neutral party. It only serves to cook meals for the people on this sea. It is not worth the concern of a big pirate like you. Ross was completely panicked and saw the other party's true intention. It was not to cause trouble at all, but simply to cause destruction. I can smash wherever I want. Don't I need to know the route clearly and say hello first to set a date? Brand said, took out the pistol from his arms and shot Rose mercilessly. Ross fell to the ground unconscious. HMPH, the chirping old guy really deserves to die. Brand put away his gun and didn't even look at Rose on the ground. It's so noisy, it's just a late breakfast, how about making such a big noise? Suddenly, a rude and impatient voice came from the corner of the restaurant. Chapter 50 Arrogant people always have a short life. Who? Brand's sharp eyes looked towards the corner where the sound came from, and he asked as seriously as if he found a bug in the dish. What's wrong with this world? There are damn pirates everywhere. These scum shouldn't be alive in the world. The man in the corner lit a cigar, leaned his back on the chair, and then took a deep breath of smoke. The rising smoke was as thick as the confusion in the man's tone and was difficult to dissipate. Do you mean what you said? I heard it all, word for word. Brand stood up slowly, his small eyes bursting with infinite murderous intent. No one had dared to say such high-profile insults in front of him since he was a child. Because as long as anyone dares to neglect him, he will kill that person even to the ends of the earth. Cruelty and ruthlessness are commonplace for Brand. At this time, Brand looked at the person in the corner with his most solemn and ferocious expression, waiting for his answer. If the answer did not suit him at all, he would immediately kill the person. Yes, yes. Finally, from the corner, the man spat out these 4 words. After hearing this, Brand clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead were immediately exposed. You will pay with blood for the words you spoke. I will hang you on the mast of this restaurant on the sea and let you smell the aroma of food and starve to death. Brand said bloodthirsty while walking quickly towards the person in the corner. As soon as he walked up to the man, before he had time to show off his power, the man was already prepared. He took the first step and turned around, revealing a huge steel arm. Ah. B******************. D. Brand was caught off guard, and his little eyes were so frightened that they were twice as big as usual. Before he could react, a huge steel arm caught him alive. Remember not to be so arrogant after going to hell. The man said in a farewell and contemptuous tone, and then the steel arm was extremely charged and finally exploded. Brand's body was hit by the force of the explosion, and his body immediately flew out of the restaurant like a bullet. The pirate leader with 1,000 pirate crew died inexplicably. Advertisement not sad at all, not lamentable at all. Wow, General Zepha, who is from the Marine headquarters, actually came to this unknown place to bully a little pirate leader. He is really depraved. The moment Brand's body flew out, a cynical voice came from the door. The sudden cynical voice was right. The person who stood in the restaurant and subdued Brand with one move was none other than Black Arm Zepha. After he lost an arm, he was demoted to Lieutenant General. What's even more ridiculous is that the person who caused these blows to him was actually recruited by Marine to become Shichibukai. The successive blows made him a little frustrated, and he even doubted whether he should persist in his justice. Although he had already told Cyborg that he wanted to leave Marine, he regretted afterwards. Marine was not something he could just let go of easily, it was his whole dream. Under such circumstances, he accepted the transformation of Marine scientists and installed this seastone arm on him. At the same time, he also learned from the scientists about something called explosive rock and endpoint. A huge plan emerged in his mind, and the blows of the past few days were instantly forgotten. Marine's justice alone is unreliable. They have many people and they don't work together at all. They always have their own scheming and calculations. He can only rely on himself, and he firmly believes that only his marine justice is the most competent and perfect. If this plan succeeds, all pirates in the New World can be wiped out in one fell swoop. Although innocent people may be hurt, there is no harm in sacrificing a few innocent lives on the road to achieving justice. Zepha had such an extreme plan in his mind that he left the Marine headquarters alone, continued to hold the position of Marine Lieutenant General, and secretly carried out his plan on this ocean. At this time, Zepha in the restaurant couldn't help but raise his head when he heard the familiar teasing voice. I saw 3 people standing calmly at the door. They were Lin Yu, Fujitora and Buggy. It's true that there are enemies on opposite sides of the road. Zepha's eyes at this time were completely different from the last time he saw Lin Yu. There seemed to be less tenacity and more fortitude in his eyes now. Being able to meet here, I think it's more of fate, Lin Yu said subtly, seeming to be testing the other party's bottom line. You did me a terrible job, and my arm still hurts a lot. Zepha put his hand on his mechanical arm and said with regret and resentment at the same time. Advertisement, you know, I am not the one who cut off your arm. If you are seeking revenge, you should go to Whitebeard. Lin Yu spread his hands and shook the pot helplessly. Huh, this all happened because of you. Do you want to escape from it just like this? Zepha stared at him with a sneer. The expression on his face was very full, making people a little unclear as to what he wanted to express. Want to fight? Now that we have talked about this, there is no point in continuing to talk. It is better to have a quick fight. This is the best solution for men in this ocean. However, to Lin Yu's expectation, after hearing these words, Zepha put away the arrogant and resentful face and sat down slowly. Fight? Fighting with pirates like you is not my current theme. I have more important things to do. Zepha stared at Lin Yu closely. Although he said he would not fight, his aura meant that he was about to start a fight at any time. Aha! That's really great. We didn't come here with the intention of disrupting the situation today. We're just hungry and want to eat some food. It's best if we all live in harmony. Regardless of whether what Zepha said was true or false, Lin Yu regarded him as true, and speculating randomly was not something he would do. Lin Yu and the other 2 sat down. At this time, except for Lin Yu and Fujitora who remained as calm as ever, Buggy among them was already swaying profusely from fear. He was used to being arrogant, but after seeing Zepha's face, he didn't even dare to fart. When he was on Roger's pirate ship, he had seen Marine's black arm Zepha and knew that he had always been cold-blooded and ruthless in dealing with pirates. His powerful strength and immense hatred for pirates make all pirates who have heard of him fear him. I didn't expect to meet General Marine here. It sounds ridiculous, but don't let him discover me, otherwise Lousy's pirate career will end here. Buggy lowered his head, muttering to himself carefully and quietly, desperately trying to lower his sense of presence. Captain Buggy, you have been acting strange since the beginning. What's wrong? Just when Buggy wanted to keep a low profile, Lin Yu's loud and solemn voice spoke loudly. As soon as the sound came out, it echoed clearly throughout the entire restaurant. Chapter 51 Born to Hate Pirates. Shush.
B asterisk 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 D, don't call me by my first name. Buggy bared his teeth and claws to stop Lin Yu. What's the matter, Captain? Lin Yu asked solemnly, standing very straight, and his fearless look added a bit of cuteness. Loki, Buggy said emphatically, completely different from his past self. It turns out that the great Captain Buggy also has a low-key day. It's really rare, haha. Woohoo. Lin Yu waved his hands and said teasingly, and when he was about to laugh, Buggy's hand flew over and blocked his mouth. Be quiet, Buggy said in a low voice. Good morning, gentlemen, what would you like to order? At this time, Ross, who had just been shot and fell to the ground, stood up again, came to Lin Yu's dining table as if nothing happened, and asked respectfully. Ah, aren't you dead? Buggy cried out in panic. He felt that his voice was too loud and quickly covered his mouth. There are too many things to watch out for in this ocean. It is difficult to survive without some means of survival. Ross smiled slightly and took out a gold coin from his arms, with a bullet embedded in it. It was obvious that this gold coin blocked the fatal blow for him. Although I don't know how he did it, this method shouldn't be difficult for people who are in this circle. The food and wine were served together, and it didn't take long. The three of them quickly got into devouring the food. I have used up too much energy these days and need to replenish a lot of energy. This smells so good, Buggy couldn't help but praise. Fujitora ate the noodles from the bowl with a long-lost smile on his face, as relaxed as if he had won a game. Only Lin Yu was paying attention to Zepha not far away while eating, and Zepha was also paying attention to them. This tacit feeling stuck in Lin Yu's throat like a mouthful of phlegm, which was very uncomfortable. Hey, do you want to come and eat together? We also have guys here who study justice. Maybe you can discuss it. Lin Yu raised his head and initiated an invitation to Zepha. Zepha seemed to have been prepared for it. Without thinking too much, he got up and walked over, then sat down next to Buggy. Feeling Zepha's presence beside him, his perseverance disturbed Buggy's mood wantonly. Buggy panicked. Totally panicked. Advertisement he didn't dare to move and kept on eating as he had just done, and the sweat on his face caught up with the heavy rain. But Zepha didn't even look at him, just stared at Lin Yu closely. Would you like to drink? Lin Yu was unmoved by his strong manly spirit and casually picked up the bottle and handed it to him and asked. I only drink this wine. As he said that, Zepha took out a different bottle from his body. What kind of wine is this? Lin Yu asked curiously. Only men drink wine. Zepha raised his head and took a sip, then slowly exhaled. The vicissitudes of his face seemed to be healed a lot. It's strange, there's this kind of wine, I haven't drunk it yet, ha 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 ha. Lin Yu said self-deprecatingly. Zepha handed the wine to Lin Yu without saying a word. This move frightened Buggy on the side. He stared at Lin Yu and opened his mouth silently, meaning that he refused Zepha's wine. Lin Yu took the bottle with dignity. Then I'm welcome. Then he drank all the wine in the bottle in one gulp. Huh? I just gave you a taste, but you drank it anyway, Zepha complained miserably. Sorry, I drank it all accidentally. This wine is really good, Lin Yu put down the bottle and said with a smile. Forget it, for the sake of you appreciating this wine, I'll forgive you. Zepha shook his head. In fact, he didn't care from the beginning to the end. Why do you hate pirates so much? After drinking strong wine, Lin Yu's chat box was open and he asked unscrupulously. Do you think I would say such a thing to a pirate? Zepha, who was originally calm, suddenly felt a surge of anger on his face. I've already drank the wine, how can I still have no story? Lin Yu stared at Zepha as if he expected everything, as if he already knew his final answer. Zepha also stared at him with a menacing and domineering look, but in the end he seemed defeated and sighed, then lit a cigar. Smoke rose slowly on the dining table, and images flashed through his mind one after another like a roller coaster. From the beginning, he had a firm belief. That is to carry out the pure justice deep in your heart. Let that girl go. More than 30 years ago, in a sunny port, a little boy wearing a turban of justice shouted this. Huh? Where did this idiot come from to put underwear on his head, ha 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 ha. A group of naughty children pointed at the little boy and mocked him mercilessly. The sun shines on the little boy's body, and the wind blows the cloak he made out of sheets, making everything look smooth. Advertisement, I am the embodiment of justice, Z. The little boy made the super cool gesture he designed for himself and shouted with justice. The naughty child was even more amused, pointing at him and laughing crazily. What kind of embodiment of justice is this? Those ridiculous gestures and tattered equipment make people laugh out loud. Facing the ridicule, the little boy showed a determined expression and rushed towards them with all his strength. In the end, the little boy was beaten until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. However, under the bruises and bruises, his unswerving expression was not affected at all. TCH, it's so boring. When the little boys saw the little boy being beaten and motionless on the ground, they gradually became bored and spat at him before leaving one after another. The little boy stood up from the ground and wiped the dust from his face. Both his eyes and the expression on his face showed unshakable determination. He thought he had won, and the power of justice finally allowed the group of children to escape. Thank you, little brother. The little girl holding a dirty rag doll said to the little boy with tears in her eyes. The little boy didn't reply and left resolutely. Real justice does not need to ask for thanks. Gratitude will only paralyze the heart of a messenger of justice. What I want to implement is pure justice, and nothing can stop me. The little boy gave all the firmness in his young heart to this belief. The little girl behind him looked at him with tear-stained eyes and murmured words of thanks. A few years later, the little boy joined Marine aggressively. Hey, why did you join Marine? Carry out justice. At a young age, he had already learned the good habit of speaking frugally. Justice. This little guy actually knows justice. You know, justice is not a lollipop. Talking about justice is not a sweet thing. Marine said this to the little boy, hoping to bring him back to reality from fantasy. Don't look down on people. You be asterisk 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 D. What I stick to in my heart is pure justice. Don't use your secular words to slander it. The boy clenched his fists, as if he was ready to rush in for a fight at any time. This kid even curses when he is anxious. Let's go, let's go. He will know in a few years. It doesn't make sense to him now. Then tell me your name, the recruiting officer finally asked. I'm Zepha. Even the way he said his name was different from others. I know, you can go to the Monkey D. Garp group. Chapter 52. There is no difference between good and evil people, only pitiful and ridiculous ones. I have seen too many sad scenes along the way. Villages trampled by pirates, families broken by pirates are everywhere. Innocent people have shed too many tears for pirates. All this should have ended long ago. Got it. As Zepha spoke, he clenched his fists tighter and tighter. The justice that had been boiling in his heart was burning fiercely at this moment, and it was so dazzling that no one could bear to look directly at it. I'm afraid all this won't end anytime soon. Fujitora, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. The deep voice made the listener feel a little overwhelmed for a moment. However, before the listener could recover, he continued. Since the execution of Roger One Piece, the world government's original plan to suppress pirates has failed. Instead, it has stimulated people's desire to explore the endless sea. Countless strong men have walked towards the sea. The gates of hell have been opened wide. To stop this, Marine's justice alone is simply not enough. After finishing speaking in one breath, Fujitora stopped and stuffed a ball of sushi into his mouth, chewing it with enjoyment as if to reward himself. Those world nobles who set the rules originally wanted to show off their achievements to the world and consolidate their majesty in the hearts of people all over the world to a greater extent, but they did not expect that things would always turn out not as expected. Now they must be sure it's very uncomfortable, even restless, ha 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 ha. Lin Yu smiled gloatingly, but he didn't care about it at all in his heart. No matter world noble or pirates, none of them are good. The forces that can exist on this sea must have some cruel laws. One Piece? Ridiculous. No one can be called king on this sea. The hierarchy has always been ridiculous. There are also those sea emperors. This kind of title is like a child playing house. The same goes for Roger. He is just a clown and was elected as king by a group of criminals. It is extremely ridiculous. After Zepha finished speaking, he punched the dining table, shaking the food on the dining table. There seemed to be a stubborn reluctance in his words. Roger, I persuaded him to go fishing with me on the beach in his last days, but he chose his own path, the path a man should choose. An imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth, and the admiration in his words was particularly strong. This be asterisk 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 D. This idiot, if he takes the path of justice, with his ability, he will definitely bring a great deal of light to the world. Why should he succumb to his own desires? We obviously cooperated so well at that time. Zepha lowered his head, showing a rather incomprehensible confusion. The scenes of fighting together also appeared in his mind. Hey, boy, you are very skilled. Do you want to join my pirate group? Let's conquer this sea together, ha 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 ha. On that little-known island, a war that would determine the direction of the world was going on in full swing. And in this fierce melee, Roger smiled and said these words of appreciation to Zepha. Originally, when Zepha heard that Marine was going to join forces with the pirates, he strongly opposed it with pure justice in his heart. Advertisement. Why? Why do you want to join forces with pirates? Zepha, execute the order. His suspicions were mercilessly stopped by his boss, but the injustice in his heart was still burning. He was determined to fight to the death that day, and none of the pirates could escape. Until I really saw that man, that strong, frank and somewhat willful man. Be careful, you can't die, you are the one I like. Roger told him this after blocking a black gun for him. Go away, pirate, and don't show any courtesy in front of me. We are born enemies and can never be partners. Zepha was scarred and yelled heartbreakingly at Roger, who had just saved his life. Roger scratched his head, not angry at all, just with an apologetic smile on his face. The scene was as real and pure as when he saw the first ray of sunshine in the morning at the port when he was a child. There were no pirates at that time. People can stay at any port without worrying about being robbed by pirates. Who are you? Zepha put aside his usual stubbornness and asked in surprise. My name is Roger, and I will be the next man to conquer this sea, ha 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 ha, Roger replied enthusiastically. This smile, like a ball of flame, often appears in Zepha's mind. Pirate, what a waste it is for this man to be a pirate. This battle was the Battle of the Valley of the Gods that became a sensation in the future and was quickly hidden by the world government. That battle announced the fall of Rox, the king of the sea at that time, and was a victory battle with huge milestone significance for Marine. However, while everyone was immersed in the joy of victory, Zepha was full of worries. It's just that one Rox died. The pirates on his ship did not die because of this.
Advertisement Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Big Mom, Kaido, etc. If these restless guys are not wiped out, they will cause trouble sooner or later. Among these people, the one who worried Zepha the most was Roger, who saved his life and invited him on board the ship with a smile. This person was more threatening than anyone else. Even more so than Rock's, on the contrary, the path Roger took was his own path of justice. Lin Yu's words brought Zepha back to reality. He understood that Zefa's ability to say such confusing words was actually recognition of Roger on another level. How rare it is to have such a stubborn and righteous person recognize an enemy. Should men protect or destroy? This is an endless topic. Fujitora said with a finishing touch. To protect justice and destroy evil, it's that simple. How can there be so much truth to express? The so-called truth is just an excuse to escape and cover up. Zepha said as he took out his favorite wine from his arms again, and drank it down in one gulp this time. People are not divided into good and evil, only ridiculous and pitiful. Lin Yu said sharply, then opened his eyes and continued with a rather domineering tone. It would be foolish to define other people's good and evil according to your own preferences, and the end result will be nothing. Boy, are you teaching me how to do things? Tell me what you have experienced and why you say something so cool. Zepha slammed the empty wine bottle in his hand onto the dining table and responded to Lin Yu with righteous anger. His words and tone could shock many people, including some strong ones, but they really couldn't scare Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu was too lazy to say anything to refute, but a gentle light emerged in his eyes, and he said to him with regret in his voice. Mr. Zepha, are you interested in going to an uncharted island with me, fishing, drinking wine, and talking about flowers and birds every day? Chapter 53. Please let me step in. I refuse. Faced with such a sudden request, Zepha gave a straightforward and positive response. Well, what a shame. Lin Yu smiled slightly. Answer. He knew it before he asked. Some people are leaving. If you try your best to retain someone, it will only make the person who leaves more determined, and the person who wants to remain will be more miserable. He had long looked down upon all this. Respecting the established reality is not just about compromise, it is also a very handsome thing. Full of wine and food. The four people sitting here looked at me and I looked at you, and they understood each other tacitly. In this situation, no one could say anything to end the show. The meal has been finished, the wine has been drunk, and all that needs to be said has been said. Lin Yu said tentatively, but only stopped. Are you just leaving like this? Without leaving anything behind? Zepha said coldly, murderous intent flowing freely from his eyes. These words frightened Buggy beside him, and his whole body trembled like an electric shock. It seems that this fight is inevitable. Oh, you are so handsome with your Halushi arms. It would be great if you could die with such cool equipment, ha 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 ha. Lin Yu crossed his arms on his chest, raised his head and smiled passionately, as if death was something worth celebrating. Fujitora on the side also felt something bad in the air. He couldn't help but put his hand on the handle of the knife, tilted his head and concentrated on listening to the movements around him, appearing ready to attack. The situation is about to get out of hand. Advertisement. Ha 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 ha. This wine is indeed strong enough. The killing intent flowing in Zepha suddenly disappeared, replaced by an extremely perfunctory one. This is not fun at all. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't want to start a war with him here at all. Don't worry, don't be nervous. I can tell you clearly that I have no reason to have any friction with you. The smile on Zepha's face gradually disappeared, replaced by incomparable seriousness. What do you say? Lin Yu knew Zepha's character and would not be able to let him go, a person with great threat, unless he had some bigger plan to support him. Anyway, it will be made public soon, so it doesn't hurt to tell you. The Marine headquarters will announce a new policy. In order to better suppress pirates, the government will recruit some influential pirates, appoint them as Shichibukai, and give them special privileges, rights and qualifications. Zepha said coldly and indifferently. Anyone can tell his rejection of this policy outside of his words. Shichibukai. It finally appeared. I wonder who the world government will give the honor of this lackey to. Lin Yu said as expected. Oh, listening to what you said, you seem to have known about this for a long time? Zepha was obviously surprised. You must know that this major incident has not been announced to the public, and only Marine's senior management knew about this plan. Yes, the world government has been really ugly these years. In order to consolidate their ulterior secrets and maintain their surprisingly small dignity, they can't do anything. We ordinary people have long been used to it. Lin Yu excused himself with cynical words, and his excellent and sharp eyes seemed to say that I know all the secrets you are hiding. After listening to this, Zepha looked at Lin Yu meaningfully. His eyes gradually became sharper, and he did not dare to underestimate the young man in front of him. Congratulations, you have the title of running dog. Zepha looked at Lin Yu arrogantly and said, full of sarcasm. Huh? Lin Yu looked confused. Forget it, I won't say much else. Anyway, you will receive the notice soon. With that said, Zepha got up and walked out of the restaurant. Then when he reached the door, he stopped again, looked back at Lin Yu, and added. I see the same instability in you as Roger. You are a completely dangerous guy. I will always keep an eye on you. After saying these unique farewell words, he turned around and thought about leaving in style. Where are you going next? Lin Yu's words interrupted Zepha's departure. Marine may have broken this righteous man's heart. This man will gradually leave Marine and eventually disappear from people's sight. Advertisement, but Lin Yu knew that he had not stopped insisting on his justice. Such a man was destined not to be lost in the torrent of the times. Because every era needs such persevering pioneers and such persevering warriors to give everyone a painful blow in order to wake up the world. He will come back, let his new marine, and his still persevering smile, appear in front of the world, and then be defeated by another person with a persevering smile, and finally, with all his students watching, he will be happy and happy. An honorable death. This man who brought pain to the world deserves admiration. Me? I will watch the flowers bloom and fall in an unknown corner, and then appear in the dark to destroy all the evil in this world and bring unprecedented peace to this boiling land. Zepha smiled confidently. At a certain moment, he seemed to have returned to his childhood. On that sunny port, he faced several impossible opponents alone. Without any fear, he rushed towards the end where he would definitely lose. In the end, a little girl was left holding a dirty rag doll, murmuring words of thanks to him. Let me, a lowly guy like me, give you a ride. Lin Yu smiled softly from the bottom of his heart and whispered to himself. After that, he stood up and walked towards Zepha, followed closely by Fujitora. The embarrassed Buggy looked around and followed. It seems there is no way to leave the scene gracefully, ha 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 ha. After walking out of the restaurant, Zepha said this while looking at a large pirate ship docked next to the restaurant on the sea and a group of ferocious pirates standing on the ship. This must be Brand's pirate group that you just beat away. Lin Yu, who followed closely, put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked over leisurely, analyzing as he walked. That's a pirate group with thousands of people. Oh, it's another fierce battle. Zepha touched his head, looking as depressed as if he had eaten bad melon seeds. Huh? A mere 1,000 people can intimidate the Marine Headquarters General. This is the first time I've heard of it. Buggy on the side finally couldn't help but interjected. I'm worried because it's useless to deal with this garbage, it won't solve anything, and it's tiring. Although he said words of rejection, he had already begun to move his neck in that seafloor stone arm. Wait a minute, Mr. Zepha. Lin Yu came over and put his arm on his shoulders, calling to stop him. What do you want? Zepha looked back at him. Just let me step in. I just can't think of how to say goodbye. Leave these people to me, and it's just the right thing to say goodbye to you. It's perfect. Chapter 54. Coming by chance. Lin Yu looked calm, without any exaggeration. Mr. Zepha, don't be ungrateful. You must know that I hate this kind of publicity the most, but for more important things, I have to make an exception, because saying goodbye to friends is really a big event in life, and so do you. You think so? Lin Yu moved his wrist and said arrogantly, and then added as if he was thinking of something. We are already friends, right, Mr. Zepha? Friends? Ridiculous? How could Black Arm Zepha become friends with a pirate? Isn't this the most ridiculous thing in the world? However, Zepha looked back at Lin Yu. The wind blew his hair a little messy, and his face with a slightly long beard had some meaningful vicissitudes of life flowing on it. Is he really a pirate? Would a pirate be like him, unwilling to even say a harsh word? Searching every corner of his face, no arrogance or despicable thoughts were found. Zepha was full of questions. His smile seemed to know everything in the world, and the confidence flowing in his chest was different from ordinary people. Who is this man? In the end, I only got this endless answer. TCH, he is such a nosy guy. Let's have a fight next time we meet. If you lose, follow the path of justice with me. As Zepha spoke, he left sadly without even looking back. The words he spoke contained both a farewell and a threat. Lin Yu did not watch him off. There was no sympathy for each other in the farewell between men. As long as you are lucky enough to be alive in the days to come, and I am not dead, we will meet sooner or later on this sea. Then let's deal with these menacing guys in front of us. Lin Yu stared at the huge pirate ship in front of him and the ferocious pirates standing on the ship, and said coldly and interestingly. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing Lin Yu's prepared posture, Buggy on the side panicked, and a pair of hands flew over to grab his collar. The Marine generals are gone, and they don't want to care about this trivial matter. There is no reason for us to take over this mess. You must know that the other party is the Brand Pirates with 1,000 crew members. Buggy then came over and said softly to Lin Yu. Oh, Captain Buggy, what do you mean? Lin Yu asked knowingly. Advertisement. Let's run away. Buggy thought that Lin Yu really didn't understand what he said, so he opened his eyes wide and shined, and said expectantly. Escape? It's too troublesome. It's easier to go up and teach these arrogant and domineering people a lesson. Behind him, Fujitora held the hilt of the knife and said in a prepared tone. Hey, blind man, shut up. Buggy couldn't bear to hear such words now, so he quickly stopped Fujitora and said. At this time, there was a commotion on the Brand pirate ship. It seemed that seeing Zepha leaving made them a little excited, and then several big and powerful pirates came down one after another from the pirate ship. These pirates have ferocious eyes, machetes in their hands, and faces full of flesh. They are not good people no matter how you look at them. When passing Lin Yu and the others, these pirate crew members didn't even look at them. Their goal was very clear, just to catch Zepha. It seems that these arrogant and domineering guys don't know what kind of person they are provoking. Really, in this era, there are still people who don't know Black Arm Zepha. These short-sighted guys really deserve to die. Hey, excuse me, Mr. Bad Guys, where are you going? Lin Yu put his hands in his pockets, bent his waist slightly, turned around and asked with a hint of bloodthirsty. You know we are bad guys and you dare to say hello to us. Normally, we would have twisted your head off. A few big men didn't bother, it seems they received the captain's order to die. Stop. Lin Yu saw that they had no intention of attacking him at all, and were only chasing Zepha. He immediately became angry and shouted to them almost like an order. The pirate crew members stopped and turned back to stare at Lin Yu seriously. What's wrong with this guy? Maybe your brain is broken. They stared at Lin Yu and discussed in a serious manner, as if they were looking at something that was in the way. Is your captain Brand? Lin Yu put his body away and asked calmly. Do we really have to answer this idiot? If it's later, if we don't catch the guy with the mechanical arm, the captain will kill us. Several people did not answer Lin Yu's words and planned to leave. Your Captain Brand is undoubtedly the most useless being on this sea. Advertisement, Lin Yu suddenly said with such confidence that Buggy on the side could not stop him. In an instant, a thick silence filled the surroundings of the pirate crew. You actually provoked us, you are seeking death. The pirate crew turned around and rushed towards Lin Yu, waving the machete in their hands. Lin Yu stood there coldly, saw the right moment to punch the leader of the pirates, and then punched out with force, which also affected the pirates behind him. With just one punch, he took down the pirates together. The other people standing on the pirate ship at this time couldn't help but applaud if it weren't for the fact that it was their own accomplice who was beaten away. Lin Yu didn't have time to miss his handsome blow, but kept his eyes fixed on the pirate ship. These guys will definitely not give up, then let me take the initiative. Since you have to act cleanly and timidly, being timid, holding back, and thinking too much is not what a man does. As he said this, Lin Yu used force on his feet and jumped onto the pirate ship. Let's join in the fun. Fujitora followed closely, following Lin Yu's pace, and jumped onto the deck of the pirate ship with ease. Hey, you are all hot-blooded, but there are 1,000 people on the other side, they will die. Buggy stood on the spot and emphasized, shouting at their backs without tears. TCH, it's his grandma's fault. The worst-case scenario is that Lousy will die with you and become a captain who gives up the lives of his crew members and lives alone. Buggy really can't do that. Finally, Buggy gritted his teeth and stood up and came to the pirate ship. Damn it, Marine, don't blame us for bullying the minority, because we are pirates who want to kill everyone and have no sense of civilization at all. As soon as he finished speaking, countless guns were pointed at Lin Yu and the other three who had just boarded the boat. I was misunderstood as a pirate before, and now I am misunderstood as a Marine. Whichever side you go to, you will naturally become the enemy of that side. Damn it, haven't you had enough fun for me? Lin Yu patted his forehead and thought helplessly. So why did he get on the pirate ship to deal with these pirates? To punish evil and promote good, or to keep a promise? None, for him. The most important thing is to be spontaneous, do whatever comes to mind, live without restraint, and live a carefree life is the best. Chapter 55 The Grand Arrival of the Dark Knight. Captain, these three people are in the same group as the guy with the mechanical arm. A pirate gangster said to Brand, who was covered in bandages. Kill them all. Brand waved his only uninjured hand and announced viciously. All the pirates, as if they had received an order from hell, instantly stared at Lin Yu and the others with bloodthirsty red eyes. At this critical moment, everyone tacitly maintained a dead silence. There were hundreds of people, but no one let out a fart accidentally. Good morning, everyone. Buggy looked at everyone without saying anything and suddenly greeted them politely and warmly. He also hoped that if he was so polite, the other party would be gentler when the fight started later. However, this mediocre greeting completely broke the silence, and the pirates rushed in swarm. Those who fired their guns, and those who wielded their swords swung their swords. The battles are not exciting and the scenes are not spectacular. The melee lasted for a long time. What kind of battle was this? At first I thought it was like cutting through the mess with a sharp knife, sweeping the fallen leaves in the autumn wind, and ending the battle handsomely. But who knew that what they were doing was just like playing house? The pirate gangsters were still very dedicated, but Lin Yu and the others were somewhat lacking. They were running around on the boat, climbing up and down, kicking over buckets, tearing ropes, and having a great time. You come down, you come up, let go first. There are endless dialogues like this. Advertisement. In the end, Captain Brand, who was carrying them staggeringly with the pirates, fled and the curtain came to an end. After the battle, Lin Yu sat cross-legged on the bow of the boat, looking at the fiery sunset, his face full of melancholy. These days are so boring. Lin Yu clasped the soles of his feet and squinted his eyes as he pondered. The sun is setting. Fujitora stood beside him and said every word as if saying goodbye. Well, sooner or later, no one can stop it. Lin Yu's words contained the necessary helplessness. Maybe this is life. Real and helpless. Fujitora said as if he was trying. I see. Lin Yu looked at the faint sunset at the end of the sky and showed a cruel smile. Then I will hide in the darkness. Fujitora stood there motionless, as unshakable as his words. Oh, are you going to hit the road? Lin Yu turned around and asked. To prove the significance of this era, we still need to keep practicing. I want to see if there are any seeds of light emerging among the people who are full of suffering. Because of meeting Lin Yu, Fujitora also had more or less hope in his heart. He was completely different from the one who sat on the island and fell into despair. Really? Then I wish you good luck. When we meet again, it will be the best time of this era. Lin Yu's smile at this time could compete with the bright sun at noon. Thank you. Fujidora's way of thanking people is very stiff, but this just shows his sincerity. After saying these 3 words that came from his heart, he put away his knife and jumped off the pirate ship. His tall figure disappeared in an instant, more ruthless than the setting sun on the horizon. Really, this impatient master can't even wait for his disciple to say, "You're welcome, ha 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 ha." Lin Yu held his head with one hand and said with a naughty tone. The lingering sunset finally disappeared at the end of the sky. Everything has become dull and boring, and the dark night is coming soon. Listen, you idiots, I am your Captain Buggy. If you want to stay on the ship, you have only one choice. Join the Buggy pirate ship and call me captain. Not far away, Buggy was standing on the deck, busy at work, instilling his majesty into the remaining pirates on the ship. I just want to protect this ship. I don't want to recognize Captain Buggy. You outsider, get out of here. A middle-aged man opened his arms stubbornly and said, "Huh? What? What sound did I hear? It seemed like a voice of opposition. Let's see how I deal with the voice of resistance." Advertisement Buggy put his hands on his ears and kept talking in a pretentious manner, then suddenly reached out and used a throwing knife, hitting the pirate in the thigh. Ah! The pirate hugged his thighs and screamed, kneeling down on the deck. The pirates present took a deep breath when they saw this. They didn't expect that this young man with a red nose who looked like a clown would be so terrifying, and they were instantly in awe of him. They didn't know that he had been an intern on the ship of One Piece. Captain Buggy. The remaining pirates shouted in unison. In order to survive, most of the pirates could turn the ship around and change their appearance in an instant. Okay, kids, you called Captain Buggy very crisply, and I feel comfortable hearing it. From now on, we will be partners. Let's go find the big treasure together. Buggy clenched his fists, jumped into the sky, and said happily, "I didn't expect to get a decent pirate ship so easily, 2 amazing guys, and more than a dozen experienced pirate crew members, and I'm going to launch it now, ha 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 ha. Shanks, if you didn't choose to go to sea with me, it would be your biggest loss. With my current strength, it will be a matter of time to conquer this sea. If you have a big treasure, just wait for it to be collected by me." Buggy secretly chuckled in his heart. "Captain Buggy, what are we going to do next?" A pirate came over and asked. "Why are you asking me?" Buggy asked with wide eyes. Yes. The pirate was confused by Buggy's rhetorical question. Did his question offend the captain? Of course it's a party. This is my first day as your captain. If I wasn't drunk, wouldn't it be ridiculous? Ha 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 ha. Buggy arrogantly and unrestrainedly put his hands on his hips and looked up to the sky laughing, like a maniac who could do his best. All the pirates were infected by Buggy's smile and started laughing too. Their previous Captain Brand had never smiled at them. He would not even reward them with a smile, but would only give them endless orders. Captain Buggy, the pirates shouted spontaneously. Hey, what are you doing standing there? Why don't you come over and have a party together? Buggy turned around and shouted to Lin Yu unscrupulously. Lin Yu stood up and walked out of the dim night, with the same confident smile on his face as before, just like a prince in the dark night. Hey, where is the blind man? Where is the blind man with the knife? Buggy's head flew up with a pop, circled around Lin Yu and asked. He went to find the meaning of this era. Lin Yu grinned. The Dark Night Falls Solemnly, Chapter 56 Unique Genius. In the long course of history, it has been proven time and time again that people are the most unstable factor in the world. The history teacher in the classroom took the trouble to repeat his opening remarks countless times. Some of the students below are sleeping, some are stealing snacks, and some are picking out their noses. The afternoon sunshine, which was not considered warm, struggled to pass through the leaves, through the window glass, and finally shone into the classroom in a wandering way. However, everyone turned a blind eye to this afternoon's hard-earned gift. All the students had long been tired of the history teacher's confessional lectures. They would rather listen to the birds chirping outside the window than cooperate with this unshaven old man. However, there was such a person in the classroom. He was wearing a clean white shirt, with a head of shredded hair that looked as sharp as the moonlight, and his eyes were wide open, staring at the history teacher on the podium. Every word, even a frivolous tone of voice, is so crucial to this attentive little boy. Teacher. The little boy finally couldn't suppress his inner excitement and raised his hand to call the historian who was immersed in his own thoughts. Huh? Is it you again? Vegapunk? Just say whatever you want to ask? When the history teacher saw the little boy raising his hand, he frowned and said perfunctorily, seemingly caring. He didn't want to answer the boy named Vegapunk's question at all. This kid's questions are always so tricky that it's hard to answer them. I really doubt that he asks them deliberately to make things difficult for the teacher, but every time he listens more carefully than everyone else. Teacher, where do we come from and where are we going? Vegapunk put his hand in his mouth and asked obsessively. To be honest, this question had been fermenting in his heart for several days, and he was eager to know the answer. He himself had made various inferences, but they were quickly overturned by him. This is undoubtedly a very simple question, but also the most complex one. The historian put down the chalk in his hand and stared closely at Vegapunk, as if trying to find the cornerstone of this question from this obsessed face. Listen, Vegapunk. We come from the dust, and finally return to the dust. The historian spoke resolutely, and at the end he did not forget to add sternly. Don't ask such questions again in the future. But teacher, wouldn't this kind of fatalistic statement be a kind of contempt for life?
Advertisement Vegapunk was completely immersed in his own thoughts, to the point where he couldn't extricate himself, and couldn't listen to other words at all. You picked up the word from somewhere and used it casually in class. Do you really know the true meaning of the 3 words fatalism? The historian was spitting as he spoke, as if he wanted to ideologically suppress his restless student. I just think what the teacher said is wrong. There is no other meaning. Vegapunk apologized in his own way. He was naive and didn't know that this way of apologizing would be a huge insult to some aloof and arrogant elderly historians. Vegapunk. You are so shameless. You dare to deny the teacher. Do you think you already know a lot? Tell you that your measurements are not even 1% of the teacher's? The historian was trembling with anger and no longer cared about his dignity as a teacher. The old, vague and solemn voice echoed in the classroom, bringing other absent-minded students back to their senses. Is get out of class over? It's so soon today? The student who had just been woken up said in a daze. Shush, don't make any noise, that old man is getting angry. What's going on? It's not like that guy from Vegapunk is sick again. The students couldn't help but whisper among themselves, and the whole class became lively in an instant. Quiet, quiet. The historian looked serious and knocked on the table. The students below immediately stopped commotion, but some slight whispers could still be heard. Then, the historian pointed at Vegapunk, who still looked innocent and seemed like nothing happened, and said angrily. You stand at the door, you are not allowed to come in to listen to today's class. Vegapunk was also very obedient and obediently left his seat and came to the door of the classroom. However, he did not stand there. Instead, he walked straight to the flower bed at the door and stared at the flowers in fascination. Teacher, Vegapunk is not standing at the door. The students looked at Vegapunk's pitiful back. When they saw that he was not standing at the door of the classroom, someone started making a small report. Don't worry about him, he can do whatever he likes. The historian didn't even look back, and continued. Don't let your thoughts drop, let's continue the class. The classroom soon returned to its usual dead silence. Advertisement but Vegapunk outside the classroom seemed to have discovered the new world. What beautiful flowers. It would be great if she could smile, but it's a pity that life has given her too little. Vegapunk whispered to himself, and as he spoke, he complained passionately for the flowers in front of him. This is a long and thick island. Because it is located in the cold zone, it snows most of the time, but there are very few sunny days. But even so, it still cannot resist the reputation of this island. People here use knowledge and technology to fight against the coldness of isolation, and do not lose in this battle with nature. Various scientific and technological geniuses have emerged endlessly, bringing many possibilities to human survival. The unique technology has also spread to all parts of the world, profoundly affecting everyone. People call this place the Machine Island, an island with breathing and emotions. At this time, in an inconspicuous port, a young but energetic young man stepped off his broken boat with skillful steps. Aha! We finally arrived at an inhabited island. I almost vomited after wandering around the sea for the past few days. The young man scratched his head and complained mercilessly while looking at everything around him with joy and curiosity. The bright feeling around him made him suddenly feel enlightened, and the depressed mood he had been feeling at sea for the past few days was instantly released. Oh, I can't help but want to drink 2 drinks. He forgot about it when he was so proud. Hey, brother, is this your first time coming to Mechanical Island? Suddenly, a man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks greeted the young man enthusiastically. That's right, it's the first time in my life that I've set foot here. It's really lively. The young man put his hands on his hips, showing a brilliant look of embracing life. Oh, you are really lucky to have met me. The man looked at the young man proudly and confidently. What do you say? The young man asked. The man with the sharp mouth and monkey cheeks secretly took out an object from his body, looked around cautiously, and then spoke to the young man. The exclusive out-of-print detailed map of Mechanical Island. Every road, every river, and every toilet on this map is recorded in detail. With this map, you can be sure that you will be at ease on Mechanical Island without any obstruction. You no longer have to worry about touching it. I can't tell the east, west, north, and south. Do you want one? Chapter 57. Here comes another idiot. I see. How much does it cost? The young man pretended to be interesting and went along with the trick of the man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. It only costs 10 gold coins. Isn't it a good deal? So meeting me is your greatest luck. The man extorted shamelessly, not treating the young man as a human being. It's not expensive. The young man shook his head and said awkwardly, but his face still showed an expression of surprise. Banana, you Bara, do you really think I'm a fool? 10 gold coins will buy you a crappy map. Good guy, do you think it's my first time walking in this world? The young man cursed in his heart. I have to say, brother, you are so insightful. The man nodded slowly, and was so moved that he almost cried. This was the first time since I became a liar that I met someone who didn't negotiate the price. He must be a rich man. Let's see if I don't make a profit from him. This man was only immersed in his secret joy and did not notice the shrewdness of this young man at all. By the time he struggled out of the quagmire of his joy, the young man had already walked away alone. Huh? Wait a minute, you haven't bought the map yet? The man quickly caught up with the young man. What's wrong? What's going on? The young man seemed to be seeing this person for the first time. Co-author, the conversation we just had was a dream blown away by the wind. Map. You haven't bought the map to keep you safe here. The man said with a festive smile on his face. He mistakenly thought that this young man was really forgetful and had not realized the seriousness of the matter. Oh, the young man looked like he suddenly understood. You are really a noble person who forgets things. The man smiled broadly, thinking that the young man would obediently pay for it next. I don't need it. Unexpectedly, the young man refused simply. What? The man was dumbfounded, as if he had fallen into an abyss. Don't you understand? I don't need this thing. Walking the unknown road is full of fun. Everyone can follow the established route, so I don't care about it. The young man spoke with personality, with a strong attitude of following his own path and leaving others with nowhere to go. He saw the young man smiling at him, then waving away, disappearing from his sight like sunshine obscured by dark clouds. Advertisement. The man came to his senses and realized that he had been tricked. Angry emotions boiled in his chest, forming a huge contrast with the excitement and joy just now. Boy, you have used your cleverness in the wrong place. The man with the sharp mouth and monkey cheeks walked up behind the young man again, this time speaking in a vicious tone, and at the same time he put a cold dagger on the young man's waist. Oh, what's wrong? The young man looked innocent and questioning, without the slightest feeling of fear. Come with me, or I'll make you red with one strike, the man said with murderous intent in his mouth. Okay. The young man didn't look like he was being coerced at all, but rather like he wanted to follow him to a new place. The two walked into an alley. This routine is too old. After entering the alley, the young man couldn't help but joke with emotion. As soon as he finished speaking, several tall and rough men appeared, as if they had already laid an ambush here. Oh, good afternoon, everyone. The young man greeted him brightly. Come on, knock out this clever guy's teeth first. The man with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks gave orders to several strong men. Several big men obeyed the order obediently, raised their feet and roared towards the young man. After a while, the safe and sound figure of the young man walked out of the alley. He turned back and looked at the beautiful scenery in the alley, and then left resolutely without saying goodbye. Meeting sinister human hearts and dealing with evil are also part of life. This young man is Lin Yu. He has left the buggy pirates for more than half a month and has been wandering on the sea for more than half a month. His comfortable life was about to become moldy. Every day I fall asleep holding the night in my arms, whispering to the stars, and exchanging my heartfelt feelings with the sea. Alas! Alas! Hey! Without the fireworks of the world, it would be really treasonous. Lin Yu scratched his head, stepping on his regret step by step. Loneliness is not a good thing, it will break people's faith. Advertisement. What he wants is a life as quiet as a salted fish, not a life as dead as a salted fish. The streets are full of pedestrians returning home. That's right. The sun in the western sky is going to set out of nowhere again. How can you be so willful? Mom, is it over today? A little girl with a ponytail was jumping up and down, asking the woman next to her in an innocent voice. That's right, a wonderful day has ended again, but don't worry, it will be another wonderful day when you wake up. The woman matched the little girl's innocence and answered her warmly. Okay. The little girl became even happier. Xiao Fang. Let's go back together today. If I let you walk alone at night, I will feel deeply uneasy. A greasy middle-aged man relieved his burden, lit a cigarette, and said affectionately to a flower-like girl. The flower-like girl tilted her head and said secularly, Look at your character, you still want an old cow to eat young grass, wake up. Bah. After saying that, the flower-like girl picked up her skirt and walked away proudly. The middle-aged man with a cigarette butt in his mouth was left behind, broken bit by bit in the wind. It would be great if pirates attacked this place. Then I would be the first to rush out to protect you. It's a pity that you always turn a blind eye to my great love. Life. What nonsense. The middle-aged uncle shouldered the burden again and walked in the opposite direction to the leaving girl. The sea breeze ruffled the hair on his legs without even saying hello. Destined evil path. Are you here after all? What tricks do you want to play this time? But I tell you, everything is over, you can no longer get involved here, go back. Suddenly, a bald old man wearing underpants, his whole body trembling with excitement, shouted in a serious manner to Lin Yu who was standing on the street. This smelly old man is sick again, stay away from him. When Lin Yu was at a loss, a passerby said to the old man disgustedly, and then walked away quickly, as if he was afraid of getting into bad luck. It's such an interesting place. Lin Yu shook his head and left calmly, not wanting to leave too many traces here. I don't know how long I walked before I saw a tavern that stretched my legs. Lin Yu didn't think much and dove in like a reckless man. Ha 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 ha, look, another idiot is here. As soon as he entered the door, such a harsh word hit Lin Yu in the head like a brick. Chapter 58 Tavern Rules. Have you decided yet? Hey, it's not like you're in the market where you're stuck on whether to buy green onions for 2 yuan and 50 fen or 2 yuan and 20 fen. Why are you in such a hurry? You know, there is no time to think. The clarion call of revolution has long been sounded in the East Daxia Sea. We must respond as soon as possible. If we miss this opportunity, we may have to wait 100 years. I know, but it's really an emergency. Judging from your expression, you don't know. Okay. Now that you have seen through it, let me ask you, what exactly do you want to do? We are going to overturn the world. I see, this is really a huge project. Do you remember the past, when I was always following you and would talk to you about anything? Now I need you.
That was a long time ago, but from the beginning I knew that sooner or later you would do something big. Then come to me, I'll wait for you on the White Earth Island. When Lin Yu walked towards the tavern, a man walked towards him and passed him by. This man had an arrogant face and an expression as indifferent as a god. He exuded a domineering attitude that was fearless in the face of danger, but his eyes were very gentle. What is particularly eye-catching is the blood-red tattoo on his face. Monkey D. Dragon. Lin Yu couldn't help but look back at the person who passed him by. That domineering figure was so cool and unrestrained. Please give me a drink, that's not bad. Lin Yu didn't stay on that person for too long, and quickly came to the bar and said. It's not a bad wine, you idiot, I might as well tell you that if you just sit here, you won't even have the worst wine. There was a disdainful tavern owner standing at the bar, looking at Lin Yu coldly, as if he was looking at a pile of garbage. The people in the tavern immediately laughed at Lin Yu. Ah ha ha ha. Lin Yu didn't mind at all. He raised his head and patted the table, and laughed frankly. As soon as he smiled, everyone in the tavern stopped laughing and stared at him with disinterested eyes. Advertisement. Hey, why are you laughing? Someone asked him. I'm laughing at a tavern that doesn't sell wine, but only sells laughter. It's really funny, ha 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 ha. Lin Yu slapped the table and continued to laugh. The tavern owner was obviously angry when he heard this and slammed his fist on the table. The wine here will only be sold to the strong, don't you understand? It's my first time here and I really don't understand. Please tell me what the rules are. Did you see that big man on the stage? Only if you have the right to sit here and drink if you break his arm. Get out and don't make a joke here. The tavern owner pointed to a table next to him, with a table on it. Sitting upright next to the table was a big man, weighing at least 300 pounds. Lin Yu stood up and walked towards the dark countertop without saying a word. With your small body, it's better not to humiliate yourself. Get out of here, isn't it good to live? Watching Lin Yu walking towards the big man, seriously wanting to accept the challenge, the customers in the tavern couldn't help but mock him. Do you need to count 1, 2, 3 to start? Lin Yu sat across from the big man and asked him with a smile. The big man, who was crossing his arms on his chest and closing his eyes to rest, heard the sound and opened one eye. You are no match for me, get out of here. After saying this, the big man closed one of his eyes again. How would you know without a comparison? Are you afraid of me when you reject me so quickly? Lin Yu grinned and broke into a bad smile that caught people off guard. What a desperate thing. The big man opened his eyes, and the flesh on his face quickly spread to both sides, as if the power of thunder had gathered. This expression alone could scare many cowards. Seeing the big man absent-mindedly stretching out his arm as rudely as a towering tree, Lin Yu first spat into his palm to increase the friction, and then rolled up his sleeves with great force. Hey, even if you are bound to fail, do you still have to dress up carefully? The customers on the side couldn't help but sneered as they looked at Lin Yu's series of actions. I count to 3, how about we start? Lin Yu said expectantly. Whatever you do, the big man said lazily, showing no interest at all. 1 2 3. Advertisement bang. As soon as Lin Yu said the word, 3, the table supporting their arms shattered, and the big man's body spun around in midair before passively falling to the ground. The huge movement frightened everyone in the tavern. It's fake. This young man who looks thin can easily throw Kaya away. Am I really drunk? Can anyone who is sober tell me if what I saw was an illusion? It's not an illusion. Kaya was indeed defeated by this seemingly weak young man in front of him. How terrifying, this guy. Everyone came back to their senses, looked at the big man who was thrown away by Lin Yu, and said in shock. Lin Yu's concealment shocked everyone. The strong contrast was staged again, and they began to stare at Lin Yu with admiration. Please accept it, this is the best wine in our store. When Lin Yu sat down at the bar again, the tavern owner immediately took out the good wine he had packed at the bottom of the box to serve him, with awe mixed in his tone. It's really hard for weak people to survive these days. Lin Yu complained insincerely while wiping his mouth after taking a sip of wine. Brother, please correct me. No matter what era it is, it's hard for a weak person to survive. Suddenly, a familiar tone flowed into Lin Yu's ears. Lin Yu turned his head inexplicably, and Kizaru's impressionistic poet's face burst into his eyes unexpectedly. Well, if you don't mind, please give me a drink. Kizaru sat down next to him unceremoniously, pointed at the wine in his hand and said, today he was not wearing work clothes, he was dressed in a black suit, and he didn't look too much formal, but a bit more obscene. Oh, look who's coming, this isn't a sea. Lin Yu walked out of his little surprise, and immediately teased him without missing the opportunity, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was ruthlessly beaten by the other party of interruption. I advise you not to say it, it will cause a commotion. Kizaru's eyes showed a rare sharpness. You are actually afraid of riots? It's rare. Lin Yu smiled slightly, and drank the strong wine in the glass with this joke. It seems we are not familiar with each other yet, right? Kizaru looked at Lin Yu helplessly, indifferent to his teasing. You'll get familiar with it soon, Lin Yu said, staring at him arrogantly. Kizaru was very unhappy with his look. He pouted and turned away. What do you want to say? This should be what I want to ask, but forget it, since you said that, I'm going to ask you. As he said that, he drank the little wine left in his hand, then put down the glass and continued. The person who just walked out is Monkey D. Dragon, right? Chapter 59 The night goes deep inadvertently. You guys know so much, Kizaru said in a serious manner while drinking wine casually. The night goes deep inadvertently. All the customers in the tavern left, and the remaining ones were already drunk. The air was filled with the solemnity of night and the desolation of wine. The two collide and merge. Finally they separated and disappeared into the beating candlelight. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret for you. After all, what you are plotting may be a major event that changes the world, right? Lin Yu looked at him sideways and gloated with a bad smile. I'm so sorry. I came here specifically to see you. Make no mistake, Kizaru said unexpectedly, bringing his indifferent expression to the extreme. Looking for me? It's a joke. Lin Yu knew that with Kizaru's character, he was too lazy to do such a thing as finding someone. See for yourself. Kizaru pushed a marine transfer order in front of him. What is this? Lin Yu asked as he picked up the paper in front of him. It's very clear on it, you can read it yourself, Kizaru said with a very arrogant look on his face. Lin Yu saw a long string of words densely written on it, to the effect that the world government would appoint as Shichibukai. Shichibukai? Lin Yu looked at Kizaru and asked in surprise. Don't be surprised, we will be colleagues from now on. Congratulations on joining world government, Kizaru said in a perfunctory manner, pretending to be unable to agree with him at all. Wait a minute, who said I have to agree to accept your order? Stop making trouble, Lin Yu retorted arrogantly. Did I hear you correctly? Do you mean to refuse? This time it was Kizaru's turn to be surprised. HMPH, first of all, I am not a pirate, and there are no prerequisites for becoming a Shichibukai. Secondly, even if I have the conditions to become a Shichibukai, I am too lazy to be your world government's lackey. I will come and go at a moment's notice. Lin Yu said solemnly, succumbing to huge power in exchange for a false sense of security. He would not do such a thing as picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons. Advertisement. Is there anything wrong with this? Even if the world government ties a rope to this kind of comfort, it is still comfortable. Compared to being a pure pirate, doesn't it save a lot of trouble? Kizaru analyzed it from his professional perspective. I can't tell that your ability to force others to make things difficult for you is top-notch, Lin Yu then complained. You have to think clearly. If you refuse Shichibukai's resignation, you will become Marine's #1 enemy. With your personality, you probably don't like trouble, right? Kizaru said empathetically. In his eyes, the quiet man in front of him had some similarities with him. That kind of cynicism that goes deep into his bones is exactly the same as him. He wanted to try to help him, and if he could make such a friend, it wouldn't be bad for him. What's more important is that without a strong man like him as an enemy, it will save a lot of troubles. He hates troubles the most, it is boring and troublesome. Do you think I will be the kind of person who changes my promises casually? Lin Yu asked openly. Having said this, Lin Yu's meaning was already very firm. If he continued to force it, he would only lose his grace in vain. Okay. I wish you good luck. When we meet next time, I'm afraid either you will die or I will die. After finishing speaking, Kizaru drank the remaining wine in the cup in one gulp as if he was angry. It's not as serious as you said, maybe you will never catch me. Lin Yu grinned confidently, like an innocent child. Don't underestimate Marine's intelligence network. We have always had your whereabouts under our control, we just didn't take action against you. Kizaru suddenly stared at him closely and said seriously, as if he wanted to win back his favor in this way. Since your marine intelligence network is unparalleled in the world, why don't you check out whether I am a pirate? You may be surprised by the discovery. Lin Yu stared at Kizaru closely and said sarcastically. It's useless. It doesn't matter whether you are a pirate or not now. Kizaru returned his gaze with serious eyes and continued. The image of you uniting with Whitebeard to fight against Teacher Zepha has spread throughout the world. Although Marine is suppressing the fermentation of this incident, many forces at sea have learned about it. So what? Lin Yu said relaxedly, as if soldiers were coming to cover up the water and the earth. Advertisement. As a result, the pirate's arrogance will inevitably become more arrogant. Ever since Roger was executed, Marine's controllable range has been out of control. If you are added to this matter, it will undoubtedly make the world government worse. I see, everyone has their own agenda, Lin Yu said easily as if he still didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. The Shichibukai plan is Marine's last resort. It was originally in the discussion stage and was not put on the table. But this time, in order to win over you, Marine headquarters has directly advanced the progress of the plan, so. Kizaru's voice stopped suddenly. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't play hard to get, Lin Yu said unceremoniously. If you refuse to become a Shichibukai, then the government will be furious because you have made their efforts in vain. I believe that the order to arrest you will soon spread throughout the world, Marine, and then you will be the one to intervene. The wings cannot escape. Kizaru didn't mind Lin Yu's rudeness, and still spoke calmly and analytically. Ha 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 ha. It's hard to escape with wings, it sounds quite pleasant to the ears. Lin Yu opened his mouth and laughed, and it was difficult for others to detect the true meaning of his smile for a while. You are such an idiot, Kizaru said sincerely, looking at Lin Yu's absent-minded look. Why are you interested in telling me so much? Many of them should be Marine secrets, right? If you tell me this casually as an outsider, will your salary really not be deducted? Even at this time, this background and this situation, Lin Yu was still cynical to the point of outrageousness. Humph. What a ghost wants to tell you so much,
Kizaru pouted, showing considerable displeasure. Then you feel sorry for me and want to help me? Lin Yu tried to ask. Kizaru was leaning on the bar, facing the door of the tavern. At this moment, a customer stood up and left. The door of the tavern was opened and closed, and a deep cold air of the night poured in. It was so cold that it made people shiver. A tremble, and I woke up a lot in an instant. To be honest, Kizaru didn't dislike Lin Yu in front of him at all. Although they didn't get along for a long time, and it was only the sudden battle not long ago that the two met, it felt like they had known each other a long time ago. In his eyes, Lin Yu is a guy who can't hide any thoughts and emotions at all. He is naive and willful, brave and fearless, likes to be quiet but is good at being nosy. To put it bluntly, this is an ordinary childlike character with a little kindness and innocence. This feeling of sympathy quickly took root in Kizaru's heart. He thought that he had to take action to save this lonely boy no matter what. The sea was huge and it felt uncomfortable to be alone. After all, he had been through this as a child, and he couldn't just watch this unsavory guy make the same mistakes again. Chapter 60 Colorful Dialogue. Perusalino, it's all your fault for messing up everything. Poor Ursulino, seriously, why don't people like you just die? You are a good-for-nothing B***ch, get away. One night more than 30 years ago, a young yellow ape came to the coast alone and sat down with his legs crossed. He was alone like a returning bird that had lost its direction, looking at the sea in the distance for a long, long time. How boring, it would be great if I had not come to this world. It just adds to the confusion. I'm so sorry. The tears burst out of the dam and were out of control. Finally, in exchange for a sentence, if you take it seriously you will lose, if you do it hastily. Kizaru stumbled out of his dusty memories, looked at Lin Yu beside him, and let go of his arrogance. I don't treat you as a pitiful ghost and show mercy like you feed a stray dog. I speak to you from the same perspective. Kizaru wanted to use the word friend, but felt it was inappropriate, so he changed his words. Put it away and don't drop it, otherwise it will be difficult to do business when you get back. Lin Yu pretended to hand the transfer order back to Kizaru again. Kizaru did not take back the pale paper immediately, but looked at him persistently. Have you really thought about it clearly? Lin Yu didn't speak, but just handed the piece of paper in his hand to his chest. The answer was already very clear. Kizaru withdrew the order, walked out of the tavern in silence without saying a word. Late at night. So deep that even the taverns are closed. Lin Yu came to the streets of the small town, and everything was dead silent. His frown seemed darker than the dark night in the distance. Kizaru's words seemed to still be echoing in his ears, so clear. Refuse Shichibukai and save everything for the time being. What an attractive offer. Maybe he can live the life he wants from now on. I'm really a little excited when I think about it. But he really knew in his heart that Marine and the world government were evil, and they just wanted to use him to fight against pirates. It is said that it will give him great power, but in fact it is just a passive chess piece. Advertisement his combat prowess is feared and envied by the world government. Regardless of whether he chooses Shichibukai or rejects Shichibukai, the end will be the same. It only took Lin Yu a moment to go from frowning to steadfast eyes. Kizaru's words also faded away in his mind. World government? Humph. I will return it to you in advance with one sentence. I wish you good luck. Lin Yu clenched his fists, his cold body exuded a hot breath, looking into the dark distance, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Are you here to be alone with the night too? A slightly excited question broke into Lin Yu's ears. Lin Yu, who was in a trance, was awakened by this sound. Looking back, he didn't know when there was a boy beside him. Today's night is particularly deserted. The boy put his hands in his pockets, lowered his head and kicked the stones under his feet. Ha 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 ha. Tell me, are you the prince of this dark night? Lin Yu looked at the boy. He looked too serious. He lacked the innocence of a child, but he looked cuter. In an inexplicable night, I met an inexplicable boy. Nonsense, I am friends with Yi Yi. I come to talk to him every night when I can't sleep. The more the boy spoke, the more outrageous he became, as if he were a real person walking in the world at night. What a strange child. Lin Yu knelt down, looked at him, and said warmly. Do you want me to take you home? Don't do this, I'm not a lost kid. The boy had a serious look on his face, which was very inconsistent with his age. As he spoke, he walked to a nearby stone pillar and climbed up on his own. Lin Yu looked at the boy not far away curiously and found it particularly interesting, so he walked over. What's your name? Lin Yu leaned against the stone pillar and stared at the distant night with him. Vegapunk, the boy said casually to Kaido. What, Vegapunk? That genius scientist who surpasses human intelligence for 500 years. Lin Yu turned his head and stared at him, feeling surprised and at a loss for a moment. Interesting. Finally, Lin Yu smiled slightly and couldn't help but spit out these two words. Advertisement, look, the moon is out. Vegapunk pointed excitedly at the moon that gradually emerged from the dark clouds. How could this kid care so much about these common things? Lin Yu on the side was puzzled. What a sweet moon. It's just like my mother, so bright and not dazzling. Vegapunk's words were astonishing again. Actually, you know what? The moon doesn't shine. Lin Yu said with a mysterious smile. Then where does her light come from? Lin Yu's words greatly attracted Vegapunk, making him stare at Lin Yu curiously, unable to help but want to know the answer immediately. The moon's light comes from the sun.
Lin Yu crossed his arms on his chest and said confidently while looking at the bright moon in the sky. Really? Vegapunk opened his eyes wide, showing an expression as if he was seeing a new world. Of course it's true, but is that an extremely distant gift? Lin Yu smiled deeply. When Vegapunk on the side heard this, the door that had been locked in his heart was suddenly opened, and his excitement and joy were beyond words. Then the sun must love the moon deeply, right? Vegapunk asked passionately, and finally clenched his fists and put them on his chest, looking at Lin Yu looking at him expectantly, waiting for his answer. Ha 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 ha. I don't know what interesting words will pop out of your mouth next second. Lin Yu laughed a lot, and then suddenly answered him extremely seriously and exclusively. Maybe. After all, the sun's light has to travel thousands of miles to reach the moon, and the moon selflessly gives its light to every night. Doesn't it sound like a love triangle? Lin Yu also imitated Vegapunk's tone and spoke weird words. Originally, I wanted to create a brand new moon to accompany the one in the sky, but it seems I don't have to do that now. Vegapunk said happily and disappointedly, as if he had been let down, but he had achieved some kind of achievement because of it. You are really capable. Lin Yu couldn't help but praise, because he knew that this man who would use his technology to influence the world in the future might really have the ability to create a moon. You didn't laugh at me. Vegapunk was not immediately happy about Lin Yu's praise, but was surprised. Every dream should be respected, and the guy who laughs at other people's dreams is the worst person in the world. Lin Yu said sincerely, and then gave a very contagious smile. Stranger, let's be friends. I saw Vegapunk stretching out his little hand, speaking firmly and unprecedentedly. Oh. Lin Yu agreed happily. The colorful conversation between the two gradually merged into the surrounding night like melted candy. From a distance, it seemed like a halo of light was cast around the two of them. Chapter 61 Caesar. Why are you here? Master Vegapunk, it turns out you were here. On the street under the moonlight, a butler wearing a tuxedo walked forward with steady steps. Ah. The annoying guy is about to get involved. Vegapunk next to Lin Yu said with a bad look. Master, it's so late, you shouldn't stay here with strangers, it's very dangerous. As the housekeeper spoke, he looked at Lin Yu seriously. He had two tall mustaches, and when he spoke, he moved his beard like two oars flying up and down. This is my friend. Vegapunk took Lin Yu's hand and said emphatically. Hello, I happened to meet this little guy on this unnoticed night. I got along well with him and recognized him as my friend. If it offends me, then take it. Some things can't be blocked, live. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he smiled mischievously. The tone of his words was as good as Vegapunk. Our young master has always been simple. Even when he sees the flowers and plants on the roadside, he can't help but make friends with them. The butler smiled moderately, as if he was trying his best to analyze the weight of the word friend in his mouth. I think so. His cuteness is beyond imagination. Lin Yu easily pulled out the thorns in the butler's words and said calmly. Then master, we should go, otherwise madam will be anxious. The housekeeper stopped talking to Lin Yu and turned to Vegapunk. I want to stay with my friends for a while longer, you should go back first. Vegapunk said without hesitation, without giving the housekeeper any face. Master, you will catch a cold if you stay here. Although the housekeeper was talking to Vegapunk, he stared at Lin Yu fiercely, as if he was the culprit of all this. No, the night is very gentle. Vegapunk pointed at everything dark in the distance and said innocently. Master, you can't say such silly things anymore. It's better to go back, it's not what a man should do if he makes his parents worried. Before the butler could finish speaking, Lin Yu on the side interrupted and advised. His words were like a breeze, blowing gently into Vegapunk's heart, making it impossible to refute. Okay. Vegapunk nodded manly. The housekeeper held his hand, and the two slowly disappeared into the night. Friend, will you come again in the future? Advertisement? Vegapunk's voice penetrated the darkness and reached Lin Yu. As soon as he turned around, the little guy seemed to miss him. Maybe it will come. Lin Yu turned around, and even through the thick night, he could still see the expectation flowing on Vegapunk's little face. What word maybe? Is it coming or not? Vegapunk was as stubborn as a weed on the roadside, staring at Lin Yu closely and asked. Master, let's go. The housekeeper urged from the side, as if he wanted to lead him out of here as soon as possible. Then make a promise to meet here tomorrow. Lin Yu said firmly. He thought if he didn't give an accurate promise, this little guy might not be able to sleep well today. Vegapunk nodded vigorously, and then followed the housekeeper away with peace of mind. Master, you must not come here again tomorrow. It's too dangerous, madam will be worried about you. Lin Yu could still vaguely hear the housekeeper's sophisticated voice and Vegapunk's disapproval from the place where the two disappeared. Lin Yu leaned against the stone pillar again, his thoughts racing. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. This was one of the thoughts that bothered him the most. If you reject Marine's invitation, you will inevitably be arrested by them. Staying here will only bring unnecessary trouble to this place. At least stay one more night. Finally, Lin Yu thought this way. Vegapunk reluctantly took the butler's hand and walked back. His home is so big that he needs to rest 16 times after walking around it. You have to ask why he knows it so well, because he has tried it himself. Any boring thing is an interesting trip in his eyes. He always makes surprising statements and always does things that others think are extremely ridiculous, but he often enjoys them. He reveres life, especially those things that are easily overlooked in ordinary life. Sometimes he would squat on his way to school, fascinated by a small flower, and forget to go to class. He always talks to the things around him. As long as he sees something that he thinks is beautiful, he wants to be his friend. Advertisement, the stools, tables, flowers, trees, and even the air made him miss and sympathize with him. He is a weirdo in the eyes of his classmates and a naughty idiot in the eyes of his teachers. No matter where he goes or what he does, ridicule always accompanies him, but he doesn't care. He likes the essence of things, that's all. As for how others understand it, he has no right to interfere, so he doesn't care. He likes many things, but there are also things he hates, such as class. Things in class were always very artificial and unreal to him, and the teacher couldn't give him the theories he wanted to know. This confused him greatly. Why are those people in the world always so pale and without much color in their thoughts? Perhaps the young Vegapunk's thinking about life is already ahead of many scholars in the world. Although he is currently being mercilessly ridiculed by the world, these people will definitely be surprised in the near future. This is often the case. Master, I don't think that guy who made a promise casually is a good person. I'd better stay at home tomorrow and don't go out. The housekeeper held Vegapunk's hand and taught him shamelessly. How can that be done? It's not a manly way to break one's trust casually. Vegapunk responded to the housekeeper with enough justice in his small chest, making the housekeeper speechless. You're really worrying, the housekeeper finally sighed. Vegapunk's father is one of the many scientists on the island. He is usually very busy, and he rarely sees his father's back. Dad, is he back? Vegapunk asked the housekeeper. The master is busy with something that can change the world. The butler said proudly, as if these achievements were indispensable to him. Oh, that's it. There was a trace of disappointment in Vegapunk's tone. Master mentioned you a few days ago. Seeing Vegapunk like this, the housekeeper couldn't bear to add this sentence. Along with the unpleasant conversation, the two of them arrived at the door of the house unknowingly. Hi, Vegapunk, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A short-haired boy walked towards him, with big eyes, a tall nose, and a slightly raised corner of his mouth, maintaining a characteristic evil smile. Caesar, why are you here? Chapter 62 Devil Fruit. I came to talk to you. After all, you only have my friend. If I don't come to you, no one will play with you. Caesar smiled unscrupulously, and his words were full of the cunning of a child. It seemed that his words were very kind, but in fact they contained a lot of ridicule. It turns out to be Master Caesar, please come inside. The butler seemed to like Caesar very much and warmly invited him in. Did you make the history teacher unhappy again today? Caesar asked unabashedly, and then said gloatingly. I heard that the old man was so angry that he almost jumped up. Ha 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 ha, I can already imagine how funny that scene was. What you did was great. I have long disliked that old man. Caesar used that weird smile and let out a burst of laughter, and then the laughter stopped abruptly, looking as if he had never laughed before. I just asked a wonderful question. Vegapunk still hasn't discovered the reason why the history teacher is angry. No one knows you better than I do. Vegapunk can always inadvertently offend the most fragile heartstrings in people's hearts. But your nonsense has no way to frustrate me, because I am the person who knows you best. Ha 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 ha. Caesar raised a finger and smiled arrogantly. Caesar, your laughter is like a donkey braying. Vegapunk said sharply. Bang! The sound of self-esteem being shattered burst out from Caesar's heart. What did you say? A donkey brays. Oh, it's actually a donkey bray. You actually called my elegant gentleman's laughter a donkey bray. Caesar screamed wildly, his sharp voice wishing to pierce the night sky above his head, and then he suddenly became quiet again. What the hell is a donkey? Caesar approached Vegapunk and asked lightly with a cunning look on his face. Like a horse, but smaller than a horse, with cute ears. Vegapunk explained to him calmly. How scary. Caesar held his face and shouted in a serious manner, and then pointed at him in a serious manner. Vegapunk, please remember, you are the only one who cannot laugh at me. It doesn't matter if everyone else laughs at me. Vegapunk nodded. Advertisement, that's what you came here to talk about, he continued. Not entirely. Caesar waved his hand, and then took out a package from his body. Here. He opened the package carefully and handed the contents to Vegapunk. What is this? He asked. Of course it's the most delicious thing in the world. Caesar gave a thumbs up, and his usually gloomy smile had a ray of sunshine. This looks like fruit, but it's so strange. Vegapunk put the thing Caesar handed him in his hand and played with it. It was something like an apple, but the only difference was that there was a very strange pattern carved on the skin. What he was holding in his hand was a devil fruit, but these two people didn't know it yet. Try it quickly. I stole this from my father's laboratory. My father usually hides delicious things like snacks. This thing is even more precious to him. It must be very delicious, so I stole it for you. Caesar said proudly, standing upright as if he were a dragon-slaying warrior. Vegapunk had no desire to eat at all. Instead, he played with the devil fruit in his hand, curiosity trumping everything. Hey, I'm leaving. Why don't you take the opportunity to say thank you before I leave? Caesar said arrogantly. Yeah, you're welcome. Vegapunk raised his head and answered him unceremoniously in the calmest voice. It's not me who's thanking you, it's you who's thanking me. Caesar instantly withdrew his body mid-sentence, regained his usual calmness, and waved his hands as he said, "Forget it, I'm the only one who can tolerate you." Vegapunk had not listened to him for a long time, but stared curiously at the devil fruit in his hand. "Hello." He couldn't help but greet the fruit in his hand. The next day, Lin Yu was awakened by the moist sunshine in the morning and stood up from under the stone pillar. Watching the town wake up in the still weak sunlight, an inexplicably familiar feeling stung Lin Yu. It's like being on the original island for a moment. Really, the drunkenness last night hasn't dissipated yet? You can actually feel this confused. Lin Yu couldn't help but pat his head, trying to get the stinging feeling of nostalgia out of his mind. There are more and more people on the streets, and there are signs of recovery everywhere in the town. Advertisement. Lin Yu also raised his feet and walked forward with the pace of the sun. He came to the beach and walked alone along the coast. The shadow was under his feet, swaying wantonly with the diffuse sunshine in the morning. Seagulls flew low in the distance, and their screams were extremely shrill. Lin Yu stopped and looked in the direction of the sea and sky, recalling the people he met last night. Vegapunk. We actually met here. He is a huge genius. How to guide him? Lin Yu said slowly as if following the lines. TCH. Who do you think you are? It's ridiculous that you want to interfere with other people's hearts. Finally, Lin Yu smiled self-deprecatingly, turned his back to the sun, and left the gradually warming coast. When night falls again, Lin Yu held up his wineglass and walked on the deserted street. I've been drinking a lot lately, which is not a good habit. While Lin Yu was thinking about it, he picked up the bottle and took a sip. When we arrived at the agreed place, it was still early, and the dusk was still lingering on the western horizon. The night wind was a bit biting, but it was just right for Lin Yu, who was drinking. Later, a couple walked over there. The two talked about endless love words. At first, Lin Yu had wine in the bottle, and he could use alcohol to calm down those ambiguous words. But when the wine in the bottle bottomed out, words of love poured into his ears like a curse, and they couldn't stop it. Trouble, this is the place I chose first. If you want to kiss me, how about changing to another place? Lin Yu said willfully and politely. The couple glanced at Lin Yu seriously, and then walked away, not forgetting to add, single dog. When the moon came out, Vegapunk's figure rushed into his eyes. He saw him clenching his fists and looking excited, as if he owned the whole world before he came here. Friend, I didn't expect you to be waiting for me here. I'm sorry for being late, Vegapunk said respectfully. This apology came out of his mouth, as if he was not asking for forgiveness from others. Look, what is this? Vegapunk carefully took out something from his body. Devil fruit. Lin Yu blurted out. Chapter 63. This is outrageous. That's it, so awesome. After listening to Lin Yu's introduction to the devil fruit, Vegapunk opened his mouth in surprise. But don't forget, once you obtain the power from this fruit, the curse will also take effect. You will be rejected by the sea for the rest of your life and become a landlubber. Lin Yu looked at the moon above his head and said very leisurely, as if he was glad that he had not eaten any devil fruits at the same time. This is even more interesting. Vegapunk was extremely excited. That's the way things are. There are advantages and disadvantages. While it gives people strength, they also lose something. It's a fair transaction. Lin Yu said with relief. Can only humans eat devil fruit? If animals eat it, can they also gain power? Vegapunk asked. I haven't tried this, but it's very possible, Lin Yu said conservatively. Although he knew the answer, if he said it directly, he would lose the mystery. It's all up to you to explore, little one. Ah, if a little flower under the big tree next to the school can be given power, she can fly in the sky, right? Vegapunk's thoughts were flying wildly. Maybe. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Ha 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 ha. It would be so fun if we could finally let Wawasao talk. Vegapunk couldn't stop. How stupid, Vegapunk. Suddenly, a sharp voice came from behind the two of them. Caesar. When were you there? Vegapunk shouted in surprise. He has been hiding there since you arrived. Lin Yu put his hands on the back of his head and said calmly. What? I was discovered by UB*****************. D. This is not going to be good. Caesar walked out of the shadows and stared at Lin Yu seriously, as if he had a deep hatred for him. Are you Caesar? Why are you staring at me like this? Lin Yu turned his face and looked at him approaching, then asked with a little interest. Damn it, do you already know me? Yes, I am Vegapunk's only friend, M. Caesar Current. Caesar pointed at himself with a thumbs up and said proudly. Advertisement, what are you doing here? Asked Vegapunk. Of course I'm here to interfere and destroy your friendship, Caesar said without hesitation. Okay, can you tell me what kind of hatred prompted you to interfere? Lin Yu smiled slightly. It seemed that Caesar was already full of funny cells at this time. Vegapunk can only have me as a friend in this world, don't you know this? Caesar looked domineering, and with his mature face, it looked quite like that. Ha 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 ha, that's it. Lin Yu burst into laughter, amused by the child's innocence. Caesar, I didn't admit it to you like this, you can't say that. Vegapunk on the side was not happy. Come on, I am the only one in this world who can understand you, no one else can, or they're lying to you. After speaking, he stared at Lin Yu closely, as if he was the liar. No, you're wrong, Vegapunk said stubbornly. The two were about to have an endless argument. If Lin Yu on the side did not stop it, it is estimated that this huge dispute would not subside. That's enough, you two brats. Lin Yu retracted his back against the stone pillar, clenched his fists and placed them on their heads. It hurts. The two of them held their heads and blurted out in unison. Finally, the three of them sat cross-legged in the quiet night. You looked at me and I looked at you, as if they each had their own agenda. I don't know when, a headless firefly emerged from the dark night sky. It flew hard around the three people, as if it would fall in the next second, but even so, it still flew desperately. Wow. It's Firefly, a cute guy. Vegapunk, who was still immersed in the dispute just now, was attracted by the sudden appearance of fireflies, and instantly changed his face and said in surprise. TCH. What a boring thing. When the firefly slowly flew to Caesar's side, he mercilessly knocked the firefly to the ground. Lin Yu, who was eager and quick, took action decisively and caught Firefly's falling body. Advertisement, Caesar, what are you doing? Vegapunk complained. He absolutely couldn't stand this kind of thing. It's just a little bug. What are you doing? I think you just want to make things difficult for me, huh? Caesar looked at the two people and couldn't help but said viciously. Its wings are injured, and I'm afraid it will never fly again. Lin Yu looked at the struggling firefly in his hand and said in a sad tone. No, if he can't fly, he will be very sad. He won't be able to eat or sleep. Vegapunk said in a panic, as if facing something like the sky falling. This is the fate of the weak, Vegapunk. We can just watch from the sidelines, why should we care? Caesar said nonchalantly. Caesar, you idiot. Vegapunk shouted hysterically, using all his decibels. This is what my father told me. You know, he is a great scientist, so how could what he said be wrong? Caesar said stubbornly, and began to feel a little scared in his heart. Under the seemingly tough shell, his heart was actually extremely fragile. He needed to say harsh words to be confident. But because he is used to harsh words, sometimes he can't help but say cruel words without sincerity to the people he likes. This makes him very upset, but there is no way to change it easily. It will be fine. You must know that it is not only the wings that make it fly, but also the thoughts emanating from its little consciousness. Don't worry too much about it, otherwise you will underestimate it. Lin Yu said healingly, his voice was warm and extremely soothing. If you really want to save him, just feed him the juice from the devil fruit just now. Maybe you can cure him. Caesar also came over. Although he was giving them advice, his tone was still arrogant. Really? Vegapunk asked nervously, as if he was shocked. This is what my father said, believe it or not. Caesar crossed his arms on his chest and said coldly. Vegapunk turned his gaze to Lin Yu and did not speak, he just asked him for help and questions with his eyes. Lin Yu nodded. They did. They stared at the fireflies nervously, and even Caesar couldn't help but look over. The miracle didn't happen immediately. Just when they were about to be disappointed, the fireflies suddenly grew bigger. In the end, he transformed into a human form. Chapter 64 Encountering the CP organization by chance. So cute. Lin Yu and Vegapunk saw the firefly transformed into a human form, with pink skin, big eyes, and a pouty mouth. He is as tall as a 3 or 4-year-old child and is so cute. Fruit for everyone. Lin Yu came to his senses and muttered silently. The power of this devil fruit must be to enhance cuteness. Vegapunk looked at the cute pink humanoid firefly and covered his mouth, almost melting from the cute power. Dad. Just when everyone was conquered by the cute little guy in front of them, she somersaulted into Lin Yu's arms. Huh. It hurts. Lin Yu seemed to have been hit by 100 kilograms of impact, and his body fell crazily backwards. Vegapunk and Caesar were shocked when they looked at the sudden disappearance of fireflies and Lin Yu. Friend. Disappeared? Vegapunk spread his hands, his head filled with questions. You two, come and help me pull this thing out. Lin Yu's voice came hard from behind. When the little heads of the two Vegapunks turned in the direction of the sound, they saw the firefly in human form stuck in Lin Yu's belly, looking very painful. Friend, are you okay? After Vegapunk and Caesar worked together to pull out the fireflies, they immediately added a concerned greeting. Fortunately, it's not like dying, the pain is still a little bit. Lin Yu supported his body and tried to twist twice. Dad, I'm hungry. The pulled out firefly said to Lin Yu like a normal person with a cute face. I'm not your father, Lin Yu said without losing his temper. It was both gratifying and helpless for such a cute child to call you daddy. Oh, that's mom? Firefly's innocent voice is like cotton candy, refreshing. Not anymore. Lin Yu blurted out. I bet this is an idiot. Caesar interjected coldly from the side. Vegapunk put his fists on his chest and looked at her with a pair of big watery eyes, his whole body full of joy. Woo! I'm so hungry. Firefly suddenly opened her mouth and cried loudly as everyone stared at her with strange eyes. The completely cute face was instantly shattered and turned into a completely pitiful face. Friend, she's hungry, think of a way, Vegapunk asked Lin Yu anxiously. Advertisement, TCH, this kind of guy can be dealt with just one candy. Caesar lowered his head and looked haughtily at the crying fireflies on the ground, showing a very confident look. Caesar, do you have any candy? If you do, take it out quickly. I'll borrow it and return it to you another day. Vegapunk spoke clearly and firmly, word for word. Unfortunately, I have passed the age where a candy will satisfy me when I cry. Caesar spread his hands and said in a high-sounding voice. Then don't stand and talk without your back hurting, Vegapunk said with a look of contempt. She should be given milk. Lin Yu touched his chin and said appraised, still struggling in his heart whether to treat her like a human child or like a firefly. There's a dairy at the far north end of the street. Just when Lin Yu was in trouble, Vegapunk said this. Forget it, just get him milk. Thinking of this, Lin Yu said to them like an order. You guys wait for me here, control her, and I'll get some milk. With that said, Lin Yu's body disappeared from the place with a whoosh. Vegapunk and Caesar were left standing there, grinning from ear to ear in surprise. Lin Yu moved quickly towards the north side of the street, and the surrounding scenery seemed to turn into a thin line. Suddenly, Lin Yu, who was speeding, stopped his body urgently, paused, and without saying a word, he hid in an alley beside the street. Not long after he performed a series of operations, several people wearing white clothes and strange-looking masks walked swaying from the street. Lin Yu, who was hiding in the dark, looked carefully. Although it was in the dark, the white clothes were really conspicuous. They are actually members of the CP organization. How could they appear on this island? Lin Yu said this silently in his heart, and at the same time felt a little uneasy in his heart. As the world's most powerful intelligence agency, the CP organization is directly dispatched by the world noble Tianlong people. You must know that these guys are not fuel-efficient lamps. Once they take action, who else will suffer? Lin Yu thought unpleasantly in his heart. Lin Yu waited until the breath of those people disappeared completely before Lin Yu walked out of the alley. He didn't have time to get involved in these people's bad things, so he turned around and rushed north of the street. Damn it. Where is it? Advertisement. Lin Yu, who didn't ask for the location clearly, fell into confusion when he looked at the rows of dark stores after arriving at Jiabei. Meanwhile, over at Vegapunk. What should I do? He has been crying for too long and will get sick if he continues like this. Vegapunk looked at the little firefly sitting on the ground crying nonstop, as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. I remembered. I still have some leftover milk. Seeing Vegapunk's look, Caesar knew that he was really anxious, so he said with some advice. In this way, the two of them carried the Firefly villain to Caesar's house without waiting for Lin Yu to come back. Keep your voice down later. Don't let your family find out. If my father finds out about going out so late, he will definitely punish me. Caesar said this to Vegapunk before entering the large yard of their home. Vegapunk held the little firefly who had stopped crying in his arms and nodded silently. The two sneaked into the door. Caesar's home is like a manor, beautifully decorated. In the manor, only Caesar's father's laboratory was still open, with pale light shining through the windows. Under the window, Caesar and the others ducked and cautiously passed by the laboratory. Wow. Woo 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 woo. Just when the two thought they were going to pass the laboratory smoothly, the little firefly in Vegapunk's arms suddenly let out a shrill cry. The sound was unusually clear in the originally quiet night, and suddenly rippled in the rich night. Who? Several nervous figures came out of the laboratory. Then a ray of light hit Caesar and the others. Caesar, why is it you? It was his father who spoke. Dad, Caesar, who had always been arrogant, immediately changed his mind when he saw his father. It's none of Caesar's business, it's all my fault. At the critical moment, Vegapunk took the initiative to stand up. Little Punk, why are you here? At this time, an experimenter wearing a white coat came out and stepped forward. Dad, Vegapunk blurted out slightly surprised. Chapter 65 Homeless Crying. Caesar, did you take this thing I put in the laboratory? Caesar's father took out a photo and pointed at the things in the photo and asked. The picture in the photo is exactly that devil fruit. Caesar, who was being questioned, rolled his eyes, organized lies in his little head, and then said in a pretentious manner. I haven't taken it yet, Dad. When Caesar said these words, he looked away, showing no guilt at all. But none of his little ones could escape his father's sharp eyes. You look at me and speak, Caesar's father said emphatically. No, it means no. He was a little anxious, and his little hands began to play with the corners of his clothes. And all this was seen by his father, and the answer was already obvious. I took this devil fruit and it has nothing to do with Caesar. Vegapunk's voice came over with great determination. Little Punk, you. Vegapunk's father heard his son's voice and didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Wait a minute, how do you know this thing is called a devil fruit? Caesar's father seemed to have discovered something serious, opening his eyes and almost questioning. It's all your fault, Vegapunk, you idiot. As long as we insist that we haven't seen him before, nothing will happen. Caesar complained to Vegapunk in a low voice. He knew that as long as he could withstand his father's questioning, he would be able to get over it. It's obviously as who did it, why don't you admit it? Vegapunk's upright Kaido. Are you two listening to me? Caesar's father shouted impatiently. This is the first time I have talked to my son like this, just because this matter is too important, and a little carelessness may lead to death. A friend told me that this thing is called a devil fruit, and that it contains the power of the devil. Advertisement, Vegapunk said without any hesitation. Then where did you put this devil fruit? Caesar's father asked, and at the same time, he began to feel an uneasy feeling in his heart. Lost. Have eaten. In an instant, two answers emerged. Caesar and Vegapunk looked at each other. Caesar, please stand aside for me. I'll deal with you later. As he said, his father pulled him aside, then looked at Vegapunk again and asked. Okay, tell uncle the ins and outs of the matter. Simple. Vegapunk told everything truthfully. What?
You said the devil fruit was eaten by a firefly. Caesar's father was surprised. Even the experimenters around him exclaimed. If this is true, it will be a valuable experimental information for us. Vegapunk's father came over and said. Perhaps no one can understand the psychological impact this meaning has on these mad scientists. Caesar's father immediately stared at the little firefly beside him. She was drinking milk from the bottle with relish, completely turning a blind eye to the conversations and gazes around her. This is really a perfect experiment. I seem to see the infinite extension of the meaning of life. Animals can also be like us humans. It seems that we are about to open a huge door. While Caesar's father was chanting, he couldn't help but walk forward excitedly. He held the little firefly in his arms, his eyes showing an extremely greedy look, which was also a crazy look, and a scientist's unique look. Wow! The little firefly saw a stranger, faced him with an arrogant laugh, and burst into tears instantly. Put her down quickly, she doesn't like that. Vegapunk stared at Caesar's father as if he were an enemy, and at the same time stretched out his hand, looking anxious as if someone else had touched something in his life. You stole the key experimental tools, and I haven't held you accountable yet. I just left this beast to do the experiment. Caesar's father stared straight at Vegapunk and said without emotion. She's not a beast, give her back to me quickly. Vegapunk didn't care about the signal sent by Caesar's father and still begged for it. Advertisement. The little firefly who was forced to hold him cried louder and waved his arms. Seeing this, Vegapunk took the opportunity to jump up and hugged her small body tightly. Lospunk, please take care of your child, okay? This is an important experimental tool. If it is damaged, our entire island will suffer. Caesar's father and Vegapunk were fighting for the firefly villain, and at the same time he shouted to Vegapunk's father. Lospunk hesitated and said with a troubled expression, Julius, we can stop focusing on devil fruit and look for other ways to solve the problem of life design. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if we can afford the time it takes to start over, do you think the world noble celestial dragons can afford to wait? Julius, Caesar's father, said in a hoarse voice, and at the same time loosened his grip on Vegapunk. He valued this right-hand man very much. If he stood on the opposite side of him, all the experiments would be in vain. Why is it always world government, always the celestial dragons? You are talking all about these now, which is far away from our original ideal. Do you still remember why we did all this in the first place? Lospunk lowered his head, his voice was sonorous and powerful, and every word was like a steel needle piercing Julius's ears. To make everyone happier. I have not forgotten. Julius clenched his fists and waved his words, almost shouting out. In this case, let us sever ties with the world government and concentrate on fighting for our ideals. Lospunk said excitedly. Of course this is impossible, Julius said slowly with irreversible despair in his tone. Why? Lospunk stared at him in confusion and asked. Because the world government is not about cooperating when you say it will, and not cooperating when you don't. Julius said in an attempt to hide it, the helplessness in his voice was very thick. They are the world government that represents justice. They are not robbers, so why would they force us? Lospunk simply spread his palms and said matter-of-factly. You are too naive. Our cooperation with the world government has been confirmed. If we quit midway, we will have only one end. In the middle of speaking, Julius suddenly stopped. He approached Lospunk and whispered a few words. When Lospunk heard those whispers, his eyes suddenly opened wide, and despair exploded in his eyes. I saw him walking to his son Vegapunk's side with dull eyes, and said coldly and mechanically. Let go. Chapter 66. Let's get her back together. Vegapunk had never heard his father talk to him in such a cold voice. He froze in place in fear, and Lospunk took the opportunity to snatch the Firefly villain away. Punk, go home. Lospunk then said to his son simply and coldly. Caesar, take your friends out quickly, otherwise there will be no good fruit to eat. Julius gave his son a serious look and gave the order. I won't leave, please return the fireflies to me. Vegapunk said stubbornly, his small body standing there like an unsheathed sword, showing quite tenacity. Lospunk stared straight at Vegapunk with burning eyes, and the scene instantly became deathly quiet. Oops. Did it disturb your family meeting? Suddenly, just when everyone didn't know how to resolve the embarrassment in front of them, a melodious voice came from the door of the laboratory. Everyone turned around and saw a few people wearing white clothes and masks walking in the door with determination. It turns out to be CP5 people. Why are you here late at night? Julius said in shock. Of course we are here to see the results of your experiments. According to the plan, your experiments should have been successful long ago, right? The leader CP5 said in a cold voice, as if he would go on a killing spree if the answer he heard was even slightly unsatisfactory. This is of course, there is only one step left. Julius replied nervously, large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He was already frightened by the courage exuded by CP5. Then show it to us quickly. Don't wait any longer. CP5 said lightly, but the impatience in his words could already be tasted. Caesar, take your friends and disappear from here. Julius said coldly to his son, as if the situation was urgent, and Caesar was so frightened that he did not dare to resist at all. Advertisement, Vegapunk, leave quickly. Otherwise, father will be angry. Caesar said in such a pleading voice for the first time. Return the fireflies to me, and I will leave. Vegapunk said indignantly, as if even if the world was destroyed, he would not move easily. Snap. A powerful slap fell on Vegapunk's face, causing his weak figure to fall hard to the ground. No matter how crazy you are, I can ignore you. Just stop it this time, otherwise you are not my son. Lospunk's voice was very low, and he clenched his fists as he spoke. Tears fell down after he finished speaking. He lowered his head and no one could see the expression on his face, but he could already guess it clearly. This was the first time that Vegapunk's father hit him, but he felt no pain, but he was stunned, as if his vast and peaceful inner world collapsed in an instant. Vegapunk didn't remember when he walked out of that laboratory. He only remembered the poor little Firefly, crying and screaming at him, and he was helpless and farther away, until the coldness of the night was still there. The breath woke him up. Are you still alive? If you are dead, tell me quickly so I can bury you. Caesar shook Vegapunk and said anxious words of concern, but these words sounded silly, but his intentions were indeed kind. We have to get Firefly out, she won't be happy there alone. When Vegapunk woke up, he immediately regained his composure and started to perform vigorously. Don't be stupid. She is taken care of by my father and your father in the laboratory. She is guaranteed to be well. Don't make them unhappy by showing up again. Caesar looked serious and said to him seriously, holding him tightly with his hand, for fear that he would make a mistake if he didn't pay attention. By the way, if you find a friend, he will definitely have a way. Vegapunk thought of Lin Yu as if he was waking up from a dream. After saying that, he broke away from Caesar and ran towards the stone pillars of the street. Hey, Vegapunk, you ran away without saying a word again, wait for me. Caesar followed closely. What Vegapunk left for Caesar was always that hurried and tall figure. This figure that was close in front of him but out of reach, he had been chasing for his whole life. Advertisement. When the two of them broke through the night and came to the stone pillar on the street, they saw Lin Yu at first glance. He was carrying a wooden bucket on his shoulders, which was filled with a whole bucket of milk. Where have you been? I couldn't see you when I came. Lin Yu saw the two people running panting, feeling as warm as the sun penetrating the clouds, and then explained softly. By the way, I got the milk. Because I couldn't find a bottle that could be filled, I had to bring the bucket. After saying all this, he scratched his head and showed a bright smile. Friend, I lost that guy. When Lin Yu finished speaking gently, all the strength that Vegapunk had been supporting in his heart instantly collapsed and turned into colorful tears, rushing out wantonly. Lin Yu watched Vegapunk clenching his fists, standing there with tears spreading like a fountain. He put down the wooden bucket filled with milk and stepped forward. Really, what can make you, a man, cry like this? It's really outrageous. After all, Vegapunk was just a child and his endurance was limited. Although he knew this, Lin Yu still spoke sternly. Because there is still a long road of pain for him in the future. If he can't even endure this, how can he become the greatest scientist in the world in the future? But Firefly. I lost her and failed to protect her, woo 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 woo. Vegapunk searched for all the words he could use in his mind, but he couldn't describe his failure to protect her. In the end, he could only explain it with sad cries. You have to tell me what's going on. Lin Yu said calmly, but his voice was full of endless power, giving people spiritual comfort. It's all Vegapunk being stupid again. My dad will not hurt that gadget. Finally, Caesar, who was standing aside, told Lin Yu what had just happened, and issued such a confident summary after speaking. I see, let's go get the Fireflies back together. Lin Yu smiled slightly and invited Vegapunk lightly. Friend, your words moved me so much, Vegapunk said with a hint of joy amid sadness. What, you two idiots? Caesar thought that Lin Yu would be calmer, but he didn't expect that those stupid words were said simply and deeply. Chapter 67. The figure splashing out from the flames. Were the people wearing white clothes that you met in the laboratory just now wearing masks? Lin Yu asked them this on the way to Caesar's house. That's right, friend, do you know them? Vegapunk followed Lin Yu closely and answered his question immediately. I don't know him, but these guys are a bit tricky. Lin Yu had already guessed that those people must be the CP organization he just met on the street. Are they powerful? Caesar still remembered his father's obedience in front of these people, so he asked very curiously. Whether they are powerful or not depends on who will deal with them. Lin Yu Kaido relaxed. How do you compare with them as friends? Vegapunk asked with concern. Absolutely so. Lin Yu said conservatively. He didn't know what number the other party was in the CP organization. If it was 0, it would be a bit more difficult. My friend, what about the two of us? Vegapunk clenched his fists and said with full breath, trying to show his most oppressive side. Ha 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 ha, then you're not invincible. Lin Yu smiled and extended his thumb, and said with great enthusiasm. TCH, when my father gets angry, don't be so frightened that you wet your pants. Caesar said unceremoniously from the side. When he arrived at Caesar's house, Lin Yu asked the two of them to meet him at the door, and then walked to the laboratory. In the laboratory, in a certain glass room, instruments of all sizes are in emergency operation. The Firefly villain is tied to a glass bed, his body is covered with pipes, his eyes are closed, and he has lost consciousness. On his lovely face a trace of tears can also be seen. Outside the glass room, stood a group of experimenters wearing white coats, two of whom were Lospunk's and Julius, the fathers of Caesar and Vegapunk. In addition to the experimenters, there are also a group of people also wearing white clothes. They wear masks of various colors. Their expressions cannot be seen. It can only be seen from their upright and majestic posture that they are by no means ordinary people. Dr. Julius, what are you doing standing still?
You haven't started yet. Our time is precious and we cannot let you waste it carelessly. One of the members of the CP organization urged in a cold and emotionless voice. Advertisement, I understand, please don't rush us. We have spent a lot of energy and time on this, and we can't be careless in the slightest. The person who replied was Vegapunk's father, Punk. He couldn't stand these government officials. Taking advantage of the position of the celestial dragons in the world, they wantonly showed off their power and were arrogant and domineering. In his opinion, it was extremely shameful. What did you say? The CP5 was choked and looked very shameless, so he raised his voice several times and said. That's enough, Duodu. After all, this is the territory of the two doctors. There can't be any mistakes in the experiment, just watch from the sidelines. Our duty is only to accept their experimental results, and we do not urge them to complete the experiment. The leader of the CP organization stopped his companions from speaking. Every sentence showed his caution for the sake of the overall situation, and at the same time, he also revealed the dignity of this person among his companions. At this time, Julius and Punk looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Let's get started, Punk said simply and clearly. Julius reached out and pressed a red button, and the machines around him immediately came alive. The pipe connected to the Firefly villain is continuously transporting white liquid, and then dazzling white light emits from the pipe. Suddenly, in the middle of the experiment, the little Firefly let out a shrill scream, looking very painful, and struggling hard on the 5-flowered glass bed. Something happened. Stop it. Seeing this, Punk had a premonition that something was not going to happen, and shouted to Julius beside him. No, if we stop now, all our efforts will be wasted, Julius said with a louder voice to cover his words. She will die, Punk said desperately. For the future happy life of mankind, such sacrifices are indispensable. Please be clear-headed. The progress of mankind is not made by stepping on the corpses of its predecessors. Julius seemed to have known all this for a long time, and had specially prepared a speech to conquer people's hearts. What nonsense are you talking about? We are scientists, not executioners. As Punk spoke, he was about to close the experiment button. When he was about to close the experiment process, his outstretched hand stayed in midair. Advertisement, Punk, you. Julius paused in the middle of his words. The terrifying scene in front of him made him unable to say a word. No one can affect the process of the experiment, because the Draco will be unhappy. I saw a CP member shaking the blood on his hands and saying very troubled, while Punk, who was lying down at his feet, had his eyes wide open and his chest was pierced. You actually killed Dr. Punk. Do you know how much effort he put into this experiment? Julius woke up from his fear and shouted almost hysterically. Dr. Julius, we are not here to reward you based on our merits, but to witness the results of your experiments. The CP member said without any emotion. His extremely cold attitude was irrefutable, both terrifying and disgusting. But you can't kill Dr. Punk. I'm going to sue you to the celestial dragons. Julius's eyes were red, and fear spread in his chest. Although he was saying threatening words to these murderous people, his heart was filled with gray, and he knew very clearly that his words could not scare him at all. Of these people. Doctor, if you want to complain, please feel free to complain, as long as you can see the gentleman. As for tonight, we must see the results of the experiment, otherwise Dr. Punk's fate will happen again. Members of the CP organization conveyed their death orders in cold voices as always. Yes. Dr. Julius gritted his teeth and squeezed out the word. No matter how reluctant he was, he could only agree, otherwise everyone would suffer. He took one last look at Dr. Punk who was lying on the ground, held back the fragile tears of the adult, turned away, and focused all his thoughts on the experiment in front of him. However, just when everyone's attention returned to the experiment in the glass room, a domineering and wanton figure suddenly escaped the detection of everyone present. Bang! There was a fierce explosion, and the next second, flames erupted from the glass room. Chapter 68. Fighting against the CP organization and being defeated. Whoosh! 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 Several chaotic figures flashed out of the laboratory, complementing each other. Under the background of the dark night, they looked less embarrassed. Damn it! What's going on? The CP members who escaped from the explosion had not yet realized what was going on. Until a sharp figure walked out of the strong fireworks. He held the little Firefly in his arms with one hand and dragged Dr. Julius with the other. He walked out majestically, looking like he was the only one who respected himself. Sure enough, I saw it right, it was this person who did it. The leading CP member remembered the figure that had just flashed in his eyes and knew the reason. The results of my experiments, the hard work of my life. Julius struggled to get up from the ground and looked at the laboratory in the firelight, despair written on his face. Doctor, the experiment can be reconstructed, but if it harms people, it will leave permanent scars. Lin Yu's voice sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. It popped up unexpectedly, but it hit him hard in the heart. Julius fell to his knees and said nothing. It seems that there will be no results today. Let's all disperse. Lin Yu turned around and stared closely at the members of the CP organization in front of him, his eyes widening with domineering expression. The words were very plain, but their weight was so profound that the group of people couldn't help but take a step back. Is Conqueror's domineering? He seems to be a troublesome guy. The CP member said coldly, obviously shocked, and then quickly said in a vicious voice. Hey, it seems that a war is inevitable, it's really a headache.
Lin Yu originally wanted to use conquerors to shock the opponent and achieve victory without fighting, but unfortunately the idea came to nothing. Also, although conquerors is rare, it is still too lacking to easily fool the CP organization, the world's most powerful spy agency. Suddenly appeared for no reason to sabotage the experiment. He has conquerors' domineering power and is young at the same time. Advertisement. The leader of the CP organization stared at Lin Yu closely, analyzed it carefully, and said something as if he had already expected something. You are the mysterious boy who challenged Marine General Zepha with Whitebeard before. I didn't expect that my deeds would reach the ears of your CP organization. When will this damn reputation dissipate? Lin Yu slapped his forehead, looking extremely confused. That's of course. After all, you made such a big fuss that even the world government was alerted and wanted to give you the title of Shichibukai. The CP member said tentatively. Because if Lin Yu has agreed to become a Shichibukai, then they are in the same camp. If they really want to take action, they will have to reconsider. Aha. Yes, I did receive an invitation from Shichibukai, or was it a message personally sent by the Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters? Lin Yu noticed the awe of Shichibukai in their words, so he said it according to his plan. So do you accept it? The CP member asked slightly anxiously. Lin Yu was secretly delighted. It seemed that they didn't know the news that he had refused to become Shichibukai. Ah, the terms you offered are so great, of course I accepted such a good thing without saying anything. He appeared to be particularly skillful in telling lies, and his acting skills were absolutely reliable, not to mention fooling the people in front of him, even he almost believed it. I see, it seems there was a misunderstanding. The CP organization's attitude has changed. You must know that this is the first implementation of the Shichibukai system. If anything goes wrong at this time, it will undoubtedly slap the world government in the face. It makes sense that they dare not neglect it. Of course, it's a pure misunderstanding. Lin Yu followed their words, seeing that a boring duel could be avoided, but unexpectedly, what the other party said next directly raised the tension between the two sides to the top. In that case, give us the child with abilities in your arms. This is what that adult likes. The CP organization said irrefutably. Huh? Who is the adult you were talking about? I also said that I also like this cute little guy? What a treasonous statement. You must know that we are serving the Celestial Dragons. Do you, Shichibukai, want to offend the Celestial Dragons? The members of the CP organization spread out their posture and spoke coldly, showing the standard behavior of a dog protecting its owner. TCH, you're a Tianlong who keeps talking so much. Today, even your Imu thief woman is here, and I dare to offend you. Advertisement. If you slander the Tenryu people, there's nothing you can do about it. Even if you are Shichibukai, you have to answer here today. The members of the CP organization were gearing up and talking, as if they were about to fight to the death. Although Lin Yu was holding the little Firefly, the aura exuding from him was not inferior to that group of people. At this tense moment, Vegapunk and Caesar rushed over. Dad! Caesar couldn't help shouting when he saw his father kneeling on the ground in despair. Friend, you brought Firefly back. Vegapunk ran to Lin Yu and said in one breath. Now is the time to show your manhood. Take this cute little guy and go to a safe place. This is the final mission. Lin Yu squatted down and handed the unconscious Firefly in his arms to Vegapunk. Friend, where is the safest place? Vegapunk hugged Firefly tightly and asked cautiously. There was no trace of fear in his voice. This kind of endurance was simply beyond what he should have at his age. The further away from here, the better. Lin Yu smiled slightly and said warmly, giving him incomparable strength. Seeing that Vegapunk and the others were about to leave, one of the CP members couldn't stay any longer and jumped over to snatch the Fireflies. Lin Yu pulled away and stood in front of the CP members. As long as I'm here, you can't even think of touching them. As he said this, he saw him attacking with his fist. Iron. CP members shouted confidently without hiding. However, this confident piece of iron was defeated the first time it came into contact with Lin Yu's domineering fist. Finally, he screamed and fell backwards in embarrassment. Why do your iron blocks look like dough? Lin Yu mocked wildly. These scoundrels, who were always aloof and trusted by the Tianlong people, had never heard of such humiliation, and all of them were extremely angry. Watch the moves. The leading CP member yelled angrily, waving his domineering fists and attacked. Lin Yu easily dodged his attack, and then without saying a word used a whip kick, hitting the opponent in the abdomen. Strange. This feeling. Lin Yu kicked the opponent, but felt an unprecedented hardness. Brother Hidan succeeded. The CP members behind them blurted out proudly when they saw this scene. Chapter 69. You fell down before I even tried my best. Lin Yu felt bad and wanted to pull back and kick the opponent's foot, but was surprised when he pulled back. A chain was put on his foot at some point. How insidious. Lin Yu said unexpectedly, and quickly stepped back to prevent them from having any other strange attacks. This is the Sea Tower stone chain. No matter how powerful you are, you can't open it. The CP member said confidently, as if Lin Yu was already easy prey. HMPH, I'm not a devil fruit user, so don't be too happy. Lin Yu calmly stared at the other party with contemptuous eyes. You go catch those brats, I'll hold them back. I saw the leader of the CP organization giving orders to the people behind him. The first moment those people received the signal, they ducked around them and wanted to chase Vegapunk. However, they underestimated Lin Yu too much. His knowledge could clearly predict all the actions of those people. Everything is under his control. I want to leave, but there is no door. As he said that, the moving CP5s appeared clearly in front of Lin Yu's eyes, as if their movements had been slowed down. He raised the corner of his mouth, showing a cynical smile, and then flashed in front of the CP members as if taking a leisurely stroll, kicked them one by one, and kicked them back to where they were. Go back where you came from, don't make trouble for others, okay? Lin Yu said this after driving those CP members back to their original places at the same time, as if the other party was a flea that didn't make people worry. Damn it, this guy's knowledge is stronger. After those CP members were forced to retreat to their original position, they awkwardly explained their powerlessness. Go back and report to your lord. Lin Yu, interfered with your inhumane experiments and asked him to send more powerful people. You can't. Lin Yu took all the cause and effect on himself and did not forget to mock these CP5s. The words coming out of this guy's mouth are really unpleasant to listen to. If you don't object, I will tear this guy's mouth apart afterwards. There's no need to do it later, let's go together now and deal with him. The CP members finally reached an agreement and rushed towards each other like a pack of hunting dogs. HMPH, now it's interesting. Lin Yu unfolded his posture, and the corners of his mouth raised with an interesting smile. Shave, advertisement, gunpoint, the dazzling attacks came like raindrops. Lin Yu moved his body wantonly to avoid it, but no one of the seemingly frequent attacks could touch his body. Is this the cowardice of the world government Tianlong people? Their strength together is nothing more than this? As soon as Lin Yu found the opportunity, he poured sarcastic words on their heads. Damn it, shut up! A fist rushed straight towards Lin Yu's face. This time, Lin Yu didn't hide or dodge. He attached his arm domineering energy to his forehead and directly ate the opponent's fist with a headbutt. The attacks of the two collided, causing a wave of air that swept across their bodies instantly. Click! There was a crisp sound of bones breaking from the CP member's fist. Damn it! The man yelled dully and stepped back, only to see his arms hanging weakly aside, unable to use any strength. Attack his feet! Someone shouted. After saying that, those people started to attack Lin Yu's chained foot like a group of starving ghosts who heard the order to start eating. You are really good at taking advantage of loopholes. Are you reincarnated as a mouse? Lin Yu first took a step back and then kicked forward unexpectedly. Those CP5s didn't expect that Lin Yu would take the initiative to attack with his restricted foot, and they couldn't avoid being kicked. They fell to the ground one after another, and their neat figures looked as if they had been rehearsed in advance. Hey, are you serious? It's all because of your random orders that this happened? These CP organizations are actually in the mood for internal strife at this time. You guys are so laid back and relaxed, it made me laugh so hard. Lin Yu looked at them with confusion and felt bored. This person is exactly the same as the one described in the information, he is incredibly strong. Yes, it seems that you need to show some real skills, otherwise you will make a fool of yourself. It's a small matter if we make a fool of ourselves, but it's a big deal if it affects CP's reputation. Suddenly, the painting style of these people suddenly changed, and they pulled off the cloaks on their backs one after another, revealing their muscles. Are you going to be serious now? It should have been like this a long time ago, which made me say so many sarcastic words. Advertisement Lin Yu had long expected that their strength was far more than that. It's about to happen. The eyes of those CP5s revealed a blood-red color that was completely different from just now, as if they were devils wandering in the dark night. Shua. The cold figure was also many times faster than before. A human wall of extremely fast figures enveloped Lin Yu airtight. Everywhere he looked were ghostly moving figures. His interest was aroused again, and his aura of seeing, hearing, S**X, and domineering was fully aroused. Suddenly, there was something strange in the flash of figures. When Lin Yu noticed it, a fist also appeared in front of him. He subconsciously raised his hand to resist, but he didn't expect that the sudden fist was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and his body fell backwards in an instant. Before he could hit the ground, the next attack came again. Lin Yu was still struggling in his mind as to why the last blow was so powerful, and had no intention of resisting the next blow. Bang! The ground exploded, throwing up an unknown amount of dust. Under the moonlight, the scattered figures of CP5 surrounded Lin Yu, releasing murderous intent that seemed incompatible with the surrounding night. Are you going to kill him? A CP5 said. There was no warmth in his words, as if they were spoken by an emotionless machine. Wait a minute, didn't we agree that we would first break his meddling mouth? Wait a minute, let's leave him to that adult, after all, he is a Shichibukai, so it would be unreasonable to not take him seriously. While these CP5 discussions were in full swing, Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes. I actually fell asleep at this time, it's so shameful. Lin Yu put his hand on his forehead and complained to himself in a serious manner. What's going on? When these CP5 heard Lin Yu's relaxed voice, they didn't look like they were defeated at all, and they all became nervous again. You must know that they have just shown their strongest strength. If this cannot effectively hurt him, it will be really embarrassing. Sorry everyone, I was distracted just now. Lin Yu sat up from the ground as he spoke. He looked a little decadent, like a god who had fallen from the old era. The moonlight fell all around him, casting a mysterious and distant light on him. Does it mean that he didn't use all his strength?
The CP5 blurted out in shock and uneasiness. It's going to be daybreak if you keep lingering, wait until I come next and I'll knock you down in an instant. Lin Yu said easily, and at the same time reached out and broke the sea tower stone chain on his feet. Chapter 70. It's better to regain a little face. If I use all my strength, I might destroy this peaceful island. Lin Yu stood up, patted his forehead and said with confusion. What is this person talking about? It could be that his brain has been damaged. A CP5 said with confusion. HMPH. Can a fool tear apart the sea tower stone chain with his bare hands? Get ready, the war will really begin. Another CP5 answered his companion's questions rigorously. The beginning is the end, everyone, farewell. Lin Yu's words seemed to be pushed out by the tip of his tongue, and they were full of frivolity. Shameless talk. The CP5s clenched their strength and swarmed forward. The oppressive force of ghostly cries and roars came like a tide in an instant, surging and surging. If you are not brave enough, you will be scared to death just by seeing this tearing scene. But Lin Yu had no scruples at all. He only saw his eyes wide open, Conqueror's domineering and crazy expression, which instantly overshadowed all of them. The pressure accumulated by those people suddenly dwarfed in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu's figure was like a bubble that was not obsessed with the world, appearing everywhere and then disappearing. The CP5s could no longer capture his figure. They could only vaguely feel an unpleasant wind blowing beside them. Then his body flew away involuntarily, and finally landed on the distant sea at a loss. Lin Yu, who was calculating carefully, punched each one, sending them all on a journey of no return. In an instant, Lin Yu threw all those people into the clouds. He stood in front of the laboratory where the fire was still blazing, his figure stretched very long. The moonlight did not know when to penetrate the fire and shine on his face, highlighting his sad face. Just don't come back and cause trouble for people again. Lin Yu finally said, and his body disappeared there. In the distance, I heard the sounds of people in the town waking up, putting out fires, and screaming and crying. The sounds converged into a heartbreaking song. In short, it is the most common sound in the world. People in the town rushed to Caesar's house in twos and threes, wanting to find out. And in this crowd, there was a figure driving in the opposite direction. He was holding a cute little guy in his arms, with tears streaming down his face. Why don't you go home? Advertisement. Lin Yu came to the stone pillar on the street and saw Vegapunk holding the Firefly villain, squatting in the corner and secretly feeling sad. Friend, I'm so sad right now. Vegapunk looked at Lin Yu with tearful eyes. Lin Yu squatted next to him, looking at the sparse flow of people, his thoughts racing. If you are sad, just cry. There is no truth in the world that says a man cannot cry. Why do people live, and where is the journey of life? My friend, can you tell me? Vegapunk choked up and said, live the rest of your life the way you want to live. Lin Yu looked up at the deep night sky, sighed and said. So that's it. Vegapunk seemed not to accept this answer, but could not refute it. My father is gone, and he hasn't said much to me from the beginning. Vegapunk said sadly, looking at the dust on the ground under his feet. Maybe this is the meaning of life. Lin Yu didn't know how to comfort people, he was too inexperienced in this regard. I want to complete my father's experiment, which was his lifelong pursuit. Vegapunk said firmly. I will also protect her, finally he said to the little Firefly in his arms. Don't forget, don't underestimate this night, Lin Yu said with a faint smile from the corner of his mouth. Friend, are you leaving? Vegapunk said prophetically. Yes, we have to leave now. There has been such a commotion. If we don't get out in time, it will bring disaster to this place. Lin Yu said lightly, not trying to hide anything. Will you come back? Vegapunk knew that his words were like a stone thrown into the abyss, and there might be no result at all. But Lin Yu responded to him carefully and said this. When the spicy wind of this world stops, I will come back. Advertisement. These words were too profound and difficult to understand. Vegapunk also racked his brains and nodded, speaking with difficulty. You must come back. I will complete the meaning of life and show it to you, and then I will bring benefits to everyone. His words passed through the night and reached the dawn directly. Listen to me and go home now. Let's set off together and arrive at our respective harbors, okay? Lin Yu put his hand on Vegapunk's head and said with a smile. Friend, I always think of you in my heart, Vegapunk said. The two stood up and walked farther and farther in opposite directions. The number of pedestrians on the street began to increase. They were all walking in a hurry, except for two figures. Their steps were slow and they looked back every step of the way. Dad, where are you going? The little Firefly in Vegapunk's arms opened his eyes and said as he looked at Lin Yu's back. Vegapunk couldn't answer her question either. This question is so simple that I don't know how to answer it. Finally they all disappeared into the night. When Lin Yu came to the coast, he met the embarrassed CP5s. They seemed to have just struggled out of the sea and were all soaked. Hello you guys. Lin Yu thought it was interesting. Since we could meet again, he might as well step forward and say hello. What? Did this guy catch up so quickly? It looks like he's going to have to answer here today. The CP5s thought that Lin Yu was here to kill them all. Don't be nervous. I just passed by occasionally. When I saw you in such a mess, I came up to say hello. I have no grudges against you. I'm really sorry for hurting your body and your soul. Lin Yu scratched his head and said humbly.
This humble remark was originally unnecessary and might even make people look down on him, but he didn't care and said whatever came to his mind. This was his character. What a joke. You are here to see our joke. Don't forget that you also have a Shichibukai identity. No matter what you think secretly, you still have to be careful on the surface. Otherwise we will treat this kind of report matter to the Tianlong people and you will be finished. The CP5s knew that they couldn't do anything to him because of their strength, so they could only threaten him like a shrew. By the way, I forgot to tell you that I actually didn't agree to Marine's Shichibukai request at all. I turned out to be lying to you, ha 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 ha. Lin Yu covered his mouth and smiled happily. What, how dare you play tricks on us, don't we want to lose face? The CP5's anger was ignited to the extreme by Lin Yu. Seeing that it was about to explode, they were all eager to go up and fight him at any time. Chapter 71 Determination. Wait. Let's stop this pointless fight. Lin Yu stretched out his hand to stop the CP5s. Then what do you want? They knew that Lin Yu came to say hello, and it was definitely not just for the sake of saying hello. Aha. I saw your ship docked on the coast. How about letting me take a ride? I just want to leave this island. Lin Yu almost said. Those people looked at each other, wondering where he was singing. If you don't say anything, I will assume that you agree. Lin Yu smiled naturally. We refuse. CP5 came back to his senses and said decisively. What a pity. Rejection is invalid. Lin Yu spoke threats easily, and there was no gap in the pressure. CP5 was silent. They really couldn't figure out the person in front of them. He was powerful, but he looked carefree and like a gangster. His personality and skills didn't match at all. In this way, Lin Yu got on their ship. Is there any wine? As soon as he got on the boat, Lin Yu walked to the bow of the boat and sat down, and shouted to the group of CP5 who looked at him nervously. Damn it, don't bully me too much. You sit on our boat and drink our wine. They shouted in displeasure. Don't be so stingy. Look, the sun will come out soon. It would be beautiful to enjoy it while drinking a little wine. Lin Yu pointed to the line of sea and sky in the distance, where a dim yellow light was pouring out with great force. Is this another trick you're playing? Just give him wine. At this time, the rather majestic CP5 spoke, interrupting his companion's refusal and questioning. Brother Hidan, why should we tolerate this guy? He destroyed the experiment and left us with no way to explain to the Tianlong people. He is our enemy. The CP5 member said angrily after being interrupted by Hidan. Whether it's an enemy or a friend, it's still unclear. Grab a bar and the answer will be revealed soon. Hidan gave an irrefutable order seriously. Advertisement. Finally, the glass bottle filled with wine crossed the night sky that was about to disappear and fell into Lin Yu's hands. Here you go. I hope you B*************** D gets drunk so we can arrest you easily. The CP5 who handed the bottle to Lin Yu said unhappily. Thank you. Lin Yu shook the bottle. No matter what the other party's intentions were, he didn't care. As long as he had the morning sun and fine wine as his company, all worries would be gone. As he spoke, he bit off the cork with his mouth and drank heavily. You look a little lonely. The CP5 named Hidan came over and suddenly said calmly, without the previous anger. Are you getting close? Lin Yu wiped the remaining wine from the corner of his mouth and said jokingly with a smile on his face. That's right. Hidan didn't notice his inappropriate jokes and sat down not far from him. Chen Yang finally showed his head, but he was as cautious as a sneaky thief. Fragile sunlight shone on Lin Yu's shoulders, and he immediately showed a mysterious smile in response to the sudden light. Your name is Lin Yu, right? Hidan looked at him and said. Your name is Hidan, right? Lin Yu did not answer, but asked instead. That's right. I'm not wrong either. The two exchanged words with each other, and they were evenly matched. You are quite interesting, different from others. Hidan said, taking off his mask, revealing that young and handsome face, which is often unexpected. I just thought you were praising me. Lin Yu was unmoved and said shamelessly. You miss someone I know so much. Hidan raised his head, looked at the sky that had just become brighter, and suddenly said affectionately. Aha, let me taste the meaning of yippin'. Lin Yu muttered in a pretentious manner. No need, this sentence has no meaning, it's just what I said casually. Hidan smiled slightly and said easily. If you say that, I think you are very lonely, lonelier than me. Lin Yu stared at him seriously and said, then handed him the wine in his hand without saying a word. Advertisement. Hidan took the bottle without thinking and took a sip. My former instructor, the person who trained me to become a CP organization, has the same strength as you, and his armed color and domineering force are stronger than yours. Hidan said with a hint of pride. Really? If I have a chance some other time, I must discuss it with him. Lin Yu proudly faced his seemingly provocative words, but he said. He's dead. Really? That's such a pity. Lin Yu noticed the sadness mixed with his words, and couldn't bear to touch it. He taught me powerful power and warned me to swear allegiance to the celestial dragons. However, he himself went on the road to fight against the celestial dragons, and finally died on that road. Hidan still said incomprehensibly, as if he was not talking to Lin Yu, but to himself. Maybe I think so. Teaching you is my duty, and taking the path of resisting the celestial dragons is my ideal. Lin Yu turned his face and stared stubbornly at the morning sun that had emerged, pouting at the same time, as if complaining about the sun coming out later. Really? Hidan seemed to see a door suddenly open in his long-closed heart.
He must be very lonely. Lin Yu answered the question. Yes, he doesn't like to talk. He always stares in the east direction in a daze. No one can get into his heart, not even me, his favorite disciple. Hidan lowered his head and said sadly, then took a deep sip of wine. It's all my fault for reminding you of your unfortunate memories, Lin Yu said apologetically, expressing his sorrow for. I want to do something, but I can't do it. It's terrible that I can't help myself, Lin Yu continued. I have been trained since I was a child. It was very hard at that time and there was no tomorrow. Only the master's love gave me a glimmer of comfort. However, I could not see him off in his last journey, and I stood on the opposite side of him. Hidan said bitterly. There are too many restraints and shackles, and living will be very tiring. I can get rid of everything, but I still can't survive, let alone you as chess pieces and dead soldiers. Lin Yu said with clear insight. Sometimes I want to be like master and rebel against the whole world, but I am afraid and cower, and in the end I can only become a joke. Hidan said mockingly. Meeting Lin Yu had a great impact on him. He also wanted to live a carefree and unfettered life like Lin Yu in front of him. To cut off the past requires extremely strong determination. There should be no hesitation. If you have scruples, don't make a choice. This will often disrupt all your plans. Lin Yu said sharply. Chapter 72. We need to make some big moves to show our position. Where's Hidan Ni? I don't know, I haven't seen him all morning. It was the morning of the next day. After the CP5s woke up, they never saw their captain Hidan again. They only saw Lin Yu standing on the bow of the ship, staring in one direction for a long time. Hey, have you seen our brother Hidan? P5 asked Lin Yu unceremoniously. It didn't look like a question at all, but rather like a threat. Hidan? That kid is really good at showing off. Lin Yu didn't look back, and said an unseemly answer in a desperate manner. Perhaps his words were more like a way of remembering an old friend, more like a cold farewell. Just like, goodbye idiot, the same principle. Hey, we are asking you if you have seen brother Hidan, and what are you answering? CP5 stood up to Lin Yu and asked slightly crazily, seeming to have caught a hint of something ominous in his words. He has been killed by me. Lin Yu turned around and said with a frivolous expression, the arrogance he pretended to be unparalleled. What? Perhaps Lin Yu's voice was too relaxed, not at all like the rhetoric and attitude he should have after killing someone. The group of CP5 could not be convinced for a while, and could only stand there blankly and digest him slowly in hard words. Your good brother was killed by me because he was really annoying. He even talked about his ideals with me. He was obviously just a B***ch of the Tianlong people, and he pretended to be in front of me. It made me sick. Lin Yu held his head with his hands, with a confused look on his face, and said things that were against his will in a familiar manner. He didn't feel guilty at all and looked very relaxed. Insult and kill brother Hidan? That's unforgivable? A world-destroying anger spread out from the group of CP5s, which was quite powerful. Are you angry now? It's just an emotionless chess piece that died. Maybe a person full of justice ideals will be reborn somewhere. You still have to be a little open-minded about everything, what do you think? Lin Yu took the concept of standing and talking without backache to the extreme. I want your life. The angry figure of CP5 was like a bloodthirsty beast, screaming and rushing towards Lin Yu. Advertisement. Lin Yu was already prepared, Conqueror's domineering energy wrapped around him, and he struck with his fist in the air. When the wind of the fist hits, CP5 flies away like a fallen flower. The body that was struck by the harsh impact instantly left the scene like a joke. When the aggressive momentum dissipated, the CP5 present came back to his senses, but Lin Yu's figure was long gone. From this sea area to another sea area, there is a top-secret area. On the quiet sea, floated a pitifully small wooden boat, driven by a young and handsome man. His brows were clear, his hair was clean and fell back, and his sworn mouth seemed to be exuding endless ridicule of the world. Just a short time ago, he was a member of the world's most powerful spy agency, and now he is just a free man pursuing his dreams. The cause of this sudden change was nothing more than a cynical remark from a dishonest person. Live the rest of your life how you want to. The man said this, looking into the distance as he spoke, raising the corners of his mouth 45 degrees, emitting an unpredictable smile. These words were like a sharp sword, prying open his heart that had been sealed for more than 20 years with one blow. He decided to pursue the unfinished ideal of his most beloved master, even if he died on the same path as his master. Only at this moment did he realize the meaning of life, which was so abundant and pure. Thank you. If you are a guy like you will definitely be able to defeat everything in the world. The man raised his head and looked at the blue sky. Recalling the man's face when he spoke, it was so cool. At the same time, in the most supreme place of world political power, the Holy Land Marie Choyari, an unfavorable change is in full swing. The most powerful person in the world government. 5 elders. This world is riddled with holes. It's outrageous that it started to spiral out of control after One Piece Roger was executed. One Piece. What a ridiculous title. It's so ridiculous to dominate a place like that where garbage is everywhere. Where should Marine go? The needle guiding the world has begun to tilt. The Shichibukai plan is booming. Is it a powerful tool to suppress pirates, or is it just a child's play to seek the far away at the expense of the near? This world seems to be trying to escape our control. In addition, great changes are also taking place in the new world. Advertisement.
The four emperors' force, composed of Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Governor Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, has surfaced. Everything seems to be going in a bad direction. Have you heard? Crocodile led his rookie pirate group to challenge the Whitebeard pirates and failed. Crocodile's entire army was wiped out, and the resulting tsunami affected many people. This old friend Edward Newgate is as troublesome as ever. Governor Kaido's beast pirates have all occupied Wano and have taken control of the country. Is this a situation where we have to intervene? Wait a minute, don't there still be those samurai in Wano? It's better not to get involved in this muddy water, otherwise you will only make a mess and get no benefits. Charlotte Linlin should not be underestimated. She has been desperately expanding in the past few years, and her power has become large enough to pose a threat to any party. Moreover, the cadres of the pirate group are all the children of her captain. Such a pirate group is undoubtedly the most terrifying of. The remnants on the Rocks pirate's ship are really a headache. These troubles should have disappeared with that battle 10 years ago. On the other hand, Golden Lion Shiki hasn't done much recently, which is quite strange. We can't take it lightly. This guy is as strong as Roger. He will probably be the next one to be crowned the king. Perhaps he is brewing some huge conspiracy now. After all, after the death of One Piece Roger, he has one less biggest enemy, and at the same time he is one step closer to his ambition. There is another important thing that is unpredictable. That young man who has been active in the East Daxia Sea recently and is incredibly powerful. What's his name? Lin Yu. What a strange name. He doesn't look like a top powerhouse. That's why it's incredible. Did he do something extraordinary again? He declined Shichibukai's appointment. Oh, it's really amazing. Now our face has been lost in front of the world again. We must respond harshly and make our position clear. That's right. A raging storm is about to blow again. It's really interesting. Chapter 73. My name is Golden Lion Shiki, and I am a pirate. One Piece Roger before his execution. Boss, something is wrong. In the flying pirate ship, a gangster stumbled into the cabin with a newspaper, shouting in panic at the same time. One Piece Luo. Roger, caught by Marine. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the cabin was shocked. Huh? What? At this time, a tall man wearing yellow clothes with a stubble on his face, holding a cigar arrogantly in his mouth, and with his greasy shawl and yellow hair hanging down, turned his head and said in confusion. He is the great pirate Golden Lion Shiki who has long been famous in this world. In 1 week, Marine will execute One Piece Roger in front of the world in Roger Town in the East Daxia Sea. The little guy clenched the newspaper in his hand hard and said with excessive fright. Roger was executed by Marine? Or in the weakest East Daxia Sea? That's nonsense. Roger can be caught with those trash, what a joke. Golden Lion Shiki took the cigar out of his mouth, then waved his hand and roared in an extremely solemn and inviolable way. That's right, One Piece Roger is the boss's opponent. How can those Marines deal with him? You are drunk again, and then you are talking nonsense everywhere. Who is that? Take him out quickly to sober up, don't let him make a joke in front of the boss. The people in the cabin then laughed at the little guy. He's the real boss, the little guy said and handed the newspaper in his hand to Shiki. This. Impossible. Shiki took a look at the newspaper and saw a photo of One Piece Roger being arrested by Marine. It didn't look like a fake at all. Boss, what should we do? The young man came over and said ignorantly. I said this is impossible. As he said this, Shiki took a pistol and shot it through the little guy's thigh. The little guy screamed and fell to the ground. The people around him looked at the angry Shiki and suddenly didn't even dare to fart. Shiki dropped his pistol and walked out of the cabin menacingly. Boss, where are you going? Seeing Shiki's crazy look as if he could do anything, these subordinates asked uneasily. That guy can only die in my hands, not anyone else. With that said, Shiki's figure disappeared from the cabin door. Boss, don't be impulsive. Looking at Shiki disappearing from the cabin door, the men panicked. Advertisement, but it was already too late, their boss had already taken off. It's over. Where are you going, boss? Needless to say, it must be Donghai. What are you doing in the East Daxia Sea? It should be the tribulation field, right? What, isn't this a sheep entering a tiger's mouth? Whoever the boss is, there is nothing he wouldn't dare to do. Damn it, why don't you take us with you? I've long disliked Marine, and now a big fight would be a good thing. What are you so excited about? Boss is going to the tribulation field to save people, not to start a war with Marine. Save people? Save who? You idiot, of course you were going to save Roger, who else could it be? Why, aren't we and the Roger pirates completely mortal enemies? You don't understand this. The relationship between the boss and Roger is both an enemy and a friend. They are confidants on the battlefield, but they are not enemies with deep hatred, and Roger is a person recognized by the boss. His grandma, what you said is too profound, I can't understand a word. You idiot, you'll just be a minion for the rest of your life. Then what should we do next? Just stare at each other? Of course not, we have to set off to get closer to the East Daxia Sea, ready to meet the boss at any time, and be ready for a big battle. Ha 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 ha. I understand this sentence. Lousy can't wait for the battle. The skin all over his body is itchy. Young men, set sail and aim at Rog Town in the East Daxia Sea. A few days later, an island in the East Daxia Sea. It's terrible. Lousy can't tell the direction. Shiki rushed towards the East Daxia Sea full of enthusiasm. He only knew how to rush forward without knowing the direction. After twists and turns, I had no choice but to land on this deserted island to see if there were any passing ships and ask for directions. But 3 days and nights have passed, and not even a flying bird is willing to pass by this sea area. Damn it, we can't wait any longer, there's no time left. Shiki clenched his fists and thought anxiously. However, no matter how anxious he was, he did not dare to act rashly, for fear that he would take the wrong path and go further. It wasn't until the early morning of the 4th day that Shiki woke up from his sleep and found a small boat floating on the sea. Advertisement: although it is a small boat, as long as the people on the boat know the way, that is enough. When the boat docked at the coast, a young man stepped out of the boat. He looked at the island and took a deep breath. Oh, I can finally have a peaceful sleep. It's really uncomfortable to sleep on a boat. This person was Lin Yu. This boat was taken from CP5. After that, he drifted on the sea for a few days relying on this boat. Today he finally encountered a small island and he docked without thinking. Come up. Ha 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 ha. You are an amazing guy. Suddenly, Shiki's figure fell from the sky. Lin Yu stood there, staring at the smoke-filled front, his eyes locked. His wish for peace and quiet seemed to be in vain. It's really surprising that there are masters hiding on such a little-known island. Lin Yu said with a headache. He already knew that something unpleasant would happen next. My name is Golden Lion Shiki, and I am a pirate. Shiki waved away the surrounding smoke and dust, and said in a voice full of incomparable pride. Even if he didn't introduce himself, the special wooden handle mark on his head could make Lin Yu recognize him at a glance. Okay. Big Pirate Golden Lion Shiki, why are you here alone when you're not fighting with people over territory in New World? Lin Yu touched his chin and said to Shiki unceremoniously. Ah ha 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 ha. You actually called me Big Pirate, and you even added a big word. Lousy likes the title Big Pirate. Shiki put his hands on his hips and laughed like a child. After laughing, he stared at Lin Yu closely and continued. You were very good, boy. How about you follow me and rule the world with Lousy? The ambition in Shiki's head began to overflow again, and he promised Lin Yu with great confidence. It seems that world domination is just a small goal of his. It's better not to do that. I'm not interested in ruling. Lin Yu slapped his forehead with one hand and said with a big head, he really couldn't stand Shiki Jonger's words. What? Why is your answer so familiar? It's exactly the same as that man. Shiki thought of Roger. He invited him so kindly at the beginning, but he refused without thinking, and now he ended up like this. In Shiki's view, the chaotic results of all this seemed to be related to Roger's rejection of him. Sorry, I really can't think of anything to say to refuse, so I just said it casually. Lin Yu watched Shiki's expression change, and he became crazy for an instant. Chapter 74. It's good to be your opponent. No one can say no to Lousy except Roger. Golden Lion Shiki pointed at himself with his thumb and said. Stop making trouble. If I don't reject you, am I going to mess around with you and play that boring pirate game? I'm really not interested. Lin Yu looked lazy, not interested in Shiki and his words at all. What? Are you laughing at pirates? Shiki's eyes widened and he seemed to be in disbelief. No, I'm too lazy to laugh at anyone. Anyone who can live according to their own wishes in this world is a hero. Lin Yu looked around while talking, and suddenly saw a huge reef on the coast, showing an expression of joy. He walked to the rock and looked at it, then nodded with satisfaction, and then he lay down straight on the rock, ready to take advantage of the warm morning sun to have a good sleep. Hey, what are you doing? Shiki ran to the reef and asked in shock. Didn't you see? I'm sleeping. Lin Yu opened a deserted Kaido eye, and then continued to close his eyes. You actually slept in front of me. Damn it, how disgusting. Lousy hasn't been ignored like this. I'm so angry. Shiki clenched his fists, a supreme anger rising slowly on his forehead. You're so annoying. Lin Yu opened his eyes and said seriously. Presumptuous. No one has ever dared to talk to Lousy like this. With that said, Shiki smoothly pulled out the Sakura 10 swords on his body and slashed at Lin Yu. Lin Yu dodged to the side first, and as soon as he stood firm, he saw that the huge rock had been split into two. You're very skilled, boy. Shiki originally didn't want to kill him like this, but he dodged it easily, and his desire to win aroused again. You guys, are you sure you want to disturb my rest? We have no grudges, and if we don't want to offend you, don't start this useless fight. Lin Yu patted the dust on his body and said in an awe-inspiring manner. At the same time, he shot out an extremely murderous look from his eyes, hoping to scare the opponent away. Ha 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 ha. Pirates don't need a reason to start a war. Advertisement. Shiki showed his signature sinister and cunning smile, and his weathered face was instantly filled with a layer of lingering obscenity. After talking all the nonsense with a smile, he swung his sword to attack Lin Yu again, as if he had taken the weight and was determined to convince Lin Yu. Watch the move. This will kill you. Shiki waved his sword arrogantly, Lion Chaos Valley. After the arrogant shout, the sword blade in his hand also swung out. Several cold and scattered sword energies attacked Lin Yu in a chaotic and intertwined manner, and they were so overbearing. Oh, it's true. You guys who are always awesome and coaxing are really a headache. You kill people at every turn, aren't you tired? While Lin Yu was talking, his eyes became alert. These seemingly messy attacks should not be underestimated, otherwise someone would really be killed. The sword energy passed by and hit the sea in the distance, causing splashes of water. Is it domineering? It's really not bad. While saying the words of praise, Shiki took out the other half of the sword blade deadwood from his body. This posture already showed that he was serious. At this moment, he really wanted to test how much the sudden boy in front of him weighed. What a headache. Seeing Shiki wielding two swords, Lin Yu put his head on one hand and said in confusion. He could easily predict that this battle would be difficult. Close slash. Shiki roared and slashed with his sword. Long-distance attacks would be easily avoided by Lin Yu's domineering power, so he would attack at close range. Seeing his absolute stance of cutting the opponent in half, Lin Yu had no choice but to fight with his fist. Bah, bah, bah. The moment the two people came into contact, the color of the sky and the earth changed in an instant, and the waves on the sea couldn't help but become restless. The fish jumped out of the sea one after another, as if they were trying to escape from the sea. Their domineering power was top-notch, and after facing each other for a while, no one took a step back. The dark domineering power was like a tide, radiating crazily outwards, and the entire island shook uneasily like a loaf of bread. But one thing you need to know is that Shiki used a famous sword, while Lin Yu used naked fists. Shiki seems to be aware of this. In fact, from a fair point of view, he should be the winner in the current equal confrontation. Damn it. You idiot, you also have a hand in arm domineering? Do you have such strength at such a young age? You must be fake. Shiki complained with hatred and disbelief. At the same time, he was secretly applying more force to his hands, as if he had to suppress Lin Yu. You talk so much of an idiot that you don't even think about what you are. I call you a big pirate just to give you face and don't want to cause trouble. But you do it indiscriminately. Shiki, now I have lost all my good impressions of you. Next I will beat you hard. Advertisement Lin Yu's careless look completely disappeared from his face, replaced by a highly serious expression. Since running away can't solve the problem, then face it bravely. Ah ha ha ha. That's a good scolding. Lousy has never heard anyone scold me like that in front of me. It's so fresh, Lousy's blood boils. Let's have a big fight. The two of them thought happily in their hearts at the same time. Bang. Whoosh. Bang. The two people, who had no scruples, launched a fierce and unscrupulous battle on the island. The scene was shocking, the sky was torn apart, and the sea was boiling. Even the wind stopped to watch and forgot about the journey. The two darlings of fate are making a lot of noise between heaven and earth. It seems that they are both masters who will never give up. Ha 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 ha. You're a boy that suits my taste so well. Shiki waved the blade, flashed his body wantonly, and spoke in a melodious tone. TCH. What do you want? Lin Yu shouted impatiently, while casually counter-attacking his attack. Of course, I'll kill you, Shiki provocatively said. What? Kill me? Lin Yu was already confused by his messy intentions. Yes, that would be very interesting, ha 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 ha. After saying that, Shiki laughed heartily, and at the same time did not forget to wave the sword in his hand to attack. It can be seen that Shiki is as excited and happy as a half-grown child at this time. Meeting an equally matched opponent is like meeting a close friend for him. This vast sea is huge, but it is difficult to find a decent opponent. Hey, I don't have time to play with you, I have to pursue my own happy life. Lin Yu was so forced that he couldn't help but speak in dialect. As he spoke, he clenched his fists and simply charged up a blow. Oh, that's not good, what an incredible power. Shiki's face showed quite a bit of shock when he saw this, and he even forgot to defend himself. Chapter 75. This man is evil and candid, which is also a kind of demeanor. Clang. The sun began to heat up, swaying freely on the sea surface, reflecting waves and sparkling waves. The two people on the island were also exposed and bathed in this sunshine. At the critical moment, Shiki blocked Lin Yu's attack with his sword. Because the resistance was a little hasty, he couldn't help but retreat a few steps. Ha! What a strong blow, it hurts, what a boy! Shiki shouted out a few words inexplicably, with an expression of intoxication on his face. How long are you going to keep insisting? Lin Yu looked at Shiki's expression, which clearly showed that he would not give up for a while, so he asked impatiently. Take me to Marine Headquarters Fortress Marinefondo. Shiki finally spoke out his request. Huh? What the devil would take you to a place like that? It's too late for me to escape, so you should give up on this idea. As soon as Lin Yu heard Shiki's request, he immediately stood up and retorted angrily. Originally, Lousy was too lazy to let others lead the way. The unknown journey is more interesting, Shiki emphasized with wide eyes, and then continued unwillingly. It's just that this time it's not up to me to choose, because this time I'm very angry. If that man ends up in this way, I can't agree with it. Shiki's nostrils were breathing heavily, and he said seriously, with a hysterical look, which made him look even more childish. The man you were talking about doesn't mean Roger, right? Lin Yu thought of something. He remembered that in the original book, Shiki was the one who made a big fuss at the Marine headquarters before Roger's execution. Later, he was defeated by Garp and Sengoku and was imprisoned in the underwater prison. Yes, Lousy is going to Marine headquarters to prevent this from happening. Shiki put away the blade and took a step back, swearing like an oath. Stop making trouble, Roger has already been executed. Are you oversleeping or drunk? Lin Yu spread his hands helplessly, seeming to sympathize with his carelessness and absurdity. Advertisement, what? Lousy just got lost here for a few days, damn it. Shiki said in disbelief, and then angrily swung a slash towards the sea. The shock wave split the sea into two, showing its power. The attack at this time was several times more brutal and domineering than when he fought Lin Yu just now. It seemed that he had been merciful in his attack just now. As if one blow was not enough, he clenched his swords and began to attack the rough sea wildly. It seemed that he couldn't accept such a result. The opponent who had never been in contact with each other until death chose such a useless way to die without even saying goodbye to him. This was a great shame and humiliation for Shiki. How could the man I fell in love with die in this way? He was one piece. How could the king's end be without me, the only mortal enemy in the world, to say goodbye? Golden Lion Shiki gritted his teeth and roared, sadness and anger flowing freely from his bloodstained eyes. This was the first time he truly and sincerely called Roger One Piece. When he first heard that Roger was given the title of king, he was extremely contemptuous, thinking that it was just to curry favor with or ridicule Roger. However, in his heart, he has long recognized Roger, which has nothing to do with the title of One Piece. In his heart, Roger is the greatest man in the world. Every time Roger was forced into a dead end, he was not willing to kill Roger, but took the initiative to invite him. Although he was rejected over and over again, he was rarely tired of it. You must know that in this sea, he was famous earlier than Roger. Face and dignity are extremely important things to him. But Roger made him lose these two precious things again and again. If it were anyone else, he would have been angry 10,000 times. This is all Roger's own choice. As an opponent, you should understand him. Lin Yu saw Shiki's complicated emotions and calmly stopped him. With a clang, Shiki stabbed Yang Ju and dead wood in his hand into the ground, and finally stopped his crazy attacks. I want to see Roger off, in my own way. Shiki, who was originally disappointed, suddenly opened his eyes wide and spoke with a rare firm tone. Advertisement, you have thought about it. Lin Yu noticed the crazy meaning in his tone and fully anticipated his determination. It seems that nothing can stop this crazy guy. Lousy never thinks carefully about what he wants to do, he will do it after he has done it, ha 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 ha. The dazzling yellow hair was spread down, coupled with the blood-red eyes, which couldn't help but add a different charm to his vicissitudes of life and wretched face. Then I wish you good luck. Lin Yu waved his hand, too lazy to persuade him. He had already known that the guy in front of him couldn't be persuaded at all. Brother, please show me the way. Shiki pulled out the sword blade stuck on the ground, pointed it directly at the tip of Lin Yu's nose, and said domineeringly and irrefutably. At the same time, his face raised crazily, revealing an unbridled smile. You are such a stubborn old man that you can't stop pestering me. Lin Yu scratched his head and blurted out the beautiful words helplessly. Ha 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 ha. Lousy just likes you as the guide. Shiki looked at Lin Yu proudly, as if he were admiring a piece of his own collection. Are you really going to make a scene in Marineland? Let me tell you in advance, this will be a journey with no return. And even if you take me there, I will not help you at the critical moment. After all, I don't want to get involved again. This crazy fight is over, and it's not too late to eliminate the sense of existence. Lin Yu scratched his head and said in distress and helplessness. I'm a pirate. I always say what I say. Going back on my word is not what a person like me should do. And the caution you talk about, let it go to hell. Lousy can do whatever he wants. Lousy's purpose is to do whatever he wants. When Shiki saw Lin Yu agreeing to him, he put away his sword and said this in a frivolous tone. It was as formal as a declaration, but he could always catch a hint of casualness in his tone, so it's a bit elusive again. Although this kind of person is bad, he does not cover it up or embellish it, and his bad attitude is open and honest, which is also a kind of demeanor. All in all, this is a really interesting and strange guy. The reason why Lin Yu agreed to him was that he didn't hate Shiki, who was known as the Golden Lion in front of him, and he also wanted to see the elegance of Marine Fando, the Marine headquarters base. I just went to take a look, and as long as I didn't participate in their intrigue battle, I should be fine. He thought openly. Chapter 76 Everything will come to an end. Marine headquarters. Base. Malinvondo. Hey, it's changing of the guard, you can go have a meal. A sailor said hello and walked towards his companion who was standing guard. Oh, you came just in time, the sailor standing guard said with relief. What's going on? The sailor who came over asked in a routine manner. It's as quiet and peaceful as usual. The sailor on guard put away the gun at his feet and repeated the words countless times. That's right, no restless guy would dare to come here to cause trouble unless they're crazy. The marine soldier said leisurely, and then straightened his posture and stood at his post. His duty is to guard this strongest and safest fortress on the sea. Even with the best of both worlds, he still stands ready at his post. You must know that this is the face of world government. The fortress can be rebuilt if it is destroyed, but if you lose your face, you can never get it back. At this time, another sailor dragged his slightly tired figure back. The broken light of the setting sun cast a sickly light on the huge fortress wall, and the entire Malinvondo seemed to be bathed in golden light. It seems extremely sacred. This domineering base has stood here for a long time. It is known as the Fortress of Justice. Its existence has greatly curbed the large number of pirates who flock to the Grand Route. It is a place where hard work and achievements are high. Every marine employee working at the headquarters is in awe of this fortress. The off-duty sailor took one last look at the distant sea and blinked as if saying goodbye. Frequently interacting with the sea made him develop the habit of saying hello to the sea.
When he comes to stand guard in the early morning, he will say to the sea, "Hello, I'm here to accompany you again." When changing guard after get off work in the evening, he blinked at the quiet sea and said silently in his mind, "I'm leaving. Maybe we won't see each other until tomorrow." This habit has been integrated into his bones and has even become part of his work. However, today he looked at the sea for the last time with a happy mood. After blinking, he discovered something strange. There are two black spots approaching at great speed on the distant sea. What is that? The sailor stopped when he sensed something was wrong. Two black dots gradually became clearer in the field of vision. They turned out to be two people running at extremely high speeds. Advertisement, no. No. When the sailor reacted, he wanted to call out, but stopped abruptly. Because the two people who were speeding towards him had already landed in front of him. "Hey, hello, little brother, may I ask, is this Malinfondo?" It was Shiki's sly voice that spoke. The appearance of the majestic pirate Golden Lion Shiki has long been imprinted in the minds of all sailors. In addition, the powerful courage is emanating from the speaker unscrupulously, and it is undoubtedly the person. When the sailor in front of him saw Shiki, he was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat and couldn't help but want to collapse to the ground, but the last trace of justice allowed him to hold on. "Enemy! Enemy attack!" the sailor shouted in the loudest voice of his life. The panicked sound immediately attracted several patrolling marines. "Golden Lion Shiki, what are you doing here? You must know that this is the marine headquarters, marine vendor, with the marine fleet admiral and the generals in charge. This is not a place where you can run wild." The navy soldier who rushed over pointed his gun at Shiki and pretended to be calm. Seeing the marines looking at him confidently and nervously, Shiki stood there with his arms crossed, and finally said to the marines arrogantly, "Do you know the consequences of pointing a gun at me?" Just these cold words had already frightened the group of sailors who gathered around him. "Golden Lion Shiki, find out your identity. You are a pirate and we are marine. Justice belongs to us. If you surrendered yourself today, don't blame us for bullying the minority." A marine gritted his teeth and said boldly, but as he spoke, his legs could not help shaking. "Huh? Bullying the minority with more? Are you sure you measure this standard seriously enough?" Shiki smiled sinisterly and cunningly, the killing intent in his eyes getting more intense. The two sides are at war with each other and are about to start a war. "Enough." Suddenly, Lin Yu on the side finally couldn't bear it and said, the two words were concise and clear, domineering and unrestrained. As soon as he finished speaking, the sailors lost consciousness and fell to the ground. "What are you doing?" Shiki turned back to look at Lin Yu seriously. Advertisement. These sailors offended him. He originally wanted to deal with them, but when Lin Yu interrupted him, he no longer had the motive to kill these people. "After all your hard work, are you going to waste your time with these sailors?" Lin Yu also said impatiently. "Oh, I can't tell, you kid is quite impatient." Shiki stared at Lin Yu with an impenetrable face. "Humph. Mother-in-law and mother-in-law are not like your Golden Lion Shiki," Lin Yu said a little arrogantly, as if he was provoking him, but also as if he was mocking him. In short, it meant a lot. "I have arrived at my destination, you can leave now." Shiki lit up a cigar casually, took a deep breath, then exhaled a puff of smoke with enjoyment, and said to Lin Yu, "You've come here, but if you don't take a look, I'm afraid you will regret it in the future." Lin Yu put his hands on his hips, looked at the majestic marine Fando, and said with an expression full of approval, "Huh? This is different from you before. You obviously hate coming here. Why have you changed your mind now?" Shiki asked curiously, holding a cigar in his mouth. "As long as you take care of it, I'll be free to do whatever I want." Lin Yu smiled unscrupulously. At this moment, they were like saviors who were destroying the world. They were in conflict with each other and merged with each other. "It's up to you. I'm going to seek justice for Roger next. I'm going to start a battle with the powerful enemy at the marine headquarters and I won't be able to care about you for a while. You'd better not die." Shiki looked back at the majestic high wall of Marinevando and said with a bloodthirsty smile, "When you get beaten down, I will definitely cheer you on." Lin Yu joked like an old friend, "Huh, there won't be that moment." After saying that, Shiki jumped into the world government's highest defense base. Life or death has been decided from this moment, but using life and death to define the outcome of a pirate is inevitably ridiculous. For pirates, life and death have long been forgotten. Who said that it is better to die happily than to live an ignoble life? This sentence is the best way to describe pirates. Lin Yu walked to a city wall cannon, stretched out his hand to touch the cold fort, and seemed to smell a smell of gunpowder smoke coming from nowhere. The sunset can't last long at the end of the sea. Everything will come to an end. Chapter 77 Duel of the Strong. There is an intruder. The enemy is in Marinefondo Square. What is the number of enemies? One person. The entire marine headquarters base was in turmoil, and unknown people broke into it. All the sailors who went to stop him were killed, and they couldn't even see who the other party was. That guy, could it be? The enemy is Golden Lion Shiki alone. Marine finally saw the enemy clearly, but it was no longer important. The entire marine base had been turned upside down by him. HMPH. How could Roger be caught by a loser like you? He is a man lousy agrees with. Shiki stood in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and said these arrogant and domineering words, which were also the voice of his heart.
The cigarette butt at the corner of his mouth was about to burn out, and the rising wisps of residual smoke covered almost half of his face. However, those red eyes emitted a bright red light so clearly that no one dared to look at them. Look directly. I don't know when a light rain began to fall in the sky. This rain was full of sadness and cast a layer of sadness on the bloodshed that occurred on this base. Roger is one piece. He has already won the battle with you and escaped. At this moment, Marine Headquarters General Sengoku stepped forward in full view of everyone. He put one hand in his pocket and clenched his other hand tightly into a fist as big as a sandbag. While maintaining the unique arrogance of Marine Headquarters, he stood ready. Be ready to attack at any time. It's obvious from Sengoku's words that even you, Shiki, once defeated Roger, and everything we did was already of the highest standard for Roger. The title of king is not something we Marine can easily admit, and it can be an exception. Acknowledging Roger was already our biggest concession. One Piece? So what? As long as he was willing to help me, we would have ruled the world long ago? Shiki turned around and stared at Sengoku, speaking arrogant words without restraint, with a determined expression in his eyes, and he could be called a complete villain. This wasn't over yet. I saw him closing his sharp and cunning eyes and continuing to talk indulgently. Advertisement. Although we are not very fond of each other, we have gone through the same era as him. Let me destroy one of your marine bases to say goodbye to Roger. After Shiki finished speaking, he opened his eyes suddenly and stared at the Marines in front of him like a bloodthirsty beast. That domineering attitude frightened the surrounding Marines. They all thought that this was a devil. Roger has been executed in the East Daxia Sea. His death will dampen the spirit of all pirates. Golden Lion Shiki can't help you anymore. Lieutenant General Garp also walked out. He was wearing a black suit and a Marine Justice cape. He clenched his fists and walked out domineeringly, and his words became even more domineering as he walked. It's Lieutenant General Garp. As soon as the Marines saw Garp's figure, their original fear of being dominated by Shiki was instantly eliminated. It turns out to be Garp. Humph. Do you want to use Roger's death to increase your Marines' power over this sea? Let me tell you, you can't do it. Shiki spoke with big eyes and small eyes, showing both majesty and inexplicable insidiousness, making it difficult for people to tell whether what he said was threatening or intimidating. Shiki. What kind of disturbance are you trying to stir up with your words? Garp said bitterly. He was completely disgusted with pirates. Why did he choose to become a pirate? Even people like Roger had to choose such a life, and he felt huge unwillingness in his heart. Seeing these strong men who should be admired turn to pirates one by one and go against the path of justice really makes him angry. It's ridiculous for you to let Roger die in the weakest part of the East Daxia Sea. This is the biggest insult to a strong man. Lousy doesn't agree with it at all. Shiki waved the blade in his hand fiercely, gritted his teeth and shouted arrogantly. The hoarseness in his voice expressed his regret and hatred for Roger's death. So what if you were the weakest? East Daxia Sea is a symbol of peace. Garp stared at Shiki with a unique expression and said forcefully. HMPH, peace? Ridiculous. Lousy will shatter your peace today. After Shiki finished speaking, he jumped up and rushed towards Marine like a tiger descending a mountain. You don't want to cause trouble here. Garp and Sengoku both pulled off their cloaks, revealing their domineering postures. The three people shouted loudly, and then they met fiercely. Advertisement: the war started, and the other Marines gathered around and did not intervene. They were very wise. They were not qualified or powerful to intervene in this most powerful battle in the world. All they could do was wait for the end of this war. At the same time, not far from where Garp and the three of them were fighting, on a fort defense, Lin Yu stood with his arms crossed and was watching the battle. How cruel. Is this a desperate duel between strong men? Lin Yu commented gently. It seems to be raining harder. However, everyone was watching the battle nervously and had no time to pay attention to the heavy rain falling from the sky. The sky is getting darker and darker, and the lights above Malinfondo are sparsely falling. Although it is not enough to illuminate the entire base, it is enough. The fight between the three people in this dark night that came in advance did not require the illumination of lights at all. The sharp and powerful collision of forces could no longer be hidden no matter how dark the night was. The flower of power bloomed in the duel between the three people, and finally bore solid fruits, astonishing everyone. This is the dance. Lin Yu's heart was surging when he saw it. When anything reaches its extreme, it will reveal a strange sense of beauty. This is obvious to all. As the great pirate of the world, Shiki is as strong as One Piece Roger. He has no fear in the face of Marine's two most powerful combat forces, and his strength is also comparable. The two swords Yingju and Kumu are like a fish in water in Shiki's hands, exerting their unprecedented power. The fists of Garp and Sengoku were not covered. The swords struck the sharp blade without retreating at all. The three people were surrounded by powerful and rich-armed domineering energy. This kind of domineering amount was simply too rare. The three of them were worthy of being the strongest warriors. After hundreds of rounds, their figures did not end in a hastily embarrassed state, but instead became even more fierce. For the Marines who were watching, this was simply a unique visual feast. However, they were also glad in their hearts that they were not able to join the ranks of the strong. What a blessing it was. The fight between the strong will last forever, and even if you want to escape unscathed, you won't be able to, unless you lose everything. Lin Yu has already felt this deeply. I didn't expect you to come too. Tell me, what's your plan to form an alliance with Golden Lion Shiki? Just as Lin Yu was watching the battle in the square intently, A threatening word suddenly reached his ears like a sudden attack from behind him. Advertisement Chapter 78. This man showed an endangered smile. Lin Yu turned around unhappily and saw 3 lieutenant generals standing uprightly behind him. Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji. "Ah, I meet you again." Lin Yu scratched his head and said relaxedly and troubledly, but he was cursing secretly in his heart. He blamed himself for being so absorbed in watching that he didn't notice these 3 guys approaching. "Reject the Shichibukai and join the Golden Lion Shiki pirates. Is this your answer?" Kizaru, who had his hands in his pockets, asked with a straight look in his eyes. "Well, it's a long story, so I won't explain it." Lin Yu spread his hands and looked like he was too lazy to explain. "Although the higher-ups have not officially announced a plan to deal with you, you have made such a big noise and are now hanging out with the Golden Lion. If you are eradicated on the spot, the higher-ups will not blame you. It is all for the sake of justice." Akainu's hoarse and itchy voice that reached his neck came over domineeringly. As he spoke, he clenched his fists, and hot lava kept pouring out of his palms. Looking at this posture, it goes without saying that a battle is inevitable. "Let me tell you first, I'm not here to fight." Lin Yu raised a finger and said matter-of-factly. "Stop talking nonsense. This is not a place where you, as a pirate, come just as you want." With that said, the 3 of them directly attacked with elements. It's really a killing move that's ready for you as soon as it strikes, showing no mercy. Of course, Lin Yu didn't dare to neglect him. After all, the opponent was coming with a real sword and a real gun, not a child's play. He was so excited when he saw and heard that he was so busy dodging left and right. The battle in Marine Fando Square was in full swing, and Lin Yu was also in a stalemate with the 3 lieutenant generals on the city defense wall. "I really can't come here. I've caused so much trouble, and it seems it's going to be difficult to end it." Lin Yu took the time to think anxiously while dodging. "The seed has been planted, and no matter what the fruit is, we have to accept it." Click. A thunder exploded in the sky, falling amid the heavy rain. The entire Malinfondo seemed to be shrouded in terror for an instant. The 2 sides fought hard all night, and even Marine, who was not involved in the battle, couldn't stand it any longer. They finally reached the point of exhaustion. "Brother, I'm sorry for getting you involved." Advertisement. At this moment, Golden Lion Shiki was leaning against Lin Yu, covered in blood but still speaking with interest. "I blame me for being too greedy. I wanted to come and have a quick look at the beauty of this place, but I didn't take into account the risk of a sheep falling into a tiger's mouth." Lin Yu said frankly, with a smile that saw through everything. Looking at the thousands of Marines around him, the smile on his face was a great irony of himself. Struggling desperately, he ends up living a life he hates. Do you think that as long as you live in this world, you will suffer from involuntary torture? Can we only taste the bitter fruit of helplessness in silence and alone? No. Lin Yu shouted deeply in his heart. Laozi wants to break through the obstacles of this world and break through the shackles of human nature. Come on, God, if you want to stop me, just round up and deal with it. Next, let's have a big fight. Lin Yu grinned and revealed a raging smile, which looked ghostly and terrifying, and could scare even ghosts and gods. The conqueror's domineering energy wrapped around him looked like a coquettish flower blooming from hell from a distance, scaring all the Marines in the square into cold sweats. Don't be too arrogant in the face of justice. The 3 lieutenant generals were not afraid at all, and elemental attacks followed. As soon as Lin Yu opened his eyes, he dispersed the cold elemental attack with a glare. Excellent elemental attacks exploded in midair, emitting charming colors like long-awaited fireworks. Did you withstand the combined attacks of the 3 lieutenant generals just with that domineering aura? Is this guy the one who teamed up with Whitebeard to deal with General Zepha? Sure enough, he is incredibly powerful. Why is he here today? Revenge. Seeing the bright scene in front of them, the Marines couldn't help but started talking about Lin Yu. It's both question and shock, and an essential hint of fear. This is the impression the Marines have on Lin Yu at this moment. Don't be too arrogant in a place like this. Advertisement. Just when everyone in the square was immersed in Lin Yu's fear and couldn't extricate themselves, a domineering figure suddenly burst out of the dark domineering envelope and punched Lin Yu in the face. Lin Yu received this heavy blow and fell backwards involuntarily. Although this grand blow did not hurt him, he was seen wiping the corners of his mouth and standing up again unharmed in the next moment. Lieutenant General Garp. All Marines shouted excitedly, as if they had seen a savior. Boy, are you okay? That guy Garp's fists are extraordinary. Facing Lin Yu, who was under attack, Shiki expressed nervous condolences. His caring look was somewhat arrogant, showing his childishness to the fullest. TCH, I'm very familiar with this fist. After experiencing what happened last time, Lin Yu was no longer surprised by Garp's unique iron fist. I shouldn't have shown mercy last time. Letting you go made me unable to sleep well for several days. Garp's eyes were sharp, and his voice was unusually urgent and serious. In Garp's view, Lin Yu has many qualities of a king, not only the conqueror's domineering power he possesses, but also his character and conversation, which are all too much like a person who can turn the world upside down. If a guy like this is allowed to survive in this uneasy ocean, he will definitely grow into a trouble like Roger in the future. What he has to do is to prevent such troubles. Do you regret it? Mr. Garp, life is always mixed with a lot of regrets, you have to be more open-minded. Lin Yu opened his eyes with an arrogant look and slowly walked forward. His aura was as powerful as anyone in the world. Regret?
This is a habit I had only a few years ago. For now, I just need to make up for it. Garp moved his wrist and cracked the bones. Last time I only received a few punches from you, but I didn't have a head-on confrontation. Are you unwilling to do so? Today I can have a good fight with Mr. Garp as I wish. Lin Yu clenched his fists, and a decisive wave of power exploded all over his body, causing rain and bloody smell on the ground. None of you are allowed to take action. I have to defeat him alone. Garp said with a proud look on his face, and at the same time he grinned. The last time he had such an exciting and surging feeling was when he and Roger fought against Locke. Garp, you are showing off your heroism again. Sengoku on the side showed his unhappiness specific to Garp when he saw this. Shut up Sengoku, this is my battle alone. If you dare to interfere, I will make you look good. Lieutenant General Garp said harshly, and at the same time, he twisted his lips into a smile that was on the verge of extinction. Chapter 79 The ruined battle turns for the better. The rain is getting heavier. The big raindrops drew slender threads. If this continues, everyone will get wet. No one has considered this issue, and it is indeed inappropriate. And the fighting seems far from stopping. Just keep fighting like this, until the moment all the light is consumed and you fall. Mr. Garp. Smelly boy. Different people gave different shouts to the two people. The sound instantly disappeared in the sound of rain. Their intertwined figures were flowing in the raindrop-filled square. People around them stared at them intently, with the same excitement. Fist against fist, body against body, feet stepping on the ground, iron heads clashing stubbornly. A passionate battle, an indelible passion between the two, Lin Yu and Garp, the collision of middle age and youth. There are brilliant sparks in this new era. Bang. The fists of the two men once again came into contact with each other evenly, and the hot domineering ripples were released and spread messily. The domineering atmosphere instantly filled the entire Marine Fando square, and the rain froze, and finally opened up the raindrops falling from the entire sky. The dark clouds were dispersed in an instant by the auras emanating from the two of them. The bright moonlight shines down clearly, it's sunny. This is simply unprecedented. The end has finally come. Mr. Garp, you can't hold on any longer. Lin Yu's voice penetrated the aura exuded by the two people and reached Garp's ears. Huh. It's still very early. Garp's arrogant voice pierced Lin Yu's eardrums. Ha 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 ha. The laughter of the two people shot up to the sky, and then secretly gained strength. The ground beneath their feet was cracked by them, leaving traces of it, but no one refused to retreat. If you lose the battle, how about you just join the Shichibukai? Advertisement. Even at this time, Garp still tried to persuade him. Do you think he'll say yes? Lin Yu's tone revealed an unprecedented firmness, and the answer was obvious. I already know the answer, but I still can't help but want to try it again. Garp's words were laced with unnecessary emotions that a Marine shouldn't have. This feeling caused a flaw in his strength. Lin Yu did not take the opportunity to make a sneak attack. Instead, he stepped back and resolved the embarrassment for the other party. Garp, how many times have I told you not to have any sympathy for the enemy? This will make you suffer. Warring States on the side saw through everything just now, and reminded Garp through gritted teeth. Hey, where are you looking? Shiki's low voice came, blocking Sengoku's distraction. When he turned around, he saw Shiki attacking with a sword. Lin Yu and Garp looked at each other sympathetically, clenching their fists tightly, ready to attack at any time. Ha 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 ha, boy, is your hand okay? If it's broken, tell me earlier. Garp said with an unscrupulous smile. It felt like a waiter in a tavern asking a customer if he wanted to fill up his bank account. Mr. Garp, you are the one. Check to see if the finger bones are burst. If the skin is scratched, you can bandage it. I will be generous and wait for you. Lin Yu smiled evilly, and his sarcastic words were as jerky as the shouts of a roadside vegetable seller. Ha 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 ha. The two of them covered their eyes with their hands in tacit agreement, laughing so hard that they almost fell to the ground. It seems that none of us are suitable for harsh words. Lin Yu put away the smile on his face and returned to seriousness. That's right, let's let the fists explain everything. Garp nodded and placed his fist confidently on his chest. Just what I wanted. Lin Yu bent down and made a dive, and the next second his body sharply appeared behind Garp. Lieutenant General Garp, watch your back. Marine, who was watching, couldn't help but remind him, and then he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. They couldn't believe that the two of them were still so energetic after fighting for so long. With his rich combat experience, Garp turned around and punched quickly and decisively without thinking. The fists of the two people connected again, and this time it was extraordinary. A powerful and domineering aura broke out unbridled. This kind of battle is simply a visual feast for people. The art of fighting was demonstrated vividly by the two of them. Everyone held their breath and looked at this scene that seemed to be the end of the world. Advertisement, oh, such a wonderful battle, let me join in the fun. Suddenly a strange and ghostly sharp sound came. Several ripples appeared in the air, and an afterimage approached the two people confronting each other in the square at a speed that was difficult to catch. Clang. A sword light flashed. The inexplicable visitor drew his knife and stabbed Lin Yu's chest without warning. What happened? No one understood the scene that suddenly appeared in front of them. How could Lin Yu, who was competing with Garp, think of this sudden blow? Damn. Damn it. Lin Yu screamed in pain, and then fell to his knees on the ground. Who is it?
Garp looked sharply at the person who suddenly appeared and interfered with their fight. I saw the person wearing a white suit, a white cape, and a white mask. After doing all that, he put his hands in his pockets and tilted his head, standing there motionless. CP0. As a bodyguard of the Celestial Dragons, you don't want to stay in front of the Celestial Dragons like a dog. Why are you acting so wildly here? Garp said through gritted teeth, very unhappy with the sudden appearance of the person in front of him interfering with their duel. Lieutenant General Garp, I will note down your insult for now. I see clearly that this is an order from the 5 elders to kill this man. CP0 pointed at the knife that pierced Lin Yu's chest and said arrogantly. When Garp looked at the blade on Lin Yu's chest, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide, and couldn't help blurting out silently. The word, Hedao, is one of the 21 skills of the Great Sword. Lieutenant General Garp is indeed well informed. CP0 This sentence is full of sarcasm. Even if the 5 elders intervene, you should not interfere with our Marines' actions. Garp's eyes radiated with terrifying anger. Now that 5 elders himself was standing here, he dared not hesitate to issue a warning, let alone facing this nosy B**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
don't forget your identity. You Marines are just pawns of the world government. Please don't think too highly of yourself, lest your fragile self-esteem has nowhere to rest. CP0 was arrogant to the core and said contemptuous words, not only to Garp, but also to all the Marines present. When I break all your artificial elegance, let's see if you still dare to look down on us. Garp clenched his fists and was about to step forward to fight CP0. Wait a minute, Garp, figure out where you stand, they're just following orders. The Peacemaker Sengoku stood in front of Garp again and said in order to prevent the situation from developing into a more serious direction. Chapter 80 Piao Piao Fruit, I'm here but it's like I'm not here. A-hole. Golden Lion Shiki wielded Yingju and Kumyu to slash at the CP0. Clang. The sword blade hit the armored hockey and brilliant sparks erupted. Shiki stared at the opponent fiercely and launched attacks one after another without mercy, just like a crazy beast. CP0 passively resisted the sharp attacks and retreated continuously. Faced with this situation, none of the Marines present intervened to stop it. Hey, what are you righteous Marines doing? Why don't you arrest the Golden Lion quickly? Are you going to let him run wild here? CP0 struggled to resist Shiki's punishment and said he was about to be overwhelmed, but even so, the arrogance and condescension in his tone still lingered. The Marines remained tacitly motionless, allowing Shiki to do whatever he wanted. TCH, I've recorded this account, prepare to accept the punishment from the 5 elders, I'll take my leave now. After CP0 finished speaking, he dodged, jumped into the air with a whoosh, and used moonwalk to escape quickly. After coming here to write down 2 accounts, CP0 ran away with his tail between his legs. Hey, you're a lucky kid, he won't die soon, right? Shiki stood in front of Lin Yu, stared at the surrounding Marine cautiously, and said with a proud look of pity. Death. I never thought about that kind of thing. This knife can leave a scar on my chest, nothing else. Lin Yu slowly stood up from the ground, his eyes were so determined that it was outrageous, and at the same time, there was a sarcastic smile on the corner of his mouth, which was really intriguing. Although he looked calmer than ever, the knife was still stuck in his chest, and the numb and tingling feeling came over him like waves, seemingly endless. Even so, he still gritted his teeth and endured it. Coming here was his own choice, and he couldn't blame others for this loss. Shiki, if you haven't surrendered yet, the situation in front of you has become obvious. Even if you gain wings, you won't be able to escape. Warring States waved his fist, and the deep voice came like thunder. You can't escape even if you have wings. Really? What you said is so funny, Lousy can't even understand it. Shiki looked at the thousands of Marines around him with big eyes and small eyes, and said playfully without any fear in his mouth. Advertisement, how could he be afraid of such harsh threats, and how could he be afraid of such a scene? For him, who has been crawling among the dead and wallowing in the den of bad guys since he was a child, such scenes are just childish. He is one of the few strong men in this sea who is not afraid of death. Even Roger is ashamed of himself at this point. Shiki, there will be no results if you continue to make trouble like this. Put down your sword and we will give you a decent punishment for a big pirate like you. Garp clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he spoke. He was tired of Marine's game of catching pirates in front of him and wanted to end it immediately. The night is already deep. A few shining stars appeared in the clear sky, but the moon was nowhere to be found. Perhaps it had lost its way in the deep dark night. Lin Yu gasped, never wanting to say a harsh word again. Ha 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 ha. Marine will never be able to give you a decent punishment. Lousy, look at how I made it impossible for you Marine to get what you want. The smile on Shiki's face was extremely prosperous, and he already had a wonderful plan in his heart. He is a man who will never let others worry. He only does things according to his own whims and never promises things he cannot do. Occasionally, childish willfulness will appear. This happened to many strong men at that time, so it is not surprising. Shiki, what do you want to do again? Seeing his turbulent posture, Warring States asked ominously. He had known for a long time that this old opponent would not just surrender. It's just that I don't know how this naughty and willful opponent will respond to him in a jaw-dropping way. Boy, I will entrust you with the interesting task of subverting the world. Use your own willful way of living to survive. Lousy will give you a final lift. Saying that,
Shiki stepped hard on the ground with one foot. The entire marine Fando square seemed to be trembling. Can this guy still cause earthquakes? Isn't a Whitebeard's ability? The surrounding marines asked in panic. In the next second, the land under Lin Yu's feet suddenly separated from the ground, and then quickly rose into the air. No. This pirate boy is going to escape. Upon seeing this, the Warring States period immediately used his fruit power, transformed into a golden Buddha, and faced Lin Yu in midair with one palm. Get away from here and disappear far away, advertisement. Shiki didn't give Warring States a chance to make a move. He waved his hand fiercely, and the ground under Lin Yu's feet flew out like a cannonball. Shiki, look at the good things you did. Garp stared at Shiki with resentful eyes. Letting Lin Yu go will definitely leave disaster in the future. Although he was seriously injured and stabbed in the chest, this injury should not be enough to kill such a powerful guy. Garp thought painfully, as if he saw another restless character like Roger rising up. But now it's too late. Ha 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 ha, guess what I see on your faces? It's despair. Ha 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 ha, it's such an interesting expression. Shiki enjoys his greatness because he successfully implemented his plan. His figure, aroused by laughter and excitement, was so dazzling in the eyes of all Marines at this moment. Oops. This farce should end here. The three lieutenants flew towards Shiki, wanting to bring this battle to an end. But the elementalization of the three of them was just a piece of cake in front of Shiki's domineering force, and they were knocked back after 3 strikes, 5 divided by 2. Do you also want to dance when the new century arrives? Let Lousy tell you it's still early? Shiki screamed cruelly and bloodthirsty, swung his sword and launched a final counterattack. Bang bang bang. The messy and domineering sword energy spread out ferociously in all directions like blooming flowers. There is no doubt that this blooming flower is a piranha. The entire square is covered with sword marks, and the deep cracks are shocking to see. You can't stop a beast from going crazy unless you are crazier than it is. Garp. We must stop him, even if it means letting Lianfandor sink into the sea. Warring States said that the situation was serious, and the aura in his body increased several times. What is supposed to come will eventually come. The Great Pirate Era is a joke. Let us put an end to it all. Garp also made a final awakening. The two men, who are the ceiling of Marine's strength, rushed towards the Golden Lion Shiki, and for a moment they were as crazy as wild beasts and had no scruples. Sure enough, the best way to deal with madness is to be even crazier. Chapter 81. Back off. Make room for real men to appear. Hey, friend, can you give me a sip of water? My mouth is so dry. Lin Yu walked hard into this strange town. He leaned against the wall and spoke intermittently to a man in strange clothes on the street. What do you call me? The man was attracted by Lin Yu's words and showed an incredible expression, as if he had heard some extraordinary words. This man's face was heavily made up, and he looked like a not-so-funny clown, with sadness in his eyes. The wind blew away the women's clothing on his body, revealing the unkempt leg hair. I said friends. Friends? Lin Yu had long been accustomed to seeing everything in front of him. He just opened his mouth with difficulty to emphasize the title he just said, as if it was an ordinary word that could be easily spit out by opening his mouth. Why? The man looked shocked, as if he really couldn't understand these two easy-to-understand words. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide, stepped forward and grabbed Lin Yu's collar. Others call me monsters and scum. Why do you call me friend? Why? Are you kidding me or mocking me? B*******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
the man spoke, he actually shed tears of despair, as if he had lost all his love in an instant. However, Lin Yu, who had lost too much blood, was able to drag this shaky body here, which had consumed all his physical strength. He was grabbed by the collar and shaken for a while, and the last thread supporting his consciousness broke. He tilted his head and passed out. "Ah, don't die. I still have questions to ask you, answer them quickly and I will die." When the man saw this, he shouted with a sad face and unwillingness. When Lin Yu's body collapsed to the ground, the famous knife that was still inserted into his chest was exposed, and half of his body was dyed red with blood. Yeah, he was so seriously injured. Looking at the dying Lin Yu, the man suddenly made up his mind and leaned down. The night before, at Marine Headquarters, Marineland. The brutal battle has ended, and half of Marinevondo has been destroyed. Advertisement: the Marines are cleaning up the battlefield, and the shocking traces still make people fearful. The great golden lion Shiki, this stubborn tough guy, armed with 2 swords, broke into the Marine Headquarters base. Failed. He was defeated in the toughest way in the world, and his demeanor as a man was fully displayed. Lin Yu, who was rescued by him with his last strength, will live up to expectations and play a vital role in the future operation of the world. The fall of one star will create another shining star, and the world works in this expected way. It's just that this expectation makes some people happy and some people sad. General Waring states, "We have dispatched an advance team, led by Lieutenant General Perusolino, to hunt down the escaped pirate Lin Yu." A Marine captain came to Sengoku, who was sitting on the ruins, and reported respectfully, "If you want to see a person alive or a dead body, inform Perusolino that this pursuit mission is imminent and cannot be neglected." Waring states gave the order sonorously and forcefully. He knew that if Lin Yu was lucky enough to survive and escape capture, he would definitely develop into a troublesome existence in the future. Such examples would not happen once or twice.
If Rock's crew could have been wiped out in the Valley of the Gods, there wouldn't be so many maritime overlords holding great power to harm one side now. Yes. The Marine captain gave a powerful military salute and immediately walked away. Not long after the captain left, an ensign holding documents walked up to Seng Guo again. What's wrong? Warring States frowned. He had received several pieces of bad news one after another that day, and he no longer wanted to hear any negative news. Mr. Warring States period. Ah no. Your Majesty General. This is the reward order for the pirate Lin Yu. Please take a look. Ensign, who had not seen much of the world, showed some submissive fear in the face of the angry Sengoku. Warring States silently took the document handed over by Ensign, which clearly showed Lin Yu's domineering fist-pumping posture, which at a certain moment showed a sense of justice. It's so ridiculous. What idiot chose this photo? What we want to establish is a black devil, not a hero. Take it back and redo it. After Warring States finished speaking, he threw away the document in his hand in annoyance. Obviously, the photo on the reward order showed Lin Yu too domineering and righteous, and failed to highlight the evil meaning. As a result, it could not arouse hatred in the hearts of civilians. Advertisement, I'm really sorry, Your Excellency, General, I'll do it right now. Ensign was frightened by this situation and hurriedly picked up the documents scattered on the floor. Also, the amount of the reward order should not be 1 billion Baileys, just 2 billion. Sengoku added this sentence when the ensign was about to leave. Yes, Ensign finally said respectfully and walked away. A black pirate boy? You must be stopped, otherwise people's lives will not be peaceful. Warring States raised his head and looked at the deep night sky. The moon appeared out of nowhere and was shining miserably, and it also illuminated his miserable face. Lin Yu fell on the land controlled by the Piao Piao fruit. After flying for a day and night, he landed on an island. This place is quite far away from the Marine headquarters, and Marine won't be able to get there for a while. He struggled to stand up from the beach and walked forward aimlessly. Consciousness had turned into mush in his mind. Due to excessive blood loss, his lips were pale, his throat was burning, and he was extremely thirsty. He didn't know how he came to this town. He only remembered asking the first person he met. Friend, can you give me a sip of water? However, the answer to him was not a promise or a refusal, but a series of questions, which overwhelmed him, whose life was hanging by a thread. The last glimmer of hope was broken, and he fainted. And the person he was chatting with was also very strange and interesting. He went to see a doctor behind his back just to verify the authenticity of the title friend, he said. Bang bang bang. A series of knocks sounded in front of Dr. Federman's door. Hey. The only B************** D doctor in town. Come on, gate of opening, there's a dying guy here who needs your treatment. The man slammed the door unceremoniously and shouted unceremoniously. Who woke me up early in the morning? Do you know that disturbing someone's sleep is the biggest sin in the world? Dr. Federman's voice came out from the crack in the door softly and melodiously. Immediately, the door was opened rudely, and a drunken middle-aged uncle appeared. Chapter 82. He will never forget this patient named Rox. It turns out to be Bensom, you pervert. After seeing the person clearly, Federman said unhappily. Yes, let me in quickly, this guy is not breathing. This man is called Ben Sam, the manliest man in the future. He will later join Crocodile's pirate group and become a pirate, codenamed Mr. Tu Von Clay. Wait a minute, why do you think I will treat you? Dr. Federman said arrogantly, it's not me who's treating the disease, it's this person. Bensom pointed at Lin Yu behind him and said matter-of-factly. Whether you are really stupid or pretending to be stupid, no humanistic doctor will treat you as long as it is related to you. Federman spat as he spoke, as if the stupidity of the person opposite him was unbearable. Why? Bensom should know the reason, but he didn't know it at this time. He opened his eyes wide and asked with all his strength. Because you are a pervert, and the friends you were with are also perverts. If you treat a disease with you, you may be infected with this kind of pervert. Do you understand? After saying that, before Bensom could answer, the gentle and scumbag doctor slammed the door shut. Hey, as a doctor, you can't just ignore death like this. Hurry up, B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
D. Gate of opening. However, no matter how hard Bensom knocked on the door, there was no response. He had to give up and prepare to find another way behind Lin Yu's back. What's wrong with him? Unexpectedly, as soon as Bensom turned around, a clear voice like wind chimes hit him, and he looked up to see a flowery girl standing there. Grandma, I scared everyone, Bensom blurted out when he was caught off guard. When I looked closely again, this woman's gentle face was so comforting, and the fright I felt was immediately gone. She is feline, the daughter of Dr. Federman. Bensom then showed Lin Yu's injuries to the gentle Phylan for inspection. When she saw Lin Yu's shocking wounds, even Fei Lin, who was used to seeing all kinds of patients, couldn't help but stretched out her hand to cover her mouth in fear to prevent herself from screaming. Bring him here quickly. Phylan quickly woke up from the shock and said to Bensom quickly. Are you willing to treat him? Bensom asked excitedly. Of course, I am also a doctor. It is natural for a doctor to save lives and heal the wounded. Phylan looked determined, as if no one should underestimate her virtue as a doctor. Great, you are 10,000 times better than your B************ father. Bensom once again shed tears of emotion. Advertisement. The three entered the hospital through the back door. After placing Lin Yu sideways on the treatment table, Fei Lin looked at his injuries and fell into deep thought. What's wrong? Is he hopeless? Bensom looked at Felon in a daze in surprise, and then said again. Damn it, this guy can't die yet. He needs surgery right away, but Phylan, who looked determined just now looked embarrassed, as if something unspeakable was stuck in her throat and she was embarrassed to spit it out. Little Felon, tell me what you have to say. Bensom looked at Felon biting her lip and asking anxiously, regardless of her cute and innocent look. I only assisted my father in the operation, and I had never been the chief surgeon. I was afraid of failure. Phylan expressed her worries and blamed herself for her shortcomings, so she lowered her head, looking extremely ashamed. Don't give up, little Felon, I believe you can do it. Bensom squeezed out a luxuriant smile from the corner of his mouth and gave her a big encouragement. That's right, I can't be discouraged in this situation. Feline is a strong woman and quickly got over her loss. Felon put on rubber gloves, put on sterile clothing, prepared gauze and disinfectant, and everything looked clean and tidy. Bensom was not idle either, he was busy doing things on the side. Time passed by, and the operation had reached a critical moment. Phylan, who was wearing a mask, could clearly see a trace of unhidden nervousness in her eyes. What are you doing here? Suddenly, there was a bang, and the door of the operating room was opened, and Feline's B************* father, Federman, appeared at the door. Phylan was not affected by the outside world and continued to concentrate on the operation as usual, without even looking back. Oops, that B*************************************** dad is here. Ben Sanjin on the side screamed in shock. Oh, it's you pervert. Who let you in? Get out of here. Federman said and stepped forward, about to interfere with Feline who was undergoing surgery. Stop it, you B***********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
Bensom stepped forward to stop him. Go away, you broke into a private house without permission and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Federman's eyes widened and he said fiercely, this is a hospital, Bensom said confidently. I run this hospital, and it's my right to tell you to get out. Advertisement. Federman reached out and grabbed him by the collar. Stop, don't force me to use the S******* boxing technique. Let's first say that I don't want to use my special skills on a guy like you, because that would be the biggest insult to me. As Bensom spoke, he showed off an enchanting posture as if dancing. The way he bared his teeth and claws was not intimidating at all, but more like the abject look of a frustrated person. You pervert, I feel sick when I see you. Federman stepped forward and struggled with him. Put your eyes in. Pull your ears. Pull your leg hair. The scuffle between the two was so out of place, as ridiculous as two children arguing endlessly over a marble. Have you had enough trouble? Phylan couldn't bear it anymore and burst into an unexpected roar. This sound instantly shocked the two people who were struggling together in an awkward manner. After a pause for a few seconds, Bensom hugged Federman and exited the operating room awkwardly and silently. In the end, the operation was completed despite endless tension. How likely is he to be dead? Bensom looked at the sleeping Lin Yu and blurted out the question accidentally. He is really lucky, Phylan said happily, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Since you shamelessly finished the operation here, let's calculate the medical expenses now. Federman stared at Bensom with big eyes and small eyes, seizing on anything that could be an opportunity to provoke. Father, can you calm down for a moment? This patient has not escaped from Shinigami smoothly yet. Phylan looked at her father with a worried look. Her father hadn't been like this before. Speaking of Federman, no one on this island doesn't know him. In the past, he was very generous and cheerful, always willing to help others, always had an amiable smile on his face, and always said that everything should be alright. The medical ethics are so good that nothing can be said. But such a person who was originally kind and warm has now turned into a stingy man who likes to drink and care about everything all day long. Just because his wife eloped with a patient he was treating 10 years ago and left him cruelly, all virtues were lost to him. The name of this patient he once treated kindly. Rox. He will never forget this name for the rest of his life. Chapter 83. A major event in life. Where is this? Hell? Lin Yu opened his eyes, and the sunlight outside the window shone lowly. He breathed the warm and fragrant air and spoke slowly. You finally woke up. A woman's voice came in surprise. Lin Yu looked back, and a crisp face came to him, and those exquisite eyes were looking at him caringly. No, I'm afraid this is not hell, but heaven. Lin Yu stared at the bustling beauty in front of him and couldn't help but add. What are you talking to yourself about? The woman in front of him was Feline who saved his life. Ah, no. Nothing. Lin Yu, who gradually regained consciousness, knew that he was still alive in this damn world, and said to her in a panic. You were seriously injured. It was Bensom who carried you here. This is my first surgery and I'm worried that it will fail. Feline explained. After Lin Yu listened, he reached out and touched his chest. The word, Hedao, that was originally inserted by CP0 was gone, but there was still a dull pain. Thank you. Lin Yu added a thank you without forgetting to be polite. Nothing, this is what a doctor should do. Feline lowered her head shyly, reaching out to push back the hair that fell in front of her eyes. Having been influenced by her father since she was a child, she naturally embarked on the path of medicine. In addition to learning profound medical skills from her father, she also learned from his father's former medical ethics. Although his father is now lost in the tragic past, she still maintains the innocent enthusiasm. The Ben Sam you were talking about is the one who carried me here, right? Lin Yu couldn't remember some things before he fell into coma, and he had a headache just thinking about it. Yes, if Ben Sam hadn't brought you here in time, you would have been in great danger. Felon clenched her hands nervously and said, as if she was back to the way she was during the operation for a moment. Ben Sam? Is it him? Lin Yu muttered to himself, thinking of the most manly man. Where did he go? Lin Yu then asked, naturally referring to Ben Sam. He is carrying water in the yard. Advertisement. As she spoke, Felon covered her mouth and laughed. Lin Yu didn't know why she was laughing, so he asked her why. Felon then told Lin Yu how her father asked Ben Sam for medical expenses, but Ben Sam didn't have a Pele in his body, so he decided to work at her house to pay for the medical expenses. I see. Lin Yu's gratitude was beyond words. He couldn't remember what he told him before he fainted, which caused him to desperately help him like this. But Lin Yu refused the dead between men and saw him struggling to sit up from the bed. There was a pain in his chest, but he endured it because the determination in his eyes was unparalleled. What are you doing? Upon seeing this, Felon quickly stepped forward to stop him and said, you just finished a major operation and you can't just go to the ground casually. It's okay. Lin Yu showed a pale smile, and then stood up from the bed regardless of her obstruction. However, as soon as he got up, he heard a clang and an object fell beside the bed. It was the Hedao Yimoji. Lin Yu was about to bend down to get it with difficulty. Fei Lin quickly squatted down and picked it up and handed it to him. Thanks. Lin Yu whispered politely, and then looked at the sharp knife in his hand with emotion. This was originally Kuina's sword, but it fell into Zoro's hands due to her unfortunate death. What's with this scabbard? Lin Yu remembered that it was only the blade of the sword that pierced his chest, but now there was an extra scabbard. I'm really sorry. When I took out this knife, because it was too sharp, I put it in a scabbard and put it next to you. I thought this knife was not an ordinary thing. If there is any offense, please let me know. Don't be offended. Felon lowered her head shyly again. She seemed to like being shy, and when she was shy, she would lower her head and not dare to look directly at others. It was so cute. How could it be possible? Thank you so much for thinking of this. Lin Yu casually propped the dagger on the ground and used it as a crutch. At the same time, he looked at Felon with a gentle face and said, trying his best to eliminate her apology. When Felon helped Lin Yu come to the yard, she saw Ben Sam squatting by the pool, with mountains of clothes on both sides of him. You pervert, wash it carefully for me. I will check it later. If there is any stain, I will make you lick it clean. Feline's father, Federman, said with a ferocious expression. Father, how could you treat Mr. Ben Sam like this? These clothes obviously don't need to be washed. Feline stepped forward and complained unhappily to her father. You little girl, what do you know about movies? If you don't show this pervert how good you are, he will always want to take advantage. Don't think I don't know, you pervert. Feldman seemed to have a deep hatred for Ben Sam in front of him, and every word he said was laced with naked thorns. Dr. B******************** D. I won't be stupid enough to take advantage of you. You are such a tough guy and you are always willing to give up your money. Who doesn't know this? Advertisement. Ben Sam also fought back mercilessly, while still rubbing his clothes with his hands. Hey, look at how you wash the clothes. Do you have a grudge against the clothes? Do you use so much force when you rub them? Federman pointed at the clothes he was washing and shouted in a serious tone. A-hole. You're so annoying. Kaido. Ben Sam didn't even look up. This made Feldman so angry that he was about to jump up and yell at Ben Sam, but fortunately Feline stopped him in time, otherwise it would be another endless battle. Okay, father, today is the day to get the medicinal materials, so let me go with you to get the goods. Feline found a valid reason to separate the two of them. You pervert. Remember to pick us up from the medicinal shop at the end of the street half an hour later. There are several boxes of goods. Before leaving, Federman did not forget to give the order. Okay, get out of here, I'll be annoyed when I see you. Ben Sam easily said such pretentious words. However, just outside the closed door, Federman's endless curses could still be heard. TCH. You be ************** D doctor. How dare you exploit your slave family like this? Let's see how I wash your clothes. I will never clean anything that can be washed clean. While Ben Sam struggled to put the clothes on the chopping board for washing, he kept mumbling, as if he couldn't do anything without talking. Excuse me. Lin Yu's voice floated over leisurely. Ben Sam raised his head in response, and only then saw Lin Yu standing in front of him. It's you. You're alive again. Ben Sam jumped up from the ground with a sound, rushed over like a cannonball and hugged Lin Yu. It hurts. Lin Yu was hit by such a sudden attack and couldn't help shouting a series of words of pain. I want to ask you a question. Ben Sam didn't seem to care about Lin Yu's pain at all. He put his hands on his shoulders, looked at him seriously and asked. As for you calling me your friend, I want to ask you, are you serious? He rushed over in such a grand manner, and what he said in a solemn voice was such a sentence that was neither salty nor light. In other people's ears, these words are simply too common. But for Ben Sam, it seemed like a major life event. Chapter 84. What do you want to do? I warn you not to mess around. Friends,
Of course. Lin Yu smiled calmly. Ah ha 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 ha, friend. Bensom swaggered and circled Lin Yu excitedly. You dare to be friends with me. This shows that you are a cute guy, ha 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 ha. He pointed at Lin Yu's nose righteously, with a smile on his face, and warmly accused him. If you don't mind, let me do your laundry. Lin Yu said that before he got his consent, he put aside the word, hedao, in his hand, and then squatted among the mountains of clothes to wash with him. The situation the day before yesterday was really dangerous. You were covered in blood. If the slave family hadn't been able to bear it so well, I would have fainted. Bensom chatted with Lin Yu. I blame myself for being too pretentious. I have to go to amazing places to meet some amazing people. I deserve it. Lin Yu explained with a smile that he was neither humble nor arrogant, and he had already let go of everything. That's not okay. Bensom picked up the washed clothes and put them down again, and said with concern. What's wrong? Lin Yu asked. You can't talk about yourself. Others can, but you can't. If you blame yourself for not caring about yourself, this is a very sad thing. Bensom had his hands on his hips, looking as if a god had descended from heaven. Ha 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 ha. Okay, I've written it down. Lin Yu smiled perfunctorily. Oh, you clearly didn't remember it like this. I'm sure you'll do it again next time. Bensom said unhappily with resentment. Why are you so persistent on this point? Lin Yu said while rubbing the clothes in his hands. Because people who don't admit themselves are terrible. I don't want you as a friend to bear this kind of badness. Bensom squatted in front of him and spoke with deep emotion. What do you say? Lin Yu asked calmly. Didn't I say that? If you don't treat yourself well, there will be no real happiness. You have to be your truest self. Advertisement. Bensom smiled hard, and his look was particularly warm, as pleasant as the sunshine in early spring. Okay. Lin Yu answered simply but attentively. Can you believe this, okay, slave? Bensom stared at him closely and said doubtfully. Of course, a gentle person never deceives a gentle person. Lin Yu said with a unique smile. You are so disgusting, but I like what you say. Bensom said proudly. One of them is recovering from a serious injury, and the other is wearing makeup that the world cannot understand. The two unique guys are washing clothes together, just like two ordinary passersby. Ah, oops, I have to pick up that stupid Dr. Federman. If I'm late, that guy won't know what to say. Bensom jumped up from the ground, said nervously, and then ran towards the door. Leave some clothes for me and wash them when I come back. Bensom's voice finally came from outside the yard. Lin Yu looked in the direction of the sound and smiled knowingly. At the same time, something bad happened to Federman and his daughter Feline. A group of pirates were raiding the town arrogantly. These guys are habitual offenders in this sea area. Because they are far away from the marine base, these restless guys are frequent visitors here. The residents of the island have also become accustomed to it. As long as you give them some money, you can avoid some troubles. Although life is very hard and there is not much money, there is no way to lose a few possessions in order to survive. Captain, look, this girl is so beautiful. It would be great to take her back and put her on the ship to keep her. I saw a pirate henchman staring at Feline who was checking the goods with her father in the medicine shop with lustful eyes and said, Isn't this the daughter of that crappy Dr. Federman? She has grown so big in a blink of an eye and has become so beautiful. The man called the captain touched his chin and said with a lewd smile. What are you talking about, Captain? You must have some discernment. The little guy said proudly. Then don't be stunned. If such a beautiful treasure in the world is slow, I'm afraid it will leak into other people's mouths. As he said this, these utter scum swarmed towards the door of the medicinal shop. Pirates, haven't the untouchables just paid protection fees? Why are you here again? When the owner of the medicine shop saw the pirates returning, he couldn't help but come forward and said with an aggrieved look. Advertisement, go away, Lousy is not here for your money. The pirate slapped the shop owner away unceremoniously and walked up to Feline. Girl, come with us. I saw the pirate guy coming up and talking with a swagger full of gangster air. What are you doing? The pirate leader couldn't stand it anymore and kicked the little guy aside. How can you talk to a beautiful lady like this? It's vulgar. After finishing the pretentious accusation, the pirate quickly looked at Feline with a completely flattering expression and continued. Beautiful lady, it is our honor to meet you here. Can you please come on board and we will take you to appreciate the vastness of this ocean? What do you say? The pirate, with his unshaven face and sun-stained face, was extremely embarrassed when he said these words that he thought were very gentlemanly. The crew behind him couldn't help but tremble when they heard this. Captain, that. The crew behind him couldn't help but say. What's wrong? The pirate leader turned around and asked unhappily, as if it was embarrassing to be interrupted by his subordinates with a question at this time. Nothing, what you just said sounded disgusting. Go away, Ball. You have never seen the world, you deserve to be a pirate for the rest of your life. The pirate leader angrily spat in his subordinate's face, and then pretended to be gentle again and looked at Feline and his daughter. Beautiful lady, what are you thinking about? Get away, scum. While Feline was in a daze, her father Federman blurted out without mercy. What's your name, Lousy? The expression on the pirate leader's face suddenly changed, and he instantly became angry and embarrassed. Captain, he called you a scum, his men reminded him kindly. Damn it. How dare you call me a scum and tell me to go away? You are so brave. I haven't heard this for many years, it's so fresh.
The pirate leader looked at the ungrateful Federman with bloodthirsty eyes, with murderous intent shooting out of his eyes. Do you really think you are some famous people? You still want to act wild in front of me? Federman said, pulling his daughter behind him, and his tall figure suddenly grew several times more majestic at this moment. What do you want to do? Even the pirate leader was shocked by Federman's actions. Chapter 85. She died, not long ago, HMPH, I thought I was so powerful, but it turned out to be a waste, ha 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 ha. The pirate looked at Feldman, who was beaten to the ground, and said with a sneer. Father. Feline screamed in shock and threw herself on Federman, who was lying on the ground dying. Okay, now I don't have to show off. Come on board the ship with us, B***CH. I guarantee that my crew will treat you with courtesy, ha 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 ha. The pirate leader smiled lewdly, looking like an outlaw. I won't get on the boat with you. Feline raised her head and said fiercely. Her face that was originally shy at all times showed extraordinary determination at this moment. Oh, what a strong bone, I like it. As he spoke, the pirate leader started to pull Felin's hair. Excuse me, is something going on here? Why are there so many people around? A powerful voice suddenly came. All the pirates couldn't help but turn around when they heard the sound. I saw a man wearing a cloak and a mask, standing mysteriously at the door of the medicinal shop. His tall and straight figure was unforgettable at a glance. Who are you? The pirates asked impatiently. Ask me? The man asked in an outrageously slow manner. Nonsense. The pirates were angered by his grand question and shouted. Oh, I am the one who will conquer this world in the near future. The man spoke wildly, which really didn't match his serious posture. What? Ha 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 ha. Where did this fool come from? He is full of stupid words. The pirates were so amused that they burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. You are smiling so happily, you must recognize me. Then how about you lend me your pirate ship? My ship was destroyed by the wind and waves. By the way, you must be heinous pirates, is that right? The man said frivolously, completely ignoring the ridicule in the pirates' voices. Huh? This guy seems to be really stupid, he actually robbed us? The pirates smiled contemptuously. You want our pirate ship, ha ha ha. This is the boldest thing I have ever heard since I started traveling on the sea. It would be too easy for you to take your life. The pirate leader said, pulling out a pistol from his waist and pointing it at the man. Advertisement, it's so scary, it seems like it's impossible to get your pirate ship easily. The man was not affected by the threat of the pirate leader at all, and just said in his own troubles. Things that don't know how to live or die. The pirate leader grinned and roared, then pulled the trigger in his hand. After the gunfire, the man stood motionless. What's going on? How could Lousy miss at such a close distance? The pirate leader said in confusion upon seeing this. It's not that the shot missed, it was that it hit the target. As the man spoke, he stretched out his hand and opened his palm, and a bullet suddenly appeared there. What? This is impossible. The pirates were frightened and panicked. Okay, I won't mess around with you anymore. The man raised his head and said easily, and then suddenly a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Back off, you scum. After saying that, he released the murderous aura in his eyes to his heart's content. The pirates who were affected by this aura all fainted to the ground in an instant. Oh, I haven't used it for a long time, I feel a little rusty. The man said frivolously as he walked up to the Federmans and his daughter. Dr. Federman, are you okay? The man greeted Federman, who was lying on the ground, in a respectful tone for no reason. This sound. When Feldman, who was lying on the ground, heard this familiar voice, he was so angry that he could not speak, but clenched his fists. Dr. Federman, I haven't seen you for many years, you are getting old. The man said in a nostalgic way, as if he had been an old friend for many years. Rocks, you be asterisk. D. Federman, who had been holding it in for a long time, finally yelled out. He raised his head and stared fiercely at the person wearing a mask next to him, gritting his teeth in hatred. Ah, you haven't seen each other for so long, and you greet me like an old friend when we meet. It's really true of you. The man squatted down and continued with a gentle laugh. But I don't blame you, because Mr. Federman is my savior, and I will remember this kindness forever. Advertisement. The man's eyes were firm and clear, with no impurities visible, and he stared at Federman in front of him unobstructed. You just can't help but die for someone with this look and this kind of personality. But no matter what this man said, there was only hatred flowing in Federman's eyes. Rocks, I want to kill you. I saw him shaking his body and saying viciously. Father, what's wrong with you? You must have recognized the wrong person. Feline on the side put her hand on her father's shoulder, trying to comfort his father. Oh, this is your daughter, she's already so cute? The man looked at Felon, with a different kind of emotion in his eyes. Beast. Don't mention my daughter, Federman spat, as if everything this man did disgusted him deeply. Mr. Federman, although I had expected that you would hate me, I still came because I have something very important to tell you. The man frowned, as if indicating that what happened next was not a good thing. A-hole, I didn't bother to listen to a word that came out of your mouth. Federman struggled to get up from the ground but failed. Aha. What you said is really hurtful, but don't get excited yet. I think this is something you will really want to hear. It's about Eileen. When the man said the last few words, he deliberately slowed down his tone, as if he was deliberately tempting the other person. Love. Eileen. Feldman said the name that was unforgettable and heartbreaking for him in a stiff and difficult manner. Memories flooded into his mind like a tide, and every bit of the past filled his heart. Two people who were like flowers met in a gentle spring. They met each other, talked to each other, and walked hand in hand through the shining silver river. Look at the stars together, laugh and cry together. That precious and beautiful time was now broken into fragments. These fragments kept churning in his heart, causing him great pain. Aileen. Is she okay? When talking about this person, Federman suddenly showed an unprecedented softness. She died, just the day before. The man's voice was calm, as if he was telling something very far away. Chapter 86 The Resurrection Conspiracy, Aileen, is dead. Federman's voice was like a cassette, speaking intermittently, as if a saw had been put into his throat. Yes, she is dead. The man repeated as if playfully. You killed her? Then Federman looked at the other party with blood-red eyes. How could it be? I love her no less than you do. The man spoke in a frivolous tone, as if he didn't take the other person's love seriously. Shut up, you have no right to say you love her, you cheated on her. Federman knew that he was no match for this man and could not kill him, and he was in great pain for his powerlessness. I'm at least more qualified than you, because I was with her when she was temporarily absent. Now I'm here to tell you the news. In addition, I also want to fulfill one of her wishes. The man said and looked at Felon, with a look of pure offense in his eyes. What do you want to do? Federman asked as if he had sensed the man's thoughts. Aileen couldn't let go of her precious daughter, so she entrusted me to take good care of her. After saying that, the man stepped forward and hit Felon on the back of the head, knocking her unconscious and carrying her on his shoulders. This process was done very skillfully. Hey, what are you doing? Put Felon down quickly. Federman was struggling on the ground like crazy. What future can she have with your good-for-nothing father? Don't worry, I will make her the king of this world. After saying that, the man turned and left. Stop, put down Miss Feline. The man turned around and bumped into Ben Sam who was coming. Huh? I advise you not to stop me, otherwise you will regret it. The man said coldly. Really? Then let you learn my boxing skills. Before Ben Sam finished speaking, he spun around on the spot, then waltzed to the man's side, kicked out and hit the man's waist quickly. However, the man did not move, but Ben Sam felt as if he had been kicked on a piece of steel. Advertisement. What kind of boxing technique do you have? It's not as authentic as anything I've ever seen. The man said calmly, then reached out and grabbed Ben Sam's feet and threw him away easily with a flick of his hand. After doing this, the man raised his feet and walked forward. It's not over yet, Ben Sam shouted and rushed over again. This time he kicked the man directly in the face, but the hard feeling still made his hair stand on end. Are you a human or a machine? How can you be so hard? Ben Sam said in disbelief. You are so annoying. I have other business matters and I didn't want to take action anymore. It seems that this idea is not going to work. After talking to himself, the man suddenly turned around, reached out and easily grabbed Ben Sam's head, and pressed it hard to the ground. The hard ground instantly collapsed into a pit. This scene happened so quickly that it could not be caught by the naked eye. It was just this move that knocked Ben Sam unconscious. The man turned around indifferently and walked calmly towards the coast. Stop and give Feline back to me. Federman screamed heartbreakingly that he had experienced this scene 10 years ago, when his wife Aileen left with this man. Now relive this scene, and the person separated as his daughter. A man kidnapped two of his favorite people over a period of 10 years. Perhaps only he himself knows the pain. Now he was screaming heartbreakingly. Although he had the heartbreaking experience last time, he still couldn't relieve the current pain. However, the man named Rox resolutely disappeared from his sight without even looking back. It wasn't until evening that Ben Sam helped Federman slowly return home. Lin Yu supported He Dao Yuan and was standing at the door yearning for them. He had long been thinking about them, but he did not dare to go out to look for them because of his unfamiliarity with the place and his physical inconvenience. What's going on with you guys? Lin Yu asked in shock when he saw Ben Sam and the others were covered in injuries and helping each other to come to him. Damn it, we met a madman, he injured us and kidnapped Aaron. Ben Sam complained. No, he is not a madman, he is the most vicious person in the world. Federman no longer had his original caressing look, replaced by an unprecedented indifference. The most vicious person in the world. I have met many powerful villains, but I have never heard them say that they are the most vicious. Forget it, let's go inside first. Lin Yu said without any panic. Advertisement: 3 seriously ill people walked into the courtyard. The clothes had been washed and the whole courtyard was filled with cold. That guy's name is Rox. When Federman finished saying the name, Lin Yu stood up from his chair in shock. Rox. Lin Yu blurted out in astonishment. What's wrong, do you know this guy? Ben Sam couldn't help but ask when he saw this. All I know is that this man should have died 10 years ago. Lin Yu thought carefully and said with horror. He had vaguely realized that Rox's death might have been a conspiracy. 10 years ago, Rox really should have died, but as a doctor, I couldn't bear to save him. Federman lowered his head, as if regretting his decision. One rainy night 10 years ago, a scarred man set foot on this island. His body was covered with shocking wounds, which would have killed an ordinary person 3 times. However, he watched his strong will wandering around for several days and nights to arrive here. Finally, he collapsed at the door of Federman Hospital. At that time, Federman was famous for his kind heart. The man who fainted at his door didn't look like a good person at first glance, but even so, he still rescued him. However, the nightmare began from then on. After the man recovered from his serious injury, he seduced his wife and took her away. This also led to Federman's darkening, and he has since become a carefree and stingy man. I see, Lin Yu could already roughly guess the cause of the matter. I am afraid that Rox did not die after the battle in the Valley of the Gods, but was seriously injured and drifted to the ocean, drifting to this island. Marine was eager to eliminate Rox, so he did not launch a large-scale manhunt and directly eliminated this person's Valley of Gods incident, thinking that this would erase everything. But I didn't expect that Rox was not dead, so Rox, who was so humiliated, would definitely make a comeback. What kind of storms will arise in the world by then? The result is unimaginable. I have to stop him. Lin Yu clenched his fists, his eyes showing unprecedented determination. Chapter 87 Meeting again on the sea. The marine warship is cutting through the huge waves and moving forward mightily. Standing alone on the deck was a marine lieutenant general. Finding someone for this kind of job is really the most troublesome thing in the world. Perusalino put his hands in his pockets and looked at the sea and sky. He was not as sad as the words said, but was extremely relaxed. Your Excellency, Lieutenant General, let's go back to the cabin. It will probably be a while before we get to the next intelligence station. A sailor stepped forward and reminded Kizaru respectfully. It's okay. You'll get bored if you stay in the cabin for a long time. Come out and get some air. You don't have to worry about me doing your business. Kizaru looked into the distance and said politely to his subordinates. The sailor heard the sound and walked away. Ah, it's so pleasant to look at the sun and the sea. Kizaru said to himself with an expression of enjoyment. What a great interest, Lieutenant General. Suddenly, a leisurely sound came from the deck. This sound easily sounded on the warship deck, making all the busy marines look confused. Advertisement. Where did the sound come from? Who is there? Just as the marines were shouting vigilantly, a sharp figure jumped out and landed steadily opposite Kizaru. Oh, I didn't expect you to throw yourself into a trap? When Kizaru saw the person coming clearly, he said with slight surprise. He stood there as cool and unrestrained as ever, without any fear in the face of danger, without any movement in his body. Rather than arresting Lin Yu, he wanted to know the purpose of Lin Yu's visit this time. The marines who reacted also raised their guns and pointed them directly at Lin Yu's head. The weather is so nice today, it's not suitable for fighting at all, so put down the guns in your hands, after all, that thing can't hurt me. Lin Yu waved his hand easily and said with a smile. Of course, those marines would definitely not listen to Lin Yu's orders. At this time, Kizaru's frown relaxed, he waved to his men and said. Okay, put down the gun, he's right, this thing can't hurt him. When the marines heard the commander's order, they could only reluctantly put down their guns. You can say it now. Kizaru stared at Lin Yu closely, his posture with his hands in his pockets unchanged from the beginning to the end. I'm here to make an alliance with you. Advertisement. Lin Yu stepped forward as he spoke. An alliance? Kizaru asked confused and surprised. That's right. It's a joke. You were inappropriate when I asked you to be a Shichibukai, and now you're regretting it. Don't you think it's inappropriate to do so? That's because I didn't know Rox was still alive. Rox is still alive? You're kidding. Do you think I have time to joke? Kizaru looked at Lin Yu's serious face, and it really didn't look like he was joking. Rox, that is an extremely dangerous person. If he were still alive, wouldn't the world be turned upside down? Kizaru still couldn't believe this. Isn't your marine's intelligence very powerful? As long as you collect it with all your strength, you will find that a seriously injured man escaped from the battlefield in the Valley of the Gods 10 years ago. Lin Yu said clearly. What an annoyance. You actually know how to fight in the Valley of Gods. Kizaru scratched his head, becoming more and more confused about Lin Yu in front of him. I know much more than this. If you are willing to set up a banquet, I can tell you the whole story. Lin Yu tilted his head, the smile on his face was particularly attractive. Chapter 88 A New Departure. I see, in the dark cabin, there was no light, and only two vague outlines could be seen. The world is so big and full of wonders, it's really difficult for you to believe me. Lin Yu's voice pierced the darkness in front of him and accurately projected onto the man's face. If I believed your lies, I would be really stupid and naive. Kizaru's eyes exuded a weak light in the darkness. Is it really okay for the person who ate the shining fruit to succumb to the darkness like this? Are you saying that you were afraid of the resurrected rocks, so you don't dare to lie with me? I didn't expect you to be such a person. Lin Yu used inferior methods to provoke generals. It is estimated that even a fool would not fall into the trap. Rocks? They are just a defeated force in the torrent of the times. There is no ship in the new era that can treat them well. Kizaru's eyes shone with a determined light, and his frivolous tone was full of the arrogance of the new generation. Oh, so you're not afraid? Lin Yu deliberately provoked. As a marine, how can I be afraid of mere pirates? Kizaru said matter-of-factly. It seems like the truth is simple. Justice will not be afraid of darkness, but is that really the case? Ridiculous. Then ally with me and go deal with rocks together. You can make a name for yourself, brother. Lin Yu said like a madam picking up guests at the entrance of Yichun courtyard. Are you crazy? Let's go deal with rocks. Kizaru lit up a cigarette and took a deep breath. However, the smoke did not stay in his lungs for long before he spit it out hastily. Are all young people today so scary? After all, you are still afraid? Advertisement. Lin Yu crossed his arms on his chest and said with a mysterious smile. I'm afraid you've misunderstood the difference between fear. Kizaru pointed at him with his cigarette butt, his expression full of sorrow that could be seen clearly even in the dark. Why does this guy have to pull me? Conspiracy, not like that. Do you admire me? This guy has no respect for me from head to toe? You should register and go to the Marine headquarters to make an appointment with Commander Marine, and then report your situation to him. While smoking a cigarette, Kizaru raised his head and looked at the deck above his head at a 45-degree angle, and made plans with Lin Yu with peace of mind. Don't make trouble, those adults at Marine are eager to pick on me. Lin Yu said frankly. No, they still love and protect you. After all, you caused such a big stir in such a short period of time. Kizaru imitated his tone and said, okay, let's stop teasing now. Lin Yu has no intention of living anymore. Time waits for no one. If it is later, Rox will succeed in his conspiracy. You were the one who made the joke first, so I cooperated with your performance. I didn't expect that it ended up being the wrong payment. Kizaru said extremely pretentious words in a contrived tone. I can come to you because I trust you. Do you think I would need or care about a pirate's trust? You don't need it, but don't forget that I still have a handle on you. Do you want me to share it with you? Don't threaten me, or I'll kill you and silence you. Don't be afraid, I will make your secret known to the public before you kill me. Damn it, how could a brat like you appear in this world? Each other. Advertisement. Seeing Lin Yu's frank look, Kizaru took a deep breath. There was really nothing he could do against him. I really want to meet this guy's father, say it enthusiastically. Beautifully done. Actually, there is no way to find you. I need information. It is not easy to find a person who deliberately hides in the vast sea, and your Marine's intelligence system can perfectly solve this difficult matter. Lin Yu finally explained. So that's it. Your wishful thinking is really loud. Yeah? Yes, the snapping kind, Kizaru said angrily. So you agreed? Lin Yu asked knowingly. Promise what? Kizaru answered the question. Come with me to die, Lin Yu said with a straight smile. Snort. Kizaru gave him a haughty look. The two walked out of the cabin and walked side by side to the deck. The beautiful scenery of sea and sky is right in front of you. The two of them were full of interest. Hot blood gathered in the body, and unprecedented momentum flowed through their veins. The next step is to die, or to become famous. Kizaru's tone was firm and his eyes were blurry. Who can say anything? Who cares? Lin Yu crossed his arms on his chest, his eyes as candid as the words in his mouth. So, let's set sail. This strange new journey. Kizaru put his hands in his trouser pockets and said calmly, the momentum is unprecedented.